Yuwu Chapter 1 to Chapter 40. Chonghua had produced two young and promising generals. The two of them were as distinct as water and fire. The one who was like water was called Emoshi. He was cold, ascetic, and was still single. In the military, the amount of bets placed on when Marshal Mo would give up his chastity was enough to make any poor man rich overnight. The one who was like fire was called Gumeng. He was warm, loved to laugh, and had tender feelings for the fairer sex. If he had to pay a sum of money every time he kissed a girl, he would have squandered all of his family fortune long ago. Before Gumeng betrayed the country, there was a day when he suddenly had an idea. He took a book that he had compiled and ran over to Emoshi to write a commentary on it. At that time, Marshal Mo was busy with military affairs. He only asked Gumeng, "What did you write?" "I wrote everything," Gumeng said excitedly, delicacies, knowledge, travel notes on the mountains and rivers, a catalogue of weapons, and trivial matters of life. Emoshi took the book, held the brush above his wrist, and dipped it in ink to write. Gumeng smiled and finished his sentence, "I also wrote about you." Emoshi suddenly became alert. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at him. "What did you write about me?" Gumeng said sincerely, "I've told you the truth about our past." "What past?" Gumeng scratched his head and laughed shamelessly. He quickly said, "All of it." Emoshi did not answer. He stared at him for a while, lowered his long eyelashes, and expressionlessly wrote 2 lines of cold and harsh characters on the first page of the book. "This is a forbidden book. Violators will be punished." In the evening, it was snowing at the border of Chonghua. A layer of pure white snow gradually accumulated on the ground. Wheels rolled over the ground and pedestrians walked past, leaving a few lines of different depths. Wang Ermatzi, who was selling steamed pancakes in the market, was shouting with all his might. He exhaled dense white smoke from his mouth and shouted loudly, "Come, fresh steamed pancakes." He knocked twice on the broken gong hanging by the stove and continued to shout, "There is nothing in this world that can be thicker than my pancakes, except for Gumeng's face. Come and buy, come and buy." The passers-by heard this and secretly laughed. This pancake stall had been open for more than 10 years. In the early years, Wang Ermatzi had a different set of lyrics. At that time, he shouted with a hoarse voice, "Take a look, take a look, take a look, take a look, Gumeng's favorite pancake. After you eat it, you will be as invincible as Gumeng and rise up in the ranks." In the wind and snow, a group of cavalry slowly came over. The leader was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a brocade hat and a mink coat. His handsome face was wrapped in a thick fur collar, looking very lazy. This young man was called Xianxia, and he was the deputy general of the city guards. This person had 2 abilities that made others feel inferior. First, he was open-minded. As the saying goes, if others are angry, I don't get angry, but if I get angry and fall ill, no one will take my place. If I get angry, who will be happy? Moreover, it will be tiring and exhausting. Yu Chinqing understood this very well. He almost never really got angry. He was the most good-tempered person among the young masters. The second ability was to make himself feel as comfortable as possible. Therefore, if he could sit, he would never stand. If he could lie down, he would never sit. Yu Chinqing's favorite sentence was, "If there is wine today, drink it straight. If there is no food tomorrow, I will rub it off my brother." Therefore, if he had good things, he would never keep them for the night. After drinking the wine, he would sleep first and talk later. As for patrolling, he would play first and then patrol later. In the grassy market at the northern border, most of the things sold were animal skins, herbs, spirit stones, slaves, and so on. Although it was not very interesting, it was a good way to pass the time in the bitter cold of the army. "I want that 7-tailed cat. Go and buy me the tail feather of the abuki as well. The tumbling grass sold by that shop looks pretty good. It'll definitely be good for refining medicine. Give me 10 baskets." As he walked, he ordered his subordinates to help him buy large and small goods from the market. Although the subordinates were uneasy about this dereliction of duty, they couldn't say much in consideration of the deputy commander's face. As they strolled around, Yu Chinqing felt hungry. She searched left and right for something to eat. Suddenly, she heard Wang Ermatzi shouting from afar. His hoarse voice rang out through the wind and snow. Selling steamed biscuits. He was as thick-skinned as Gumeng. Let's go and take a look. When Yu Qingqing heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself, this person is actually using Gumeng to make an issue out of it. How could this be? He was going to get into trouble. As she thought this, she immediately urged her horse forward. Just as she was about to reprimand him, a strong smell of burnt biscuits assaulted her nose. Thus, just as Yu Qingqing was about to reprimand her, she swallowed back the saliva that was about to flow out. The reprimand became, "Give me a biscuit." Okay. Wang Ermatzi nimbly took out a piece of brown steamed biscuit from the stove and placed it in an oiled paper bag. She handed it to the customer in front of her. Here, take it. Be careful, it's hot. You must eat this biscuit while it's hot. Yu Qingqing took the hot steamed biscuit and bit into it. It made a crunching sound. The golden crispy biscuit flowed with some hot oil. The taste of wheat bran, minced meat, and crushed pepper blossomed on the tip of her tongue. In an instant, the burnt aroma filled the air and she swallowed her saliva. She couldn't help but praise, "It tastes really good. Isn't it? My Irma sesame biscuits are the best in the world." Wang Ermatzi boasted proudly. Even if Gumeng was so glorious back then, when he returned to the city after the war, he would definitely come to my stall to eat 5 or 6 biscuits. After he finished boasting, he didn't forget to angrily add, "However, if I had known that Gumeng would become a traitor's lackey in the end, I would have mixed some poison in the biscuits I sold him back then. I would have gotten rid of this evil for the people as soon as possible." Yu Qingqing chewed on the biscuit and said, "Don't say such things so casually in the future. Also, you need to quickly change that yell of yours." Wang Ermatzi widened his eyes. "Sir, why is that?" "In any case, when Sir is speaking, you just have to listen obediently." Yu Qingqing took another big bite of the biscuit, his cheeks bulging. "We're about to go to war with Liao country. I'm afraid our army will be stationed here for 3 to 5 years. If you keep shouting Gumeng's name like this." He laughed maliciously. "Hee, be careful of touching a certain important person's sore spot." The certain important person Yu Qingqing was talking about was naturally their commander-in-chief, Mo Shi. Mo Shi was the Lord Shihi who was conferred the title by the late emperor. He was born in the noble Missouri family. The Mo family had 4 generals, Mo Shi's maternal grandfather, and Mo Shi's biological father. Under the suppression of such a bloodline, Mo Shi naturally had extremely terrifying spiritual power talent. In addition, he later studied under the strictest elder of the Cultivation school. By this year, he was already the #1 general in Chonghua. And he was only 28 years old. Because of his family background, Mo Shi's temperament was as cold as a blade. His father had repeatedly warned him to bury a hero's ambition in the land of gentleness. Don't provoke women and do more work. Therefore, Mo Shi had always been pure and had a very upright character. It could be said that in his 28 years, he had not made a single mistake. Except for Gumeng. To Mok, Gumeng was like ink on paper, mud and snow, and a smear of blood that made one's imagination run wild on a clean and white mattress that a gentleman should be neat and tidy. He was the stain of his life. It was night. In the encampment outside the frontier fortress, a clear cry broke through the wind and sand. The voice of an opera singer drifted slowly, like a ghost floating in the frost. Yuming xian qiyu. Jing yu xiao gaqing. There are love songs and wine, mo fuyi. Looking at the heartless insects and ants, it's also about love. The bodyguards guarding outside the deputy commander-in-chief's encampment looked left and right like quails. They saw a tall black figure coming from afar and their faces changed. They hurriedly opened the tent and said, "Oh no. Oh no." On the commander-in-chief's seat inside the tent, Yu Qingqing yawned and looked up. She supported her face with one hand and asked, "What's not good?" "Oh no. Deputy Commander-in-Chief, you'd better get up quickly and go strengthen the defense. Don't listen to the opera." "What's the hurry?" Yu Qingqing said lazily, "It won't be too late to go after listening to it." Then she said to the opera singers in the tent, "Don't just stand there. You guys continue to sing." Therefore, her delicate voice reached the clouds, and her opera voice was like a faint silk thread that stretched for a long time. The country rises from the Een. The wind flowers form from the corners of the eyes. The contract still has the incomplete sutra. To ask when the east wind blows from the dream. Oh, my Deputy Commander-in-Chief you. Deputy Commander-in-Chief, please tell them to stop singing. The bodyguard said anxiously, what's going on? Life is short. Enjoy while you can. Xianxia nibbled her nails happily, otherwise, life will be too boring. But if Lord Shihi sees you like this, he'll be angry again. Lord Shihi isn't here. Why are you so nervous? Xianxia said with a smile, besides, Lord Shihi is always unhappy. He doesn't seek pleasure or have fun. He's already so old, but he still gets angry when he hears me say dirty jokes. Don't you think it's tiring for me to make him happy? Deputy Commander-in-Chief, the bodyguard looked like he was about to cry. Please keep your voice down. Why? Because. The bodyguard glanced at the gap between the curtains of the tent and stammered, because. Xianxia rolled on the Commander-in-Chief's seat and even covered her head with Lord Shihi's silver coat. She said with a smile, are you guys scared of Lord Shihi? Why do you keep stammering whenever he's mentioned? Sigh, but Lord Shihi is also a person, Xianxia said. He wants to abstain from sex, but he's made the whole army feel bored with him. Look at our whole army, we don't even see a female dog. This was true. In the whole Chonghua army, Lord Shihi's army was the most miserable. Although Lord Shihi's army was never stingy with food and clothing, as Xianxia said, this person was boring and serious. Not only did he not get close to beauties, but he also didn't let his subordinates find girls to have fun with. Xianxia found it funny, but she held back her laughter and pretended to be serious, sighing, he's good in every way, but he's too controlling. You see, he's obsessive, anxious, and obsessed with cleanliness, and he's so boring. It's really a waste of his handsome face. The bodyguard looked like he was in trouble and said anxiously, young master you, don't say any more. Xianxia didn't stop, but became more excited, look at all of you holding it in, you're all so hot, aren't you? Hee, since he's not here, I'll quickly untie all of you. Tonight, let the brothers go hook up with girls. The curfew will be lifted, and we'll hold a beauty pageant bonfire party. I want to award the most beautiful girl in the nearby village. Who are you going to award? Suddenly, a deep and harsh male voice sounded. The tent was flung open, and a tall man in silver armor walked in. His military uniform was straight, his shoulders were broad, and his waist was thin. He also had a pair of long legs wrapped in black military boots. When he looked up, his facial features were cold and handsome, and his gaze was cold and sharp. This person was none other than the Lord Shihi that Xianxia had been teasing, Mo Shi. Why did Mo Shi suddenly come back? Xianxia was dumbfounded at first, but when she came back to her senses, she immediately shivered and wrapped herself tightly in a fur coat. Commander-in-Chief Mo, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, you pretended to be pitiful. Why didn't you tell me that you came back early? Sob, ouch. Ouch, because Mo Shi felt that his crying was too disgusting, so he directly condensed a spiritual sword and threw it at Xianxia's cheek. Xianxia was almost beheaded. She hurriedly got up from the commander's seat and brushed the messy hair on her face. Lord Shihi, why did you hit me? You asked me, but I haven't asked you yet. Tell me, why are there women in our army? Mo Shi glanced at the singers and performers who were silent out of fear, then turned to look at Xianxia. Did you bring them in? Xianxia originally wanted to mutter a few words, but when she met Mo Shi's gaze, she immediately became timid. Don't be like this. I'm just listening to a song. It's a famous song from the Lichuan kingdom. Lord Shihi, do you want to listen to a part of it? Mo Shi's expression was grave and stern, and he said irritably, decadent music. Drag her out. Fortunately, he didn't say anything about beheading her. Xianxia hugged her knees and curled up in the commander's seat, sobbing miserably, you're simply cold-blooded and heartless. I'm going to tell my father that you didn't treat me well. Mo Shi glanced at her, you go out too. After Xianxia left, feeling aggrieved, Mo Shi sat down alone in the tent. He took off his black dragon leather armguard, pressed his slender and pale fingers to the side of his forehead, and then slowly closed his eyes. Under the candlelight, his complexion seemed to be a little pale, with a hint of sickness and fatigue. Coupled with the ruthlessness in his eyes, he looked even more haggard. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Not long ago, he received a secret letter from the capital of the Xianxia kingdom. It was personally written by the current ruler of the Xianxia kingdom. After receiving the letter, Emoshi read it over and over again 3 times before he finally confirmed that he did not read it wrongly. Gu Mei was going back to the Xianxia kingdom. At this moment, the letter was already tucked in the lapel of his clothes. It was pressed against Emoshi's heavy and powerful heartbeat, and the warmth of the man's arms. Gu Mei was going back to the Xianxia kingdom. This news was like thorns stuck in his chest, pricking painfully. Emoshi frowned, trying his best to suppress his irritation, but in the end, the evil fire still rushed out. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his long legs wrapped in black military boots kicked over the table in front of him with a bang. Crash. "Io, Commander-in-Chief Mo." The bodyguard guarding outside the tent hurriedly leaned in and said in fear and trepidation, "Please calm down. Young Master Yu is young, and it's normal for him to like to play and fool around. It's my fault for not stopping young Master Yu from watching the play. If you want to blame or punish him, feel free to say it, but please don't be angry and harm your health." Emoshi suddenly turned around. In the darkness, his eyes were like flames and lightning. "Get out. No one is allowed to come in without my permission." Yes, the curtains of the tent fell again. It was terrifyingly quiet inside and outside. Only the sound of the northern wind and snow could be heard outside the tent. There were the movements of soldiers in the distance, and the squeaking of military boots on the snow, as well as the neighing of the warhorses of the Spirit Beast Battalion. Emoshi turned his head to the side, lowered his eyes, and stared at the mulberry berries rolling on the ground. Those fruits looked like the heads that Gu Mei had personally plucked off in the past few years. He wondered why a person who had done so many ruthless, evil, and wrong things, betrayed his country, his comrades, and his close friends, and now bore a bad reputation, a blood debt, and a deep hatred, still had the courage to come back. How could Gu Mei still have the face to come back? Emoshi paused for a while, forcing himself to calm down. Only then did he take out the secret letter that he had read so many times. Jun Shang's handwriting was elegant, and it was neatly written. "Liao country intends to have a truce with our country. In order to show their sincerity, they have sent people to escort the traitor Gu Mei back to the city. Gu Mei was a man of our Xianxia. He once had my trust, but instead of being loyal, he defected to the enemy and betrayed our country. In the past 5 years, he plundered our country's cities, destroyed our homeland's peace, slaughtered his former comrades, and abandoned his old friends and relatives. His crime is unpardonable. In 10 days, Gu Mei will return to the city with his head in his hands. His hatred is widespread, and it is not something that I alone can decide. Therefore, I urgently write to the various lords to discuss this matter. Although Lord Shihi is far away in Guanshan, he is my right-hand man. Therefore, I sincerely ask you to meet him. Please do not refuse. Please take good care of yourself." Emoshi stared at the letter for a long time. Suddenly he laughed coldly. As he laughed, pain and hatred gradually appeared on his face. This person committed the serious crime of treason. What reason was there to let him continue to live? The carriage was split in half, and the soup was cut into pieces. Should be killed, he thought bitterly. Should be killed. But when he raised the brush to his wrist and wrote the word kill, his hand trembled, and the brush and ink wet the handkerchief. Suddenly, the faint sound of pottery came from outside the tent. He didn't know which corner of the tent it was, but he was homesick. The melancholy of separation filled the tent, and the ground was covered in white frost. Emoshi was stunned for a moment. His black eyes flashed with an indescribable light. Finally, he cursed inwardly and threw the brush in front of him. He picked up the secret letter, and a flame suddenly appeared in his palm, burning it to ashes in an instant. Bits of ashes flew up. Lord Shihi blew on the ashes, and condensed them into a butterfly that could transmit messages from 1,000 miles away. Gu Mei was once recommended by me. He committed treason, and I cannot absolve myself from the blame. As for the trial, I should avoid arousing suspicion and should not be involved. He paused, and then slowly added, Emoshi of the northern region sends his regards. Then he raised his hand, and the spirit butterfly flew away. He looked at the place where the butterfly disappeared, and thought, okay, the dispute between me and Gu Meng for more than 10 years has finally come to an end. Gu Meng had killed so many Chonghua soldiers, and even hurt the hearts of the people. Now that he had been used by the enemy and sent back, it would be strange if the civil and military officials of the capital were not anxious to take revenge. But he still had to guard the border for 2 more years. It seemed that he would not be able to see Gu Meng's death sentence. He slowly closed his eyes. Although there was no emotion on his face, his fingernails had sunk deep into his palms. It was all over. Old friends were on different paths, unable to return. Today they met again, but things remained the same, but people had changed. What kind of feeling was this? Perhaps other people would never understand. She sat in the camp, and his face looked so tired in the empty tent. In the end, he was unable to save Gu Meng from the wrong path. Old enemy, foe. This would be the conclusion of their relationship in the history books in the future. In this world, except for the two of them, perhaps no one else would know of this extremely dirty and extremely erotic secret. That was, these two opponents who seemed to be at loggerheads with each other, actually, they had slept together before. Yes. Many years ago, the abstinent and disciplined Lord Shihi had once pressed Gu Meng on the bed and fiercely violated him. The strict and cold man had once lost control over Gu Meng. Hot sweat dripped on his chest, and desire colored his eyes. But what about the all-powerful, war-filled Gu Meng? Gu Meng had once been fucked to tears on Lord Shihi's bed. He had once slightly opened his soft lips and longed for Emoshi's kiss. He had indulged Emoshi to leave bruises on his strong body. They were enemies, and their hatred had accumulated. It was destined that only death could resolve it. But before that, when they had yet to change their paths to the Tao, those two young people had also been so passionately entangled. Their desires were unrestrained. They were inseparable. Not long after Emoshi received the secret letter from the capital, the king of Chonghua finally announced the news that Gu Meng was about to return to the city. At the same time, he also announced the way to deal with Gu Meng. He handed it over to the Lord Wangshu. The news quickly spread throughout Chonghua. Although Emoshi's army was far away in the north, they also knew about it on the 3rd day. The northern frontier army was in an uproar. On the surface, they were still cold and solemn. However, when it was time to rest, almost everyone was talking about this matter. Emoshi saw this and did not restrain them. He felt that it was only natural that they would find it difficult to reconcile, because the predecessor of the northern region army was the invincible Gu family army. Most of the soldiers in the army had gone through fire and water with Gu Meng. They were undoubtedly loyal and scrupulous. However, a long time ago, they also sincerely supported their commander-in-chief Gu Meng, even though Gu Meng gave them the military title of Tortoise Army. This was not a joke. It was serious. Before Emoshi took over, the military record of this army was like this: Tortoise Army soldier Lu Dazhuang, Tortoise Army sergeant widened his eyes, and so on. The first one was Tortoise Army Commander-in-Chief Gu Meng. Logically speaking, no one would want to join a formation with such a terrible name. However, this was not the case. Gu Meng was the most outstanding general in Chonghua at that time. Most famous commander-in-chiefs had restrictions, ties, and arrogance. However, Gu Meng was different. He was born a slave. He had no parents, no ties, no face, and was not afraid of death. If the Chonghua commander-in-chief took off their clothes and fought in a row, Gu Meng might not be the strongest man, but he would definitely be the man with the most scars. He was worthy of being called the Beast of God in the Chonghua Empire. At that time, Gu Meng's deputy always looked at his injuries and scolded him, as the commander-in-chief, "Why do you always run at the front? Don't you know how to hide?" Gu Meng knew how to smile. His black eyes were very bright, his lips very soft, and his voice as smooth as silk. He coaxed his angry friend good-naturedly, "My legs are long and I can run fast. I was forced. As long as he was on the battlefield, it was not only cold and blood, but also laughter and honey. He would remember the death of every comrade. Mia Zhan would often lead the cultivators of the battalion to the small villages and towns to have fun and drink. Sometimes, when they met the villagers of the encampment who were crafty and asked for sky-high prices, Gu Shuai would not get angry. He would smile and slap all the money on the table to exchange for wine and meat for his soldiers. In the end, he even shouted loudly, "Eat well and drink well. Eat to your heart's content. You are all my precious sweethearts. If the military pay is not enough, I will give you other things to exchange." Gu Mei was a man of his words. Once, he took off his military uniform and threw it on the wine cabinet to exchange for white wine. The ruffians laughed and jeered, "Gu Mei, we want beef. Do you have anything else to take off?" At that time, he was only left with a snow-white unlined garment. He smiled and nodded at them, "Wait for me." "No way. Gu Mei, are you really going to pawn your underwear?" "That's not worth much." Gu Mei did not intend to pawn his underwear, but he really did not have anything else. He leaned over and kissed the laughing widow's face in front of everyone's surprised and amused eyes. The soldiers were speechless. The pretty widow was also stunned. Her ladle dripped with wine. After a while, she suddenly reacted and began to hit Gu Mei with her ladle. "Shameless! How dare you take advantage of me?" The crowd roared with laughter. Gu Mei was chased around the house by the widow amidst the laughter and jeers. He begged for mercy as he ran, "Really? Really? You are beautiful. You are beautiful. I know I am beautiful. You brat, you're also handsome. But aren't you too shameless? Don't you know how to sneak up on me at night? Why must you do it in front of so many people? Lecher." The lecher was making a ruckus, but he did not forget to shamelessly shout, "Yes, yes, yes. I will come to you tomorrow night. I can stay tonight as long as you reward us with 2 caddies of beef. I beg you, good girl. Bah. Ever since we set up camp here, you have already asked me for beef 3 times. This is the 4th time. Every time you say you want to meet me tomorrow night. Who are you trying to fool?" The widow shouted. Her small fists hit the wooden plank, and the plank cracked. The ruffians laughed until they fell down. However, in the end, Gu Mei still used his good looks and the promise of meeting you tomorrow to get 2 caddies of spiced beef for his brothers from the widow. "Marshal Gu, you are really good at sweet-talking people, of course." Gu Mei was proud of himself. He swayed and swayed, "I have been through thousands of flowers, and the world has heard of me." With such a marshal, it was no wonder that a young man said boldly, "Don't talk about the Tortoise Army. Even if they are called the Chicken Aid Army, I will join them because of Marshal Gu." A friend next to him said with disdain, "Aya, you have studied in vain. How can you be so vulgar? Then how do you think it is elegant? Instead of being called Chicken Aid, why don't you call it halberd? It is the meaning of halberd." The young man exclaimed, "Wow, good name. I like it. You can't be serious. I just said it casually. Who would like a name like halberd? Isn't it embarrassing to call it that? If you don't believe me, you can try it. If you call it a dog, even a dog will get angry with you." The young man laughed, "The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Our army can be called Tortoise. I think it is not impossible to call something else halberd." Fortunately, these words were not heard by Gu Mei. Otherwise, who knew if he would slap the table in praise and change his name to Halberd Army Marshal Gu Mei, causing all the soldiers under him to suffer together with him. War was too harsh. Only a little madman like Gu Mei would come up with an original idea and be fond of joking with the flames of war. Not only did he come up with the bugle of the Tortoise Army, he even drew up the flag himself. The jade-green flag was cut into the shape of a tortoise, and there was even a small, lifelike tail. He cast a spell on the flag, making the tortoise roar every time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Tortoise, 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 majestic and heroic, full of spirit, awe the world. It could be said that it was very shameful. The first time he went to war with this flag, he was ridiculed to death by the enemy's general. As a result, not even half a day later, the enemy's army of 100,000 cultivators was chased by Gu Mei's tortoise army to the point of crying for their parents. After this battle, Gu Mei fought many battles, big and small, and was able to come out on top every time. This directly led to the few years when he was the marshal. Those countries that opposed the Chonghua turned pale at the mention of the tortoise flag. And the scene that those hostile cultivators did not want to see the most was, raising the little tortoise flag on the battlefield, Marshal Gu spurred his horse out, cleared his throat, and solemnly introduced himself, cough, hello, brother. I am Gu Mang, the Tortoise Army Marshal. I have specially come to ask for your advice. It was already very shameful that he could not defeat this young cultivator. What was even more shameful was that when he returned, he had to report to his lord with tears and snot flowing down his face, "Woo-woo, your subordinate is really incompetent. I am actually unable to fight against the Tortoise Army." It was simply a nightmare. For the Chonghua officers and soldiers, although Gu Mang was mischievous, he was quite charming. At that time, there were many people who revered him. There were even some people who regarded Gu Mang's fallacious theory that a lowly name is easy to raise as a standard. Many children born at that time were unfortunately given lowly names by their parents. At one time, the trend was like this: Chu Ganzhuang, Shui Taizhu, Jiang Dan. Therefore, after Mo Shi took over the Tortoise Army, the first thing he did was to change the name of this damned Tortoise Army. He absolutely would not allow his military record to become Tortoise Army Marshal Mo Shi. Absolutely not. Therefore, the Tortoise Army was renamed the Northern Frontier Army, and was placed under Mo Shi's command. That black joke that did not yield to blood and smoke, just like Gu Mang's heroic name, came to an abrupt end. On the other hand, those little turtles that were shouting, bastard, bastard, valiant and heroic, were like an absurd joke that would never appear on the boundless battlefield again. Everything became very solemn again. There would be no flowers, no honey, no one trying hard to remember even the most insignificant name, no one leading the officers and soldiers to make a ruckus, except for the exchange of heavy clothes for turbid wine. War resumed its absolute cold-bloodedness and cruelty. Eternal winter. It was probably for this reason that although most of the people in the Northern Frontier Army hated Gu Mang to the core, their emotions were different when they mentioned Gu Mang. This was especially true for the bastard army veterans who had entered and left the battlefield with Gu Shui. Whenever they read the name Gu Mang, their eyes would more or less reveal a hint of absent-mindedness. Sigh, I really didn't expect him to end up like this. The Lord Wangshu is famous for being ruthless. I'm afraid that Gu Mang's fate bodes ill rather than well for him. He must have died without a complete corpse. Ambitious and ruthless people might not necessarily be disliked, but traitors must be punished by everyone. Only when the old soldiers of the bastard army got together would they ramble on about things that had nothing to do with hate. In the end, some of the older people suddenly became dispirited. Sigh, what a good person. If that incident hadn't happened back then, he wouldn't have. Shoo. Keep your voice down. You actually dare to mention this old incident. Do you want to die? The old soldier came back to his senses with an io. When he thought of what he had almost said, the drunkenness in his eyes immediately dissipated. He couldn't help but shiver. The soldier next to him reminded him, now we are working under Marshal Mo. The person that Marshal Mo hates the most is Gu Mang. It's not like you don't know his temper. If he really hears this, you and I won't be able to bear the consequences tonight. Sigh, you're right. Look at me, I become muddle-headed when I drink. The soldiers sitting around the fire pit didn't say anything. They stared blankly at the ball of fire, each with their own thoughts. After a long time, someone muttered and said, but, people will change. I can only say that this is Marshal Gu's fate. How many years has it been? Why are you still calling him Marshal Gu? Oh, yes, Gu Mang. The night at the frontier fortress was silent. The bonfire crackled, bursting out a string of golden light that was more dazzling than the stars. The slightly drunk old soldier lay on the ground, his arm under his head. He looked at the stars in the sky, and the shining stars. His Adam's apple moved, and he muttered a string of words that only he could hear. Sigh, to be honest, when I joined the army, it was because of Gu Mang. I even drank with him around a bonfire. He didn't put on any airs at all. At that time, when I saw him smile, I thought, if one day I could die in battle for him, then it would be a worthy death. Who knew that in the end, he would actually have such a fate. When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. After using Gu Mang, the enemy country sent him back to Chonghua as a peace offering. This person had experienced many ups and downs, and had seen many beauties. He made a mistake and became a traitor. But he had no regrets, and there was no turning back. So, what did it mean to be trapped in a cocoon of one's own making? What did it mean to be unjust and bring about one's own destruction? But then again, although his fate was tragic, he only had himself to blame. Falling into a situation where both sides didn't benefit, it was also satisfying. For a time, almost everyone in Xianxia was looking forward to Gu Meng's ending. They were decapitated, put to death by 1,000 cuts, cut into pieces, and torn apart by 5 horses. Even the little yellow-haired girl, who had just learned how to speak, knew how to curl her soft little tongue and vaguely say to the adults, "We can't just walk away from a place that doesn't need to be remembered." And so, Gu Meng, Marshal Gu, the former heroic commander of Xianxia, became Mo Shi's fated enemy. This legendary man was once known as the Beast of God. Finally, he lived up to everyone's expectations and became the leader of Xianxia. The author has something to say. Mo ran, I think there are a lot of small theaters in today's text. By the way, Gu Meng, if you can't name it halberd, strike army, I won't calculate the copyright fee with you. The problem is your military flag. If you call it tortoise strike army, then you cut a turtle flag and shout tortoise strike army. If you call it halberd strike army, then wouldn't you cut a column-shaped flag and shout chicken ate, Gu Meng? Little brother, what's wrong with you? You're in the wrong place. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran, why aren't you coming back? Mo Ran and Mo Mia are not related by blood. This article was written a long time ago when Buttface was writing this article. The continent was still divided. There were no upper and lower cultivation realms, only divided kingdoms. There were stories about the ancestors of some old companions, the origins of some sects, and the cause and effect of some old stories that might be mentioned later in the story. Some were mentioned very clearly, while some were very difficult to discover. It was probably like a hidden Easter egg, waiting for the fated person, hey, to discover it on his own. Al Meep in the blink of an eye, the Northern Frontier Army had been stationed at the border for 2 years. 100,000 soldiers set up camp by the river. After tonight, they would be able to return home in glory after another day's journey. The cultivators cooked, groomed the horses and washed their clothes. The water of the river sparkled under the setting sun, shining on the spiritual beasts lying by the river and the men bathing in the shallow water. Hey, scrub my back for me. We're going home tomorrow. I'm like a muddy monkey. My mother will scold me to death. Brother, help me shave my face later. I can't shave it myself. A group of people laughed at each other by the shallow water. They couldn't hide the sweetness in their eyes. The line in the hands of a loving mother, the dream lover, the return of a wandering son, those who should be filial, and those who should be married. Everyone had their own hopes. In the entire army, Mo Shi was probably the only one who had no hopes. His parents were dead, and he didn't have a wife. The entire Xianxia Empire was looking forward to his return, but there was not a single candle left for him alone among the tens of thousands of homes. Therefore, there was no warmth in his eyes, only the silent embers of the war of the past few years. Lord Shihi, you'll be able to see Princess Mengze again when we return to the city tomorrow. Yu Chenqing had just finished bathing and walked up from the river. When he saw Mo Shi, he smiled and said, I wish you both a successful farewell. If you want me to kick you back into the river, then continue. Yu Chenqing shut up and bowed to Mo Shi sincerely. Marshal Mo, I think you'll probably become a Buddha in this lifetime. Mo Shi ignored him and stood by the river, looking at the distant mountains. He hadn't returned to his hometown for 1,000 days and nights in the past 2 years. He really didn't know how Princess Mengze was doing recently. And Gu Meng, Mo Shi's eyes darkened slightly. 2 years ago, Gu Meng was sent back to the capital by the Wanwu kingdom as a peace offering. However, the moment he entered the city, he caused a commotion, As soon as the city gates opened and the escorting team came in, we were all dumbfounded when we saw what the famous Marshal Gu looked like. That's amazing. I'll never forget that scene. Mo Shi didn't know what kind of scene it was. He only knew that there seemed to be something wrong with Gu Meng's body. But what exactly was a little problematic referring to? Was he missing an arm or a leg? Was he blind or mute? He didn't know. With his identity and position, it was not appropriate for him to inquire about such matters. Moreover, he was usually too aloof, so the soldiers all revered him. As soon as he appeared, the cultivators who were still gossiping all shut their mouths and bowed to him very politely. Marshal Mo, she didn't know what to say. He nodded, stood there for a while, and then walked away coldly. Yu Chenqing had talked to him a few times. However, Yu Chenqing didn't know what to say. She said something different 10 times. She was also a quiet person. He never took the initiative to ask. So even now, he still didn't know what was going on with Gu Meng. He only knew that Gu Meng wasn't dead. That was enough. At night, She was alone in his tent. He couldn't sleep as he listened to the wind and the birds outside. In the past, he had mostly been with Gu Meng. Even if they weren't together, Gu Meng would wait for him outside the city when he returned to court. He couldn't stop thinking about the past. How did things end up like this today? Now that he thought about it, everything had been foreshadowed. When he first met Gu Meng was still a slave. But this slave was ambitious. Gu Meng had always wanted to do something big. Unfortunately, in Jiuzhou, bloodlines were the most important. Although the old emperor pitted his talent and made an exception to give him the position of commander, after the old emperor passed away, the new emperor didn't care about Gu Meng, who was born as a bastard. He was jealous of him, doubted him, and stripped of his authority. He even did something that Gu Meng couldn't tolerate anymore. She saw him fall into the abyss with his own eyes. He used to persuade Gu Meng as a close friend. He also used to quarrel with Gu Meng as a colleague. At that time, they were both in the military council. Gu Meng was in low spirits and was always absent from work. When She found him, he was listening to music and drinking wine in a brothel, resting on the soft thighs of a dancer. When he saw She, he closed his starry eyes and looked over with a faint smile, saying, "Lord Shihe, you're here." Mok was about to go mad with anger. He slammed the door to the side and strode into the room. Amidst everyone's cries of surprise, he slapped Gu Meng across the face and said, "Are you going to King rot like this for the rest of your life?" Gu Meng was drunk. He laughed and hugged She's neck, asking intimately, "Yes, young master do you want to rot with me? Get lost." Gu Meng laughed. He said, "It doesn't matter. In the end, you're a landowning household and I'm a slave. I know you think I'm dirty. I also know that no matter how hard the army under my command works, how much blood is spilled and how many people die, it's not worth mentioning in the eyes of the emperor. Who told us to be unworthy of cultivating? Although we were born lowly, we forced ourselves to do it." Later, Gu Meng was sent out of the capital by the emperor, but he never came back. People thought that he died in an accident. At that time, many girls who liked him cried for him. But one day, a military report suddenly came from the front line, saying that Gu Meng was seen in the burning country's army. Gu Meng had surrendered to the enemy. The scandal spread like wildfire through Chonghua. Everyone's anger was ignited. Only She's heart was like ice. He didn't believe it. He never believed it. Until he saw it with his own eyes. It was on the misty Dongting Lake, where water beasts were fighting. The burning country's tactics were so familiar that it broke his heart. He had seen this kind of evil and treacherous fighting style countless times. In the sand table that Gu Meng had deduced in the past, in the glorious battles of the Tortoise Army. She told the general in charge of the battle that they had to retreat and stop fighting. Otherwise, the entire vanguard would be buried at the bottom of the lake. "You're not Gu Meng's opponent." The general didn't listen. Who does Gu Meng think he is? He has the blood of a lowly slave. How can I, a pure-blooded god's descendant, lose to him? The old aristocrat with a gray beard looked arrogant. He didn't take Gu Meng seriously. So the fire of war burned. The army that had been undefeated under Gu Meng's leadership was defeated for the first time in front of the burning country's warships. The spiritual boats exploded one by one. Water demon beasts rushed out from the bottom of the lake and killed the cultivators. The sky was red with fire. Blood covered the water. Amidst the wails of defeat, Xia rode on his sword and arrived at the main ship of burning country. The fire was burning. Black smoke kept rising. The burning country was a country of devil cultivators. The cultivators' spells were vicious and fierce. Hundreds of them wanted to kill Emoshi. Stop. A familiar voice sounded. Inside the cabin of the ship, a figure slowly walked out from a dark corner. He saw Gu Meng again. Gu Meng's skin was darker than before. His body was stronger too. But his eyes were still black and bright, as if they could see through all the tricks in the world. His upper body was naked, and his thin waist was wrapped in bandages. A black overcoat was draped over his shoulders, and a blood-stained scarf was casually tied on his forehead. It was torn off from the head of a soldier from King Chenghua's division who had sacrificed himself. He leaned against the side of the ship casually. He squinted and looked forward. Then he smiled. "Lord Shihi, we haven't seen each other for a long time." The stench of blood was stirred up. Emoshi finally saw the traitor with his own eyes. The traitor. How could this be? He used to think that the burning country was a country that only advocated war and violence. Gu Meng was pure and kind. Even if he left the Chonghua, he should not go to the territory of the burning country. But now, he closed his eyes. His Adam's apple moved. After a while, he said, "Gu Meng, yes?" Emoshi's voice was low, but he tried to suppress his trembling. "You've gotten yourself into this situation." Gu Meng smiled in the fire. His black hair swayed slightly. He opened his palms in a flirtatious manner. "What's wrong with it?" "I think it's good. The burning country is talented. Even if the black demon cultivators are not righteous, everyone is fair." As Gu Meng spoke, he pointed at the blue scarf on his forehead with a gold border. "This is the scarf of a pure-blooded aristocrat. No matter how hard I tried in your country, no matter how many achievements I made, because of my family background, I will never get it. Do you know that kind of tiredness?" Gu Meng smiled. "I can't accept it." Emoshi said angrily, "That's a scarf that only the sons of heroes who sacrificed their ancestors can get. Take it off." Gu Meng stroked the blood-stained silk belt with interest. "Is that so?" "This was worn by a young Xiao. My subordinate cut off his head. I thought the scarf was exquisite and pretty. It was a pity to wear it on a dead person's head, so I took it to play with." "What, do you want it too?" He smiled evilly. "You should have one yourself. Why are you snatching it from me?" Emoshi was furious. He said sternly, "Take it off." Gu Meng said sweetly, but his tone was dangerous. "Lord Shihi, you entered the siege alone. Why are you not polite at all? Do you really think that I won't kill you because of our old friendship?" He gathered the Stygian demon bayonet in his hand. Gu Meng said, "Today, almost all of your country's vanguard troops have sunk at Dongting Lake. Emoshi, although you are powerful, you are still a lieutenant general. You can't persuade your stupid old aristocrat. Now that so many people have died, he didn't come to beg for mercy. Instead, you came to take the risk." Gu Meng smiled. "Do you want to be buried with the Chonghua soldiers who died in battle?" Emoshi didn't answer. After a moment of silence, he walked towards him. His combat boots left mottled marks on the deck where the blood had not dried yet. Emoshi finally opened his mouth. "Gu Meng. I know that the Chonghua owes you. I also owe you. You have done too much for me. Today, I won't fight with you." Gu Meng sneered. "Why don't you try? You asked me if I want to be buried with the soldiers who died in battle today. If I die, I can let you leave Liao country." He walked closer step by step. "That's good. I'll give you my life." Gu Meng stopped laughing. He stared at him with his black eyes. "I will really kill you." Emoshi didn't say anything. He just glanced at the blood on Gu Meng's forehead. Then his eyes slowly moved down and fell on Gu Meng's face. "Then kill me. After that, remember to turn back." This was the last time Emoshi tried to save him. The white eagle flew over the mast. The bayonet flashed. There was a muffled sound. Blood flowed from the wound. The cold blade pierced through the heart. It suddenly tore. "I said I would kill you." The bayonet was still in Emoshi's flesh. Gu Meng paused for a moment. Suddenly, he twisted his lips and sneered. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to negotiate with me?" Do you think I will feel guilty and turn back if you die? Don't be silly. He raised his neck and looked down. He sighed. As a general, as a soldier, as a man, we can't be too sentimental. As he spoke, he slowly bent down and knelt on one knee. One elbow rested on his knee. The other hand held the bayonet dripping with blood. He pulled it out. Blood splattered everywhere. Gu Meng pressed the bloody bayonet against Emoshi's face. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Lord Shihi, it's not that you don't want to fight with me. You know you have no chance of winning. That's why you're willing to bet your life on my conscience. His clothes were slowly stained red. At that moment, Emoshi didn't feel any pain. He only felt cold. So cold, he closed his eyes. It's not like that. If I could, I never wanted to fight with you. Once, the light was given by you. The heat was given by you. All the hot blood in my heart was because of you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Gu Meng said indifferently, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Emoshi. If I were you, and I fell into a desperate situation today, I would rather bet that I could perish together with the enemy than be like you, naively persuading the enemy to turn back. You and I are brothers. This is the last thing I can teach you. Before Emoshi lost consciousness, the last thing he remembered was a cultivator from Liao country flying over on a sword. He shouted anxiously, Commander Gu, there are reinforcements from the northeast. It's Mengze's army of medicine cultivators. Look, before he could finish, Emoshi couldn't hold on anymore. He suddenly leaned forward and fell on the blood-stained deck. In this bloody battle, Chonghua confirmed that the traitor Gu Meng had turned to Liao country and was working for the darkest country in the Jiuzhou continent. The old commander made a mistake and the army suffered heavy losses. Less than 100 of the 10,000 vanguards survived. Emoshi was also in a coma for several days before he woke up. Gu Meng stabbed him in the chest, but he didn't stop and turn back to be saved. According to what Gu Meng said a long time ago before he left Yunqing, Emoshi, the way up has been blocked. I have nowhere to go. I can only go to hell. After he finished, he asked the waiter for a jar of wine. Gu Meng smiled and filled the cups. He gave one to himself and the other to Emoshi. Dang. The cups hit each other and the wine splashed. Gu Meng's eyes sparkled, I'll buy you another drink. Your brother Gu Meng is going to be a bad guy from now on. At that time, Emoshi shook his head and thought that he was too indecent. He spoke as if he was joking. He had known this brother for so many years. He was too soft-hearted and didn't even want to kill an ant. How could such a loyal person become a bad guy, and the result? Red Child's men killed his comrades. And Red Child himself almost killed him. Fortunately, Princess Mengze arrived in time to save you. That bayonet was dipped in demonic poison. I'm afraid it wouldn't work if you came any later. There will be a scar on your chest. You need to rest for the next few months. Emoshi didn't listen to what the medicine practitioner said. He lowered his head and looked at the bandages wrapped around his chest. The rotten flesh had been dug out, but there was something else that was dug out from his chest together with the rotten flesh. It made him feel empty, painful, unwilling, and hateful. Until later, Gu Meng's evil deeds were repaid and he was sent back to the old capital. Emoshi felt that the scar on his chest had finally stopped bleeding. But it still hurt. After so many years, on the eve of the northern frontier army's return to the capital, Emoshi, who couldn't sleep, sat alone in the tent. His fingers rested in front of his brow bone and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed his moist eyes. He turned his face away. The dim candlelight flowed out from the gauze-covered lampstand and shone on his cold, angular side profile. He closed his eyes. Gu Meng, Gu Meng. There was no doubt that he was a good minister, but he was also a traitor. He hated him to the core and knew that he was guilty. But as his eyelashes trembled, he seemed to see Gu Meng from the school days. He was smiling, with a face that was both good and evil. When he was happy, he would show his canine teeth and his eyes were brighter than any stars he had ever seen. The sun was bright and the elder's words were tedious. Gu Meng, on the other hand, was bent over the table, secretly writing a self-written pornographic novel. He was very pleased that all the girls in the pornographic novel loved him. At that time, they didn't know what kind of tomorrow they would have. Mini theater, Gu Mei was confused. When can I stop living in dialogue/memories/lines? Emoji, when you're obedient. Gu Mei was confused. I've always been F**king obedient. Emoji, pay attention to your words. Gu Mei was confused. I'm an army ruffian. If I don't say that, am I supposed to say that? Emoji, if you're not obedient, I'll lock another chapter for you. Gu Mei was confused. Big brother, boss, master, hubby, your majesty, sweetheart, I'll call you whatever you want. We can talk about it. Emoji, okay. Then you call me a bed. Gu Mei was confused. The next day, the army returned. The entire city was bustling with activity. Women, children, old, and young lined the streets and alleys. Welcome back to the Northern Frontier Army. As the procession entered the city, a strange atmosphere suddenly surged on both sides of the official road. It was as if a pool of water had been poured into a pot of hot oil, but then a wooden lid was quickly placed on the pot, forcibly suppressing the sizzling fanaticism under the lid. The people lowered their heads, but their eyes kept glancing forward to peek at the elite troops of the emperor's army riding past. Emoshi was dressed in an imperial army uniform. His iron-plated boots were in the stirrups. Other than his belt and gauntlets, which shone with silver coldness, his entire body was dressed in black. Lord Shihi is so handsome. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I think he looked at me just now. Wow, don't joke around. Other than Princess Mingze, he can't see anyone else, okay? But he's not married to the princess. He's already 30 years old this year. He doesn't have a wife, a fiancé, or a concubine. Can't I just think about it? Seriously. As for the other generals and soldiers, their reactions were much sweeter than Emoshi's. They all happily waved at the people who lined the streets to welcome them. Yu Qingqing even happily took the flowers handed to her by the girls and planned to put them in her hair. After being warned by Emoshi, she resentfully gave up and sniffed the flowers in her hands. The road was very long. Yu Qingqing was well behaved for a while, but she began to dress up again. She smiled and winked at the people around her. Hello, miss, you're so pretty, I'm looking for a concubine. Food and lodging will be provided. Emoshi sternly said, Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing covered her mouth. The Northern Frontier Army's armor reflected the sun's rays, their weapons dazzling. Along the way, they looked extremely majestic, completely different from when Gu Meng had returned to the city. After all, when Gu Meng made his triumphant return, he took the lead and played with the cats and dogs at the front. The soldiers behind him were also happy and relaxed, laughing as they went to receive the snacks and wine handed over by the people. At this moment, the leader was Lord Shihi. Lord Shihi did not even smile, so the others naturally did not dare to be too presumptuous. From the city gate to the palace, it took more than an hour to travel slowly on horseback. When they arrived at the palace, there was still a long and tedious conferment ceremony. They had to kneel, bow, and give thanks. It was so annoying. After a while, they finally made it to the banquet, but Emoshi was still restless. In Yu Qingqing's words, he had to be chaste but not cold, distant but not rude when dealing with the young ladies. By the way, when Yu Qingqing joked about Emoshi's chaste for the first time, she was punished by Lord Shihi to copy female virtues 100 times. Lord Shihi coldly said, Yu Qingqing, do you not know what chaste means? Come here, I'll let you copy to your heart's content. But no matter how many times Yu Qingqing cried and recited, a woman's virtue is boundless, a woman's resentment has no end, Lord Shi's joke of chastity without losing her aloofness, estrangement without losing her manners still secretly spread throughout the army. Everyone thought, that's right, in order to wait for Princess Mingze, Lord Shi had delayed his marriage until the age of 30, refusing to get married. Just look at the situation at the banquet. A group of rich young ladies surrounded him and chattered incessantly, but he didn't even look at them. Lord Shihi, I haven't seen you in a long time. Lord Shihi, you seem to have lost some weight. Lord Shihi, do you think my hair ornament looks good today? Among this group of young ladies, the most popular one was Princess Yanping. She was Princess Ming's younger sister. She had just reached marriageable age this year, but her figure had already grown to be extremely graceful. Looking at her, she was full of lush spring. She walked to Emoshi with a smile, her lips fresh and tender like juicy berries. You. Xianxia saw this from a distance and did not even have time to swallow the pastry in her mouth. She hurriedly pulled a brother she had not seen for a long time. Hey, hey, hey. Brother, what? Xianxia said excitedly, come, look over there. Isn't that Princess Yanping and Lord Shihi? What's there to see? Princess Yanping definitely has no chance. No, no, no. I'll let you see what the legendary chastity without losing its aloofness, alienation without losing its politeness. Brother. Haven't you copied female virtues enough? Xianxia had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. She smiled and pulled her friend to eavesdrop nearby. Brother-in-law. Princess Yanping smiled and stood in front of Emoshi. The moment she opened her mouth, she was very teasing. Emoshi lowered his eyelids and paused for a moment because of this address. Then, he turned around and wanted to leave chastely. Xianxia hurriedly pulled him back. Brother-in-law, you haven't been playing with other girls. You're just standing here with a straight face. Are you angry that my sister didn't come? After a pause, Emoshi replied coldly, Princess, you've got the wrong person. I'm not married yet. I'm just casually calling her for fun. Emoshi suppressed his anger and replied estranged, how can this matter be taken lightly? Alright, don't be angry. My sister wasn't feeling well last month and went to the hot spring palace in Yangzhou to recuperate. She's not in the capital at all. Otherwise, she would definitely come to see you. Emoshi knew that Princess Mengzai's poor physique was actually related to him. Thus, he asked politely, is she okay? Xianxia, ha 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 ha. What did I say? I'm not wrong, am I? His brother felt that he was laughing too loudly. Even if the banquet was lively, there was still a danger that Lord Shihi would notice. Even if Xianxia didn't mind copying female virtues, he couldn't afford to lose this face. Thus, he covered Xianxia's mouth and dragged him away. The two of them left, but the conversation between Princess Yanping and Emoshi was not over. Xianxia continued to smile. After 2 years of blowing the wind outside the Great Wall, you're still thinking about my sister? Don't worry, it's an old illness. It's not like you don't know. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Emoshi did not say anything. But to be honest, with my sister's body, how can she endure you, Lord Shihi, before she recovers? As Xianxia spoke, he glanced at Emoshi's long legs with admiration and desire, and then at his high nose bridge a few times. Such long legs, such a high nose, a sexy Adam's apple, and slender, well-defined hands. One could imagine how strong this man was just by looking at him, and how ecstatic it would be to be pressed under his body. Xianxia sighed and said, if my sister is sick for the rest of her life and can't get married for the rest of her life, then are you really going to guard her for the rest of your life? Wouldn't that be a pity? She was very close to Emoshi. Her body was filled with the sweet fragrance of cosmetics. Her black hair was covered in pearls and jade, and there was a rouge-colored peony on her forehead. When she smiled, she deliberately leaned forward, and her half-exposed snow-white chest trembled like jade. Why don't you consider me? I've grown up, and I'm not inferior to my sister. As she spoke, she wanted to reach out and wrap her arms around his waist. It's just going to bed, don't be so serious. She smiled and licked her lips. You'll like it. It's over. Don't be too serious in bed. This sentence could be ranked in the top 3 most hated words in Emoshi's life. Princess Yanping failed to flirt with him, and she even accurately poked his sore spot. Emoshi glanced at her, paused, and said coldly, get out of the way. Hey, you. However, Emoshi had already walked past her with his sword-like eyebrows lowered. The tassels of the Feiyao terrace fluttered in the wind. Emo Quenching took another glass cup that glowed with amber light from the servant and walked to the edge of the terrace. His long legs wrapped in black military boots relaxed a little as he leaned against the vermilion railing and looked at the myriad of lights. After leaving the gloomy hall, he took a deep breath and drank some berry wine. His Adam's apple moved slightly. He had been favored by girls for many years. However, he still didn't like it, and he wasn't used to it. In the past, Emoshi didn't have so many admirers. When he walked on the road, not many people dared to peek at him. At that time, his temper was very bad. How bad was it? In comparison, the current Lord Shihi could be considered a gentle and kind little cutie. Later, there was chaos in his family. Everyone thought that this young Master Mo was at the end of his road. The noble cultivators didn't want to pay attention to him, and the cultivators who were born as slaves didn't dare to approach him. Only Gu Meng, the madman, wasn't afraid of death and was willing to roam with him. He was the only one who chose to accompany that down-and-out young master. He comforted him and said, "It's okay. Even if you're no longer a noble young master, you're still you. There's a fire in your heart, and it will shine sooner or later. I can see it, and people will see it in the future." Later, Emoshi got through the difficulties and indeed got rid of the shadow of the Emo family. He fought in the south and north, and his military achievements even surpassed those of his ancestors. No one thought that he was the only son of the Emo family anymore. Instead, they only thought of him as Lord Shihi. More and more girls started to have a good impression of him. However, after Gu Meng betrayed the country, the girls' tastes completely changed. They all admired Emoshi. There were even people who sighed and said, "It's better for men to be a little boring. They'll be honest and won't be as disappointing as Gu Meng. Although Lord Shihi has a bad temper, he's magnanimous. Whatever he wants to say, he directly scolds. He doesn't pretend at all." There were even brothel girls who put their hands on their waists and heroically said, "Lord Shihi is the purest man I've ever seen. I'll say it right here. If Lord Shihi comes to visit me, not only will I not take his money, I'll pay him instead." In the end, Lord Shihi really came the next day. He didn't come to visit her, but with a dark face, he sealed the brothel. "You're shameless to seduce the immortal. I'll punish you to go back and be good women." Emoshi fiercely sealed the brothel and fiercely reprimanded them. Then, he left angrily. He left a bunch of brothel girls howling, saying that if Lord Shihi advised them to be good men, they would never be prostitutes for the rest of their lives. Ah, Lord Shihi is really a peerless good man. It was simply inexplicable. People always liked to find someone who looked good and put them on the top of their hearts. Then, they would impose their own beautiful fantasies on that person to provide light for themselves. However, Emoshi didn't want to be that boring golden body at all. He wasn't as righteous as they thought. He also had some desires that were hard to talk about. He couldn't tell anyone about them. However, no one understood them at all. Just like how no one remembered how embarrassing Emoshi's life was in the past. Therefore, what Gu Meng said was right, but also wrong. He did get rid of the shadow of the Emo family and became shining in everyone's eyes with his own strength. However, he knew that the light only belonged to the perfect Lord Shihi and people's illusions. It had nothing to do with the lonely and embarrassed young man from a long time ago. From start to finish, Gu Meng was the only one who walked towards the stubborn brat sitting alone in the corner of the barracks. He was genuinely happy to be reunited with his fellow apprentice brothers from the academy after a long separation. He even happily extended his hand to the brat, flashing his canine teeth brilliantly. The bonfire was warm. He smiled and said, "Long time no see, Junior Mo. Can I sit next to you? Long time no see, can I sit next to you?" Suddenly, a similar sentence sounded behind him. Emoshi's fingertips trembled slightly, and the wine in the glass cup almost spilled out. He turned his head as if he was in a dream and saw a familiar figure. Under the moonlight, under the paulownia flowers of the Feiya pavilion, she was quietly looking at him. "The author has something to say, Emoshi, Yu Qingqing, get out here." Yu Qingqing, trembling, "Hello everyone, let me explain. Yesterday, I said that absence makes the heart grow fonder for Emoshi. I was just joking with him. Emoshi didn't marry Princess Mengze. He's an old virgin who has been single for thousands of years." Gu Meng, haha, he's still single for now. He's not a virgin anymore. Yu Qingqing. Oh, Yu Qingqing, wait. I think I know something? Emoshi, copy female virtues or embroidery. Choose one. Yu Qingqing. As if in a dream, he turned his head and saw a familiar figure. Under the moonlight, under the paulownia flowers of the Feiya pavilion. The figure was quietly looking at him. That person was not Gumeng, naturally, it was not Gumeng. Mo Shi, who came back to his senses, almost sneered in his heart. What was he thinking? The person who spoke was a man with gentle features. He was sitting in a wooden wheelchair, wearing a plain winter coat. His crippled legs were covered with a thin lotus-colored blanket. Mo Shi was slightly surprised. Elder Qingsu? Elder Qingsu, Xianxia. He was Yu Chenqing's elder brother. He was different from the carefree, silly boy Yu Chenqing. Jiang Yeshua's life was very poor. His mother passed away early. Later, because he insisted on marrying the daughter of a guilty official, he was expelled from the Yu family. At that time, he and the girl did not have much money, so their marriage was very simple. Due to the pressure of the Yu family, only a few people insisted on going, among them were Mo Shi and Gu Meng. Mo Shi gave them a small courtyard. Gu Meng looked at the deed and was dumbfounded. Then he said to Jiang Yeshua, "Brother, I'm very poor. I can't afford this." Everyone laughed. Gu Meng puffed up his cheeks and played the song "A Male Phoenix Courting a Female Phoenix" for them. However, good times did not last long. Jiang Yeshua and his wife joined the army together. The war was merciless. First, his wife was taken away, and then his legs were taken away. Mo Shi did not know how this man survived. Fortunately, Jiang Yeshua was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. In the end, he pulled himself together and got the position of an elder in the cultivation school to teach the way of refining weapons. But this move actually angered his biological father, the Yujun Tian, who was the #1 blacksmith in Chonghua, and ordered the Cultivation Academy to strip Jiang Yeshua of his teaching position. This unfilial son who was expelled from the Yu clan doesn't even follow our surname anymore. How could he still have the face to rely on the Yu clan's ability to make a living? The palace master could not win against the Yujun Tian, so he could only tactfully reject Jiang Yeshua. When Mo Shi saw this, he decided to give him a position in the military council. Unexpectedly, before he could even open his mouth, the next day, the Cultivation Academy's palace master actually begged Jiang Yeshua to bring him back. This time, no matter how much the Yu clan complained, it was useless. The palace master only said that he was instructed by an old friend. As for who that old friend was, it was still a mystery in Chonghua. Jiang Yeshua knew that he and the Yu clan hated each other. In the past, this kind of banquet would never happen. That was why Mo Shi was so surprised to see him. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yeshua said, "I'm here to see Chenqing." When Jiang Yeshua left, Yu Chenqing was still young. He did not remember many things clearly, but as his older brother, he could not let go of his younger brother. Although Yu Chenqing did not acknowledge him, he did not make things difficult for him like the other Yu clan members. "I also wanted to see you." Jiang Yeshua paused, then smiled, "I couldn't see you anywhere. I thought that it might be because it was too noisy inside and you couldn't stand it, so I came to see you." Sure enough, I guessed right. You really were here to enjoy the wind. If you wanted to see me, you could have just sent a message. Why did you come here personally? You can't catch a cold with the wound on your leg. I'll take you back. It's fine. It hasn't hurt for a long time. Jiang Yeshua said, "I came here to thank you. Chenqing is still young. Thank you for taking care of him for the past 2 years." Mo Shi was silent for a while, then said, "Your younger brother is still young. It's not a bad thing to be a little playful. Besides, he has improved a lot in the past 2 years." Jiang Yeshua smiled gently, "Is that so? He didn't give you any trouble?" "Just a little. He helped me a lot." Jiang Yeshua sighed and nodded, "Okay, that's good." After a moment of silence, the wind blew the tassels of the flying jade pavilion. Jiang Yeshua suddenly said, "Lord Shihi, you've been away for a long time. I'm sure you don't know much about the things that have happened in the imperial capital." He had always been intelligent, perceptive, and considerate. "It's too noisy inside the pavilion. I don't want to go back for a while. If Lord Shihi has anything you want to know, just ask me." "There's nothing in particular I want to know." Mo Shi turned to look at the moon and the stars in the sky. "I don't have any relatives in the city." Jiang Yeshua knew he was an awkward person. He looked at him and nodded calmly. After a while, Emoshi coughed softly and asked, "How have you been all these years?" Xianxia smiled, "Pretty good. What about Jiuansheng?" "Everything is going well for him." "Princess Mengze?" "Wanan." "Emoshi." "That's good." Jiang Yeshua's eyes flashed. "Is there anything else you want to know?" "No." After a while, Emoshi drank the last bit of wine in his cup. He looked at the bright night sky and couldn't help but ask. "What about Gu Meng? How is he?" Jiang Yeshua looked at him as if he was sighing. "Ah, you beat around the bush and finally brought him up." He said, "Of course he's not doing well." Emoshi was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. His throat was dry. "I think so too. If you're willing, you should go and see him. He's been living in that place for so long. He has changed a lot." Emoshi was stunned. He didn't know how to react. He frowned and asked, "Where?" Jiang Yeshua didn't expect him to react like this. He widened his eyes and was also stunned. "You don't know?" "What do I know?" Jiang Yeshua, neither of them said anything else. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. Drunken men and women were projected between the windowsills. Emoshi suddenly reacted. His eyes widened. He couldn't have been sent to. He's been in Luomei Garden for 2 years. Jiang Yeshua didn't expect that Yu Qinqing hadn't revealed such an important matter. In the end, he was the one who told Emoshi. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Emoshi's face instantly turned green. Luomei Garden, what kind of place was that? It was a brothel. In a short time, they could empty the stomachs of all the people who were sold there. A person with a mild temperament would be changed beyond recognition, while a person with a strong temperament would be destroyed indiscriminately. They actually sent him to that place? They actually, Emoshi's Adam's apple bobbed. For the first time, he didn't say anything. For the second time, he said with difficulty. "Arranged by the Lord Wanshu?" Jiang Yeshua paused. He sighed and nodded. "You know that the Lord Wanshu hates him." Emoshi fell silent. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the boundless night sky. He didn't say anything else. Ever since Gu Meng was sent back to Chonghua 2 years ago, he had imagined many possible outcomes for Gu Meng. At that time, he didn't know what punishment Gu Meng would receive. He thought that if Gu Meng was locked up in the heavenly prison, he might go and take a look. Then he would say a few mocking words. If Gu Meng became a cripple, he wouldn't sympathize with him. He might even make things difficult for him. Even if there was something soft between them, after so many years, the hatred between them was too deep. There was no way to reconcile. The only time Mok had ever imagined that he would be able to drink a pot of wine with Gu Meng peacefully was in the graveyard. Gu Meng was lying inside, and he was standing outside. Perhaps Gu Meng would talk to him like before, and place a red peony flower made of spiritual energy in front of the stone tombstone. That would at least be a parting that didn't quarrel with each other. But since a long time ago, Gu Meng was good at bringing all kinds of accidents to Emoshi. Emoshi didn't think that it would be the same this time. Fallen Plum Garden. Emoshi's heart was tormented by these words. He thought about these words over and over again, trying to get a little bit of joy from them. But in the end, he found that his efforts were in vain. He didn't get any joy from them. On the contrary, he felt disgusted and angry. He didn't know where this disgust and anger came from. Evil people will get their just desserts. Shouldn't this be a great thing? Emoshi put his elbows on the railing. He wanted to bend his fingers, but they were numb. He turned to look at Jiang Yeshua's face, but he felt that it was indescribably blurry. He felt dizzy and his stomach spasmed. Gu Meng was sent to Fallen Plum Garden. It had been 2 years. Emoshi felt that he should laugh recklessly at this moment. This was the right thing to do. It was the only way to match the deep hatred between them. So he twisted his lips and teeth, trying to get a little bit of joy. But in the end, there was only a cold sneer, falling from her teeth. That handsome face under the sun flashed in front of his eyes. She smiled at him with her black eyes. "Hello, junior brother Mo." It was as if Gu Meng's brilliant appearance after joining the army flashed across her mind. She was in the midst of a lively group of friends. She turned around and winked at Xianxia. The ends of her eyes were very long and slightly tilted upwards. Then, a gentle smile spread across her face as she smiled sincerely. He also remembered the words Gumeng said after he became the commander. There was someone who smiled and said, "Come on, join the army today and become a bastard. Next year, you will be promoted and rich." There was someone who shouted angrily in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "Come on, let's go. Those who are not completely dead better get up. I'll take you home." There was someone who knelt in front of the throne room and begged the emperor not to bury his soldiers. "I want to ask the pharmacists to identify the corpses. I beg you, this is not a useless effort. Every soldier's tombstone should have a name. Emperor, I don't want any of my brothers to not be able to return home. They recognized me as the commander. Whether they are human or ghost, I will bring them back. I promised. They don't want glory. They just want a name that they should have." There was someone who couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears in front of the throne room. "Do slaves deserve to die? Do slaves not deserve to be buried? They also bled and lost their lives. They don't have parents, and in the end they don't even have a name. Why are the Yu, Mo, and Morong families heroes when they die, but my brothers are just a hole to be buried when they die? Why?" That was the first time Gumeng cried in front of the throne room. He didn't cry while kneeling. He curled up, bent over, and cried while squatting. He had just finished a battle. The blood on his body hadn't been washed off. His face was full of smoke and fire marks. His tears left mottled traces. This god of war, who always represented hope on the battlefield, was beaten back to his original lowly self in the throne room. He was like a nameless corpse. All the civil and military officials in the throne room were dressed formally. Many people looked at this poor general with disdain. His clothes were shabby and dirty. He choked and whimpered like a beast on the verge of death. I said I would bring them back, do a good deed and let me keep my promise, but he probably knew that it was useless. In the end, he didn't beg or cry anymore. He just repeated, his gaze almost unfocused, as if he was murmuring to a wandering soul, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I don't deserve to be your general. I'm just a slave." When these sentences fell into his memory bit by bit, She only felt a splitting headache. He couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, covering his face under the shadow of his hand. It was cold. His heart was cold. Xianxia said, "Lord Shihi, are you okay?" No one answered. After a long time an emotionless voice drifted out from the shadow, "I'm okay." "How is it not okay?" Xianxia looked at him and sighed, "You and I have known each other for so many years. Why do you have to pretend in front of me?" Emoshi, the copper bells on the eaves tinkled, and the slender bright yellow tassels danced in the wind. You and Gumeng's names have always been mentioned together in the past. You practiced magic together in the cultivation school, went to the battlefield together, and were later conferred titles together. Xianxia said, "Now, you're still high and mighty, but he's already in the dust. For so many years, you were on the same level as him. Now, you're the only one left. I don't think you're happy." He paused and turned to look at Emoshi. "Besides, he used to be your closest friend." Emoshi lowered his thick and long eyelashes. After a moment, he answered. "I was blind when I was young. But after he betrayed the country, you still believed that he had his reasons. You believed for a long time." "I was more blind than you," Emoshi said. He looked at the cup in his hand, where there was still a trace of wine left, glowing with a rosy glow. He didn't want to continue this conversation. "The wind is blowing. Elder Qingsu, let's go back to the main hall." A few days after he found out about Gumeng's whereabouts, Emoshi had been very irritated. He had originally wanted to control this emotion that he shouldn't have, but as time passed, his irritation only increased. Emoshi knew that he was suffering from a mental illness. Only Luome Villa had that medicine. Finally, on a certain night, in the depths of the twilight, a carriage with heavy veils draped over it slowly drove towards the northern part of the capital. Emoshi sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. Even though there were curtains around him and he was the only one inside, his back was still very straight. His extravagantly handsome face was expressionless, so cold that it was frightening. "My lord, we've arrived." She didn't directly get off the carriage. Instead, he lifted the curtains and glanced out from the shadows. It was the busiest time of the night market. 2 rows of extremely exaggerated plum lanterns were lit by spiritual power outside the courtyard across the street, reflecting the scarlet horizontal board hanging high above Luome Villa. The frost in the morning breeze is clearer than the snow. Scattered in the dust and mud. It was different from an ordinary cosmetics market. Most of the people inside were prisoners of war from Xianxia. Their spiritual cores had been destroyed, and they had been prisoners ever since. "My lord, do you want to go in?" She glanced around and saw a few familiar faces. They were the kind of hedonistic young masters that he usually disliked, so he frowned and said, "Go in through the back door." The carriage stopped at the back door of Luome Villa. "Go back. You don't have to stand guard here." After giving orders to the carriage driver, he stood in place and looked at the terrain several times. Then, with a tap of his foot, he leaped onto the eaves and quietly slipped into the night. Before he came, he had seen the blueprint of Luome Villa, so it wasn't difficult to find the residence of the young ladies. Soon, he arrived at the flower pavilion in the side courtyard. He put on a cloak and entered through the main entrance like an ordinary guest. He walked past the rows of rooms with vermilion-painted doors. "Thousand withers fire Saintus Shashuero. Thousand withers fire Saintus Qin Feng." Liao Country left Army Deputy General Tang Zhen. Blood Rain left Army Female Official Lin Huarong. There was a small wooden plaque hanging by each door. On it was written in detail which country these people were from, their official positions, and their names. Everything was written clearly. It was convenient for guests who had grievances with enemy countries to find the most suitable target to vent their anger. If there were guests seeking pleasure inside, the name on the plaque would be red. If there were no guests inside, the words on the plaque would be black. In Luome Villa, the nobles were the gods. As long as they were happy, they could do anything. The smiles, flattery, and bodies of the men and women. It was to the extent that their lives were at the mercy of the monarch. She glanced around, his clothes flying. He walked past rows of cloisters. The sound insulation here wasn't good, so the sounds of men and women making love were very clear. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and his heart beat faster and faster. Where was Gu Meng? After walking past dozens of rooms, he still didn't see the plaque. He went up to the second floor and looked for it again. Finally, She stopped at a secluded corner. The dark wooden plaque had thin handwriting. "Chonghua Trader Gu Meng." In the entire villa, it was the only plaque with the words Chonghua. She's gaze seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. It fell heavily on the plaque. At that moment, something seemed to have been ignited in his black eyes, and it burned darkly. But that light was extinguished very quickly. He raised his hand, but when his knuckles were an inch away from the door, he stopped. He suddenly realized that the words on Gu Meng's plaque were read. "There's a guest. Author has something to say, vast tomorrow online bird emoji, it's better not to see him in a place like this. Vast expanse, shut up. I want to appear. I want. Appear. I want, emoji. Fine, I'll give you whatever you want. Stop fooling around." There were guests. Extinguishing was instantly enraged and disgusted. A mouthful of blood surged in his chest and his hands trembled with hatred. But what should he be resentful of? Should he be resentful of the people who came to flip Gu Meng's sign? They were just spending money for fun. Should he hate the Lord Wangshu? He was just following the imperial edict to humiliate a sinner. So he could only resent Gu Meng. Gu Meng was the one who reaped what he sowed and ended up in this state. Not only did he rot, but he also suffered with him. She stared at the bright red words on the sign. The red was like some kind of chronic disease that easily dyed the bottom of his eyes. He suddenly felt that everything was so familiar, like a repeat of a nightmare. Many years ago, in the same brothel, Gu Meng was in the room, and he was standing outside in pain. At that time, he had just returned from a mission and heard that Gu Meng was muddle-headed after being stripped of his power by the new emperor. He even spent his days in the brothel drinking to drown his sorrows. he did not believe it. But when he stood in the dim light like a fool, panting like a fool, passing through the sounds of the birds and pushing open the heavy sandalwood door of the room, he still saw the figure in the depths of the room. The face was still the same, but the person seemed to be no longer the same person. Gu Mei was lying in the depths of the soft tent, surrounded by pearls and jade. The warm smoke from the golden beasts burned inch by inch. The light green smoke rose in spirals, making everything blurry. Hearing the noise, he opened his blurry eyes and glanced at Emoshi with his black eyes. But it was as if he could not see the anger and sadness on his old friend's face. He just chuckled. Emoshi felt that something in his heart was broken by Gu Meng's unrestrained smile. It's just a bed. I can do it with anyone. There's no need to be so serious. At that time, Gu Meng had said this to him. Gu Meng never cared about these things. That was why he could hold his uneasy face while panting on his bed and comfort him by saying, "It's okay. Brother Gu Meng's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. You can do whatever you want. If junior brother likes it, if junior brother wants it, then I can. I can use more strength." During those years of crazy entanglement, Gu Meng had also muttered his name absent-mindedly when he couldn't help but cry, choking and saying "I love you." But maybe he wasn't serious. That was why he was able to lie in a gentle and soft place with a smile on his face, not caring about the past. He was too foolish. Like a silly boy, he actually took those words of love in bed seriously. What's so great about it? After seeing that he had abandoned the new emperor, Gu Meng did not choose to pull himself together. Perhaps the things that Jun Shang did, the deaths of some people, had already shattered his soul. He wanted to live in a quagmire. Sleeping gas, strong alcohol, women. Whatever could release the most dreams, he would drown himself in it. Only in those dreams would he still be his young Commander Gu. His comrades and hot-blooded years were never far away from him. At this moment, faint voices came from the side rooms of Luomei Villa. Emoshi only felt that he couldn't breathe. He abruptly turned and walked to the end of the corridor, panting towards the outside. Her slender fingers pinched the window lattice, and a crack appeared on the lattice. Bastard. The rims of Emoshi's eyes were red. He stared silently at the long night in front of him. These two extremely harsh words suddenly appeared in his heart. This was the first time in his life that he had thought of such a vicious word to describe someone. Gu Meng, this bastard. He had once thought that he understood Gu Meng very well. He had once thought that he understood Gu Meng better than anyone else. He had once been so foolish, keeping Gu Meng in his heart as the most precious person in his life. He had once been so wooden. Gu Meng had clearly taught him that sleeping together did not mean anything. Sleeping together many times only meant that they liked each other's bodies. But he still could not help but treat the other as a lover that he would never let down. In this aspect, he was old-fashioned and stubborn. No one could change his stubborn temper. That was why he had once trusted Gu Meng so firmly. Even when Gu Meng was later condemned by thousands of people, he still stood in the main hall of the Chonghua Palace and said to everyone, "I, Emoshi, swear on my life that Gu Meng would not betray the country." But Gu Meng had lied to him. Gu Meng had betrayed him. He had betrayed his trust again and again. He had betrayed his expectations day after day. In the end, he had even personally pierced his chest and told him that there was no turning back. He had once thought that nothing could get worse. Who would have thought that until now, Gu Meng would still be able to crush his already broken heart? Before entering Luomei Resort, Emoshi had actually held a tiny bit of hope in his heart. He had hoped that Gu Meng would still be that unyielding Gu Meng. He had hoped that he would lower his head and urge the powerful officials to do things, making him unhappy. If that was the case, his heart that had long been scarred by Gu Meng might still have some comfort. But Gu Meng did not even give him this comfort. Mo Extinguish felt that even the bones hidden in his flesh and blood were trembling with hatred, so much so that he was trembling. Gu Meng had actually, in order to live, been willing to go to this extent, to actually, bang. The door opened. Emoshi's back suddenly tensed, like an eagle waiting for its prey. He did not turn his head, but he knew that the voice had come from Gu Meng's room. Someone walked out of Gu Meng's room, cursing and swearing. He spat on the floor and walked down the stairs with heavy steps. The corridor was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. The guest who had left was a drunkard. Emoshi felt more and more nauseous. He stood in the same place, trying his best to suppress the anger in his chest. After a long while, the smell of alcohol had dissipated and could no longer be smelled. Only then did he raise his head and close his eyes. Then he slowly opened his eyes. With an almost strange calmness, he silently returned to Gu Meng's room. He paused, lifted his black leather boots, and pushed open the carved lacquer door that had been closed not long ago. He finally entered his room. The room was very dark, with only an oil lamp lit. The air was still filled with the nauseating smell of alcohol. Emoshi walked in with a sullen face. He scanned the room, but there was no one. He scanned the room again. Halfway through, he noticed the soft sound of water behind the screen. Gu Meng was taking a bath. This realization hit him like a heavy blow, making him dizzy. He was about to go crazy. Blood flowed up and reddened his eyes. He bit his lip and turned his head to the side. His fingernails had already sunk into his palms. He could barely hold back his anger. But what did Gu Meng have to do with him now? Whether he was bullied, tortured, or even, what did it have to do with him? He did not know that he would be so angry. His resentment had only increased over time. In order not to lose his composure, Emoshi sat down at the small round table and silently closed his eyes. As he waited for Gu Meng to come out, he wondered what Gu Meng's expression would be when he saw him later. What should he say when he saw Gu Meng later? He gritted his teeth in silence for a long time. He did not even notice when the sound of water stopped. It was not until another candle in the room was lit that he suddenly came back to his senses. He tilted his head and opened his eyes. He saw a young man in a white unlined shirt quietly looking at him by the lampstand. He did not know how long he had been there. That face was still the same as in his memory. It was just a little thinner. For a moment, no one spoke. The young man stood there silently. His clothes were loose, his neck was shackled, and his feet were bare. His pitch-black hair was not combed, and it hung obediently on his shoulders. It made his face pale and thin, and his eyes seemed especially bright. He had just washed himself. At this moment, his hair was dripping water from his neck, to his collarbone, and to his chest. Suddenly, it was hidden in the shadows of his clothes, and could no longer be seen, leaving only a few faint traces of wetness. Gu Meng. Gu Meng. The room was terrifyingly quiet, making the sounds of the man and woman next door even more ear-piercing. Emoshi's eyes were still slightly red. His clenched fists were also trembling. He stared at the man, his Adam's apple moving. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Finally, he saw him again. Previously, there were so many questions in his heart, but he could not think of any of them. The only scene that flashed through his blurry eyes was the scene from many years ago on the battleship. Gu Meng's forehead was covered with the blue gold scarf he had snatched. The blood-dripping bayonet was raised to his face. He looked at him with a complicated gaze and said, "I really will kill you." At that time, Emoshi felt that perhaps this was the end of the two of them. But now, Gu Meng was standing in front of him again, his gaze deep and calm, looking at him silently. Speaking of which, it was funny. Their enmity was so deep, but at this moment, Emoshi was actually disappointed that he did not notice Gu Meng's appearance in time, so that he missed Gu Meng's first glance at him. But now, Gu Meng was calm and unperturbed. It was as if he was looking at every guest who had walked into his room in the past 2 years, without any of the emotions that Emoshi was familiar with. It was actually such a peaceful reunion. It was so peaceful that it was a little abnormal. The two of them looked at each other for a while, then Gu Meng walked over and sat down next to Emoshi. Perhaps it was because such a calm action was out of Emomiya's expectations. Even though his face remained calm, he subconsciously took a step back. Gu Meng suddenly picked up a bundle of small bamboo slips from the table and silently handed it to him. Emoshi did not know what to do, but he still took it. With the help of the weak candlelight, he opened the bamboo slips. He quickly skimmed through the contents, but felt his blood heat up and then cool down. In the end, he closed his eyes and fiercely threw the bamboo slips on the table. There was a loud bang. The tranquility was shattered. Gu Meng. Emoshi stared at him, still holding back, but the lava in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. His knuckles were also cracking. Are you F***king crazy? You have to choose. Gu Meng opened his mouth. After such a long time, when they met again, his first sentence was actually these 3 words. He could actually say it so blandly. He picked up the bamboo slips again and handed them to Emoshi again. Choose one. What do you think I'm here for? Gu Meng seemed to only know how to say this word. Choose. Emoshi was so angry that he was about to ascend to the heavens. His chest heaved up and down, and his bright black eyes were filled with hostility. The redness in his eyes intensified. Anger, disappointment, hatred, and sorrow had all become the color of blood in his eyes. He held the bundle of small bamboo slips. After a while, he threw it on the table again. The bamboo slips were knocked open. The price of Falling Plum Villa was neatly listed on it, from chatting, drinking, to venting anger, to Emoshi suddenly turned his gaze away. If you don't choose, then what should I do? Emoshi was almost driven crazy by him, but he was still holding back. He was really irritable, but he was also really good at holding back. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you mean, what should I do?" Gu Meng looked at him calmly, his eyes like an ancient well without ripples. Didn't you come here to visit me? Emoshi's face froze. He could not believe that one day this word would fall on his head. He even felt that his stomach was starting to cramp. Gu Meng, everyone is here to do these things. Gu Meng said, if you don't do it, then why are you here? He pulled the bamboo slips over for the 3rd time, raised them up, and unfolded them in front of Emoshi. Choose, or leave. The author has something to say, before and after, Emoshi, I don't care about Gu Meng. Emoshi, we've broken up. Emoshi, what does his life have to do with me? After and after, Emoshi, you let me down. Emoshi, you abandoned me after having sex with me. Emoshi, if you're not serious, then why did you seduce me? Gu Meng. Friends, have you learned that some men, no matter how long their legs are, how handsome they are, and how good they are at work, they shouldn't casually sleep in their bed. Otherwise, it's obvious that they slept with you. But you have to take responsibility for them. If it was 3 days ago, someone had predicted to Emoshi, Lord Shihi, I'll tell you secretly, you'll visit someone else 3 days later. Then Lord Shihi would definitely smash that person's face and teeth. However, he had no other choice but to ride a tiger and find it difficult to dismount. In the end, he still clicked his knuckles on the word gossip. When he chose, his whole face was green and his eyes were full of oppressive darkness. Emoshi finished choosing. Gu Meng stretched out his hand to him. What do you want? Give me the money. You. Emoshi was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. Gu Meng didn't say a word. He just spread his hands and waited for the money. He didn't talk much now. In Lord Shihi's memory, Marshal Gu was a talkative person. When he stood under the scorching sun and faced the soldiers on the drill ground, he would always stomp back and forth proudly and majestically, shouting to the soldiers below. His skin would glisten with sweat, like crystal beads falling from a cheetah's fur. He always had a bright smile, his black eyes were moist and shiny, and he also had a small canine tooth. Emoshi gave him the most expensive gold shellfish in Chonghua. Gu Meng didn't thank him. He stood up and walked to the shelf, took down a small jar, carefully put the shellfish into it, and then put the jar higher up. Mo Miao looked on coldly, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Anger, hatred, resentment, all sorts of things. He looked at Gu Meng's back and suddenly asked coldly, how much money do you have in that jar? How many people have you been insulted, humiliated, and trampled on by? How many people have you slept with? Gu Meng still didn't say a word. He put down the jar and sat in front of Emoshi again. Under the dim light, Gu Meng's face wasn't so clear. Emoshi didn't know if there were some subtle emotions on his face that he didn't catch. Gu Meng was too quiet, so quiet that it was abnormal. 2 years of humiliation, had his last pride been worn away, but Emoshi hadn't asked him to pay the debt, hadn't heard him admit his mistake. How could he give up his flesh and blood and leave Emoshi an empty shell? You gave me gold shellfish. You gave me too much. You don't need to change. Gu Meng said honestly, I can't afford it. As he spoke, he opened the bamboo slip again and handed it to Mo Quebec. So, you can choose a few more. You can choose any of the ones on this slip. Emoshi, he stared at Gu Meng's face. There wasn't any pain from the humiliation on his face. He just quietly, peacefully, and logically asked Emoshi to choose some more things. Emoshi turned his head, gritting his teeth so hard that they almost broke. How strange, shouldn't he have expected this? In the past, he visited prostitutes, and then he betrayed the country. He stepped on his bottom line again and again. Don't be too serious in bed was something that Gu Meng had said a long time ago. Now, in order to survive, he sold his body. He went from sleeping with others to being slept with. What was there to be surprised about? I don't want to choose. Emoshi was getting more and more irritated, as if he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly stood up, his face cold. Forget it, I'm leaving. Gu Meng seemed to have never encountered such a situation before. There was finally a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Emoshi had already turned around, but Gu Meng pulled his sleeve. Emoshi was really close to his breaking point. His anger splashed with dangerous sparks, and he could erupt at any time. What do you want? Gu Meng didn't answer again. He went back to the shelf, took down the small clay jar, and took out the golden shell coin. He silently handed it back to Emoshi. Then I'll give this back to you. Goodbye. There was a bit of dead silence. Suddenly, with a hua sound, Emoshi gritted his teeth and pulled the bamboo slip over. He placed it in front of Gu Meng's eyes. You've been living here for the past 2 years, doing these shameful things. How do you feel? Have you been happy? Someone slapped you and gave you some money. You can make do with this kind of life, right? The lava flow finally broke through the shackles, and the suppressed fury gushed out. Emoshi panted, his eyes flashing scarlet. But his eyes were wet. You even accompanied that kind of man. Are you still the Gu Meng of the past? Look at you now. I used to be friends with people like you. I used to quarrel with others because of you. I used to treat you as he couldn't continue. His face was full of anger, and even his lips were trembling. Affected by his intense emotions, the candles in the room that were lit with spiritual power trembled. The light flickered, and the two of them looked at each other from the side. Emoshi grabbed Gu Meng's collar. Gu Meng couldn't dodge, and his clothes were messed up. The two of them were almost nose to nose, and their eyes were staring at each other. Emoshi's chest rose and fell violently. He stared at Gu Meng for a while. Suddenly, his gaze fell and swept to Gu Meng's naked shoulder. There were bruises on it, and they were all traces of being whipped. Emoshi only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if something had melted. In addition to the blazing anger in his scarlet eyes, there were also some other emotions that he couldn't explain. Those emotions drove him to suddenly raise his hand and fiercely choke Gu Meng's cheek. He pushed him against the cabinet, and with a bang, he supported himself on the side of Gu Meng's face, pressing his tall figure down. The candle flame struggled, but in the end, it was no match for the violent spiritual current that erupted from Emoshi's body. It suddenly extinguished. In the darkness, Emoshi stared at Gu Meng's face, which was inches away from his. His rough, calloused fingers ruthlessly crushed Gu Meng's cheeks and lips. His voice was both angry and hoarse. He was so angry that he didn't even notice the strange look in Gu Meng's eyes, and didn't notice the flash of astonishment in Gu Meng's eyes. In order to live, in order to earn some money, you can do whatever I want, right? Gu Meng seemed to be in too much pain from being choked. His cheeks gradually turned red, and he finally stopped being so silent. Instead, he began to struggle under Emoshi's hands. But Emoshi's rationality had already run out. He couldn't see Gu Meng's pain at all. The surroundings were so dark as death. In the neighboring rooms on both sides, there were men's panting and women's moaning, reminding Emoshi where this place was, what Gu Meng was doing here, and what they could do here. Emoshi was slightly frightened by such a stimulating thought that flashed through his mind, and his scalp went numb. The woman in the neighboring room seemed to have been pushed to the extreme, and her moans became louder and more rapid. In the darkness, the sound of flesh colliding was so clear that it seemed to be pasted next to his ear. And Gu Meng's struggles under him due to his lack of breath were all taken by him as shameless dilly-dallying seduction. Mo Shi's eyes slowly darkened. There was boiling molten iron in them, and it was shockingly hot. Because of anger, or because of other reasons? Let go. Mo Shi didn't let go. He just sneered. There was no joy in his laughter at all, and it was full of extreme disappointment and jealousy. He was wrapped in hatred, or perhaps there was something else. His voice was splashed with sparks, and it was so hoarse that even he himself found it unbelievable. He leaned over and whispered in Gu Meng's ear, "Okay. You won't let me go, right? Then what do you want me to choose? Do you want me to sleep with you, or do you want me to f***ck you?" Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Haven't you been f***cat enough by me?" He was too impulsive. As soon as he said this, he also felt shocked. Mo Shi almost never said such words. He was the kind of person who would frown when he heard Yu Qingqing's dirty jokes. But at this moment, he was forced to be so crazy that he blurted out a few words without thinking. Fierce, threatening, ruthless. Beastly, dormant. Desperate. Mo Shi cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he hit the shelf heavily. The small jar Gu Meng used to store money shook a few times, and smashed on the ground with a bang. He turned his head subconsciously and glanced at it. He didn't pay much attention to it. After a while, he suddenly realized something. He let go of Gu Meng's hand, straightened his body, and turned to look at the ground. A bit of moonlight shone in through the window. There was nothing in that small jar of money. Gu Meng didn't even get the smallest white shell coin. That jar was empty. The author had something to say. Gu Meng, angry tiger, if you don't want to choose, then don't choose. Why are you choking me? Mo Shi, glancing at tigers, but then where do you want me to choke you? Gu Meng. Move your dangerous gaze away. What's going on? Why is it empty? It was as if a ladle of ice water had been poured into boiling water. The boiling water was temporarily extinguished and the steam was dense. Mo Shi vaguely thought in this hazy miasma, why is it that there are obviously guests who entered my room, but there is not even a single shell coin left in the jar? Is it because those people bullied him and did not even pay him money? The Lord Shi, he was a person who was serious, stern, and self-disciplined. He was like an indestructible city. Nothing could ignite the flames of war in this city. Except for Gu Meng. Since a long time ago, as long as he encountered something related to Gu Meng, Mo Shi would not be able to control himself. He would become irritable, impulsive, and irritated. He would even lose his mind and lose all rationality. Later on, when he became the commander-in-chief, he had been through life and death for a few years. He had become sharper and sharper, but he still could not restrain this little bit of selfishness. In front of Gu Meng, he was not the first commander of the Chonghua, but an ordinary young man. He was becoming more and more unable to control himself. He was becoming more and more eager to know how Gu Meng had spent the past 2 years. Why did he become so calm, or even apathetic? Could a person really be so calm in the face of favor and humiliation? What a waste of money! Suddenly, an angry shout came from outside, interrupting Mo Shi's thoughts. It was followed by the sound of footsteps. A woman was approaching while cursing. He can't do anything well. He only knows how to make the guests unhappy. This traitor should be hanged early. I really don't know why the Lord Wangshu still wants to spare his worthless life. Mo Shi frowned slightly. This was the steward of Fallen Plum Resort, Mother Qin. A long time ago, the Lord Wangshu wanted to be on good terms with him. He had once sent Mother Qin to arrange for a dozen beautiful women of different styles to be sent to his army. At that time, Mother Qin had tried to persuade him with all sorts of extravagant words, but he didn't manage to get her to stay. Instead, he remembered that sharp and thin voice, which annoyed him so much that he had a headache. He doesn't know how to cry or laugh. He doesn't know how to coax people or act like a spoiled child. Every time a guest comes out of his room, he will scold me until I bleed. The woman was so angry that her shadow was already reflected on the paper window. She scolded again, a complete waste of money. She did not expect that he would be so unlucky. The news of Lord Shihi visiting a brothel was enough to make the entire Chonghua shiver in fear. The news of Lord Shihi secretly visiting a brothel made the entire Chonghua dumbfounded. If it was said that Lord Shihi had climbed over the wall and sneaked into the brothel to flip the sign of his sworn enemy, the capital of Chonghua would probably explode. She turned Gu Meng's face to face. His heavy breathing brushed against Gu Meng's face. He lowered his voice and asked, "Where can we go out?" Gu Meng coughed a few times and took a deep breath. "There are guests here, so the words outside the door will change color." "She won't come in." She said angrily, "I'm not a guest." Gu Meng's eyes widened slightly. "Then you." As the two of them were talking, Mother Qin's shadow was already reflected on the door. Seeing that she was about to push the door open and enter, She glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly said to Gu Meng, "Don't tell her that I'm here." The door opened. Almost at the same time, She let go of Gu Meng's hand and hid behind the screen in a flash. Mother Qin walked into the room with a hookah pipe in her hand. She blew out her red lips and the room was instantly filled with a strong pungent smell of smoke. Gu Meng couldn't hold back and sneezed softly. 10 times I've come to your room, all 10 times I've been coughing and choking. I was hoping you'd die." Mother Qin rolled her eyes. "In the end, after raising you for so many years, you still haven't died." "General Gu." She sat down at the round table and took a few puffs of her hookah pipe. She said in a strange tone, "There are only 3 days left in this month. Not to mention thousands of shell coins in other rooms, even the most unlikable and ugly ones can earn enough money for their own meals with their mouths." She glanced at him. "What do you say?" "I don't have money." "I knew you didn't have money." Mother Qin sucked on her hookah pipe. "You can't do anything right but spoil everything. Other than your face, you don't have any other skills." Gu Meng sneezed softly again. "Why are you pretending to be weak and pitiful?" Mother Qin was getting angrier. She raised her voice and reprimanded, "Look at yourself. What have you stored in that lousy pot of yours? I've raised you, but instead of earning, I've lost money. If you continue like this, even if I can't do anything to you because of the Lord Wangshu's order, I'll definitely slaughter the dog in your courtyard." Gu Meng didn't say anything at first, but when he heard that she was going to slaughter the dog, he said, "I've done as you said." "What the hell? Do you really think I'm stupid? They didn't give me money. I'm..." Gu Meng paused and said the word, "a traitor." She was listening from behind the screen. Although he couldn't see Gu Meng's expression, Gu Meng's voice was still calm, as if he was narrating an unimportant fact. He didn't feel guilty or ashamed at all. The word traitor was as light as a feather to him. Traitors shouldn't ask for money. Gu Meng said, "They said that whatever I do for them, it's what I should do." Gu Meng's silhouette could be seen through the gap in the screen. "I owe them." Mother Qin choked and said unhappily, "Yes, you're a traitor. But what does that have to do with me?" "You owe them, that's true. But I'm opening a tile house, not a charity hall. How can I be in deficit every time? Not only do I suffer losses, but I'm also scolded by those distinguished guests every time. How many times have I told you? I can't ask for money when I serve the noble lords. I have to rely on you people to coax the lords to give me money. No matter how much money it is, you can always coax some. But what about you? Great General Gu, did you coax him?" Gu Meng didn't say anything. After a while, Mother Qin's shrill voice was heard, "Why are you glaring at me? Are you still in the right? Kneel down for me." She originally thought that Gu Meng wouldn't kneel, at least not immediately. But things once again exceeded his expectations. Gu Meng didn't seem to care, as if he didn't feel humiliated, and actually knelt down in front of this woman. She raised his hand to support himself against the cold wall beside him. His ears were buzzing with the sound of blood flowing. Gu Meng, before he could finish his thought, the sound of a whip suddenly rang out. Even though he was a war god who had fought against thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers, he was shocked by this sound. His pupils contracted and cold sweat seeped out of his back. Through the narrow gap of the screen, he saw Gu Meng kneeling in front of Mother Qin. That shrew stood up, condensed spiritual power in her palm, and a scarlet whip fiercely lashed at Gu Meng's back. It was as if the woman wanted to vent all her frustration that she had no way of venting out on Gumeng. She mustered all her strength and slapped him 20 or 30 times before she finally stopped, panting. During this process, Gumeng didn't even make a sound. He didn't even groan, as if he didn't care about the humiliation or the pain. When Mother Qin had enough, she put away the spiritual whip and picked up the pipe again. She took a few puffs to calm her heaving chest. You also know that traitors are more disgusting than headless people, right? Then you should spend more effort to make them happy and make them obediently pay the money. Gumeng repeated, as if trying to understand the word, make them happy, if you don't get any money next month. Not only will the customers hit you, even I won't let you off easily. You should think about it carefully. After Mother Qin finished speaking, she left angrily. When Emoshi came out, Gumeng was still kneeling on the ground with his back facing him. His back looked very indifferent. His collar was very wide, and pale skin peeked out from the edge. All the way up, there was a smoky neck, and all the way down, there was a bright red that burned up like ashes. There were too many suspicious points about Gumeng. He was too unfamiliar, too quiet, and too indifferent to life, death, favor, and humiliation. Emoshi felt that he had a lot of questions to ask him, but as he stared at the blood that was still slowly seeping out, only one sentence slipped out of his mouth in the end. The injuries on your body were all caused by her? Not all. Gumeng stood up from the ground. Most of you came here to hit me. She's the most. As Gumeng spoke, he didn't look at Emoshi and walked to the basin by himself. Emoshi was about to say something when he saw Gumeng take off his inner garment and throw the blood-stained clothes to the side. Then, he picked up the basin and poured the water on himself. There seemed to be some kind of spell on his back, which made the invincible martial Mo a nightmare. In Lord Shihi's memory, Gumeng's back was straight, broad, and sharp, like a taut bowstring. There were very few scars on his back, and most of his scars were on the front, such as his chest, waist, and abdomen. But at this moment, under the dim yellow light, the back that Lord Shihi was familiar with was unrecognizable. There were whip marks, knife wounds, and burned by spells. It was hard to see a piece of good flesh, not to mention the bloody scars after being beaten just now. How painful it must have been. But Gumeng acted as if nothing had happened. He casually washed his blood off with cold water and then casually wiped it with a towel. Emoshi had mixed feelings. He didn't want to say much, but he couldn't look away. He thought of Gumeng in the school and sighed helplessly, "Shitty, you're too hard-working. Can you still move your legs? Come, I'll help you back." He thought of Gumeng on the battlefield and immediately held his spear, leaning back to back with him, and laughed. This wave of enemies is like a mad dog. If we die today, there won't be a beautiful girl to accompany you. I'll be the only one accompanying you. Don't mind. When these memories came to his mind, Emoshi's throat was dry. He finally asked, "Where's your Jinchuan medicine?" Gumeng's eyes were a little blank, as if he didn't understand what Emoshi was talking about. Jinchuan medicine? What about the bandage? Bandage? Emoshi didn't know if he was angry, hateful, resentful, or inexplicable in pain at this moment. There should at least be a bottle of hemostatic powder. Gumeng stopped what he was doing and turned back to look at him. After a while, he finally understood, but he shook his head. "No, it'll be fine." Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually washed his blood off with cold water and then casually wiped it with a towel. Finally, he walked to the camphorwood cabinet, took out a wrinkled inner garment, and put it on. Emoshi saw that he was so casual, and the irritation in his heart grew stronger. He had seen a lot of prisoners of war. Some were strong, some were docile, some were willing to die, and some were willing to betray their masters for glory. But Gumeng was different from the prisoners he had taken in before. Emoshi didn't know what Gumeng looked like at this moment. Gumeng didn't even have a trace of the familiar aura he was familiar with. He didn't have a trace of humanity. He didn't cry, he didn't feel inferior, he didn't feel fear, he didn't feel resentment. He didn't even seem to feel pain. After a while, Emoshi asked, "Gumeng, what are you thinking?" He didn't expect Gumeng to answer, but his heart was stuffy and flustered. But who would have thought that Gumeng would actually answer? He even answered very sincerely, "I want money. Others have it, but I don't." No one will give it to me. Emoshi looked at him. He looked at Gu Meng's expression when he spoke. He looked at the way he spoke word by word, and the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Everyone said that I shouldn't have asked for it. Gu Meng said, looking at the broken pieces of the jar on the ground. Then he walked over, picked up the pieces, and piled them on the table. He still looked calm, but Emoshi gradually found that he seemed to be in a daze and puzzled. Gu Meng turned to look at him. You are the first one to give me shell money. Emoshi was silent for a while, and then said stiffly, you know why I gave it to you. Gu Meng didn't answer immediately. He looked back and forth at Emoshi several times. This was the first time that Gu Meng looked at Emoshi seriously since he entered the room, instead of the indifferent gaze he used to dismiss guests. Then Gu Meng stretched out his hand to him. You still want it? Emoshi looked down at him. Didn't you want to return it to me just now? I want it. Emoshi was irritated. In order not to be long-winded with him and make him even angrier, he took out another gold shell money and gave it to him. Gu Meng didn't thank him. He took it, held it with both hands, and looked down for a while. Then he looked back at the broken jar on the table. He thought for a while, walked to the bed, rummaged under the soft mattress, and found a sachet. He was about to open the sachet and put the shell money in when Emoshi suddenly realized something. His heart turned cold, and he stood up abruptly. Wait. What's that in your hand? Emoshi's voice was low and dangerous. Every word was dangerous, as if it would shatter between his teeth if he used a little more force. Take it out. It was an exquisitely embroidered sachet. Golden silk was embroidered with thousands of miles of clouds, silver thread was embroidered with thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, and the bottom was decorated with red stones and agate. It was obvious that it was an expensive object. Emoshi stared at the sachet for a long time. His heart was filled with anger. Slowly, he spat out a few words. Who gave it to you? The author has something to say. Small theater. Emoshi. Who gave you the sachet? Gu Meng. Guess again in the character column. Emoshi. There are only 2 people in the theater. How do you want me to guess? Gu Meng. Dylan's face. Hee. Young man, then you can continue to be confused and confused forever. P.S. Some of the selected parts and poems in the previous article are not original, but I forgot to add a note. Anyway, the opera is definitely not original. The poems are not necessarily, so I'll add a note here. I'll remember to add a note in the future. P.S. Let me introduce Luo Maybe Garden. It's not very important, so I won't put it in the article. If you're interested, you can take a look. Luo Maybe Garden is Lord Wangshu's place. Almost all of the prisoners there are captives from other countries. Gu Meng, raise your hand. Me too. Yes, and Gu Meng. The place covers an area of about 2,000 square meters and has all kinds of entertainment facilities. Emoshi, hey. What are you doing? Are you going to sue Luo Maybe Garden? Cough. In short, it's built very brightly. The place is only open to aristocrats. If you're not of noble blood, money is useless. Because of the special customers, the nanny can't directly ask the customers how much they charge. Think about it, if they charge like a normal brothel, then the following situations may occur. Aristocrat A, you're crazy. I'm going in to play, but you're blocking the door and asking me for money. I'm not playing anymore. You're outrageous. Therefore, they rely on the prostitutes themselves to coax them. Usually, the aristocrats will pay according to the price. Lord Wangshu, haha, after all, it's my shop. Do you want to play for free? Are you waiting for me to accuse you in front of the emperor? But there are exceptions. For example, Gu Meng, == traders don't deserve money. Series 233-3333, Gu Meng. That's about it. She stared at the sachet for a long time. Anger surged in his heart. Slowly, he spat out a few words. Who gave it to you? Gu Meng seemed to feel the anger in his eyes. He put the sachet back into his arms and pressed it against his heart. Then he spat out 2 irrelevant words. Mine. His. That was ridiculous. He had fallen to this point and there was not even a shell in the jar. How could he afford such a sachet? She was so angry that he almost laughed. Where did you get the money? I exchanged it. With whom? But Gu Meng just repeated, I exchanged it. She suddenly became angry. What did you exchange it with? What did you have? You. He suddenly paused. Gu Meng was in the brothel. Who could he have met? What could he have used as a bargaining chip to exchange for this sachet? The answer was self-evident. But he was stupid enough to interrogate him. His heart felt like it was being rubbed by sandpaper. It was painful and itchy. She closed his eyes and tried to calm down. But his beautiful white face could not hide the fact that he was gnashing his teeth. He finally gave up and opened his eyes. His voice was hoarse and dangerous. What do you want this thing for? Gu Meng didn't seem to know what the sachet was for. He just clutched it tightly and stared silently at Mok, not saying a word. Beautiful? Like it? You should have a reason for doing such a ridiculous thing. Probably because he really could not stand Lord Shihi's interrogation, Gu Meng finally said slowly, someone gave it to me. Didn't you say you exchanged it for it? You still want to lie to me at this point? Someone. For a moment, Gu Meng seemed to want to continue speaking. But for some reason, he stopped. He bit his lower lip and finally chose to remain silent. And this silence was the last straw that destroyed Moshi's rationality. His gaze was like a sharp knife cutting open a clam's shell. Suddenly, he said ruthlessly, continue. He stared at Gu Meng's face. Perhaps he was too angry, or perhaps the light in the room was too dim, but Moshi did not notice the unusual change in Gu Meng's eyes. Why aren't you saying anything? Is there anything in this world that you can't say? Moshi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he gritted his teeth. Tell me, I've heard all sorts of ridiculous things. Gu Meng suddenly said straightforwardly, there's someone who treats me well. It was like a heavy blow to the head. This time, it was Moshi's turn to be speechless. His throat was extremely dry. Was there anyone who treated him well? What a joke. Who would treat a traitor well? Then he remembered that Gu Meng had needed him in the past, so he had used his glib tongue to provoke him. Now that he was not having a good time in Luomei Resort, it was not strange for him to deceive people and ghosts and provoke a person who had helped him in his hour of need. But, he was so angry that his vision turned black. But after a long time, he could not think of anything else. Good, very good. Moshi paused. His eyes were red from the intense anger. After a long time, he said hoarsely, Gu Meng. You've really impressed me. Gu Meng did not say anything. He leaned against the wall and looked at Moshi's face. Moshi raised his head, as if he wanted to suppress something back into his eyes. He raised his head and suppressed it for a while. Suddenly, he held his forehead and sneered. I really don't know what I've been holding on to all these years. I don't know why I came to see you tonight. The more he thought about it, the sadder and angrier he became. In the end, his voice trembled slightly. He suddenly punched the wall beside Gu Meng. His knuckles were scraped and blood oozed out of them. The flickering light of the candle swayed back and forth between them. Moshi pressed Gu Meng against the wall. His face was full of hatred, as if he was going to tear someone apart in the next moment. He gritted his teeth. General Gu. You're really lucky. Even when you're so rotten, there's still someone who treats you well. Gu Meng. Suddenly, there was a sound. Mother Qin's shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. It sounded from a distance outside. Young Master Zhou is here. Quickly change into a clean set of clothes and accompany young Master Zhou. This shout pulled Moshi back to reality. He almost immediately came back to his senses. Although his chest was still heaving violently, the uncontrollable fury in his eyes was restrained. Moshi lowered his head slightly. His heavy breathing was right beside Gu Meng's ear. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the restless beast in his eyes had disappeared. There was a bit of residual moisture in his black eyes. In the darkness, they were as bright as the morning star in the night sky. Young Master Zhou? Did he give you the sachet? Gu Meng seemed to not understand Moshi's hatred at all. He still looked at Moshi's face too calmly and shook his head. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. Moshi muttered in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered, it was the youngest son of the Zhou family. He knew this person. He was considered the most vicious and merciless person in the capital. He didn't have much ability, but his vicious ideas were endless. He looked at Gu Meng. Although Gu Meng's expression did not change, he subconsciously touched a scar on his arm. After a few moments of silence, she sneered in an almost masochistic way. What, the person who treats you well doesn't care? Gu Meng silently put away the sachet without saying a word. She was silent for a while. He asked again, young Master Zhou is also a regular? Gu Meng nodded. She stared at him. His handsome and deep facial features seemed to be shrouded in some unpredictable emotions. After a while, he sneered. I thought you had changed. Now I think you're still the same as before. You can please all kinds of people. The darkness in his eyes became darker, like the past was about to fall. Take care of yourself. After he finished speaking, he suddenly straightened up from the round table he was leaning against. He put on his cloak and walked towards the door. You're leaving? She turned half of his face. He said coldly, I'm leaving. I won't hinder your business. But she stopped. What? I took your shellfish, she paused. Take it as me returning your old favor. Gu Meng's brows knitted together in a daze. Old love, although he felt that Gu Meng's behavior was strange, there was not much time left. When young Master Zhou went upstairs, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. So she glanced at him one last time and turned to push the door open. But at this moment, Gu Meng suddenly said quietly, You're rich. You're rich. I want to know who you are. His hand that was about to touch the door suddenly paused. She's back stiffened. After a while, he suddenly turned around. What? You're rich. The last sentence. You're rich. More. Gu Meng was stunned by his reaction. He hesitated and repeated, I want to know who you are. There seemed to be the sound of turbulence in his ears. There seemed to be a huge rock falling down a cliff in front of him. She held his breath and stared at Gu Meng's face. His dark brown eyes were tightly closed and there was a trembling halo at the bottom of his eyes. Gu Meng. His heart was cold, but he still gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Are you King playing with me? Gu Meng was at a loss. You're the customer. You're the one paying. Aren't you playing with me? Mia's facial features were somewhat distorted, but the various strange expressions of Gu Meng during the conversation just now flashed through his mind. His heart was in turmoil, and he was so shocked that he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. However, at this moment, the door behind them suddenly moved with a creak. A man's lazy voice came from behind the door. Gu Meng, your brother Zhou is taking care of your business. Don't you know how to get out of the door and kneel to welcome the guest? She suddenly turned around, but it was too late. That little scoundrel surnamed Zhou was already talking as he sauntered in. His eyelids fluttered and he raised his sleepy eyes. It was really hard on Marshal Mo. Such a serious person actually had to deal with such a terrible situation twice in just 2 hours. The last time was still okay. This time, there was no way to retreat or hide. He was actually hit by the younger generation. She was originally Gu Meng's You're rich. You're rich. I want to know who you are. His head was about to explode, but he did not have the time to think about it. He just cursed and pushed Gu Meng directly against the wall. His tall figure leaned down and one hand on the wall, blocking their faces. Gu Meng's eyes widened in his arms. You, quiet. She lowered his head and lifted Gu Meng's chin. His fingers were rough and his strength was undeniable. He turned his face and leaned over. His thin and cold lips were close to the soft one. His hot breath was just inches away. He had long been unwilling to touch this traitor, so he naturally wouldn't actually kiss Gu Meng's lips again. But in order to not let others see anything strange, he still remained very close, the tip of his nose almost touching the tip of Gu Meng's nose, his lips pressed against Gu Meng's. That tiny bit of distance between them became like autumn reeds, swaying numbly. Previously, when he was hiding from the nanny, Mia had thought that his bad luck today had reached its limit and that nothing worse would happen. He was too naive. She confined Gu Meng and said to Gu Meng in a low voice, don't make a sound. Gu Mei was pinned under his body. He did not think of anything else, but because Mok's oppressive aura and control were too strong, it was like a mountain pressing down on him. He did not want to feel too uncomfortable, so he nodded almost instinctively. Come closer. Gu Mei leaned over. Thus, at this moment, the two of them looked like they were kissing passionately and were about to roll onto the bed in the next moment. If ordinary people saw such a charming scene in the room, they would most likely exclaim and turn around to leave. But obviously, hooligans and ordinary people were different. Young Master Zhou was stunned at first, then he took 2 steps back and looked at the sign hanging in front of Gu Mei's door. He rubbed his eyes and murmured, "It's written in black, there shouldn't be any guests." After the initial shock, young Master Zhou actually became more enthusiastic. He continued to walk into the room, then smiled and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, the spell hanging in front of the door doesn't seem to work. I really didn't know there was someone else in the room." "Brother, you're really capable. Our General Gu is the most thorny person in the entire Falling Plum Villa, but you actually managed to coax him into obediently letting you kiss him. Why don't you teach me this amazing trick of yours, and help me find some pleasure?" He chuckled as he spoke. "It's better to have fun together than alone. Let's have fun together." Author has something to say. Emoshi, what's wrong with you? Some people in the comment section say you've been poisoned. Gu Mei, and pinch, Emoshi, and they say your soul is incomplete. Gu Mei, and pinch, Emoshi, and they say you've been poisoned by the 8 bitterness everlasting regret flower. Gu Mei, and pinch, Emoshi, and they say you've been tortured so much that you've lost your memory. Gu Mei, and pinch, Emoshi, and some people suspect you're pretending to be crazy. Gu Mei, and pinch, Emoshi, and, no, what's wrong with you? Gu Mei, one of the above answers is correct. Junior Mo, please use 2B pencil to color the answer you think is correct on the answer sheet. You're not allowed to peek at my answer. Emochi wished he could lift his leg and kick him to death. But he couldn't let him see his face, so he lowered his voice and said coldly, "Get out." "Hey, how can you say that?" Child Joe's smiling face was rebuffed. He was stunned for a moment, then became fierce. "Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Can't you see what I'm doing? Get out." Gu Mei seemed to be interested in Emoshi acting as a bully. He stared unblinkingly into Emoshi's eyes. They were only a few inches apart. Gu Mei's stare made him feel uncomfortable. Emoshi lowered his voice. "Don't stare at my eyes." Gu Mei was very obedient. He lowered his eyelashes and stared at Emoshi's thin lips. Emoshi, Child Joe saw that they were still entangled and didn't take him seriously. He raised his voice and said angrily, "You want me to get out? Why don't you take a look at yourself?" He gritted his teeth. "Your brother Zhou wants him to accompany you. Why don't you give up your seat for your brother Zhou? Do you know where I'm from? I'm from the military department. Lord Shihi, Marshal Mo, he's my brother. Are you scared? Believe it or not, if I complain to him, he'll break your legs." Emoshi, Child Joe was drunk and became more and more arrogant. "And the one with the surname Gu, you little bastard. Last time, you wouldn't let me kiss you no matter what. Now that it's someone else, you're willing. They say that your soul is damaged and your mind is incomplete. Bah. How can you be so picky when your mind is incomplete?" Emoshi's heart skipped a beat. "My soul is damaged, my mind is incomplete." He looked at Gu Mei's face, which was so close to his, and the strange scenes from before all came to his mind. His brain buzzed and he couldn't breathe for a moment. "I think you're just pretending to be crazy in order to live a better life. What soul are you missing? Which part of your mind is incomplete? You're a bastard. A national thief." Gu Mei frowned and was about to say something. "Don't move." Emoshi managed to react in time even though his ears were bleeding. He immediately stopped Gu Mei. He closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. "Don't move." Their lips were so close to each other that Emoshi spoke in a low voice. With every word, a warm current flowed between Gu Mei's lips and teeth. Gu Mei was stimulated by this warm flow and instinctively wanted to break free from him. However, Emoshi was astonishingly strong. He held him down with one hand and said through gritted teeth, "Listen to me." Gu Meng did not want to obey, but Gu Meng could not move. As a result, the man in front of him exhaled hot air and breath into his lungs. Then, he exhaled, and the two of them intertwined with each other. Gu Meng glared at him. She felt dizzy for a moment. His Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly pulled himself away from the news that Gu Meng's soul is damaged. After he managed to calm himself down, he opened his eyes and looked at Gu Meng again. He was afraid that he would do something stupid. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said hoarsely, "Have I hit you before?" Gu Meng was startled and shook his head. "Has he hit you before?" He nodded. "Then listen to me. Ignore him." The distance between them was too close. Their breaths were entangled with each other. She deliberately avoided his cold eyes. "As long as you listen to me, I'll make him leave." He nodded silently. That Mr. Zhou saw that they were still hugging each other, as if he had really disturbed their mood for bed. He became more and more intimate, angry, excited, and annoyed. "What's wrong, Gu Meng? Why aren't you saying anything? How rare. You don't care who comes to your room. Is this man especially handsome, or is he especially good at sex? Or did he not abide by our established rules and secretly gave you, a traitorous bastard, some money?" Mr. Zhou walked closer step by step. His breathing was heavy and there was the smell of alcohol. He muttered, "Why do you want to roll onto the bed with him and let him do you?" People who were drunk would always speak incoherently, and they would beat around the bush. After provoking Gu Meng, he came to provoke Shi without any warning. "Brother, who are you? Why don't you turn around and let me have a look? Look at you and him. You must have come to look for him often." As Mr. Zhou spoke, he pulled Shi's sleeve drunkenly. "How many times have you done him? How does our great General Gu feel? Is he hot down there? Is he tight down there? Do you enjoy serving him?" Shi was truly disgusted. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped Zhou's face. He used a lot of strength. Mr. Zhou's nose bled from the slap and he fell to the ground. Before Mr. Zhou could see clearly, Shi kicked him over. His back was facing the sky and his face was facing the ground. He could not turn around. "I told you to get lost." Shi's eyes were burning. He gritted his teeth. "You motherfaster cur, don't you understand? How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me?" Mr. Zhou shouted. You're rebelling. Ow ow. You, who are you? "I want to report to the Emperor." "No. I want to report to Marshal Mo. I want to report to my father." There was a heavy thud. She threw something in front of Mr. Zhou's eyes. Mr. Zhou looked at it in a daze and broke out in cold sweat. He sobered up and twitched comically. He did not say anything else. Shi's face was twisted in disgust from his hooligan words. He said coldly, "Are you still going to report?" "No need to report, no need to report." "Are you still going to look for him?" "I won't look for him anymore." Shi let go of him and kicked him. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Young Master Zhou staggered to his feet and rolled away. He didn't even dare to look back. Shi stood there coldly for a while to calm himself down. He then bent down to pick up the Xianxia Military Department gold token and put it back into the 1,000 possibility case under his sleeve. He turned to glance at Gu Meng. Gu Meng, on the other hand, stood quietly by the wall, his hands behind his back. He watched obediently, not saying a word. The initial shock had faded away after the commotion. She wanted to ask Gu Meng more, but when he saw Gu Meng's calm face, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He could not suppress his frustration. There was no point in asking. He did not know what would happen if he continued to stay. In this moment of silence, Gu Meng suddenly spoke. "He's afraid of you. You're also afraid of him." She seemed to have been insulted. He suddenly turned and glared at him. "Why should I be afraid of him?" "You're afraid that he'll recognize you." She paused. His anger subsided, but his eyes were still unhappy. "What does it have to do with you? Then did he recognize you?" "No. Emoshi's voice was cold and hard. It was as if Gu Meng's hot breath had never appeared. But he saw. Your token, that's a token that every first-rank official in the military council has. It doesn't have a name. Emoshi looked at him as he buttoned his sleeve. He was silent for a while. You also had it. Gu Meng was surprised. I also had it? His blank reaction hurt Emoshi. Emoshi did not want to talk to him anymore. He did not know what he would do if he continued to stay. So he pushed the door open and left without looking back. When he walked out onto the street, the cold night wind blew on his face. He tried to calm himself down, but he failed. His soul was damaged. His mind was not whole. Ha 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 ha. His mind was not whole? The night wind blew on his face. The corners of his eyes hurt as if they were cut by a knife. He had been looking forward to settling the score for so long, but it turned out to be such an ending. Who did it? Who did it? Liao Country? Morong Lian? Or Gu Meng could not bear the humiliation and chose to do it himself? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. His mind was not whole. Why did his heart hurt so much? Yes, Gu Meng had given him friendship and redemption, but he had repaid all he could. He had even almost lost his life to save him from the wrong path. What else did he owe him? What else did he let him down? What did it have to do with him whether his soul was damaged or his mind was damaged? In the middle of the night, on the empty street, Emoshi stopped and took a deep breath. But after so many years of obsession, all he got was a blank sheet of paper. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the flame in his palm burned brightly. The burning fireball smashed into the river in the distance as if to vent his anger. There was a loud explosion. There was a hissing sound and smoke rose. Gu Meng had betrayed him. God knew how much he wanted to hear Gu Meng say, "When I betrayed you, abandoned you, and lied to you, I regretted it. I cared about you." But he could not even get what he wanted. In the end, he only got a mentally damaged lunatic who had forgotten him completely. Why? Emoshi closed his eyes in pain. After so many years, he thought that he had already let go of his obsession, but he was just deceiving himself. Gu Meng was too important to him. This person had taken away too many of his firsts. The first time he subdued demons, the first time they had a long talk, the first time they fought side by side, and that night when he was 20 years old, Maybe it was because he drank a little too much, or maybe that little bit of alcohol was nothing at all. He had slept with Gu Meng for the first time. He still remembered Gu Meng's expression at that time. Gu Meng was very prideful in this aspect. Even though his eyes were wet and his lips were bleeding from biting, he still braced himself and said that he did not leave a single trace of red behind. What you did was nothing at all. We're all men. It's good as long as we enjoy each other. Come. Do you want your big brother Gu Meng to give you some pointers? But Gu Meng should not have said that. Emoshi did not have much rationality at that time. His heart was burning with passion, and he didn't know how long he could burn his feelings for her. He knew that he would not do such things with others just because of a little bit of alcohol. He did it only because he had a burning desire and deep love that could not be hidden. But Gu Meng did not understand at that time. Gu Meng only wanted to save his face, so he said those crazy words. In the end, he destroyed Emoshi's last bit of rationality with his own hands. Later, Gu Meng could not take it anymore. He began to lie on the bed, shaking his head and sobbing. He began to beg to slow down and not use so much strength. He even began to choke and confess that although he had slept with many girls, he had never slept with a man. He was lying to Emoshi when he said that he had slept with a man. Besides, he had never slept with a man before. But no matter what he confessed, what he begged, Moking couldn't stop anymore. In the end, Gu Meng cried because of him. He cried until he could not speak much. He looked at him with red eyes. Only then did the desire in Emoshi's eyes finally stop. He touched Gu Meng's face and said, "I'm sorry. Does it hurt?" Gu Meng's eyelashes were teardrops. His face was red in Emoshi's palm and his lips were trembling slightly. He was really taught a lesson by Emoshi. Even worse, who would believe that this military ruffian who was full of dirty jokes had never really slept with a girl before? Seeing that he did not speak, She leaned over and kissed him again. When their moist lips intertwined, Gu Meng's tears flowed into his hair. She touched his hair and did not say anything else. When a young man had just started, even a sage would not be able to stop. Moreover, Mia was not a true sage to begin with. He had just not met someone who could make him lose control. He had fallen in love with Gu Meng first. So all this time, he had been so humble. He had never dared to ask for Gu Meng's first time. He would only carefully hand the most important things in his life to him. He refused to say how important these things were to him. He was too strong, but he still hoped that Gu Meng would cherish these things in the past. But Gu Meng stepped on his heart. Yes, he did not want to stop Chonghua from judging him or even killing him. He even thought that if Gu Meng had to die one day, he wanted to be the last person to judge him, the last person to torture him, and then hold him in the palm of his hand. Knead him into a bloody pulp, scatter his ashes and crush his bones. This was for the sake of national revenge. But aside from national revenge, he had never thought of really wanting Gu Meng to die. He just wanted to get a sentence of truth from Gu Meng, a sentence of sincerity. It had been so long, in fact, he just wanted to ask, Gu Meng, when you left Chonghua, when you left me, did you ever regret even a little bit? Then all these years of love and hatred would finally have an ending that he could barely breathe. But the sentence, damaged soul, incomplete mind. Gu Meng forgot, so he would not be in pain. And he would be doomed eternally. No one knew that She went to Luo Mei Villa to meet Gu Meng in private, but in the next few days, the people in the military affairs department could clearly feel Marshal Mo's irritation. Although he usually had a scowl on his face and was always impatient when talking to others, his mood had become more and more obvious recently. Although he would not be distracted during the military meetings, his words had become more and more impolite. When others said a few words during the meetings, although he would not directly interrupt them, he would immediately stare at them with a gloomy face. Until the other party swallowed all their nonsense back. One day, he didn't know what the young master of the Zhou family did wrong, but he was inexplicably summoned by Marshal Mo and scolded for more than an hour, saying that he was lazy in military affairs and excessively licentious. Copy the military affairs department's rules 100 times and give it to me tomorrow. She said, if you do it again, let your father take you home. Young Master Zhou answered in fear and trepidation, and then he walked away. Yu Qingqing leaned over and asked him with a gossipy face, hey, what did you do wrong? I don't know, if you didn't do anything wrong, why would that ice cube face be so angry? Yu Qingqing rolled his eyes and smiled maliciously, tell me the truth, did you secretly hide a portrait of Princess Mingzhe? Young Master Zhou looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed and he said, spare me, brother. I wouldn't dare. Yu Qingqing rubbed his chin and looked at Shi, who was looking at the sand table in the distance with his arms crossed. That's really strange, why does he look like he's taken some medicine? Shi, who had taken medicine, could not hold back. After pretending to not care for 2 days, he finally asked the housekeeper about Gu Meng's experience in the past 2 years. It was really difficult to be a housekeeper these days. He had to be able to be both in the hall and in the kitchen. He had to be the master's think tank and be able to comfort his wife's sadness, coax his concubine's tears, and suppress the master's noise. The housekeeper of Shihi's house was named Li Wei. The housekeepers of other officials' houses were envious of him. They only thought that Marshal Mo's house was simple and had no wife, no children, and no concubines. Only Li Wei himself knew how difficult it was to work under Marshal Mo. Because Marshal Mo's questions were always without warning. Some things may ferment in the heart for a long time and only be asked when he could not bear it anymore. At this time, Marshal Mo's patience was often pushed to the limit. The most direct result was that he wanted to know the answer immediately and would not be happy to wait a little longer. When housekeeper Li worked under Marshal Mo, he always had to be cautious. After a long time, he became a man of experience. When Shi was silent, he could already see what Marshal Mo was enduring and how long it would take for him to explode. He also thought about how to respond when Marshal Mo exploded. It was the same this time. Shi bit his lower lip and only said the 2 words, Gu Meng. Before he could say anything to Gu Meng, housekeeper Li quickly answered. Yes, master. Gu Meng's entire body is broken. Mo, she said, did I ask you this? Sometimes it was not a good thing to be too smart. Housekeeper Li Wei obediently shut up. Mo, she turned his head with a cold face and looked at the hot tea on the small stove. After a long while, he asked expressionlessly. How did it go bad? The author has something to say. Before boarding the boat, Gu Meng, shameless face, I have passed through thousands of flowers without leaving a single red mark. When boarding the boat, Gu Meng, crying face, I lied to you, I lied to you, I lied to you, don't be so fierce, After boarding the boat, Gu Meng, shameless face, I have passed through thousands of flowers without leaving a single red mark. Mo, she. Why can't some people learn from their mistakes? They forget the pain when the scar is healed. Have you recovered? Let me teach you again. You must be honest. Li Wei felt that it was too tiring to be Marshal Mo's steward. If he could turn back time, he would rather be Lord Lu's assistant who had 18 concubines. Perhaps the thoughts of those 18 concubines were not as twisted as this cold Marshal Mo's. But time obviously could not be turned back. Li Wei could only clear his throat and carefully ask, My lord, have you seen Gu Meng? No. Oh. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, then it's best not to see him. Why? This, my lord, it's like this. With Gu Meng's current condition, let alone you, he probably doesn't even know who he is. According to the diagnosis of the medical officers, he probably thinks that he is a mighty and majestic male wolf deep down. Moshi's eyes widened, he thinks that he is a, what? A mighty and majestic male wolf. Moshi, this was the most ridiculous sentence he had heard this year. He held his forehead for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Which medical officer's diagnosis is this? Are you sure there is nothing wrong with his brain? Li Wei rarely saw his shocked reaction and couldn't help but laugh out loud. But when he saw Moshi's expression, he quickly became serious. My lord, when we first heard the news, we also didn't believe it. So when Gu Meng just returned to the city, many nobles went to the prison to seek revenge on him. But he couldn't say a single normal word. Instead, he angered them even more. Li Wei paused, then continued, later, my lord handed him over to the Lord Wangshu to be punished. The Lord Wangshu also wanted to pry some information out of him, but no matter what method he used, Gu Meng still didn't know anything. Li Wei sighed and shook his head. He really doesn't have any human consciousness. She was still digesting the information for a while before he lifted his gaze and rested it on the small clay pot where the hot tea was being brewed. Steam was rising from the pot, and wisps of steam were floating up and intertwining with each other. I also heard that his soul was damaged. She paused. What happened? Li Wei was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, my lord isn't someone who knows how to gather information. How did he know about this? However, he still quickly replied, it's damaged, but I'm not sure exactly how it was damaged. I only know that it was already like this before Gu Meng came back. She frowned and repeated, they were already like this when they were sent back, yes. When Gu Meng entered the city that year, our medicine sect's cultivators took his pulse. Those cultivators said that his soul, heart, and spirit core all showed signs of being damaged. It must have been done by the people of Liao country. They used some kind of evil secret technique to extract 2 of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. They even made him feel like he was no different from a beast. She was silent for a while, then pretended to be unconcerned and asked, what effect does losing 2 spirits have on a person? That depends on which 2 spirits are missing. Xianxia said that Gu Meng lost 2 spirits. One of them is related to memory, while the other is related to intelligence. That is to say, he will have some problems in these 2 areas, but it won't affect him too much. She lowered his eyelashes and said in a low voice, so, yes. Because he lost one of his spirits that affected his intelligence, he completely lost the ability to speak at the beginning. Later, the Lord Wangshu kept him in the falling plum garden. The caretaker taught him for 2 whole years before he could understand what we were talking about. He could barely speak. Li Wei sighed from the bottom of his heart as he spoke, alas, I used to say that he was a beast on the altar. Now, he's really no different from a wild beast. This was actually the reason why everyone was stunned when Gu Meng was escorted back 2 years ago. At that time, the city gate was wide open. The prisoner carriage that sealed the traitor Gu Meng slowly drove into the Chonghua territory. The people on both sides of the official road saw a General Gu locked up with a few wolves. There was also a stag in the prisoner carriage. The wolves tore up the deer's meat and blood splashed out. Gu Meng didn't even try to hide. He just squatted in the middle of the wolves with a peaceful expression. The wolves seemed to treat him as a member of the pack. A female wolf even dragged a deer's leg to Gu Meng to please him. Gu Meng reached out his hand, dipped it in the blood, and licked it indifferently between his lips and teeth. He felt that it didn't taste good, so he lowered his hand again. Emoshi listened in silence. Li Wei scratched his head as he spoke, "But Lord, there's something I don't understand." Emoshi rolled his dark brown eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. Why do you think Liao Guoshou still spent so much effort to destroy his two spirits when he was already sent back? Maybe he knows too many secrets. Emoshi said, "Take away his two spirits and get rid of him once and for all." Li Wei was speechless. Wow, that's so cruel. Is it possible to restore his normal consciousness? Emoshi shook his head. He had a lot on his mind and didn't answer. If the two spirits were taken away, they could only be found and returned to the body. But in the vast Jiuzhou, who knew if Gu Meng's two spirits were still there and where they were? It said that the Lord Wangshu spared his life because he wanted him to experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Li Wei said, "But I heard that he's very calm now. In fact, there's no meaning to it. The Lord Wangshu made a mistake." Oh right. Li Wei suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Emoshi, "Did Lord see the Lord Wangshu after returning to the city?" Emoshi shook his head, "No." Although the Lord Wangshu was an important member of the military department, it was an idle position. He came from a noble background and was arrogant because of his position. Out of the 365 days in a year, it was considered good if he could come for 15 days. Emoshi raised his eyes, "Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Li Wei said, "In the past few years, his character has become worse and worse. If Lord sees him, please don't lower yourself to his level. You also know that he's been trying to make things difficult for you." Emoshi wasn't surprised at all. Chonghua had 3 great gentlemen. Their characters were proof of Buddhism's precepts, steadfastness, wisdom. Jiang Yeshua was calm and indifferent. He was called steadfastness. Princess Mengze was respected as precepts because of her high benevolence. On the contrary, there were 3 notorious scumbags who were proof of Buddhism's 3 impurities, greed, anger, and stupidity. Among the 3 impurities, the one most closely related to Emoshi was greed. Greed referred to the desire for the realm of Shun. They had to obtain it no matter what. Otherwise, they would be unwilling to do so. This person was the Lord Wangshu that Li Wei mentioned. Lord Wangshu's name was Morong Lian. He was Gu Meng's old master. In the beginning, he was the one who chose Gu Meng to be his attendant and brought him to the Cultivation Academy. At that time, the Morong Lian didn't expect this little slave to have such amazing talent. In just a few years, this slave far surpassed him in cultivation. As a result, he was jealous and often made things difficult for Gu Meng. If he didn't get his way, he would beat and scold him. Everyone knew that he was cruel and his name didn't match his character. Let's take a simple example. Once, Gu Meng came to a village to subdue demons. He pitied the villagers because they were often infected with diseases, so he pretended to be a Morong Lian and went to the Imperial Medical Hall in the capital to get an antidote. Although this was against the rules, it was done out of goodwill. If it was another master, they would just reprimand him. However, the Morong Lian was different. When the Morong Lian found out that Gu Meng dared to use his name to buy the antidote, he was so angry that he scolded him. First, he gave Gu Meng 70 to 80 whips, then made him kneel on the path of the academy for 20 days. At that time, Emoshi wasn't very familiar with Gu Meng and didn't have much contact with him. Plus, he didn't walk on that path, so he didn't know about it. It wasn't until one day when it rained heavily that he saw a figure. He walked over and saw that it was Gu Meng. Gu Meng was drenched from head to toe, his black hair sticking to the side of his cold face. Raindrops continued to drip down his chin. He obediently knelt in the middle of the crowd as punishment. His hands were holding a wooden sign with red cinnabar on it. A lowly slave impersonating his master. Shameless. She stopped in front of him. Sparkling water droplets splashed on the umbrella and bounced off. Some of the water droplets converged and flowed down the umbrella. The people around them looked at them curiously. However, when they saw the soaring serpent emblem on Emoshi's robe, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads and walked away, not daring to take another look. Gumeng seemed to have been drenched to the point of dizziness. He didn't even know when a large umbrella was placed on top of his head. He also didn't notice that someone had stopped in front of him. So when he suddenly heard someone talking so close to him, he was startled. He woke up from his dizziness and suddenly looked up. She saw a confused and cold face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and whip marks on the side of his face. He was so cold that he was shivering, like a dog that had been abandoned in the mud. Only his black eyes were still very bright, looking at him as if they had been washed by water. His pathetic appearance and the wooden sign with the words "a lowly slave impersonating his master" shameless were indescribably funny and pitiful. Emoshi and Gumeng didn't have a very close relationship at that time, but he knew that Gumeng had stolen the medicine because he couldn't bear to see the villagers suffer from the plague. So he went to the Morong Lien's residence and asked him for mercy. The Morong Lien didn't agree. Instead, he quarreled with Emoshi. In the end, he simply ordered someone to bring Gumeng back to his seat. In front of Emoshi, he asked, "Gumeng, do you know why this noble and insufferably arrogant young master came to my door today?" Gumeng's face was dripping with water. He shook his head blankly. The Morong Lien hooked his finger at him, beckoning him to come over. He stretched out his frighteningly white fingers and stroked Gumeng's wet face. Then he rolled his peach blossom eyes and said with a faint smile, "He came for you." Gumeng was obviously stunned. He turned his head to look at Emoshi, who had a sullen face. Then he turned his head to look at the Morong Lien. Finally, he carelessly wiped the rain off his face and grinned, "Young master, are you joking?" The Morong Lien was still smiling. "What do you think? You're getting more and more capable. If young master Mo didn't come in the rain to plead for you, I wouldn't even know when you hooked up with someone else's young master." Emoshi gritted his teeth. "Morong Lien. I'm just trying to be fair for him. Don't speak so crudely." Gumeng turned his head to look at Emoshi in a daze. His sea-like clear eyes seemed to reveal a touch of gratitude. However, he immediately shook his head slightly at Emoshi when the Morong Lien wasn't paying attention. The Morong Lien glanced at Emoshi and snorted softly as if he was demonstrating his power. Then he turned his head to Gumeng and said amiably, "Kneel down." Gumeng did as he was told and lowered his head in front of Morong Lien's tall and straight figure bit by bit. "Take off your clothes. Morong Lien. This is my residence. No matter how honorable young master Mo is, you shouldn't reprimand me in my room, right?" The Morong Lien looked at Gumeng again. "Take it off." Gumeng still did as he was told. He took off his outer robe, revealing his strong and well-proportioned body. He lowered his eyelashes and didn't say a word. The Morong Lien slowly sized up his body, from the taut and sharp lines of his muscles to the honey-colored skin under the candlelight. The Morong Lien was very thin. When he sized up Gumeng, he was like a cold-fearing young master sizing up a good animal's fur, as if he couldn't wait to tear off all of Gumeng's skin and wrap it around himself to make himself stronger. At this time, the Morong Lien was served hot ginger tea. As the Morong Lien drank it, he sighed, "Gumeng, doesn't it feel good to have a spiritual core? It feels good to be able to stir up the universe in the school of cultivation, doesn't it? You're very happy to be able to befriend such an honorable person as young Master Mo, right? I really don't know who gave you the courage to lie and claim that you're young Master Morong in order to concoct medicine and save some lowly commoners, hee." His thin fingers put down the teacup and suddenly raised his eyes. "Are you going to forget where you came from?" Gumeng lowered his head even more. "I don't dare to forget. Your martial prowess, your clothes, your spiritual core, everything you have today, it's all thanks to my Morong family. Without Wangshu family, you have nothing. Young master is right." The Morong Lien didn't say anything else. After a while, he suddenly sneered, however, since you're so capable, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. I don't want you to grow wings and be roped in by other people. He coldly ordered his servants, go, give me to young master. He dragged out each word, ridiculing Gu Meng's previous act of pretending to be a Morong family's young master. Give me the gift that I've already prepared. At that time, the Morong family's other study companions were also present. One of them was called Lu Zhanxing, who was Gu Meng's best friend. When he heard that the Morong Lian was going to give Gu Meng that gift, his expression became very ugly. He actually stared at the Morong Lian with a gaze that could almost be described as glaring. The Morong Lian raised his hand and ordered his servants to open the lid of the box under everyone's gaze. Everyone's expression changed. A few people couldn't help but cry out in alarm, it's the slave locking ring. When Gu Meng heard this, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes widened, and he looked somewhat blankly at the sandalwood tray that was raised above his head. Emoshi's expression also changed. The slave locking ring was worn around the neck of the most disobedient and annoying slave. It was used to restrain and punish the slaves. After it was worn, unless the owner gave permission, it could never be taken off. Its effect was about the same as a dog collar. It being a slave was already a great humiliation, then being tied with the slave locking ring was even more humiliating. It would even make other slaves look down on him. Wear it yourself. The Morong Lian waved his hand, do you want me to invite you, Morong young master? The author has something to say. Note, the greed of the three impurities of Buddhism refers to the greed and love for the realm of obedience. You must obtain it, otherwise, your heart will not be reconciled, and you will not be willing. This sentence came from Baidu's entry. Baidu summarized it better than I did, directly pasted it. Why did Chen and Chimu appear so quickly? Beat the Morong Lian into a Morong countless times equals the demigods and semi-devils are poisoned too deeply 2333333 The criteria for choosing a spouse. Emoshi, I'm not looking for a partner. I'm only looking for a second marriage. Yu Chinqing, nice. Sweet. Big white legs, Xianxia, I'm a widower, and I don't plan to remarry. Morong Lian, all women in the world are vulgar. I don't like them. What? Hee, I don't like men either. Gu Meng, serious face requirements, rich fur, sharp palate, strong limbs, fast running speed, sharp hearing, strong sense of smell, female who has successfully given birth to a litter of more than 5 wolf pups and raised them to adulthood is preferred. Emoshi. Put it on yourself. The Morong Lian waved his hand. Do you want me to invite you, young Master Morong? Emoshi was already furious. Morong Lian, don't go too far. The slave-locking bracelet needs the monarch's permission to. He was interrupted by Gu Meng halfway through his sentence. Such a valuable gift. Gu Meng said loudly, his voice overpowering Emoshi's. He raised his hands and took the tray. Thank you, young master, for your gift. Everyone was shocked, but Gu Meng calmly untied the pitch-black collar. He raised his bright black eyes and looked at Morong Lian who was sitting up high. There was no hatred in those beautiful eyes, but they were very calm. The Morong Lian said coldly, put it on. Gu Meng stared at him and raised his hand. Without blinking, he fastened the slave-locking bracelet with a click. Gu Meng touched his neck as if he had found something new and interesting. It's not too big or too small. It's just right. Emoshi looked at him in disbelief. The other attendants who had a good relationship with Gu Meng looked like they were about to cry. But Gu Meng was like this. No matter how big the matter was, it seemed like it was nothing to him. Even if the sky fell, he would probably laugh and use it as a blanket to cover it. Does it look good? Lu Zhanxing was speechless. The Morong Lian rubbed the corner of his lips with his thin and pale fingers. He said sarcastically, it looks very good. Gu Meng said sincerely, thank you, young master, for your gift. You're welcome. The Morong Lian's eyes were dull. He was silent for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and a blue light appeared in his palm. Gu Meng suddenly fell to the ground. The one called Lu Zhanxing couldn't help but exclaim, Gu Meng. The slave-locking hoop suddenly extended several pitch-black lightning bands and bound Gu Meng's upper body and both of his arms tightly. The lightning streams pierced Gu Meng's body and caused him to spasm all over. He curled up on the ground and trembled uncontrollably. The Morong Lian seemed to feel that it was not enough, so he changed to another type of seal. The light in his palm turned red, and the slave-locking hoop pierced out thorns that wrapped around the honey-colored body. The thorns pierced into the body, and in an instant, blood flowed out. Enough. She couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, Morong Lian, why do you have to do this? What does it have to do with young Master Mo that I discipline my own slaves? The Morong Lian replied leisurely, she's just a lowly slave. It doesn't matter even if you beat her to death. Is there a need for young Master Mo to go to such trouble? This is the cultivation school. You're already breaking the rules by putting on a disciple of the school without permission. Stop. The Morong Lian turned his head and smiled at Mo Shi. If I stop just because you want me to, wouldn't I lose face? Young Master Mo, although you're usually arrogant, you're asking me for a favor today. I'm not that unreasonable. After a pause, he continued, but you should at least give me some benefits. As he spoke, he chuckled and changed several methods of punishment. The slave-locking hoop had already tortured Gu Meng to the point where he was bleeding profusely. Mo Shi stopped his hand from forming a seal and stared at him with his black eyes. What benefits do you want? There's nothing special about it. The Morong Lian looked at Mo Shi grabbing his wrist and sneered, it's just that my mother always complains that I'm not good at magic and that I'm not as good as others. Peach Blossom 3 Whites narrowed his eyes and looked faintly at Mo Shi. As long as you lose to me in the school's competition on New Year's Eve, I'll do you a favor. Mo Shi turned to look at Gu Meng, only to see that Gu Meng was also looking at him. Gu Meng bit his lower lip and shook his head slightly. I heard that this slave of mine helped you a lot when you were subduing demons. So, are you willing? Mo Shi said. Okay. I promise you. The Morong Lian smiled and waved his hand, dispersing the slave-locking hoop's punishment spell. Gu Meng immediately fell into a pool of blood. His lips, which were always curled up in a smile, could no longer make any sound. As for Morong Lian, she expressed her satisfaction. Not bad. The flame of the slave-locking hoop was extinguished. The Morong Lian mocked Gu Meng, just lie down like this. When the blood stops flowing, put on your clothes again so that you don't have to wash them. I hope that this gift will remind you to always remember who you are. His gaze was as venomous as a bee's. Remember how dirty the blood flowing in your body is. Remember who you belong to, and who you should be loyal to in the future. The Morong Lian was too despicable and perverted. Mo Shi had really disgusted him for a long time. However, what Mo Shi couldn't understand was why Gu Meng was so loyal to the Morong Lian even though he was already so cruel. After 20 years, he didn't even have the slightest disobedience. Gu Meng wasn't a masochist. Gu Meng was very smart and fearless. He had his own opinions, so this kind of blind loyalty made Mo Shi feel incredulous. He couldn't guess what Gu Meng was thinking. He also didn't know what had happened between the Morong Lian and Gu Meng. It was still a mystery to this day. At this time, Li Wei brought up the old grudge between them again. Mo Shi couldn't help but think that this reminder was unnecessary. The Lord Wangshu was already so vile before, how could he continue to be so vile? However, he didn't expect that when he really met that person, it was still beyond his expectations. After this matter, the young master suggested that they go to a newly built teapot hall to relax. The new female cultivator from the military department also joined in the fun. Lord Shihi, how about coming with us today? Sorry. You're rejecting people again. The female cultivator pursed her lips and whispered, I know you have Princess Mingzhe, but are you really so stubborn that you won't even give others a chance? Before Mo Shi could speak, Yu Qingqing's head popped out from behind the female cultivator. Hey, Lord Shihi, what are you doing? He shouted and patted the female cultivator's shoulder, helping her, let's play together. Drink tea, throw teapots and whatnot, what's wrong with that? The others also laughed and persuaded. That's right, let's all come together. Throwing teapots is really fun. Unexpectedly, at this time, a man's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Like a ghost, hoarse, drifting, without a trace of warmth. The only emotion it carried was ridicule. Stupid throwing teapots, foolish true love. Following this voice, the sound of rustling footsteps came from the door of the hall under the dusky sky. She turned around and saw a man holding an umbrella walking up the stairs. His figure was faint and cold, like a wandering ghost in the snowy night. The man leaned sideways and closed the umbrella, shaking off the snow on it. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze over the people in the hall, a thin smile that was full of mockery. "Everyone, are you all here?" The juniors in the military and political hall were shocked and bowed one after another. "Lord Wangshu." Junior greets immortal Wangshu. Morong Lian. This person who had been absent for 10,000 years actually came. After so many years, Gu Meng's old master stood in front of Emoshi again, still as feminine as before. His triple white eyes were long and narrow, his face was charming with ruthlessness, soft with coldness, and his face was thinner and sharper than Emoshi remembered. The arrogance and domineering aura in his expression was also a bit hotter than before. The Morong Lian's snake-like gaze slithered over Emoshi's face, as if he had just discovered him in the crowd. He licked his lips and smiled. "Oh, Lord Shihi is also here. Sorry, long time no see." Yu Chenqing was a hothead who could talk to anyone. He smiled and greeted him. "Big brother Morong, I haven't seen you in a long time too." The Morong Lian treated him like a fart and didn't even bat an eyelid. Yu Chenqing, the Morong Lian waited for a while, but Emoshi didn't reply. He smiled coldly and said, "Lord Shihi, you and I haven't seen each other for many years. Why do you not seem happy to see me? Your unapproachable personality hasn't changed at all." Emoshi looked at him indifferently. "Lord Wangshu has changed. Presumably, the troubles in the capital have reduced Lord Wangshu by a lot." The Morong Lian smiled. "Yes, I'm an official after all. Unlike you relatives, I have to share the emperor's burdens." Emoshi said coldly, "How touching." When the Lord Shihi met the Lord Wangshu, it was like lightning striking a knife against a stone. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Among the people in the hall, only Yu Chenqing, who had a good temper, was willing to speak. He looked around and persisted. "Lord Wangshu, it's already so late. Why did you want to come to the palace today?" "I was just passing by." The Morong Lian finally responded. "I happen to have nothing to do, so I wanted to invite all of you to Wangshu Mansion for a gathering." After he finished speaking, his gaze turned cold. "Drink some wine or something." No one dared to reject his suggestion, not to mention that there were many people present who wanted to curry favor with the Morong Lian. They immediately said, "So that's how it is. Since the Lord Wangshu invited us, of course, it would be impolite to refuse." The Morong Lian glanced at Emoshi's face. "Lord Shihi, are you coming?" Emoshi glanced at Yu Chenqing. Considering that he was still young, it was best for him to stay away from the Morong Lian. Thus, he said, "I have something to do with Yu Chenqing, so I won't be going today." "Wow, are you serious? It's so late. What else can you do?" Yu Chenqing widened his eyes. "I don't want to talk about military affairs with you. I want to go to the Lord Wangshu's mansion to drink." As he spoke, he quickly ran behind the Morong Lian, looking as if he would rather die than continue reading the military memorials. Since he had already expressed his stance, Emoshi could not persuade him otherwise. He could only frown slightly. The Morong Lian turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at the drifting snow outside the hall. Suddenly, he said, "Speaking of which, Lord Shihi, you and Gu Meng have not seen each other for a long time. I know that you hate him. Previously, when Gu Meng rebelled, it was you who protected him, saying that he would never betray Chonghua." Suddenly, he laughed. "Later, you personally went to the battlefield to meet him, hoping to get some confirmation from his mouth. However, he seriously injured you, causing you to almost lose your life." Emoshi said coldly, "There's no need to bring up the past." "Haha, if I don't bring it up, won't you think about it? Lord Shihi, although I don't get along with you, we were both deceived by Gu Meng, disappointed by him, and betrayed by him." The Morong Lian said slowly, "So although I don't want to admit it, the only person in the world who can understand my anger and disappointment is probably you." At this point, the Morong Lian turned half of his sickly pale face, his eyes flashing with an unfathomable light. He used to be my servant, and now he's in the fallen plum garden that I'm in charge of. He turned his head, his gaze light. How about it? Do you want to go and have a look? Yu Chingqing innocently poked her head out from the side. Hey, go to the fallen plum garden? Lord Wangshu, you must be joking. There are still girls in the military department, it's not very convenient to go to the fallen plum garden. Hearing this, several female cultivators hurriedly waved their hands. No, we won't go. Lord Wangshu, have fun. Yu Chingqing scratched her head. Even if you sisters don't go, Lord Zhiyi hates brothels the most. Why would he be willing to go to that kind of place? Oh. That's true. The Morong Lian sneered. Marshal Mo is Chonghua's #1 marshal. He has always been open and upright and steady. It was absolutely impossible for them to lower their status and enter that kind of unpresentable brothel. It's so dirty. Emoshi, then how about this? The Morong Lian paused for a moment, turned his neck, and moved his meridians. He continued, anyway, the fallen plum garden is not far from my residence. I'll order someone to bring Gumeng over. Tonight, let him liven up the atmosphere at the residence. It can also be considered as me giving you, Marshal Mo. His lips and teeth were moist, and his words were sinister. A welcome dinner to wash away the dust. Source, eh? Only Gumeng? Lord Wangshu, you'd better get more people. Both Shihi and Wangshu had deep enmity with Gumeng. Someone said sarcastically, with Gumeng's current appearance, it's good enough that he's not a disappointment. The Morong Lian ignored him and continued to stare at Mo Shi. But when he heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. When he smiled, a few juniors who were busy flattering him also smiled. Haha, yes. Only Gumeng really won't do. How would he know how to serve people? It's more like he's infuriating. You've taken care of his business before? He used to be known as a womanizer. I was curious and wanted to play with him. Also, before the young master could finish, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He looked around and saw that Mo Shi was staring at him coldly. That gaze was like a bayonet on a cold night. It scared him so much that he forgot what he was going to say. He swallowed hard and broke out in cold sweat. Did he say something wrong? The young master pondered coldly. But before he could think about it, Mo Shi turned his gaze away. That sharp side profile of his was already calm and indifferent. There was nothing strange about it. It was as if the ruthlessness in his gaze just now was just an illusion. The Morong Lian said lazily, you guys are really interesting. Who is Gumeng? He used to be the top general of the Chonghua, my former slave, and Marshal Mo Sr. Mo Shi, even if he doesn't know how to serve people, will he be absent from tonight's banquet? As the Morong Lian spoke, his gaze fell on Mo Shi with ill intentions. Now that Marshal Mo is back and has come to my residence for a small gathering, how can I not be a good host and share it with him? The more he spoke, the darker Mo Shi's eyes became. In the end, the black clouds were already on the verge of destroying the city. The raging flames transformed into thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers, all of them lying dormant behind their drooping eyelashes with murderous intent. He did not want to see Gumeng in such a sorry state in front of these people. But the Morong Lian's every word was aimed at his weak spot, every sentence pierced his heart. After saying this, Morong Lian grinned, revealing a smile that caused people to shudder. Mo Shui. Your great enemy, your senior brother Gu, aren't you curious about what he has become under my tutelage? Don't you want to see it for yourself? In the end, the group still went. Wangshu Mansion was located on the east side of Chonghua. It was a grand and magnificent building. Above the mansion, there was a bat-shaped totem seal, which was the emblem of the Wangshu lineage. Most of the people in the mansion wore dark blue robes with golden edges. This was the rule of Chonghua. The clothes of the noble families were usually inlaid with golden edges. But according to the emperor's instructions, the color of the background was different. For example, Shihi's mansion was black with golden edges. Yu Mansion's was white with golden edges. At this time, 8,000 exquisite celestial lanterns lit up the sky. The banquet was extravagant and extravagant. Halfway through the banquet, everyone's chest relaxed. The juniors who were previously restrained also became lively and lively. They drank and played finger-guessing games with each other. It was very lively. The Morong Lian reclined on the bamboo couch. His slender and pale hand held a silver stick, fiddling with the incense in the incense burner. This was a type of intoxicating incense produced in the Liao country. It was not a big deal to smell it from afar, but when one got close, one would feel like they were floating in the air. After the effect was over, the person would become dispirited. In order to continuously get this stimulation, one could only inhale it every few days. It was difficult to get rid of the addiction. When the old lord was ruling the country, this thing was openly forbidden. Emoshi looked at the Morong Lian's drunken appearance. His pale and thin face was blurred in the smoke like a mirror. He felt a wave of annoyance. Yu Chenqing sat next to Emoshi. He saw the Morong Lian sniffing the smoke and could not help but be curious. He wanted to go over to take a look, but was stopped by Emoshi. Sit down. What is that? Emoshi's face darkened. Floating like a dream. Yu Chenqing was shocked. Ah. Liao country's floating like a dream? He looked over anxiously. The Lord Wangshu seems to be very addicted. No wonder when I saw him this time, I felt that he was in a bad mood. If you touch this incense even once, your father will definitely lock you in the house and not let you out for 3 to 5 years. Yu Chenqing said, My father? My father is not that irritable. At most, he will threaten to hang me up. And beat me. Locking me in the house for 3 to 5 years sounds like your idea. Without waiting for Emoshi to get angry, Yu Chenqing smiled and said, But don't worry. I don't want this kind of illusory happiness. I'm so likable. I don't need floating like a dream. I'm also very happy. I'm not that depressed. Unexpectedly, his last few words just happened to fall into the Morong Lian's ears. Morong Lian fiddled with the remaining incense in the golden beast cauldron as a soft sneer appeared on her face. Her voice was as lazy as the smoke. Can't take things easy? Humph, floating like a dream is hard to find. With your family's financial resources, even if you want to smoke it, you can't afford it. Yu Chenqing didn't want to argue with him. He said indifferently, Yes, Lord Wangshu is of noble blood and rich. How can I compare to you? The Morong Lian was satisfied. He turned his head and asked, Lord Shihi, you don't want to smoke it? Seeing Emoshi's cold expression, the Morong Lian arched his body and chuckled. I almost forgot. Marshal Mo is also a frugal person. You don't like to be extravagant and wasteful. Ah, it seems that this is a good thing. In the whole Chonghua, I'm the only one who can enjoy it. Emoshi really didn't want to talk too much with him. In his memory, the Morong Lian was already the limit of scum. He didn't expect that after so many years, he would still be able to lower his limit. This person was proud of his status as a pure-blooded noble, but he never worked hard. Instead, he sank deeper and deeper into the quagmire. Now, he could even be called a walking corpse. Li Wei was right. He was really rotten to the bone. My lord. At this moment, the housekeeper of Wangshu Mansion walked in and reported to the Morong Lian. As per your orders, the people from Falling Plum Villa have been brought here. Oh, that's good. Then let them in. The banquet had reached its climax. The guests were a little tipsy. The housekeeper received the order and naturally followed it. He clapped his hands and had the best men and women in the villa bring in to liven things up. Emoshi turned his head. His dark eyes stared at the entrance of the room like a falcon. Rows of men and women of different shapes and sizes were led in by the housekeeper. Some of them were gorgeous, some were pure, some were humble, some were arrogant, some were unwilling, and some were willing. But Gu Mei was nowhere to be seen. These are all the prostitutes sent by Falling Plum Villa. If anyone likes them, feel free to take them and play with them. Morong Lian lazily waved his hand, they're just some lowly bastards, if they die, it's on me. Today, this king is treating, shouldn't you all be grateful to the point of tears and loudly praise me? Everyone immediately started to flatter him. Lord Wangshu is so cool. As expected of Juanshang's cousin. Whatever he says or does, it's just a matter of a sentence. How enviable. A group of people started to flatter Murong Lian, and started to pull those poor people to drink with them and have fun. For a moment, the scene was blurry and chaotic. Beauty, what's your name? Come, fill this brother's cup with wine. Emoshi's expression became more and more unsightly. After enduring for a long time, he really felt that it was unbearable. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly heard the Murong Lian say with a laugh, Lord Shihi, is there nothing you like? You're drunk. The Murong Lian sneered. I'm not drunk. Lord Shihi, don't be in a hurry to leave. The person you want to see is already here. It's just that he has a strange temperament now. If he leaves Falling Plum Villa, he will be anxious and fearful. That's why he's standing outside the door and not willing to come in. As he said this, he poured himself another cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. Emoshi turned to look outside the door. Sure enough, he saw the broken shadow of the bead curtain swaying, revealing a shadowy figure behind it. It was like a vigilant beast hiding in the dark, trying to look outside. See? The Murong Lian said, let him come in and play with you? Seeing that Emoshi didn't answer, the Murong Lian smiled, his cheeks flushed red. He stretched and shouted, hey, everyone, wait a moment. Lord Wangshu, what's wrong? The Murong Lian narrowed his eyes. The disdain and malice on his face almost reached the peak in an instant. He said, you guys are really unruly. Each of you is in a hurry to hug a beauty. Who noticed that our noble Lord Shihi's arms are still empty? Emoshi, if it were any other time, who would dare to joke around with Emoshi? However, most of the young masters were vegetarians. They wouldn't go to the battlefield with minor injuries, nor would they get out of bed with serious injuries. There weren't many people who had actually worked with Moshi before. Moreover, they were drunk, so their words were somewhat unruly. Someone laughed and said, Lord Shihi, the capital isn't like the army. Beauties are everywhere. The Lord Wangshu's men are even more peerless. Why do you have to decline? Lord Shihi is in the prime of his life, but he has been busy with military affairs. He should relax once in a while. That's right. General Mo has been to the Azure Palace countless times, but he has never entered the green muslin tent. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can, haha. Among these people, Yu Chenqing was the most sober. When he saw Emoshi's expression, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He hurriedly said, bah, bah, bah. Why don't you all shut up? Emoshi glanced at him and thought that it was rare for this child to be so serious today. In the end, he continued, otherwise, if you continue to spout nonsense, General Mo will go berserk and start killing people. I'll be the first to run. Emoshi, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were half drunk and half sober. They were muddle-headed and had silly smiles on their faces. In this torturous deathly silence, Murong Lian glanced sideways with her peach blossom eyes. Her gaze was intoxicating, but it also contained some coldness. Lord Shihi, you don't want the women or the men among these dozen or so beauties. Sigh, I think you. He smiled maliciously and said, the one you're worried about is actually your enemy, right? After saying this, he shouted towards the door, come. Bring the rebel General Gumeng to our General Mo. The author has something to say, Alien's heartache Alien, why do you hate me? Without me, can Gumeng, this little traitor, come online? It's impossible, Alien, it's not that I want to dig up that damn arrogant Emoshi's weakness so much. I tried so hard to persuade him to come and play. He definitely won't talk to Gumeng for 10 days or half a month, Alien, how am I the villain? I'm clearly the helper, Alien, this prince's heart is bitter, but this prince's mouth is still cheap. Alien, Gumeng, come out. I've worked so hard to attract customers, I've worked so hard to get a couple, but I'm still being scolded. Come out and pay for my mental damage, Gumeng, firm face, only a female wolf will come out. Gumeng was escorted up by the housekeeper. His neck was shackled by an iron chain, clanking as he walked. He appeared from the shadows barefooted. Unlike the last time Emoshi saw him, Gumeng appeared very calm, as if he was not the slightest bit uneasy because he was in his own territory. At this moment, although Gu Meng was still calm, his muscles were tense, and the sharp gaze hidden behind his long eyelashes swept across everyone's faces, full of danger. Their gazes met unexpectedly, and Emoshi's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his current situation was very awkward. If Gu Meng suddenly brought up the previous meeting at Luo Mei Villa, although it would not affect him much, it would not be a good thing. But although he was rational, a secret part of his heart was secretly clamoring, hoping that Gu Meng would have a slightly different reaction towards him. Unfortunately, Gu Meng disappointed him. Gu Meng was not interested in him at all, and seemed to only regard him as one of those strange guests. He did not even linger on his face for long. He just looked at him without any cover, and then looked away without a care in the world. Emoshi picked up the exquisite jade cup on the table with a gloomy face, and began to play with it in silence. Oh, the famous beast of the altar in the past. The Morong Lian said with a fake smile, Gu Meng, why are you so nervous? You've been serving in this house since you were young. What's so scary about revisiting an old place? Come. He said, and waved to Gu Meng, come here. Gu Meng slowly took 2 steps forward, and his gaze fell on the incense burner in front of the Morong Lian. Then, he seemed to be affected by the dreamy smell of the incense burner. He sneezed, and suddenly turned to run. The Morong Lian did not expect that he would suddenly attack. After regaining his composure, he sternly said, catch him for me. Gu Meng's spiritual nucleus had already been destroyed, but his body movements were still swift and fierce. His pair of long legs swept past and suddenly kicked down 3 or 4 people. Then, he supported himself with one hand and leaped into the air like a cheetah, dodging the servant who tried to grab his arm and landed firmly on the ground. This set of movements was as smooth as flowing water. Even though there were no spells involved, it was still very aggressive. Gu Meng sent the man flying with a kick. He turned around to look at them, scratched his face, and continued to run. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a crippled General Gu is more capable than this motley crew. As he spoke, he glanced at Emoshi. What do you think, Lord Shihi? Emoshi crossed his arms and silently leaned against the chair. He ignored the Morong Lian and watched Gu Meng run back and forth in the hall. Gu Meng's martial arts foundation was really too solid. The servants of Wangshu Mansion spent a lot of effort to subdue him. They were all covered in sweat and had bruises all over their faces. Master, we've tied him up. Look at how you're all panting like cows. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that the one whose spiritual nucleus was destroyed was not him, but you, idiots. The servants immediately lowered their heads and nervously swallowed their saliva. Fortunately, the Morong Lian did not continue to scold them. Instead, he waved his wide sleeves and impatiently said, bring him back. Gu Meng was brought to the center of the hall again. Because he refused to listen, they had no choice but to use a spell to bind his body tightly and bring him to the front of the seat. Kneel. Gu Meng refused to kneel. Thus, the group of people violently kicked him in the knee and he fell to the ground. His mouth, nose, neck, abdomen, and knees were all tightly bound by the black immortal binding rope. His eyes were chaotic and furious. His originally loose robe was also opened, revealing a large area of his pale chest. The Morong Lian got down from the Xianxia couch. His hand was still holding the silver spoon that was fiddling with the powder. He leaned over and carefully looked at Gu Meng. The Chonghua is so big, but it is my Morong's country. General, where are you running to? Where can you run to? After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and gave Gu Meng a slap. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. He used all of his strength. 5 red marks appeared on Gu Meng's cheek. Gu Meng's head was slapped to the side. He did not make a sound. Instead, it was Emoshi's eyelashes that moved slightly. I've taught you the rules for 2 years, but you still haven't learned a thing. The Morong Lian straightened his body and smelled the remaining fragrance on the spoon. Suddenly, he turned to look at Emoshi. Lord Shihi, I heard that you are good at managing the army. When you took over the tortoise army left behind by Gu Meng, many of the old soldiers wanted to rebel. However, they were all persuaded by your oath before the army. Since you have such ability, why don't you teach this former commander of the tortoise army for me? Let him learn to be obedient. As he spoke, He waved his hand and signaled the servants to drag the man in front of Mo Shi. Speaking of which, he stabbed Commander Mo in the chest. This late atonement and apology should be made up to Commander Mo, the Morong Lian slowly said. Now you are the knife and he is the fish. You can torture him however you want. Please. Gu Meng did not understand many complicated sentences. He did not understand the words the knife and the fish. However, to him, the word torture was like a frightened dog hearing the sound of a stick being moved. His whole body trembled and his eyes suddenly widened. He was lying on the ground and his vision was limited. He could not see Mo Shi who was standing behind him. When the two servants on his left and right moved him, he tried his best to turn his head back, but the immortal solace that was holding his head in place tightened its grip. The iron chain that was stuck between his lips and teeth was almost digging into his flesh, making it hard for him to breathe. For a moment, almost all eyes in the hall were focused on Mo Shi and Gu Meng. Yu Chinqing covered her eyes and looked out through the gaps between her fingers. Commander Mo, you two can be enemies, but please don't kill in front of me. I'm still a child. Mo Shi did not speak. He slowly bent down and half knelt on one knee. One elbow rested on his knee, while the other hand, wearing a black leather glove, pinched Gu Meng's chin and lifted it up. Gu Meng's mouth was choked by the iron chain. He could not say anything. He could only struggle against the clanking of the iron chain while glaring fiercely at Mo Shi. For a moment, Mo Shi felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. He did not know why, but when he saw Gu Meng's clothes disheveled and tied up by the iron chain, a layer of excited goosebumps appeared on his back. Was it the excitement of finally stepping on the prey under his feet and watching him stretch out his neck to be killed? Or was it the anger of being unable to fight back? Or perhaps it was some other emotion. He did not know, nor did he want to know. His dark and cold eyes looked down disdainfully. Under the flickering light, his vision was filled with Gu Meng's fierce and pitiful appearance. After a long while, Mo Shi closed his eyes and got up. Take him away. What does Lord Shihi mean by this? Mo Shi turned his face away. I'm not interested in him. The Morong Lian smiled. So that's how it is. I was wondering where I had poked Lord Shihi's sore spot and made Lord Shihi unhappy. As he spoke, he added some powder to the hookah in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and took a deep puff. Then, his eyes flowed and he cast a sidelong glance over. But I really admire Lord Shihi. After so many years of military service, you are still as noble and virtuous as before. Men and women, enemies and beauties, none of them can enter your eyes. Out of curiosity, I'd like to ask, what kind of heavenly fragrance and beauty do you want to be interested in? Mo Shi did not say anything. His face darkened. Yu Chinqing saw the atmosphere between the two becoming more and more tense. He scratched his head and could not help but lean over to interrupt. Mo Shi did not even turn his head. Stand further away. Oh, the Morong Lian had smoked too much and sneered. Does Lord Shihi think that young master you will be addicted to this little smoke? Don't worry, this is absolutely impossible. That better be the case. Mo Shi's gaze was like a wugo on a cold night, staring at the Morong Lian's face through the smoke. Probably because of the power struggle between the aristocratic families, the Morong Lian did not like Mo Shi. He had been causing trouble for Mo Shi since he was a child. He always wanted to find out what Mo Shi was thinking and find out what he was thinking. This wasn't the first time she had probed his thoughts in such a roundabout way. The Morong Lian smiled and continued to ask, you still haven't answered my question. In this huge fallen plum garden, there are men and women of all shapes and sizes. There are more than 100 people. Does Lord Shihi not like any of them? You don't have to bother yourself with my private affairs. The Morong Lian lightly smoked his hookah and pointed his jade-like fingers at the black pipe. He puffed out smoke. Haha, Lord Shihi, why do you need to restrain yourself? I know you cherish your reputation, but in my opinion, as long as you are happy in this world, those unimportant moral integrity and character are like fleeting clouds. As he spoke, he exhaled a mouthful of misty smoke, revealing a faintly discernible smile within the green smoke. He blew away the smoke and slowly spoke. Look, it's gone in a moment. Mo Shi coldly asked, reputation? Lord Shihi doesn't get close to men and women. If it's not because of reputation, then why? Emoshi indifferently said, because he's obsessed with cleanliness. The Morong Lian didn't say anything for a while. He narrowed his eyes and puffed out a thin stream of smoke between his lips and teeth. The two of them argued for a while. The Morong Lian turned his head and sneered. He lay back on the couch again. A clean person is so boring. As he spoke, he waved his hand and greeted the other guests. Come, come, come. Enjoy yourselves. If you want to play, go ahead. No need to be polite. After today's banquet, whoever hugs a girl and doesn't get drunk will be regarded as having kidney deficiency. From now on, Fallen Plum Garden can't afford to entertain you. The servant came over and asked helplessly, Master, then, should we take Gumeng back or leave him here? Leave him here. Why should we take him back? The Morong Lian smiled. Lord Shihi is not interested in him, but don't others want to play? As he spoke, he glanced at Emoshi. Lord Shihi, you really don't care about him, right? If you really don't want him, then I'll let my brothers do as they please. Seeing that Emoshi ignored him, the Morong Lian smiled. The dim light in his eyes was like the scales of a snake. Okay. He nodded and raised his hand to point at Gumeng. This person is too ugly. Lord Shihi doesn't like him. I don't want him. Take him away and have fun with the other young masters. The others were naturally happy to do so. They probably felt a little embarrassed to bully an ordinary singer in public, but everyone applauded and applauded when they bullied Gumeng. Who asked Gumeng to be a traitor to Chonghua? For a moment, those drunk cultivators surrounded him and made fun of him, thinking of ways to humiliate him. Someone saw that he was hungry and threw a piece of marinated bone in front of him. Eat it if you want. Gumeng was beastly. After circling around a few times, he couldn't resist his hunger and really picked up the marinated bone. He brought it to the tip of his nose and carefully sniffed it. Feeling that there was nothing wrong with it, he opened his mouth and bit off a little bit. He chewed it in his mouth, his eyes carefully and attentively staring at the young masters in front of him. Emoshi caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye. He felt suffocated and could only turn his face away. But even though he turned his face away, he couldn't avoid the sound. It was sharp and piercing. Ha 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 ha, General Gu, I said you were a beast, but you really picked up bones to eat. The young masters roared with laughter. Didn't you used to like cleanliness? Why do you also want things that fall on the ground? General Gu, where's your face? The room was filled with disdain, but Gumeng didn't care. He just silently gnawed on the rare marinated bone. In a short while, the bone was completely eaten. He licked his lips and raised his head again. He swept his gaze across the sinister and mocking faces and landed on the plate on the table. There was a small pile of marinated bones. They were square and large, evenly distributed between the fat and the lean. Every piece of marinated meat was wrapped in rich sauce and fragrant red sauce. Gumeng silently stared at it for a while, then suddenly said, "Give it to me." This was the first time he had spoken properly since he entered the room. It was as if they had seen a cat that had been silent all this time suddenly purr. Every one of them was somewhat excited. Give you what? Gumeng didn't hold back. He looked like a beast begging for food, give me meat. Everyone roared with laughter, ha ha ha, look, he knows how to ask for meat. I don't know about other things, but I know about meat. This beast on the altar, ha ha. A young master sitting at the table asked, do you want to eat it? Gumeng nodded. That young master actually picked up a piece and handed it to him with jade chopsticks. Gumeng took it and was about to eat it when that young master suddenly laughed, you traitorous dog, you still want to eat meat? In your dreams. As he said this, he moved the spiritual energy at his fingertips. The piece of marinated meat that Gumeng was holding was instantly extinguished into a cloud of green smoke. Gumeng seemed to be shocked. He stared at his hand for a while, then turned it over and over for a while. Finally, he lowered his head and searched the ground for a while. Finally, he confirmed it. He tilted his head in confusion, the meat is gone. In the room, a group of people fought to be the first to laugh at him. Isn't it easy to want to eat? Someone mixed vinegar, wine, sauce, and fat into a wine bottle and gave it to him. Come, try this. It's a fine wine, ha 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 ha. Gu Meng was probably thirsty and hungry for a long time. Even though he didn't believe them, he still took the wine bottle. He smelled it and felt that the smell was a bit strange, so he cautiously licked it. After a moment of silence, he directly sprayed it on that person's face. Some people were so happy that they were slapping their legs. Some people were excitedly thinking of other ways to humiliate him. The young master who was sprayed was extremely angry. He took the handkerchief and wiped his face. Then, he grabbed Gu Meng's clothes and viciously slapped him, scolding, "I'm giving you a drink and you're still being picky. Pick your ancestors." Gu Meng was hit and immediately wanted to fight back. However, when the burning country destroyed his mind, it also dissolved his powerful spiritual energy. He wasn't the cultivator's opponent at all. His neck was strangled by the chain and he couldn't break free. He could only stare fiercely at the other person. That gaze was exactly the same as a wolf's. Teach him a lesson. Beat him. Yes. Beat him. Who didn't hate Gu Meng? Especially today, Emoshi and the Morong Lian were present, so these young masters more or less wanted to curry favor with the two immortals. One by one, they mercilessly cast spells on Gu Meng's body. As long as they didn't kill him, they chose the most ruthless ones. Gu Meng was soon besieged to the point that he couldn't breathe. However, he didn't know why these people hated him so much. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was full of blood. A few people were still not satisfied. They simply picked up the unfinished wine bottle and spat a few mouthfuls of saliva into it. Then, they lifted Gu Meng's chin and scolded, "Open your mouth. Swallow it. Drink it. If you don't drink it today, don't even think about leaving this door." This group of nobles surrounded him and humiliated him. They wanted to curry favor with the Lord Shihi and torture him with all their might. Suddenly, they heard a muffled bang in the corner. Everyone turned their heads and saw Emoshi, who had been silently playing with his wine cup, suddenly stand up. He threw the jade cup on the table and looked up. His face was extremely gloomy. "Ah Lian, ha ha ha, there's a price to pay for not saying what you mean. Didn't you say you didn't care? Then why did you throw the cup?" "Emoshi, my hand slipped." "Young Master A, B, C, come, Gu Meng, eat another piece of meat." Emoshi, "Ah Lian, squinting Mo Shui, should I give you a non-slip cup?" Lord Shihi, what are you?" Mok's action of gnashing his teeth was vividly displayed on his fair face. He was handsome, but it was also frightening. He was tall and looked down at the crowd. His piercing gaze was about to land on Gu Meng, but for some reason, he quickly looked away. "Lord Shihi." The Morong Lian also looked over. "Oh, Lord Shihi, why are you suddenly angry?" Emoshi's face darkened. He saw that Gu Meng was surrounded and bullied, and his heart was filled with hatred. But this hatred was really inexplicable. If he couldn't help but shout "Stop" just now, he probably wouldn't know how to explain it now. Fortunately, he suppressed himself and didn't say anything at that time. Only now could he endure for a moment. He gritted his teeth and slowly said, "In the hall, drinking and having fun, living in a drunken stupor. All of you are important members of the military department. But you only know how to use such despicable tricks." His words were crushed. "What a scandal. Lord Shihi, what are you talking about?" The Morong Lian spoke in the silence. He was originally lying on his side, but now he sat up and said, "Gu Meng is a traitor, and all of you are nobles. The nobles are just playing with a traitor. How is that not proper? How is that despicable?" He took another sip of "Life is like a dream" and continued, "Lord Shihi himself is obsessed with cleanliness, so why would he care about his subordinates? What's more, this is Wangshu Manor. Gu Meng is my man, and all of you are my guests today. Even if you claim great merit, you should know that you have to look at the master before you hit the dog, right?" These words were not only insulting Gu Meng, but also degrading the others to be his Morong Lian dogs. However, this group of people was very drunk. Even if they were sober, the Morong Lian was the current ruler's cousin. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they still wouldn't dare to say no to the Morong family's power. But Mo didn't fall for his trick. Mo crossed his arms and said coldly, Morong Lian, the people in the military department are not loyal to you. They are loyal to the Chonghua monarch. I don't want to hear you comparing the military and political officials to your own dogs a second time. He looked straight into the Morong Lian's eyes. Respect yourself. You. Although Moshi's words were short, they carried a heavy weight. It was as if two swords were pointing at the Morong Lian's heart. The first point was that the most powerful person in the Chonghua army was surnamed Mo. He was a Morong Lian himself, but his rank was not as high as Moshi's. The Chonghua's military law was like a mountain. Even if he was a noble, if he really angered Moshi, he could be dealt with directly. The second point was that the Morong Lian's words and actions had crossed the line. This was even worse. It was said that the Morong Lian's father had participated in the struggle for the throne. Fortunately, the previous king was magnanimous and didn't touch his brother's head. But this branch of the Morong family was still in danger because of this. They didn't even dare to touch the word royal power. The Morong Lian's expression changed. It took him a while to calm down. Good. Good. The corners of his mouth twitched as he squeezed out a cold smile. Moshi, you've got guts. He stared into Mok's eyes, and after a while, he suddenly raised his palm. Several streaks of light shot out from his palm, and a blood-red whip appeared. With a whoosh, it lashed out in the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was a slip of the tongue just now. The Morong Lian held the whip and slowly walked around Moshi. His eyes flashed with jealousy and hatred. Lord Shihi rules strictly. I've learned it today. Then, he paused, his eyes flashing with the light of the whip. Then I'll learn from you and teach these stupid slaves a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red whip suddenly slithered out like a snake and viciously whipped the slaves who were standing in the corner anxiously. Ah! My lord, please don't be angry, woo-woo. When the cries for mercy entered his ears, Moshi's eyes flickered. Then, they became more and more serious. Although he had a noble status, the Northern Frontier Army under him was a group of commoners who had been trained by Gu Meng with painstaking efforts. Those cultivators were poor and most of them were slaves. Moshi had been friends with Gu Meng in his early years. Later, he had gone through life and death with this group of people. He knew very well that they didn't have it easy. This was also the reason why, despite being a noble, he never went to prostitute himself or bullied those with low status. That year, after he was stabbed by Gu Meng, in order to prevent another traitor like Gu Meng from appearing in the world, the emperor ordered the extermination of the 70,000 remaining troops of the Tortoise Army. From then on, the Chonghua slaves were forbidden from practicing magic. It was he who dragged his sickly body and knelt day and night in the snow in exchange for the emperor not to implicate the army left behind by Gu Meng, not to exterminate Gu Meng's remaining troops, and not to deprive the Chonghua slaves of their right to practice magic. The rest of the slaves in the army didn't commit any acts of treason. Why should the emperor let 70,000 heads fall to the ground? The emperor said angrily, they didn't betray us now, but won't they betray us in the future? They were all trained by Gu Meng. A group of traitors. Lord Shihi, have you forgotten the pain after the scar healed? The scar hadn't healed yet. Blood seeped out of the gauze wrapped around his chest. But he still remembered when Gu Meng was young, he had sat on a stack of wheat, crunching on an apple and smiling at him. Jiuzhou's 28 countries, only the 5 countries led by the Chonghua are willing to let us, who were born slaves, practice magic. It'll be good if there are more in the future. Although none of the slaves can become an official in the Chonghua, as long as the emperor is willing to let us practice magic, there will always be a chance. I want to stand out, we all want to stand out. We only ask that the person on the throne is willing to take a look at us. Moshi closed his eyes and said, I ask the emperor to allow me to take over the 70,000 slaves. The emperor sneered, let you, a pure-blooded aristocrat, take over Gu Meng's group of ruffians? How will you take them? Can they obey you? Moreover, how can you guarantee that this tiger and wolf won't be like their old master and point their spears at the Chonghua Hall? Moshi looked straight into the emperor's eyes and said, I am willing to make a heavenly oath. The emperor was shocked. What did you say? I am willing to make a heavenly oath. The heavenly oath was indelible. It was a heavy oath that could only be made once in one's life. It had to consume 10 years of the person making the oath as a contract. If one went back on their word, a great calamity would descend from the heavens and the person making the oath would be reduced to ashes. And even if one abided by the promise for the rest of their life, the 10 years of life would never come back. It was precisely because of such harsh conditions that very few people in the world would swear a heavenly oath. But Emoshi did. He made this oath. He used 10 years of his life to swear that he would never let this group of slaves rebel. He swore that he would be loyal to the emperor and to the Xianxia for the rest of his life. Just to prevent Gu Meng's rebellion from causing more innocent blood to be shed. Just to allow the Xianxia to keep the slaves' right to practice magic. Almost no one knew about his sacrifice. People only knew that the emperor had a sudden idea and handed over the tortoise army left behind by Gu Meng to a pure-blooded aristocrat to lead. When he first took over, the people of the tortoise army secretly called him stepfather behind his back. They scolded him for being harsh, for being cold, for being born in a high position and for not understanding the hardships of a humble family. But none of them knew what this noble young master who didn't understand the hardships of a humble family had sacrificed in order to let them live, to let the people who came from the same background as Gu Meng not be branded with the mark of never being able to rise again. 10 years of life, a lifetime of promise. This stepfather whose heart had been stabbed, living in a crevice, wasn't human on either side. In fact, he had already done everything that could be done. It was just that no one knew. But this matter, the Morong Lian knew. Because he had been by the emperor's side at that time. He had seen with his own eyes how Emoshi had pleaded for the slaves. He had heard with his own ears how Emoshi had made a heavy oath and cowed out in the snow for a long time. He knew that Emoshi sympathized with these slaves. Because Emoshi had made him unhappy, he couldn't vent his anger on the empire's commander-in-chief, so he had shamelessly whipped those powerless slaves until blood splattered everywhere and they wailed incessantly. The Morong Lian laughed loudly. His pale and beautiful face was particularly distorted by disgust and drug addiction. As he laughed and whipped, he said meaningfully to Emoshi, "Lowly slaves will always be lowly slaves. They are destined to be covered in dirty blood from the moment they were born. How can they rise again?" Yu Qingqing was speechless at the side. Life is like a dream. When I go back, I'll tell my brothers not to whip them. This is just a disagreement. How can the Lord Wangshu be so crazy? The Morong Lian was still angry after whipping those slaves. From the corner of his eye, he saw Gu Meng standing to the side. As his former master, the Morong Lian had seen all the interactions between him and Emoshi over the years. Although he didn't have any evidence, he felt that the relationship between Emoshi and Gu Meng was very strange. Thinking of this, the Morong Lian suddenly had a vicious idea. He immediately turned his spiritual whip and lashed it directly at the stunned Gu Meng. Poor Gu Meng didn't have time to react before his waist was wrapped by the Morong Lian's whip. Caught off guard, he was easily brought in front of him. The Morong Lian grabbed his chin and forced him to turn around to face Emoshi. His long and narrow phoenix eyes were full of malice. Come, come, come. Gu Meng, look at this person in front of you. Do you still recognize him? Gu Meng blinked his eyes, mixed with a bit of animalistic vigilance. It doesn't matter if you forgot. Let me tell you, although you didn't say it back then, I could see that, although you called me master, in your heart, you wanted to betray the Morong clan and become this young Master Mo's dog. Emoshi's face darkened. Morong Lian, what are you crazy about? How am I crazy? Today, I reunited with Lord Shihi after a long separation, and I didn't prepare any gifts. How about this? I'll test his intentions again. If he still wants to follow you, then I'll consider giving him what he likes, okay? The Morong Lian hooked his arm around Gu Meng's shoulder and leaned against Gu Meng. I've even thought of how to test him. I'll tell you, Morong Lian. The Morong Lian was already intoxicated by floating like a dream. He put his finger on his lips and shook it. Shoo, don't be angry. Let me finish. Actually, it's very interesting. As he spoke, he lowered his head and said sweetly to Gu Meng, Gu Meng, I'll give you two choices now. Listen carefully. To be honest, I've always been disgusted by your face, and I really want to scratch it. But if you can help me take this person off. He pointed at Emoshi and said drunkenly, if you can help me take off this person's arm. He moved closer to Gu Meng's ear and laughed in a low voice that everyone could hear. I'll spare you. As soon as he said this, the drunk people around them were shocked awake. They opened their sleepy eyes in shock and stared at the three of them. What did Lord Wangshu just say? He wants Emoshi's arm. Yu Chenqing slapped his forehead and muttered, it's better if he didn't come. Then he shouted, Lord Wangshu, Big Brother Morong. You've been drinking too much of floating like a dream. Your brain isn't clear anymore. Where can I find medicine to wake you up? I'll go get it. The Morong Lian ignored them. He hung on to Gu Meng's body and grinned. So, Gu Meng, are you coming or not? With that said, the spirit whip in his hand transformed into a dagger that glittered with cold light. It hung next to Gu Meng's cheek. You can either take off his arm, or let me cut your face. Are you out of your mind? I'd like to see what choice you'll make. Emoshi's heart trembled. The Morong Lian wasn't drunk at all. It was obvious that with Gu Meng's current ability, even if he took the dagger, he wouldn't be able to hurt Emoshi at all. He wasn't a threat at all. The Morong Lian only wanted to test whether Gu Meng had really lost his memory. He also wanted to see how important Gu Meng was to him. I'll count to 3. The dagger was about to touch Gu Meng's face. Just an inch and blood would be drawn. Gu Meng didn't say anything. He looked at the Morong Lian's dagger almost indifferently. 1. Emoshi's blood couldn't help but flow faster. He really wanted to stop the Morong Lian immediately. But on the other hand, he couldn't help but want to know what Gu Meng would do. In fact, Emoshi also had some doubts. He also thought that Gu Meng's brain damage might be an illusion. If Gu Meng's brain was really damaged, he wouldn't hesitate because of his animal nature. If he was really like what Li Wei said, and subconsciously thought of himself as a wolf, then between self-defense and hurting others, a wolf would undoubtedly choose the latter. So why didn't Gu Meng make any moves to attack? The atmosphere became more and more tense. The Morong Lian was laughing, the Yu Chenqing was shouting, and everyone was persuading each other. The room was filled with smoke, and everything seemed like a dream. Emoshi quickly saw Gu Meng's face in the past. Calm, smiling, caring, and cold. Luli swam over in a strange way, like the scales of a big fish shining. Every ray of light was Gu Meng's figure in the past. It was like a dream floating. Long time no see, Junior Mo. Can I sit next to you? Do you want to rot together with me? I will really kill you. These memories rushed through his mind like a turbulent waterfall. Finally, they were pierced by the Morong Lian's voice and pulled back to reality. All that was left was Gu Meng's calm and slightly frowning face. 2. Gu Meng still didn't move. Why didn't he choose to save himself? Wasn't he full of wolf nature and couldn't remember anything? What's more, he was so vicious to him in the past and stabbed him with a bayonet. He should have. 3. Stop. Emoshi suddenly reacted. Lightning flashed in his hand and a curse suddenly broke out of his palm and swept towards the Morong Lian's raised dagger. Too late, the dagger stabbed towards Gu Meng's cheek and blood splattered everywhere. Emoshi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Blood dripped down drop by drop. The Morong Lian clutched his shoulder. His silk clothes were quickly soaked, and scarlet blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. His expression changed, and he stammered, my lord, no one expected that the Morong Lian would be the one to be injured in the end. The people of Wangshu Mansion were in a mess. Quick, get the medicine. Quick, get the healing powder. Quick. Tourniquet. The Morong Lian's face was ashen. He didn't know what happened, but at the moment when the dagger was about to pierce Gu Meng's neck, a red lotus totem suddenly appeared. Then, there was a sudden burst of spiritual energy around his body, and dozens of invisible light swords rose in an instant. Not only did it shake off his dagger, it even pushed him back a few feet. The Morong Lian was speechless for a moment. He bit his lower lip, and his face alternated between white and red. He paused for a while, and a blue light appeared in his palm to stop the bleeding. Then, he shouted awkwardly and angrily, Gu Meng. Gu Meng had already taken advantage of the chaos to run behind the table. At this time, he was rubbing his bare feet. He was very alert and very innocently grimacing, and his eyes were fixed on the Murong Lian. The light swords were still floating, protecting him in the center of the array. After a moment of silence, a young master who had gone to Luo Mei Garden to look for Gu Meng suddenly reacted and shouted, "Oh! So it's this array." "What array?" The Murong Lian said angrily, "If you know, why don't you say it?" "This array," this subordinate also accidentally learned about this array. "It's a bit embarrassing to talk about it, say it." In reply to Lord Wangshu, "It's like this." The young master saw that the Murong Lian was angry and hurriedly replied, "This array won't be activated if you attack him with magic or hit him with a high-grade weapon. But if you use a low-grade summoned weapon or punch or kick to hurt him, and make him feel very scared, many light swords will burst out from his body." This is also. He was a bit embarrassed at this point, and forced himself to finish, "This is also the reason why Gu Meng has been in Luo Mei Garden for so long, and no one can really do anything to him." The Murong Lian's anger, and stared hatefully at Gu across the table. "What kind of stupid array is this array?" The young master shook his head. "Gu Meng used to be a genius in the past. I don't know how many spells he created by himself, but most of them were extremely boring. This might have been created by him in the early years for fun." Now that he said this, the others also remembered. To this day, there were still some scrolls that Gu Meng had altered in his youth in the Cultivation School's library. There were all sorts of little spells written on them, such as making cold dishes hot quickly, turning oneself into a cat in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, conjuring up a ball of fire to warm oneself up in the winter, and so on. The most popular spell was called Whatever the General Says. It was said that in his early years, Gu Meng always liked to escape from those tedious and boring military meetings. In order to not be discovered by the commander-in-chief, he specially figured out this spell. He could turn a piece of wood into his own appearance and sit there to listen to the general's nonsense, while he himself ran away. God knows where he went to enjoy himself. Now that you think about it, it's really possible. Oh, right. It's simply ridiculous that it protects against punches and kicks but not against magic. One look and you can tell that it's not a serious defensive array. Gu Meng, that fellow, just likes to mess around and mess around. But he really hit the nail on the head. This kind of boring little spell actually protected him. Someone laughed, otherwise, he would have died in bed long ago. After all, there are probably a lot of people who want to sleep with him in the Chong flower. It's a pity that no one has been able to break this array. Yu Qingqing listened from the side and scratched his head, muttering, "Damn, what array is this? The Flower of High Mountains array? Come on, Gu Meng, the Flower of High Mountains?" Another young master laughed. He lowered his voice and joked with Yu Qingqing, "We might as well make up a couplet. Gu Meng, the Flower of High Mountains." Yu Qingqing asked with interest, "Then what's the second half of the couplet?" "Handsome Mo is dissolute and dissolute." Yu Qingqing slapped his thigh and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, although it doesn't match at all, but, what are you laughing at?" He was suddenly interrupted by the Murong Lian. The Murong Lian flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You don't know the rules. Be careful that I don't make things difficult for your father." "I didn't. How would I dare?" Yu Qingqing hurriedly said, "By the way, as long as the Lord Wangshu is happy, don't mention making things difficult for my father. Even if you make things difficult for my father's daughter, it doesn't matter." The Murong Lian glared at him. He thought about how he had not been able to show off at tonight's banquet and even got a scar on his face. He felt embarrassed, so he turned his head and said hatefully, "Why aren't you coming?" "At your command, Lord." The Murong Lian flicked his sleeve and pointed at Gu Meng, "Take this stupid pig away. I don't want to see him again. In addition, transfer a few more sensible and clever girls from Fallen Plum Gardens to me." As for the punishment, he gritted his teeth and glanced at Emoshi's face from the corner of his eye. For some reason, Emoshi's expression became a bit strange after seeing the array. He even glanced at Gu Meng's neck a few times. "Marshal Mo, don't you have anything to say?" Emoshi came back to his senses and withdrew his gaze from Gu Meng. He crossed his arms and said coldly, "Didn't the Lord Wangshu intend to fulfill someone's wish and give Gu Meng to me?" The Murong Lian was startled, then said rather shamelessly, "I was just saying. Lord Wangshu ordered me to deal with him. How can I casually change hands?" She originally knew that he was not a person who would keep his word. A gentleman's promise cannot be taken back. To the Morong Lian, it was simply nonsense. What's more, this matter was originally a ridiculous child's play. If Lord Wangshu did not take back the decree himself, no one could arbitrarily change it. Thus, he raised his eyes to meet the Morong Lian's aggressive gaze and said, "Since it's like this, the Lord Wangshu can deal with him himself." "Why ask me?" "Since you said so." The Morong Lian sneered, then turned his head and ordered, "Take him away. Give him 80 whips and deduct his food and drink for a month." He paused, then added maliciously, "Starving to death is his own fault." Gu Mei was taken away. The servants of Wangshu's residence came over to clean up the messy table and set up a few new dishes. The banquet resumed. Amidst the discussion and sighs, only Shi did not speak. When the surrounding people began to drink again, he raised his eyes again and looked at the place where Gu Mei was taken away with a complicated gaze. His fingers slowly clenched in a dark place where no one could see. Shi did not like to drink, and hated hangovers even more. But that day, after returning from Wangshu's residence, he sat in the empty courtyard of his home and opened a jar of vintage wine. He drank 1 cup at a time and drank alone until he could see the bottom. He looked at the wugo in the sky and the clouds parted and the snow cleared. He suddenly asked the housekeeper standing beside him, "Li Wei, how many years have you been with me?" "Lord, 7 years." Shi murmured, 7 years, 7 years ago, he pursued Gu Mei who had defected to the enemy. He went deep into the enemy's camp and was stabbed in the chest by Gu Mei. His life was hanging by a thread. He lay unconscious on the bed. Li Wei came to Shihi's residence to take care of him on the orders of Lord Wangshu at that time. So it had been so long. Shi thought unwillingly. So, why couldn't he let go? Why couldn't he forget? After drinking too much, he inevitably felt a little tipsy. He did not want to lose his mind. So when Li Wei wanted to pour him another cup, he shook his head, indicating that there was no need. Li Wei agreed. There were not many people who could truly control themselves in the face of lust, and Kui was one of them. "What do you think of Gu Mei and I?" Shi suddenly asked. Li Wei was stunned and hesitated. "Not too compatible?" "You're talking about compatibility between two men." "I think you drank too much." Shi glared at him, "Say it again." Only then did Li Wei react and said with a smile, "Oh, the relationship between the two of you? It's not good for everyone to know." "Then what about before?" "Before?" Li Wei pondered for a while. "I didn't have the fortune to serve by Lord's side. But I heard that Lord and Marshal Gu were martial brothers in the academy, comrades in the army, and... Alas, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. Some people say that you and Marshal Gu were quite close at that time. Others say that Marshal Gu was sunny and warm to everyone. So maybe he wasn't that close to you." "That's about it." Shi nodded and did not comment. Martial brothers, comrades in the army, 2 generals in the kingdom. This was the impression that most people had about the relationship between Shi and Gu Mei. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Li Wei asked curiously, "Then what was it like in reality?" "Me and him?" Shi actually smiled faintly. His long eyelashes drooped, hiding something bitter in his smile. "It's hard to say." He paused and said slowly, "I shouldn't say it either." No one in Chonghua believed that Gu Mei was to Shi in the past, like a clear spring to a traveler who was about to die of thirst. Before meeting Gu Mei, Shi was ambitious, responsible, strong-willed, and fearless. But he was more filled with hatred. When he was young, he used to treat everyone with sincerity. But what did he get in return? His father died in battle, his mother betrayed him, and his uncle was in chaos. Each of his servants was better than the other. They called him young master, but they were all working for his uncle. He looked around and found that there was no one he could trust. At that time, he didn't understand what he did wrong to be treated so harshly by fate. It was at that time that he met Gu Mei. At that time, Gu Mei was so kind and upright. Even though he was just a slave, with a lowly status, he never resented or blamed anyone. When Shi was with him in the beginning, he had a bad temper and often offended him. But Gu Meng always tolerated him with a smile. He was always considerate of other people's difficulties, even though he had gone through a lot of hardships. He was always trying to breathe in every bit of kindness and life, and then desperately trying to bloom a small flower. He knew that he would be punished for pretending to be a Morong Lien to buy medicine, and even lose the right to cultivate in the school, but he still insisted on doing it. After the incident, Gu Meng didn't explain anything when he knelt on the confession altar in the school. He only shamelessly said that he thought it was fun. But which slave would ruin his hard-earned opportunity to rise just for fun? It was clearly because he saw with his own eyes that the villagers were plagued by the plague all year round and were plagued with illness. He felt that he couldn't bear it. But he was too lowly, so lowly that even if he used the lowest posture and softest voice to say, "I just want to save people," he would be mercilessly ridiculed. Even if he dug out his burning chest and let them see his heart that was about to die, they would only laugh at his hot-bloodedness, doubt his kindness, ridicule his overconfidence, and laugh at his trembling heart. He knew all of this. So he didn't argue. People said that if one was rich, one should help the world; if one was poor, one should only take care of oneself. He himself was in this situation, a little slave of Wangshu Mansion, but he didn't worry about what to eat next and how to please his master. Instead, he took on the burden of saving lives and helping the wounded. What an overconfident clown. But it was his overestimation of his own abilities back then, his passionate and burning sincerity, that pulled Xianxia, who was already thoroughly disappointed in human nature, onto the right path. "Master," Li Wei advised while he was in a daze, "it's late at night and the dew is heavy. You should go and rest." She didn't answer immediately. His hand was still in front of his eyebrows, covering his eyes. When he heard the housekeeper's voice, he turned his face slightly. His fingers trembled slightly, as if he was wiping something. After a while, he said in a low and gentle voice, "Li Wei." "Yes. Tell me." He muttered, "Gu Meng. Is it possible that he didn't lose his memory at all? Is he pretending?" The author has something to say. Little Yeye's differential treatment. Morong Lien, laugh, laugh. I even got injured when I helped. I quit. What are you laughing at? Yu Chinching. If you laugh again, I'll give you a hard time, Yu Chinching. As long as Big Brother Morong is happy, I'll give my father a hard time, Yu Jun Tian. You're unfilial, Morong Lien. Alright, you're shameless enough. What if I make your brother's life difficult? Yu Chinching. As long as Big Brother Morong is happy, I'm willing to let my brother wear his shoes, Jiang Yeshue. You're finally willing to call me Big Brother? Morong Lien, F***CK. What if I make your fourth uncle's life difficult? Yu Chinching. As long as Brother Morong is happy. Wait. What? You want to make life difficult for my fourth uncle? No. You're not allowed to get close to my fourth uncle. The mysterious fourth uncle was speechless. Daily thanks to the little friends who follow the article. Li Wei was stunned. What? She still did not look up. His deep eyes were covered by the shadow of his hand. He said in a low and nasal voice, "Maybe he still remembers something. His mind is not completely damaged. He's pretending." How is that possible? Li Wei's eyes widened. Gu Meng's illness was diagnosed by Shen Nongtai. Chonghua's best doctor, Dr. Jiang, also came to diagnose him. His spiritual nucleus is broken, he lost 2 souls, and his mind is damaged. He thinks he's a wolf. Have you ever seen a wolf who would rather hurt himself than hurt others? Li Wei was stunned. Was it his imagination? Lord Shihi's eyes were actually a little red. Lord, why do you say that? Shi closed his eyes. His anger was not directed at Li Wei. He just really did not want to hear words like Gu Meng does not remember anything anymore. At Wangshu Mansion, the Morong Lien gave him 2 choices, to break my arm or to cut his own face. She turned his head and looked at the shadows of the trees. After a while, he murmured, he chose the latter. Li Wei, tell me, what kind of wolf would make such a choice? Li Wei thought, tell you? Tell you what? Look at your bad temper. If I told you that Gu Meng might not have understood Lord Wangshu's question at all, wouldn't you jump up and kick me to death? Since that day, Shi had been a little obsessed. Although Li Wei later took advantage of his good mood to tactfully express to him that Gu Meng's brain is really not good now. He doesn't understand many words. Communicating with him is like communicating with a 3-year-old child. Sometimes you have to repeat a sentence several times. She could not let go of this faint hope in his heart. In the end, Li Wei had no choice but to say, "Master, why don't you go and verify it with Shenantai?" There were many Morong Lian in Shenantai, so she didn't want to go there. Li Wei suggested again, "Why don't you go to the Imperial Medicine Building and ask Pharmacist Jiang?" Pharmacist Jiang was a cold and unkind person. She didn't have a good impression of him. But in the end, he couldn't bear the torment in his heart and went to pay a visit. Outside the luxurious and extravagant medicine manor, a young apprentice said in fear and trepidation, "Lord Shihe, my shopkeeper Jiang has gone out to gather herbs. When will he be back?" The shopkeeper's departure date is uncertain. It could be 3 to 5 days, or 3 to 5 months. Did he say where he went? When the shopkeeper picks herbs, he travels all over the world. She was speechless. Looking at the young apprentice shaking his head as he answered, he could only nod and turn his horse back to the manor. Perhaps it was because his obsession was too deep that he kept thinking about Gu Meng all day long. That night, after Mok fell asleep, he had a dream. In the dream, he vaguely went back to many years ago. He finally understood what was on his mind and couldn't wait for the day to confess. It was a quiet night at the border of the Great Wall. He was very young, not even 20 years old. At that time, he wasn't the famous Lord Shihe, and Gu Meng was still under the name of the Murong Lian. They fought fiercely with the burning country and many people died. When Shi was packing up his comrades' belongings, he saw a blood-stained love letter from a swan goose. He held the letter that hadn't been sent yet and stared at it for a long time. Shi's family was unfortunate. Since he was young, he had seen mutual deception, betrayal and exploitation. This was the first time he saw passionate and true love. The cultivator who died in the battle was a rough man. He didn't even like to read books, but in the smoke of war, he seriously wrote such a long letter word by word. In the letter, he didn't talk about the suffering of the war, nor did he talk about meritorious deeds. He only talked about the mole on the girl's eyebrows and the new seedlings planted in the courtyard. Next year, when the flowers are brilliant, Xiaoyan will sing and play the flute. It was a clumsy and not even neat poem, but it was so gentle that it seemed like it could drip water. It was actually written by such a rough and clumsy man. When he was writing, he really saw the scene of him playing the flute and singing with the girl named Xiaoyan in front of the flowers planted by him after he returned victorious in the coming year. In the end, all that was left was this blood-stained letter. She couldn't express how he felt at that time. He sat on the edge of the couch for a long time, holding the letter in his hand. Next year, when the flowers are brilliant, Xiaoyan will sing and play the flute. If the person who died today was him, was there anyone he couldn't let go of? He quickly thought of a familiar figure. But he didn't think much of it. It was only after a long time that he suddenly reacted. He was stunned for a moment, and his back was covered in cold sweat. It was as if a cluster of fire had suddenly lit up in his chest, illuminating everything. But it was also as if that cluster of fire had always been silently illuminating him, licking him and tormenting him in the depths of his heart. It was just that he didn't realize it before and didn't understand what the feelings he suppressed were. He sat there in a daze, but the wildfire in his heart burned hotter and hotter. Something collapsed, and something stood up with a loud bang. Outside the tent, there were cultivators who were mourning for their dead brothers. There was also the faint sound of rain and the silent sound of the wind. He clenched the thin letter in his hand. Who would die tomorrow, whose heart would be stained with blood tomorrow? Suddenly, he couldn't restrain the impulse in his heart. He suddenly lifted the curtain and bumped into the medicine cultivator who came in to heal him. The medicine cultivator was shocked. "Master Mo?" She didn't answer. He strode out of the tent, his pace getting faster and faster. He put the blood-stained letter in his robe. He would take it back to the Xiaoyan mentioned in the letter. But now he was in a hurry to find someone. He suddenly became so anxious, as if he didn't say it, he wouldn't have the chance to say it again tomorrow, and death was imminent. "Master Mo! Master Mo!" The healing cultivator in a white robe with wide sleeves chased out of the camp and shouted at him, "Master Mo, the wound on your arm," but he didn't care. He didn't want to care about that insignificant injury. He ran out of the camp alone, called for a spirit horse, and rode it forward. The wind and snow blew in his face, and behind him were the pigeons of the garrison camp. The fine sound was thrown further and further away. His heart was filled with a ball of hot blood. He wanted to find Gu Meng, who was on night duty, and talk to him. He could feel his thumping heartbeat and his anxious heart. Even though the wind was blowing and the snow was cold, his palms were slightly wet. "Where's Gu Meng?" When he arrived at the North Army camp, he panted and asked the cultivator of the garrison army before dismounting. "I'm looking for him." "Where is he?" The cultivator was shocked to see him in such a hurry. Master Mo, do you have an urgent report?" "What urgent report? Do I have to have an urgent report when I see someone?" He exhaled hot white smoke from his mouth, and his tone became more anxious. "Then the cultivator glanced at Moshi's injured arm. He hesitated for a moment and didn't ask any more questions. But Moshi already understood what he meant. "Then why didn't you rest and recuperate? Why did you run from the South Army to the North Army in the wind and snow to look for a nobody?" Moshi was too anxious. And too impulsive. He had just figured out one thing, a very important thing that had troubled him for a long time. He had to find Gu Meng. If he didn't find Gu Meng immediately, it was as if his hot blood would dry up overnight. He had always been a man of his word. Once he set his mind on something, he had to hold it in his hands. At that time, he was young and didn't experience the bitterness of love. He didn't even consider the consequences, didn't think about human relationships, and didn't think about whether he would be rejected. He didn't know anything. Just like that, he came to Gu Meng's tent impulsively with his true heart. Standing in front of the military tent, his fingers trembled slightly. His blood was getting hotter and hotter, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Finally, his Adam's apple moved. He took a deep breath and opened the curtain with a hua sound. Gu Meng, a cultivator with a decent appearance, turned around. It was Gu Meng's good friend at that time, Lu Xianxia. Lu Xianxia was also a Morong Lian study attendant. He grew up with Gu Meng since he was a child, and he was very eccentric. At this time, he was nibbling on fruits and reading sword manuals in the tent. When he saw Moshi, he was stunned. "Young Master Mo? Why are you here? Where's Gu Meng?" "You're looking for him." Lu Xianxia nibbled on a juicy pear and suddenly laughed. "Why are you all looking for him tonight?" "Who's looking for him?" "Oh, no one, just a few of our friends looking for him to go to the nearby village to play." "Young Master Mo, you don't know him." "I wanted to go too, but my leg hasn't fully recovered yet, so I was too lazy to go." Lu Xianxia rambled on, and Moshi became even more anxious. He bit his lower lip and asked, "Where did he go?" Lu Xianxia smiled and prepared to answer his question. But just as Moshi was about to dream of the answer from that year, he felt a pain. It was as if the heart instinctively wanted to protect itself from the pain, so the heavy darkness suddenly came crashing down and crushed the answer. The dream was blown away like the most fragile dust. The darkness became deeper and deeper, and the dream became deeper and deeper, and there was no more sound. In the end, the world became nothingness. Everything returned to silence. The next day, Moshi woke up to the chirping of the birds in the courtyard. He slowly blinked and gradually regained consciousness, as if he had swum ashore from a broken mirror. Gu Meng, he was trapped in the aftertaste of the dream. He raised his hand and felt that his palm was slightly warm, and there was even a thin layer of sweat. He seemed to be able to clearly recall the burning feeling when he was young, but the content of the dream had gradually become blurred. "Lord." Seeing that he was awake, Li Wei hurried over and bowed. "Lord Changfeng sent some gifts early in the morning, and they are temporarily in the flower hall." "Lord, do you want to accept them?" "Lord Changfeng?" He had just woken up, and now he was dreaming of the past. Even the wise and mighty Lord Shi couldn't calm down for a while. After a while, he rubbed his forehead and frowned slightly as he remembered that was an old aristocrat who had fallen from grace. Although he still had his status now, it was only in name. Lord Changfeng hadn't interacted with other people for many, many years. She was a little grumpy after being woken up. He pressed his throbbing forehead and asked, "Why did he suddenly send me gifts?" He didn't say in detail. She was a person who was used to being upright. He paused and said, "Then you can return them to him. Just say that I appreciate his kindness, but I don't want them." Yes. After Mok finished washing up and dressing up, he walked to the parlor to take a look. It was really exaggerated. There were pearls, jade, silk brocade, magic weapons, and elixirs. There were so many boxes that he frowned. He called Li Wei, who was busy, over. "Did Lord Changfeng commit a crime?" "Ah?" Li Wei stared blankly. "No." "Then what does he mean by this?" "This?" Li Wei thought that Lord Changfeng seemed to have offended many nobles in the cultivation school because of his daughter. Some of them were even from powerful families. Giving Lord Shihi gifts at this time was obviously to test the situation and see if he could keep this ignorant great commander who had just returned to the city. But Steward Li was still very smart. He knew that it was best not to get involved in the affairs of these families. So he said, "Even Lord doesn't know about this, so I definitely don't know." Shi scanned the gifts a few more times. He still couldn't figure out the other party's intentions, so he simply didn't bother with it anymore. He just straightened his sleeves and said, "I'm going out. I won't be back at noon. Tell the kitchen not to prepare any food." "Oh." Li Wei responded, but couldn't help sneaking a glance at Shi. Lord wasn't quite right these days. It seemed that ever since he came back from Wangshu Manor, even if there were no court meetings or military affairs, he would still run out every day. Sometimes he would run for half a day, sometimes for a whole day, and sometimes only come back late at night. And he wouldn't let his attendants follow him. Why did it seem like he was having a secret rendezvous with a certain beauty? As soon as he thought this, Li Wei almost broke out in a cold sweat. No, 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 how could this be? How could this be? First there was Meng Zhe, then there was Yan Ping, not to mention all the other rich ladies and flirtatious cheese. All of them had tried to melt Lord Shihi, this aloof and cold male god, but none of them had been able to do it. Li Wei thought to himself that if Lord Shihi really could go on a date with a girl behind everyone's back, then what kind of femme fatale was she? She sat down at a tea stall on the corner of the street with a dark expression and ordered a pot of Xianxia tea. The tea was quickly served, accompanied by some dried fruits and candied fruits. She slowly sipped the tea, his long eyes occasionally looking across the street. Across the street was the lotus pond in the backyard of Luo Mei Villa. And that filthy femme fatale hadn't appeared for a long time. A few days ago, Gu Meng would stare blankly here almost every day, doing nothing but standing alone on the pontoon bridge, silently staring at the fish in the lotus pond. His face was blank, as if he had just experienced a heavy snowfall. At first, She didn't know what was so interesting about the fish, until one day, he saw Gu Meng trying to catch a fish. Of course, he didn't catch the fish, so he squatted on the shore and stared blankly at the koi fish swaying away into the distance. His Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed his saliva, his eyes gradually becoming blank. She then understood that he was hungry. That day, the Morong Lian said that he would deduct a month's worth of food from him, and now it had been more than 10 days. So the aggrieved Gu Meng actually wanted to catch fish himself to eat, but for some reason, since that day, Gu Meng hadn't appeared. She came every day, but he never saw him squatting on the fish again. Today was no exception. Slowly, the tea was finished, and he asked the stall owner to add a new pot. After sitting for a long time, he still didn't see Gu Meng. This person hadn't appeared for 5 days in a row. Could it be that something happened in Luo Mei Villa again? She thought. Although his face was still calm, he began to feel anxious. He endured and drank the last bit of Yangxian tea, but it couldn't quench the fire in his heart. In the end, he got up and walked across the street. The author has something to say. Confession mode. 20-year-old She's confession. Don't care about anything, just rush over to find her. 30-year-old She's confession. I don't want to confess anymore. Gu Meng's normal version of his confession. I'm serious about sleeping with you. Gu Meng's wolf version of his confession. Your fur is so nice, can you lend it to me? Little Yeye's confession. You're better than my fourth uncle. Jiang Yeshua's confession. I'm a widower, and I don't plan to remarry. I've said it many times. Moron Lian's confession, Miss, are you willing to be scolded like a sieve in the comments section with me? Swoosh. The low-level cultivator outside the falling plum garden swept the fallen leaves on the white jade bluestone. Suddenly, a pair of black leather military boots appeared in his field of vision. The cultivator's hand stopped moving. He squinted his eyes and raised his head to decline politely. Guest, it's not dark yet. Our courtyard opens in the evening. Would you like to open a little later? Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened when he saw the person's face. He was so shocked that he even dropped his broom. The cultivator was stunned. Lord Shihi? Emoshi's military uniform was tall and straight. His lapels were overlapping and his collar was meticulous. He looked like a proper gentleman. He said, I'm looking for someone. The low-level cultivator's jaw almost dropped. This was the falling plum garden, and Lord Shihi was known to be pure and simple. He actually took the initiative to come to a brothel to look for someone? Was the sun rising from the west? Emoshi's face was as cold as frost, and his eyes became more and more terrifying. What are you looking at? Can't I go in? No. Xiao hurriedly led him in. Please. Then he stuttered and asked, who is Lord Shihi looking for? Emoshi was silent for a while. Then he turned his face and said expressionlessly, Gu Meng. Oh. So he's looking for him. Xiao reacted and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was unimaginable that Lord Shihi would visit a brothel, it was reasonable that Lord Shihi would look for Gu Meng. After all, they had such a deep enmity. It was normal for Lord Shihi to vent his anger on someone when he was in a bad mood. Emoshi followed Xiao into Luomei Resort. As Xiao walked, he said to Emoshi, Lord Shihi, Gu Meng is in the dirty abandoned house in the backyard. When you go in later, take care of your clothes. Don't dirty them. Emoshi frowned. Why is he there? Well, it's a long story. Didn't the Lord Wangshu punish him? So we let Gu Meng do manual labor in the yard, chopping firewood and so on. But a few days ago, he must have been starving. He actually went to the kitchen in the middle of the night to steal meat buns. And then what? Stealing one or two would have been fine, no one would have found out. But he was like a reincarnated hungry ghost, eating 4 whole baskets in one go. When Chef went to check, he was still eating the buns inside. Of course, the chef was unhappy. He rushed forward to settle the score with him. In the end, Emoshi glanced at his suddenly fearful expression and said, Did Chef hit him and trigger the sword array on him? Ah. Yes, Lord Shihi, have you seen that array before? Mochime did not reply. Instead, a blurry light flashed past his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered and drooped down to cover it. That chef hit and scolded too much. Gu Meng resisted so much. After the sword array was triggered, he did not dodge in time and was cut until he was covered in blood. Xiao rubbed the goosebumps on the back of his hand. There were hundreds of cuts. It was quite scary. Emoshi was silent for a moment, then asked, Is he all right? He's fine. That sword array was not overbearing. Although there were many cuts, they were all superficial wounds. After a pause, he said, Actually, Lord Shihi, you don't have to worry. That chef is also a dog thief caught by the Burning Nation. If he and Gu Meng fought, it would be a dog biting a dog. After this happened, Mama was very angry and locked Gu Meng in the woodshed. Originally, we gave him a cornbread every day, but Mama said that we have to be more ruthless and only give him a bowl of porridge every day to make him suffer. Xiao paused. Lord Shihi, why don't I just get someone to kidnap him for you? That array of his is too dangerous. The injured chef is still lying in his room, wrapped up like a dumpling. He probably won't be able to get out of bed for a month or 2. No need. Emoshi's expression was unreadable. After a pause, he said, I'll go find him myself. Because he did not need to receive guests, Gu Meng stayed in the shabbiest little house in Luomei Garden. As the saying goes, it's hard for a lone wolf to survive. Gu Meng's body had been tempered to a large extent to be very similar to that of a wild wolf. He was afraid of being alone, so he often talked to himself. The people in Luomei Garden were terrified, so they got him a black dog to accompany him. That black dog was sitting at the door of that little shabby house. When it saw a stranger approaching, it immediately barked like crazy. Emoshi's gaze was like a knife. When he glanced at it, the dog was stunned and immediately became listless. "Lord Shihi, this dog is afraid of you." Nonsense. He had killed so many people. How could he not be able to deal with a dog? Emoshi's black military boots stepped on a few stone steps, then he lifted the heavy curtain and swept his gaze across the narrow dark room. Unlike the extravagant decorations in other parts of the garden, this little house had simple walls. There was nothing else except a pile of firewood and a few broken pots. Gumei was like a wild beast, curled up into a ball in the dark corner. When he heard someone coming, he moved his ears and raised his head to look over silently. The Xiaoxiu who accompanied him hurriedly said, "Lord Shihi, please be careful. He is hostile to everyone now. He is very resistant." Emoshi didn't seem to care. He only nodded slightly and said, "You may leave." The Xiaoxiu hesitated. Although the Lord Wangshu always said that it was okay to kill Gumeng, everyone knew that the Lord Wangshu was just talking. If Gumeng really died, all of them would have to bear the consequences. Seeing how much Marshal Emo hated Gumeng, he wouldn't wait until it was dark to chop him into pieces, would he? Emoshi said, "I want to be alone with him for a while." The Xiaoxiu saw his gloomy eyes and didn't dare to say anything. He could only lower his head and say, "Yes." After the Xiaoxiu left, Emoshi let go of the hand that was holding the curtain. The thick and dirty curtain fell behind him. In an instant, the room was plunged into darkness. There wasn't even a single candle in the room. In the darkness, only Gumeng's clear and bright eyes were shining. Emoshi frowned. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. What was wrong with his eyes? He raised his hand and a ball of flame lit up in his palm. Emoshi lit the ball of flame and then walked towards the two fluorescent lights. Gumeng had been locked up for 5 days. His mind was in a mess. In addition, he hadn't seen such a dazzling light for a long time. He first made a low threatening sound from his throat. When he realized that the other party didn't intend to stop, he tried to run away like an injured animal. However, he was too weak. Before he could get up and walk 2 steps, he staggered and fell to the ground again. Emoshi stood in front of him. The flame finally shone on Gumeng's battered and exhausted body. Gumeng saw that there was no hope to escape. He simply turned his head and stared at him. Sure enough, something was wrong. In the previous 2 meetings, Emoshi actually didn't see Gumeng's face clearly because of the ambiguous candlelight and his emotional fluctuations. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that Gumeng's eyes were different from before. The pair of black eyes that were always smiling in his memory were gone. What replaced them was a pair of azure blue eyes. There were some fluorescent lights scattered in the darkness. Those were the eyes of a real snow wolf. Although he knew that the Liao kingdom had combined and tempered Gumeng with the combination of beasts, Emoshi's hand still trembled when he saw with his own eyes that the signs of a wolf had replaced what he was once familiar with. He suddenly pinched Gumeng's chin and stared at those blue eyes that were like the sea. Who was it? Who was this? The flame in his other hand flashed even more fiercely because of its owner's irritation. The light was almost white and it shone on Gumeng's face. His gaze was like a bayonet that fiercely scraped Gumeng's entire body. Perhaps because his gaze was too scorching and piercing, Gumeng didn't know where he got the strength to shake off his hand. He struggled and staggered a few steps forward. Emoshi sternly shouted at him, "Stop right there." The fireball was suspended in the air. One of his hands was already tightly grasping Gumeng's wrist. His momentum was too ferocious, and Gumeng was really provoked this time. Several dazzling blue lights flashed, and the sword array was activated once again. Dozens of formless swords of light burst out from Gumeng's body, and all the swords turned their tips in unison, quickly stabbing towards Xianxia. Blood was about to splatter everywhere. But in that split second, something strange happened. The moment the light swords touched Emoshi, they turned into crystal wings and slowly floated to the ground. Gumeng was stunned. And Emoshi seemed to have known that the sword array was ineffective against him. He exerted strength in his arm and brought the dazed man back. Gu Meng was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that he was in a firm embrace and quickly began to kick and struggle with his hands and feet. Emoshi angrily said, "Don't move." Hearing his voice close by, Gu Meng abruptly raised his head. He was even more panicked than before. Clearly, he knew that the sword array was his last line of defense. If the sword array failed, it meant that Gu Meng had lost his only remaining fangs and claws, and could only be slaughtered. He had no power to resist this man who was suppressing his anger. "Don't." He finally opened his mouth, trembling slightly. Emoshi's chest heaved up and down. He looked down at the man in his arms and gritted his teeth. "Don't what?" "Don't." He had lost his ability to speak earlier. Now that he was frightened, his words began to be choppy and slow. "Kill me, Emoshi." His blue eyes flashed with the color of a beast's sorrow. He struggled and clumsily begged, "I." His lips slowly opened and closed. "I want to live." His heart suddenly trembled. Emoshi met his desperate eyes and the scar on his chest seemed to throb violently again. "I want to live. As long as I can live with a clear conscience, what's wrong with that? Emoshi, do you understand me?" "Ah? I can't live at all like this. I feel uneasy. My dreams are filled with the faces of those dead people. I can't live at all when I'm awake. Do you know the pain of wanting to die every day and every night? You don't know at all." Before Gu Meng really fell, there was once when he roared at him crazily and uncontrollably. He was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He broke a cup and blood flowed out. Emoshi understood his pain. But what could he do? At that time, he could only let Gu Meng get drunk and shout loudly and accompany him, waiting for him to slowly recover and for his scars to slowly heal. Gu Meng did not shout again after he sobered up. But for some reason, Emoshi felt that although he was still smiling after that, there was something behind his smile that he could not see clearly. Later, Emoshi was sent to the capital by Jun Shang. Before he left, Gu Meng invited him to drink and said with a smile that he was going to be a bad person. He did not believe it at that time. But when he came back, Gu Meng had already fallen. He died drunk in a brothel and became unrecognizable. Not long after, Gu Meng betrayed the country. His scars had never healed. In his heart, new wounds stacked on top of old ones. He wanted to live. And he wanted to die every day and every night. Just like that, day after day, he was doomed eternally. The blue-eyed Gu Meng said softly and sorrowfully. It was an animal's instinctive desire to live. "I want to live." Emoshi closed his eyes. "I won't do anything to you." The person in his arms was still trembling slightly. He was so hungry that his cheekbones were sunken. His slightly long black hair fell on the side of his face. He kept staring at Emoshi's face. Emoshi just let him stare at him for a long time. Gu Meng's trembling stopped slightly. But when Emoshi moved his arm, he immediately opened his eyes wide. His eyeballs moved uneasily from side to side, as if he wanted to escape, but seemed to know that it was useless. "It's me." He had been so disappointed, so hateful, so entangled, so unsettled before. But when he really saw him panic, the storm in his heart calmed down like a storm. He didn't grab him, scold him, torture him, or humiliate him as he had expected. "Do you still remember me?" After a pause, he added. "It's okay if you don't remember." Gu Meng didn't say anything. Just when Emoshi gradually became restless because of his silence, Gu Meng suddenly said, "You used to prostitute me." "Listen." Suddenly, anger rose in his heart. Emoshi almost gritted his teeth. "Don't say that word in front of me in the future. I came to find you that day to talk to you about something. Not. He couldn't say the word prostitute no matter what. Emoshi turned his head away with a dark expression. In the end, he said stiffly, "Remember, it's about something." "Something?" Gu Meng murmured, finally relaxing a little. But his eyes still caught all the subtle emotions on Emoshi's face. Finally, he asked slowly. "But, why? Why what? Why my?" Gu Meng's emotions had not calmed down. He still couldn't speak as calmly and smoothly as he had on the night of their reunion. He was really scared of hunger and beating, so for a moment, he could only speak one word at a time. my sword, disappeared. I can't hit you when I hit you. She didn't answer immediately, but his face slowly became gloomy and cold. Why? Why, that day, at the Moronlian banquet, someone sighed that although Gu Meng's sword formation was amazing, no one in the world knew the secret behind it. Actually, he was wrong. That day, at the banquet, there was actually someone who not only knew the secret of this sword formation, but also knew why this formation was originally created. That person was Shi, who didn't say a word at that time. Shi stared at Gu Meng's face, still restraining Gu Meng with one hand, not allowing him to move, but his other hand released Gu Meng's chin and slowly slid down along the side of his neck. Finally, his rough fingertips stopped on the lotus sword formation seal. Mok silently looked down at him, stroking his neck. His eyes were actually somewhat red, as if in the next moment he would stoop down and bite down on that lotus insignia, bite through Gu Meng's flesh and blood vessels, and have him die in his arms. It was as if as long as he did this, this person would no longer deceive him, no longer betray him, no longer disappoint him. He was obedient. Probably because his eyes were too stubborn, and his suppressed emotions were too crazy, Gu Meng felt that something was wrong. His eyes wandered, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was murmuring something in a low voice. She finally spoke slowly and in a low voice. Don't say it anymore. No matter how you summon it, it won't work. Gu Meng was stunned. You know? I know. Shi's gaze moved away from the lotus, and slowly, deeply, buried in Gu Meng's deep blue eyes. This sword formation can be triggered by itself, but if you really want it to appear, as long as you sincerely ask, you can also summon it temporarily. Gu Meng's face instantly paled, and his eyes widened. Shi's expression was very complicated, as if he was deeply entangled in a deep hatred. He didn't know what to do. But if I don't allow it, it won't appear. Shi paused, and the color in his eyes deepened. His thin lips opened and closed, and he slowly narrated. Because not only does it listen to you, it also listens to me. It doesn't only belong to you. With every sentence Shi said, Gu Meng's face turned paler, and in the end, it was almost as thin as a piece of paper. He stared blankly at Shi's face, which was so close to him. Why, did, Shi lowered his head and looked at him, breathing deeply. Although he didn't want to show too much emotion, the pain in his eyes could no longer be concealed. His eyelashes trembled, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Gu Meng. He paused and closed his eyes. Have you really forgotten everything? Gu Meng's eyes widened, and Shi's handsome face was reflected in his sea blue eyes. It can't stop, you. He murmured, and his face was full of beastly vigilance. Why, does it listen to you? It was hard to tell whether Shi's expression was cold or painful. His lips opened and closed, and his words were cold. Of course it listens to me. Silence. Shi closed his eyes. Then, as if the lava that had been suppressed finally cracked open, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were burning red. He suddenly couldn't hold back his anger. Of course it will listen to me. Because your seal is made with my blood. Because your seal is made by me. Because the person who created this formation isn't you. It's me. Gu Meng obviously didn't understand. But he could see the anger and sadness on the face in front of him. He opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at this unfamiliar man. The man's expression was too complicated, as if he had accumulated more than 10 years of love and hatred, suppressed more than 10 years of pain, and finally exploded more than 10 years of despair. He suddenly raised his hand, and almost violently tore open his folded collar, revealing his slender and naked neck. Shi's eyes were cold, and soaked in ice and fire. He gritted his teeth. Do you see it? Although the cold light in his eyes was sharp, they were moist. This curse seal is exactly the same as yours. Your blood. You did it. I made it for you. As he spoke, he suddenly pushed Gu Meng away, as if he suddenly didn't want to touch him, and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Shi covered his forehead with his hand. His voice was choked with sobs. The author has something to say. Fancy questions Xianxia. I didn't expect this curse seal to not be washed off after so long. Didn't Liao Wu wash it off for Vast, yes, but there are still residual stains. Ah Lian, I think Mo Shi and Gu Meng must have something going on. Men. Go and steal Mo Shi's sheets, subordinate, master, Lord Shi is obsessed with cleanliness, so the sheets must have been washed. Ah Lian, I don't believe it. Look carefully, there must be some residual stains, Yu Qingqing, oh no. I had too much fun, and my clothes are so dirty. What should I do, Jiang Yeshua, what else can I do? Come to my house, I'll wash it for you. Sigh. Mysterious fourth uncle, you're not good at washing clothes. Even if you wash them, they'll still be dirty. There will be residual stains. Princess Mengzhe. My head hurts. I don't think I need to bring any other local products back to the city. I just need to bring some stain removal powder for these people. Gu Meng stared at this person in a daze. Hesitation, alertness, and confusion flashed across his eyes. Finally, he stepped forward and tentatively raised his hand to touch Mo Shi's neck. Mo Shi suddenly looked up and stared at him with reddened eyes. His breathing was a little rapid due to his agitated emotions. His clothes were slightly open and the lotus curse mark on his neck was pulsating. He was clearly a person who had not been tempered by any evil spirit, but his expression was no different from that of a beast. What are you doing? Gu Meng was in a daze. But I don't know you, why do you also have? Mo Shi felt a sudden stab of pain. His pride and resentment made him ruthless. He slapped Gu Meng's hand away and said sternly, I never needed this kind of thing. You forced me. Gu Meng looked up at this man who had lost his rationality. In this dark woodshed where no one could see, in front of Gu Meng, the Lord Shihi who had lost control of himself was like yesterday's boy. Haven't you always been the one? Mo Shi's chest was trembling and the corners of his eyes were a little red. You were the one who provoked me. You were the one who came to find me, when he was frustrated. When he was proud. When he was poor or rich, or when his future was uncertain. It was always you who smiled brightly and took the initiative to approach him. It was you who made me believe that there were other friendships in this world, that there was someone who would treat another person well without asking for anything in return. That there was still kindness, sincerity, and a heart of loyalty that would not regret even if 9 deaths were to happen. It was you who pulled me back. Mo Shi had really lost his rationality. He had suppressed himself for so long and waited for so long for this day. Didn't he just want to ask Gu Meng the truth? Didn't he just want to see what Gu Meng's heart was filled with? Why couldn't he even get this little bit of relief? He had been deceived, abandoned, and betrayed. Saying that she liked him was a lie. Saying that she was willing was a lie. Saying that she wouldn't leave was a lie. There was nothing left. In the end, there were only the 2 lotus patterns on his neck that proved what had happened between them in the past. It proved that he had been so stupid when he was young, so fearless, and so unhesitant. It proved that he was a young man who was ignorant of the web of love. She was so stupid that she wanted to give him her heart. Stupid enough to think that all vows could come true. Stupid to this day. Stupid to this day, I still feel the pain. His head buzzed due to his overly excited emotions, and he felt dizzy. Mo Shi looked at Gu Meng, who was in front of him. In the dizziness, his vision started to fade and become blurry. He seemed to see the young man standing on the deck of the ship. It was so far yet so close, so familiar yet so strange. Against the sea breeze, he wore a black robe, bandages wrapped around his waist, and a slanted ribbon on his head. I will really kill you. Mo Shi grabbed him and pushed him against the wall. He didn't care what time it was, yes. I know you will kill me. Didn't you already stab me once? Why didn't you stab me a second time at Wangshu Mansion? He knew that he had lost his composure. He knew that what he did was ridiculous. But how could a person who had been suppressing himself be able to control himself when he lost control and exploded? What's more, what Mo Chime wanted the most was to turn back. It was just an answer. You made me believe. In the end, you made me not believe. You said that I didn't care about anything, that I had nothing to lose, so I didn't care. His voice softened, and he finally choked with sobs. But do you know what I lost after you went down that path? Do you know what I lost? Mo Chime suddenly turned his face to the side and lowered his head. After a while, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, which were crushed into pieces by his hatred. The person who doesn't care about anything is not me. It's you. I hate that I can't. He was suddenly speechless. Because Gumeng suddenly reached out and carefully, hesitantly, held his face and said, don't be so sad. Mo extinguishing suddenly turned his head and met the pair of blue and pure eyes that seemed to have been washed by the sea. I don't know what you're talking about. But can you not be so sad? Gumeng said slowly, laboriously, word by word, so clumsily. Don't be sad. It was like a burning sword that was suddenly immersed in water. Sizzling smoke rose, but the crazy heat was extinguished in an instant. His blood cooled down little by little, and his rationality came back little by little. Gumeng looked at him and said slowly, "You're not a bad person," he said cautiously. His eyelashes fluttered, and he said again, "I don't know you, but you're not a bad person, so don't be sad." She felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Hatred, irritation, anger, and something else, he couldn't distinguish. He looked at Gumeng's familiar face and looked at the unfamiliar blue eyes. It was also this person who used to look at him with dark and deep eyes, with a smile, calling him again and again, saying, "She. It's okay, don't be sad. No matter what, we'll always be together. No matter how difficult it is, I'll get through it. Let's go home together." A wave of fatigue suddenly surged in his heart. She closed his eyes. He was almost tired, like a dying vulture using the last of its strength to maintain its stubbornness. "I'm not sad." He hated him so much that he couldn't wait to strangle him to death in his hands. He wanted to see if he could escape again, deceive him again, and leave him again. He hated that he couldn't personally see his skull shatter, his flesh and blood flowing out, ending all hope and despair. But when Gumeng carefully comforted him and begged him not to be sad, he suddenly thought of something. Many, many years ago, Gumeng sat on the edge of a blood-stained trench, summoning his laughable little divine martial Suona, which he had never used again after betraying his country, and blowing into it with great indignation. It was such a lousy song. Everyone covered their ears and scolded him for blowing ghosts and crying at funerals. He only laughed until he swayed back and forth, and then continued to play the song "Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix" for those who died in battle. He played it so affectionately and so seriously. When he glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, the bottom of his eyes was moist. Gumeng had a heart. He had deceived people and ghosts for so many years, but She knew that he had a heart. He still wanted to believe that the things that happened in those years couldn't be all fake. For this result, he could wait. Forget it. You can't remember. Forget it. She's voice was moist, and he finally said this. "I'm talking too much. It doesn't matter if you've really forgotten everything or if you've faked it." After a few moments of silence, She straightened his body and slowly straightened his clothes. There was no extra wrinkle, and he covered the lotus tattoo on his neck. "I'll wait. I'll wait for a result. I'll wait for you to tell me the truth." His eyes were still a little red, and so was the tip of his nose. Gumeng was stunned. "You're waiting for me?" "Yes, I'm waiting for you. No matter what, I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait. But you have to remember, if you lie to me again, if I find out that you're still lying to me, I can't let the same spot on my chest be stabbed a second time. I'll make you wish you were dead." The surroundings were very quiet. Gumeng lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he was puzzled. "What do you mean by, wish you were dead?" That confused and innocent tone made She look at him coldly. But because the corners of his eyes were still red and wet, he didn't look as sharp as usual. Gumeng sensed his gaze and raised his head to look at him. He knew that this man had broken through his sword array and removed his sharp claws, but he had not bitten his neck or humiliated him like the others. So Gumeng asked tentatively, "Wish you were dead, does that mean you're going to let me go?" She. "No. But you didn't kill me, and you didn't hit me. I don't hit idiots." Gumeng didn't say anything and continued to look at him. But suddenly, he leaned over and sniffed him. She raised his hand to stop the tip of his nose. "What are you doing?" Gu Meng licked his dry lips and said softly, remembering you. Remembering him? Remembering what? His face? His smell, or remembering that he was a person who didn't hit idiots, but Gu Meng didn't explain. At this time, he let down his guard a little. Or maybe it wasn't that he wanted to, but that the hunger of more than 10 days had made him weak. He didn't care about Emoshi anymore. Anyway, his last sharp teeth were useless in front of the other party. Gu Meng slowly lowered his head and curled back into his corner. His eyes that were like a wolf's in the dark blinked tiredly. Thank you, he said. You're the only one who's willing to make me wish I was dead. These words suddenly fell into Emoshi's heart. His chest suddenly ached. He stood there for a while and looked at the shabby little house. He looked at the small mattress with cotton wool and the figure curled up in the corner. Emoshi closed his eyes and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. In the end, he went out and brought back some biscuits and hot soup. He fed them to this person who was about to starve to death. I'd eaten. Gu Meng hurriedly leaned over to smell it. After smelling it, he swallowed and then hesitated. But you didn't prostitute. As soon as the word prostitute came out, Emoshi's black eyebrows rose in anger. He didn't say a word and directly slapped the biscuit on his face. When he returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. Master, you're back, ah. What's wrong? I'm fine. But why are your eyes? Why are they red? They got in the wind and sand. After saying that, he left Li Wei and walked back to the bedroom without looking back. After being tormented in Luo Mei Villa for so long, he didn't feel sleepy at all. He tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. He simply put on a black fur coat and stood in the corridor, looking at the moon in the Ming Hall. And Gu Meng's haggard face kept swaying in front of him. He couldn't get it out of his head. Was he really that stupid? Did the Liao country really send him back just to make peace, or did they have other intentions? He tried to figure it out, but no matter how many times he tried, in the end, his thoughts stopped at that pair of wolf-like blue eyes. Thank you. You're the only one who's willing to let me live a life worse than death. Emoshi suddenly closed his eyes. After that, he didn't go to Luo Mei Villa to see Gu Meng for a long time. Firstly, it was because there were more things to do. Secondly, Luo Mei Villa was the Morong Lian's territory. It wasn't good to go there too often. He only glanced at the backyard of Luo Mei Villa once when he led the Imperial Guards to patrol the city. Gu Meng was squatting there and watching fish again. Beside him was that dirty big black dog. Everything was the same as before. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. The first heavy snow of this winter floated outside the military council. It was unusually cold at dusk. Most of the people in the military council went home early to play with their grandchildren. A few young cultivators also took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't completely dark and went back to the main city in groups of 3 to 5 to drink and eat meat. Emoshi was about to go back to his residence when he suddenly heard a timid voice in front of his desk. Lord Shihi, can I ask you for a favor? The author has something to say. Today's small drama is a real story. Friend, let me draw a character portrait of Gu Meng and Xianxia. Can you tell me what their usual weapons are? Me, oh. The current setting is that Xianxia uses a whip, a sword, and a cane. The cane will turn into a big whale. It's very powerful, friend, okay. What about vast expanse? Me, friend, vast expanse. Me, Swona. Friend, pen dropped what? Me, Gu Meng's weapon is Swona == I'm not kidding, friend, at least the Liao country did a good thing. They gave Gu Meng a new weapon and saved his taste. He changed to using a bayonet == the person standing in front of him was a female cultivator with a very low position in the department. She was about 40 years old and usually didn't speak much. Emoshi was a little surprised and asked, what's wrong? I just received a letter from the school saying that my daughter was beaten up by Lord Chongfeng's daughter and is slightly injured. I'm worried and want to go and take a look. But I still have a lot of files to sort out. As she spoke, she couldn't help but reveal an awkward and worried expression. I've asked a few colleagues, but they all have something to do. Even young Master Yu is having a drink with his friends in the East Market, so I was wondering if I could trouble you. Emoshi frowned slightly. He didn't mind helping her, but the name Lord Chongfeng, which had been silent for many years, seemed to have appeared a little too frequently recently. Is her injury serious? I heard that she twisted her arm, the female cultivator said. Although it's not serious, she's been crying nonstop. The elders can't do anything about it. Then you go. Be careful on the way. The female cultivator originally didn't have much hope for this cold commander, but she didn't expect that after begging so many people, he would actually agree in the end. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide, and her cheeks finally flushed with joy. Thank you, Lord Shihi. The baskets of files are all over there. She was so excited that she stuttered. I've already sorted out most of them. I'm really sorry to trouble you to do such a small thing. It's okay. Your daughter is more important. The female cultivator thanked him 3 or 4 times and hurriedly left. She stayed in the military council alone to sort out the past files. He was in a high position and had never taken care of such trivial matters before. Now that he was doing it, he realized that it wasn't easy. There were many files, and they had to be sorted according to age and rank. The important ones had to be sealed, and the useless ones had to be destroyed. He was new to this, so he did it very slowly. When he was almost done sorting out all the files, it was already very late at night. There was one last box left. This dusty box contained the files of all the cultivators in the department. She glanced at it and saw a familiar name at the edge. He lowered his eyes and stood there for a while. He couldn't help but reach out to take the scroll related to Gu Meng's case. The dust on the scroll slowly gathered and he spread it out. There were many things inside. Gu Meng's origin, slave status, divine martial arts, and habitual moves. She flipped through the thick stack of documents page by page. He stood there and slowly read from the beginning to the back. Suddenly, a piece of silk fell out of the military records. The scroll had already turned yellow, and the words Cultivation School Bingxing Year Morality Examination were written on it in large, dignified letters. She stared blankly for a moment. Was this Gu Meng's graduation paper from the Cultivation School? Looking down, she saw the familiar handwriting. It was a mess and the content made She speechless. Cultivation School Ethics Exam for the Year of Bingxin. Responding cultivator, Gu Meng, he asked, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Disciple, please reflect on your own shortcomings and answer truthfully. He answered, I lack money. He asked, what are the 3 things that Xianxia cultivators must avoid when slaying demons? How to avoid them? He answered, first, be careful that the client has no money. Second, be careful that the client runs away. Third, be careful that the client runs away with the money. How to avoid them? Before slaying demons, pay first for safety. No credit. He asked, please write about the 3 most benevolent and kind ancestors of Xianxia since the founding of the country. He answered, I don't know. But the 3 most shameless ones are, later on, the angry elder used magic to burn 3 holes in the scroll. Thus, She had no way of knowing which 3 names Gu Meng had written. She looked at the answer. Scroll. The familiar handwriting was still young and inexperienced. He felt amused and depressed. He stared at it in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. Not good. Someone come quickly. Something happened at Luomei Villa. Luomei Villa? She was shocked. Gu Meng? It happened so suddenly that when he rushed over, only 20 or so guards on night duty had arrived. They were in a demon-hunting formation, staring at the gate of Luomei Villa with vigilant expressions. Every one of them was injured, and the bluestone road beneath their feet was torn apart by the previous fight. The surrounding streets and alleys were not much better. Several shops had collapsed, bricks and tiles were scattered, and broken wood was emitting scorched smoke. When the leader saw Shi, he immediately shouted, Marshal Mo. What happened? It's Gu Meng. I don't know what happened to Gu Meng, but a strong evil aura suddenly erupted from his body. He went berserk. Where is he? He was just injured by us. He's hiding behind the heavy gate of Luomei Villa. He doesn't dare to rashly fight again. We're the same. We're waiting for reinforcements. Shi looked at the creaking gate. Sure enough, he saw a person standing in the shadow behind the gate. In the darkness, a pair of eyes shone faintly. Gu Mei was also keeping a close eye on the situation outside. She stared at the pair of wolf eyes and asked, wasn't his spiritual nucleus destroyed? Why can he suddenly fight again? We don't know either. The cultivator in the lead was on the verge of tears. This person's movement technique is really too evil. Back then, if he had killed him with a single slash of his saber, it would have been much cleaner. Why would he bother to lock himself up in this fallen plum garden? Alas! Xiao next to him said angrily, I think he's just pretending to be stupid. What spiritual nucleus destroyed and brain destroyed? Look at him just now. Does he look like someone who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? That's right. If he really doesn't have any spiritual energy left, then who gave me this scar on my face? Why did Jun Shang spare his dog life? Just as he was complaining at the same time, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from not far away. Mok turned around and saw 12 high-level cultivators escorting a gold-engraved carriage, galloping over through the thin snow. The Lord Wanshu is here. The warm curtains of the gold-engraved carriage were pulled open. The attendants stepped on the carriage's feet, umbrellas, and incense burners were all prepared. After a while, a sickly and thin face slowly appeared from inside. Oh, it's so lively. The Morong Lian saw Emoshi at a glance. Lord Shihi is here again. Emoshi didn't want to be long-winded with him. He only said, Gu Meng is in trouble. The Morong Lian sneered. Of course I know that. That's why I'm here. As he spoke, he slowly took a few steps forward. He stood not far from the red gate and then silently chanted an incantation. His left palm emitted a brilliant blue light. Go. Arrest the evil creature. Following his command, the blue light turned into a chain and quickly swam towards the door. Only a bang sound was heard. The 5-inch thick gate was pierced through and fell down with a loud crash. Gu Meng, who was hiding behind the gate, was caught off guard and was immediately bound by the blue light chain. The Morong Lian shouted again, come back. The chain suddenly tightened and there was a clattering sound. Gu Meng staggered and knelt on the ground. He was quickly dragged to the front of the Morong Lian by the chain. It's just a mad dog causing trouble. A wide satin shoe embroidered with dark patterns of the moon stepped on Gu Meng's face. The Morong Lian said indifferently, why bother Marshal Mo to come here in person? Gu Meng was bound by him. His eyes were chaotic and his body was surrounded by violent spiritual currents. His teeth were chattering. Let me go, let you go? The Morong Lian sneered, when was it your turn to give me orders? As he spoke, he tightened his grip and the chain closed around his palm with a clattering sound. It pulled Gu Meng up along with it. The Morong Lian grabbed his hair and forced him to look at him. Two equally pale and abnormal faces were facing each other. The tips of their noses were almost touching each other. The Morong Lian said, I am the master and you are the slave. Marshal Gu, I've starved you for a month and you still don't remember? Gu Meng. Let me go. The Morong Lian's delicate face flashed with a kind of almost perverted luster. He was just about to speak when he suddenly saw Gu Meng squint his eyes. The Morong Lian's heart thumped. As a cultivator, his instinctive vigilance made him suddenly release Gu Meng and quickly retreat. Almost at the same time, a dazzling sword array burst out from Gu Meng's body again. This time, the array was much more shocking than before. Each of the light swords was several feet tall. The one closest to the Morong Lian left the sword array in an instant and directly stabbed towards the Morong Lian's heart. Master, be careful. Lord Wanshu, be careful. The surrounding attendants cried out in alarm. Although the Morong Lian's body movements were poor, he was still on guard. He immediately raised his hand and condensed an ice wall in front of him. The light swords hit the wall and in an instant, the ice crystals shattered and exploded into fine powder. The Morong Lian used this as a buffer and dodged to the side. In the end, the light swords did not stab him and only scratched a hole in his robes. The Morong Lian landed on the ground and stared at Gu Meng. Gu Meng gasped for breath and tore off the chain that the Morong Lian was holding around his neck and threw it to the ground with a bang. Then, he raised his head and gulped. His hands were clenched into fists and strong spiritual energy continuously surged out from his feet. It actually forced the surrounding Xiaoxiu soldiers who did not have high spiritual energy to kneel on the spot and vomit blood. Not good. He's going to go berserk again. The leading cultivator was shocked. Quickly stop him. Set up the array. Accept the challenge, accept the challenge. However, the spiritual energy around Gu Meng was too strong. Not only could they not get close to him physically, even the incantations could not break through the light swords. Seeing that Gu Meng was going to go berserk again, the Morong Lian condensed a talisman with blue light in his hand and threw it out. He shouted, "Water ghosts, rise!" A cold wind blew and more than 10 water blue ghosts crawled out from the ground. They screamed and rushed towards Gu Meng's sword array. One of the water ghosts was sliced to pieces by the lightsaber, but another water ghost soon took its place. Although it was difficult, it was still able to gradually close in on Gu Meng. The Morong Lian shouted, "Take him down." The water ghost screamed and rushed towards Gu Meng with the wind and snow. Unexpectedly, Gu Meng only raised his hand and a ball of sword light burst out from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the 10 ghosts were all cut into pieces. Then, he suddenly raised his head and stared fiercely at the Morong Lian with his blue eyes. He walked over in large strides through the fine snow. The Morong Lian was shocked and subconsciously took half a step back. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Gu Meng did not answer. However, the phantom of a lone wolf suddenly appeared behind him. It was as blue as lightning and fire, making him look extremely imposing. Seeing this, Emoshi shouted, "Morong Lian, retreat." The Morong Lian also wanted to retreat, but some kind of unknown evil energy nailed him to the ground, making him unable to move. Gu Meng was already slowly walking over from the snow. The Morong Lian looked at him and suddenly felt that Gu Meng was like a wolf king that was about to pounce. He was so fierce and cold that it made one's hair stand on end. "Gu Meng! How dare you? What do you want to do? How dare you?" Of course, Gu Meng dared. He suddenly raised his hand and a cluster of fireballs lit up in his palm. He directly threw them towards the Morong Lian. With a series of explosions, each fireball smashed a foot-deep hole in the ground. In an instant, the floor was covered with broken bricks. The Morong Lian had no choice but to fly into the air to avoid his attack. The Morong Lian's expression became more and more sinister. His pale face, which was extremely sickly due to taking hallucinogens, actually turned red with anger. He stood in the air and gritted his teeth at Gu Meng, "You unrepentant bastard." No matter what he said, Gu Meng did not show any expression. He waved his hand and this time, 5 clusters of flames appeared on his 5 fingertips. "I hit you just now because you stepped on my head. I'm hitting you now because I'm hungry." The Morong Lian said in disbelief, "Because of what?" "Because you won't let me eat." Gu Meng said firmly, "I'm hungry. Hungry." The flames suddenly rose. Gu Meng waved his hand and cast a spell. The Morong Lian's pupils suddenly shrank. "You won't let me eat," Gu Meng said, emphasizing each word. "I am hungry." Flames flared up. Gu Meng waved his hand and cast a spell. The Morong Lian's pupils suddenly contracted. In the nick of time, a sand enchantment suddenly rose from the ground, setting off a shockwave that knocked the Morong Lian over and blocked Gu Meng's flames. Cough, cough, cough. The Morong Lian coughed as he climbed up from the ground. He wiped the dust off his face and immediately turned around to see Emoshi standing not far away, controlling the protective enchantment. The Morong Lian brushed the dirt off his body and said eerily, "You threw me on purpose?" Emoshi said, "Go back. You're no match for him." The Morong Lian's thin lips moved. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard an ominous cracking sound. The thick protective enchantment was torn apart in an instant. Sand and sand fell everywhere. A bayonet surrounded by black smoke broke through the last layer of the enchantment and headed straight for the Morong Lian. This bayonet was, Emoshi's heart went cold. This was the MCMAU that Gu Meng had summoned on the Dongting Lake battleship years ago, the one that had stabbed him in the heart. However, MCMAU was the same as Shenwu. Both required Gu Meng to chant a spell to summon it. Logically speaking, after Gu Meng lost his memory, he should no longer have the ability to summon this murderous blade, not to mention that his spiritual nucleus was shattered. But now, why? Before he could finish his thoughts, the bayonet had already broken through his protective enchantment and struck him like lightning. She was familiar with Gu Meng's methods. He turned his head abruptly and shouted at the Morong Lian, "Dodge to the left." The Morong Lian was stunned. The bayonet was supposed to be thrown to the left. Normally, he should dodge to the right. Why did She ask him to dodge to the left? It was this moment of hesitation. It was too late for him to dodge. The bayonet went straight for the left, but suddenly turned to the right at the last moment like a cunning snake. Seeing that the Morong Lian was about to be hurt, She rushed over and pushed the Morong Lian away. The bayonet entered his abdomen and blood splattered. Everyone's expression changed. Lord Shi. Lord Shi, how are you? However, Chime could not hear the voices of the others. He took a deep breath, and his hand landed on the hilt of the knife. With a fierce tug, he pulled out the bayonet, and blood immediately dripped onto the ground. He raised his dark eyes and looked into the distance. Amidst the flying sand and stones, Gu Meng was still releasing a strong spiritual current. The wind from the battlefield many years ago seemed to blow back at this moment, accompanied by Gu Meng's brutal gaze and the bloody bayonet in his hand. At that time, Gu Meng had said to him, as a general, as a soldier, as a person, one cannot be too sentimental about old friendships. You and I are brothers. This is the last thing I can teach you. She suddenly wanted to laugh, but in the end, his laughter was filled with deep hatred. Ha ha ha, he had almost died once at Gu Meng's hands. What was this small wound in his abdomen compared to this? She gritted his teeth. He stood up straight and a fierce red wave condensed in his palm. He walked step by step towards Gu Meng. Gu Meng obviously felt the hostility on his body. When She approached, the spiritual current around him exploded again. But She only used one palm to break his light formation, and it exploded with a bang. The cultivators who were fighting at the side were stunned. Ah. It's too scary. The family's bloodline is really powerful, someone muttered, but Lord Shi is so good at fighting. How did Gu Meng stab him in the heart back then? Hearing the last sentence, the Morong Lian couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He looked thoughtfully at the two men who were at loggerheads with each other. On the other side, Gu Meng was about to make another killing move, but before he could even form a seal, he heard Shi's angry shout, "Come! Summon!" A scarlet snake whip whizzed through the air. Shi wrinkled his nose and his expression changed. He shouted angrily, "Gu Meng! Do you really think that I won't fight with you for the rest of my life?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Ran stabbed towards Gu Meng like lightning. The snake whip tore through the wind and snow, and fiercely lashed out. Gu Meng couldn't dodge in time. His shoulder was injured by the whip, and blood spurted out in an instant. Gu Meng looked at his wound. His violent and muddled mind seemed to clear up a little. He shook his head and subconsciously took a step back. "Stop right there. Gu Meng, where else can you go?" A hoarse voice sounded. Lai Ran tied Gu Meng up. Shi released the hand that was covering his wound. His hand was full of blood, and then suddenly, he grabbed Gu Meng's neck. Shi said angrily, "You're not stupid at all. You can still summon this magic weapon. You remember the incantation. You're still used to fighting like before. You clearly remember everything." Gu Meng was choked until he couldn't speak. His pale face slowly turned red, and his fingers moved with difficulty. Shi gritted his teeth and said, "Speak. What do you want to do by coming back to Chonghua?" Gu Meng raised his arm and covered Shi's fingers that were choking his neck with trembling hands. Blue eyes met black eyes. The black eyes were filled with endless fire, but the blue eyes were wet. Gu Meng couldn't breathe. He was afraid that he would be strangled to death like this. She said angrily, "Speak." The surrounding people were frightened and didn't dare to say anything. But at this moment, a rush of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Someone shouted loudly, "Lord Shi! Please be merciful." "Hey!" The female officer who rushed over reined in the spirit horse and jumped down. She knelt on the snowy ground and exhaled white air, "Lord Shi, please be merciful." Then she bowed to Shi and the Morong Lian respectively. "Lord Wang Shu, Lord Shi, His Majesty has heard about this and has sent me to arrest the criminal Gu Meng." She couldn't see anyone else at this moment. He couldn't hear anything. In the end, it was the Morong Lian who turned around and asked, "What? Where are you taking him?" "Lord Wangshu, His Majesty has ordered me to bring him directly to Chonghua Palace." After His Majesty heard about this, he has already summoned the best medical officers in the territory. They are now in the palace, waiting for Gu Meng's second consultation. As she spoke, she glanced at Mo's hand that was holding Gu Meng's hand and immediately added, "This is a serious matter. You must not kill on your own." She didn't even look at her. He was still staring fiercely at Gu Meng's face. The female officer knew that he was ruthless. Who knew what he would do on impulse? She couldn't help but remind him, Lord Shihi. She still didn't say anything, as if he was trying to endure something. After a while, he suddenly let go of Gu Meng's hand and let him kneel on the snowy ground. He turned around and looked at the wind and snow in front of him. The female officer finally breathed a sigh of relief and bowed again. "Thank you, Lord Shihi, for your understanding." In the heavy snow, She stood with his back to everyone with his hands behind his back. He didn't say a word. But when the female officer went to pick up Gu Meng who was kneeling on the snowy ground, he turned his face slightly and said in a low voice, "Stop. What are your orders, Lord Shihi?" She said, "I'll go with you." The female officer was stunned for a moment. She said, "When Shinnong Terrace is doing a diagnosis, there can't be too many high-level cultivators present to avoid spiritual fluctuations. Even if you go, you can only wait outside the hall first." "Okay." She still didn't turn around. His tone was frighteningly hard. He said word by word, "Then I'll wait outside." Since he said so, the female officer couldn't say anything else. Gu Mei was brought back to the Chonghua Palace by the female officer first. She also followed. After about 2 hours, the palace suddenly sent out a messenger Snowy Owl, urgently summoning all the important officials to come and listen to the discussion. It was late at night. Almost all the important officials were dragged out of their beds by this imperial edict. The most unlucky one was Elder Yu of the Sky-bearing Terrace. He was having fun in a brothel in the north of the city. At the critical moment, a fat bird suddenly smashed a hole in the window. The fat bird shouted, "Wah wah wah wah. Jun Shang has ordered. Jun Shang has ordered. All first-rank officials, please hurry to the throne room to listen to the discussion of Gu Meng's case." Elder Yu immediately wilted. He got up and put on his clothes while cursing. Wasn't his case closed long ago? Why is there suddenly another matter? Darren, don't be angry. The amorous woman got up from the couch and helped him put on his clothes. Since Jun Shang summoned us so urgently, he must have his reasons. *T reason. It's so late at night. He just doesn't want us to rest. The woman reached out her soft hand and tapped his lips. She smiled languidly. "Darren, you can't say such things. Be careful that the walls have ears. What are you afraid of? I'm just saying it in front of you." Elder Yu rolled his eyes. "The current Jun Shang does whatever he wants. It's not the first time he's summoned us in the middle of the night. He's young and vigorous, but doesn't he think about us old bones? Can we withstand such a disturbance?" The woman said softly, "Darren, what are you talking about? You're always so firm and fierce when you're here, making people feel so good. If you're old, then what am I?" These words couldn't be more fake, as if the one who just wilted wasn't Elder Yu. However, Elder Yu was quite used to it. He chuckled and pinched her pink cheeks. Then, he kissed her neck and said, I'm going. Little darling, I'll come find you again tomorrow." The woman giggled and sent him out of the door. Naturally, she acted as if she didn't want him to leave. But when the door closed, her face immediately fell. She spat, "Old thing, a soft spearhead. You look like a dead toad that has been soaked in feces. If it weren't for you having so much money, this old lady wouldn't bother to serve you." After saying that, she immediately went behind the screen to take a bath and change into a clean set of clothes. Then, she sat in front of the dressing table and began to dress herself again. She had stayed in this brothel for many years and was no longer young and beautiful. However, she was good at work and was willing to endure. She also tried her best to serve the customers. She never showed the slightest discomfort to the customers, so many old customers still liked her name. Those young girls' minds are too active. Although they don't say it, they can see it in their eyes. Yunyang, you're still the best. You're sincere. Every time she heard Elder Yu say this to her, she would laugh in her heart. She wasn't sincere, but after mingling in this kind of place for more than 10 years, her face had long been covered with heavy makeup that couldn't be removed. Her eyebrows, her eyes, her smile, even if she hated it to death in her heart, she would never let others see any emotion. Otherwise, what could she use to compete with those fresh and tender bodies? She looked at the bronze mirror and carefully repainted the lips that were kissed by Elder Yu. Then, she took a piece of lip paper and pressed it on a thick red color. She sat and waited for the second customer to open the door. She didn't have to wait too long before the sandalwood door opened with a creak. Yunyang hurriedly put on her warmest smile and looked up to welcome the guest. "Young master, you." Her voice came to an abrupt stop when she saw the face of the guest. After a moment, her bright red lips opened and suddenly let out a shrill scream. Ah! The person in front of her door was actually a bloody man. This man was wrapped in bandages, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were stained with scarlet. Among them, there was a sticky eyeball stuck on the nail of his left hand. He looked at her and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't scream." After that, the man slowly walked in, raised his hand, and stuffed the eyeball into his mouth. He swallowed it in one gulp and chewed twice before it fell into his stomach. After eating the eyeball, he seemed to have obtained some kind of elixir. His face revealed a very comfortable expression. He licked his lips and slowly turned his eyes to look at the pale Yunyang. "A pot of tea." Seeing that Yunyang didn't respond, his tone became more impatient. "Give me a pot of tea." "What kind of tea is this?" Yunyang was scared out of her wits. She fell from the embroidery stool and trembled all over. She wanted to step back, but her hands and feet were cold and did not listen to her. After trembling for a while, she let out a shrill scream as if she had lost her mind. She staggered to get up and run out of the room. "Help! Help me, there's a ghost, there's a ghost." She thought of Elder Yu who had just left. At this moment, she felt that Elder Yu was tall and powerful from the bottom of her heart. She quickly hysterically shouted, "Elder! Elder Yu!" She banged the door open and staggered out. Strangely enough, the man who ate the eyeball did not move at all. It was as if he didn't care about her running out. His blood-stained lips opened, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He sneered. "Elder! Ah ah ah." Yunyang ran to the edge of the stairs and saw the situation below. Her legs went soft and she fell down with a plop. She could no longer get up. From the first floor to the wooden steps, unknowingly, it was all corpses. Only the center of the brothel's hall was still surrounded by 3 or 4 prostitutes. They were all scared out of their wits and huddled together. Their beautiful faces were full of tears. And the first-rank official, Elder Yu of the sky-bearing terrace, was actually lying on a table downstairs. His eyes were only left with 2 bloody holes. Yunyang shook her head repeatedly. No. No, why did the Imperial Army not notice such a big commotion? Why did she not hear the screams of the people outside even though she was clearly in the room, separated by a wall? As if seeing through her thoughts, a voice behind her slowly said, "In this world, Chonghua is not the only country that has its own secret technique. I want to prevent others from hearing the commotion. There are many ways." Footsteps were heard. The man wrapped in bandages walked out from the shadows. In his hand was a flower and bird peony patterned teapot. He raised his head and poured half of the tea into it. Then he took a sip and threw the teapot away. With a bang, it was smashed into pieces. "You don't have to be afraid. I won't kill you for the time being." The man slowly walked over and grabbed her hair. He slowly walked down the wooden steps and threw her and the 4 or 5 surviving girls together. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down in front of him. His bloodshot eyes looked at them one by one. After a moment of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth. "All of you. Look at each other's faces. I'll give you all the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." After that, he raised his hand and slammed the brothel's door shut. Then he waved his hand again. From the corpses on the floor, 3 people stood up, including Elder Yu. they staggered and walked towards the center of the hall. Xianxia was the only one who could still speak. The others looked like they were scared out of their wits. You, what exactly, you want to ask, what exactly do I want to do? The man finished her sentence for her and then sneered, didn't I say? I'll give you all the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. I want you all to look at each other's faces. Then, what? Then? The man carelessly touched his chin and pondered. For a moment, he didn't say anything. It was as if her simple question had stumped him. At this time, the 3 corpses he summoned were close. The eyeless elder Yu stretched out her hand and pulled Xianxia's arm. Xianxia screamed, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Did you scare the girls? The man said slowly and turned to look at Elder Yu. Old thing, why do you still remember to touch them even when you're dead? Elder Yu raised her head and made a gurgling sound, as if she was trying to explain something to the man. However, the man only snorted twice and raised his hand. Suddenly, a black gas rushed out and hit Elder Yu's forehead. Elder Yu instantly collapsed to the ground, spasming and convulsing. In the end, he turned into a pool of blood. So long-winded, so annoying. The other 2 corpses seemed to have sensed something. Their footsteps became stiffer. And their movements became more cautious. They slowly walked over and finally carried 6 chairs. They carefully placed them beside the brothel girls, and then made a bowing gesture. The man opened his mouth and said, please sit. If he wasn't covered in blood and had just committed so many evil deeds, his tone could be considered polite. What, do you need people to help you? Although the girls were scared out of their wits, in fact, they still listened to every word he said. It was just that their whole body seemed to be frozen. After a long time, they recovered and quickly climbed up and sat on the chairs one by one. No matter what, they didn't want this bandaged man or the 2 corpses to touch them. Xianxia choked. You are, who are you? No hurry. The man said, when you do as I say and answer a few questions, I will let you know. After a pause, he said, oh. That's right. By the way, let me remind you girls, don't expect anyone to save you. I have cast a barrier spell on the door. No one will be able to detect it for a while. After he finished speaking, he slowly turned his head and looked at the closed door of the brothel. Then, he licked his lips. The scarlet red in his eyes deepened. Finally, he smiled, then, shall we begin? Just as the bandaged man said, perhaps it was because the fallen plum garden had attracted the attention of the Imperial Guards tonight, or perhaps it was because his secret technique was too powerful, but for the time being, no one knew that such a thing had happened in the north of the city. Chonghua Royal City was still peaceful for the time being. The first-rank cultivators in charge of various important positions came in front of the royal staircase one after another. Emoshi had been waiting outside for a long time. After the Morong Lian came, he chose to stand beside him outside the throne room. In the wind and snow, Emoshi's side profile appeared even colder. The Morong Lian glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the front and softly sneered, Lord Shihi, you've really been waiting in this heavy snow? Emoshi didn't say anything. He silently let the snow cover his shoulders. The Morong Lian paused for a while. When he didn't get a reply, he spoke again, speaking of which, let me ask you something. You were so angry outside the fallen plum garden before. Was it because you think Gumeng isn't stupid? Emoshi closed his eyes. A faint dark aura crept up his face. The Morong Lian was not tactful at all. He continued arrogantly, but based on my understanding of you, I suspect that if no one stopped you, you would really strangle him to death? Emoshi suddenly turned his head and said angrily, Morong Lian, are you done being annoying? The snowy night was quiet and solemn. Lord Shihi's sudden anger shocked all the cultivators present. They all craned their necks to look at the 2 of them. The Morong Lian was humiliated. His face turned green and white. Just as he was about to say something, the vermilion lacquered door opened. The official who came to deliver the message came out and bowed to the important officials. Senior immortals, His Majesty invites you. The Morong Lian gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, you with the surname Mo, just you wait. Emoshi strode forward. The bayonet at his waist flashed, leaving the Morong Lian behind. The main hall was brightly lit with candles. Pang Shua's charcoal basin was burning brightly. There were two golden auspicious beasts standing on both sides of the basin. They were both under a spell. One of them opened its mouth and exhaled into the charcoal basin, shouting, "Monarch's might shakes the 9 provinces." It made the flames burn even brighter. The other one also opened its mouth and shouted, "Monarch's fortune fills the heavens." It inhaled all the rising smoke into its stomach. These two golden beasts that loved to flatter were offered by the Murong Lian. They were deeply favored by the monarch. However, Emoshi felt that only an idiot would like this kind of broken toy. At this moment, the two flatterers had just finished their breathing. They each let out a metallic burp and curled up beside the charcoal basin, no longer moving. Emoshi glanced around the hall. Almost all the medicine cultivators of Xianxia were present. Gu Mei was detained in the center of the main hall. He was surrounded by the most outstanding cultivators of the palace. Someone had hypnotized him and he had already fallen asleep. The current monarch was sitting on a soft cushioned throne. He was wearing a black robe and a crown. His face was like jade and his appearance was unruly. At this moment, he was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the fluttering of clothes and the sound of hurried footsteps, he opened his eyes and glanced down. "Everyone's here?" The attendant replied, "Monarch, Elder Yu of the sky-bearing platform has not arrived yet." The monarch sneered, "That old thing is getting old. Even the snowy owl can't wake him up. I think it's time for him to give up his position as the first-rank manager of the sky-bearing platform." "Monarch, please calm down, what's there to be angry about?" The monarch rolled his eyes and sat up straight. He waved his wide sleeves, "Gentlemen, please take a seat." The entire hall responded, "Thank you, monarch. I know you're unhappy that I called you into the hall in the middle of the night. Perhaps you're secretly scolding me." An old nobleman's butt had just touched the stool. When he heard this, he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Monarch, what are you saying?" All right, stop kneeling. You're so long-winded about the monarch's prestige and his subjects. It's annoying. If you want to scold me as long as I don't hear it." The few old noblemen looked at each other. Their young ruler's temperament was very strange and unruly, making it hard for people to understand. Although he clearly stood in the camp of the aristocratic conservative party, and even removed the biggest slave-born general of Chonghua not long after he succeeded the throne, his style of doing things was not at all well-behaved. He always had the attitude of "I want to lead a new world." "I know you want to go back to sleep, coax women, and prostitute." Jun Shang stammered. "Then I'll make it short. Elder Shenantai. Here. Report monarch." The leading cultivator from Shenantai stepped forward and bowed, recounting how Gu Meng's spirit energy suddenly went berserk tonight. He continued, "The spirit core in Gu Meng's body has indeed been destroyed and there is no spirit energy left in his body, but," monarch asked, "but what?" The medicine cultivator bowed his head and said, "There's a strong evil energy in his chest." Monarch pondered and said, "Evil energy, yes, this official judged that Gu Meng went berserk because of this evil energy. Unfortunately, Chonghua has always been good at cultivating the right path. They never touch those crooked paths, so Shenantai knows very little about it. The only thing I know is that Liao country must have done something to his heart. But if you want to investigate, I'm afraid you have to." He looked embarrassed, and his voice gradually softened. Monarch said, "You don't have to be afraid. There's no harm in saying it." The medicine cultivator bowed again and said, "I'm afraid we have to wait until Gu Meng dies and then cut open his chest to check his heart." "You mean, if we want to know what's wrong with his body immediately, we have to kill him immediately?" "Yes." Monarch suddenly scolded, "Trash." The Shenantai elder was so scared that he immediately knelt down. "Monarch, this official is incompetent, you are incompetent. What do I need a dead person for? There are so many traces of Liao country's magic on his body. If he's alive, we can use them to investigate. What use is he if he's dead? Bury him for fun?" Monarch, think of another way." The Shenantai elder said, but Gu Meng is already mentally retarded. Those traces of magic are almost negligible." "I'm afraid," at this moment, the Murong Lian suddenly spoke lazily. Elder, whether Gu Meng is mentally retarded or not is still unknown. After saying this, Sambai glanced at Emoshi meaningfully. Lord Shihi, don't you think so? Emoshi, the Xianxia elder's Adam's apple moved. Being called trash by Monarch was already terrifying enough. Then, he was interrupted by Lord Wangshu. Now, it was even more terrifying. Even the iron-blooded Lord Shihi was involved. He only felt that he was going to faint. After stuttering for a long time, he forced himself to say, but, just now, this official has diagnosed many times. Gu Meng really doesn't remember anything. His entire person is also inclined to beastly nature. Lord Shihi, why do you think he's not mentally retarded? Emoshi said, Gu Meng just summoned the magic and martial arts. When the Xianxia elder heard this, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Lord Shihi misunderstood. Although summoning the magic and martial arts requires a secret chant, it's not absolute. When the host's mind fluctuates greatly, or in a very critical situation, the weapons can be summoned even without chanting. So this doesn't mean anything. Emoshi listened silently. His face was frosty, but his eyes were staring unblinkingly at the unconscious Gu Meng. He looked very calm, but no one noticed that the armrest of the red sandalwood seat he was holding had a dark crack. At this time, another person among the nobles said, Monarch, no matter what, Gu Meng is really too dangerous. If the guards didn't arrive in time today, I'm afraid that someone would have died in his hands. That's right. Think about the sins he has committed. Why should Monarch be soft-hearted? Why don't we just kill him? Like the Morong Lien, there were only a few people who thought that it's only interesting to live through torture. Most people still believed in the primitive doctrine of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. Many of the nobles had blood debts with Gu Meng. Now that they had the opportunity today, they naturally wouldn't let it go. For a moment, the voices of immediately execute Gu Meng were restless. Monarch turned the jade and jewelry bracelet in his hand. Suddenly, he threw the bracelet on the red sandalwood table and said fiercely, What's the noise about? Everyone immediately fell silent. Chattering. After the harem is done quarreling, the court is quarreling. I'm having a headache. Monarch pointed at the elder of Xianxia and said, You're a good for nothing. If it weren't for Jiang Fuli's unwillingness to sit in your position, I wouldn't know how many times you would be dismissed. The elder of Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. In his heart, he thought that this position was strenuous and unrewarding. If it weren't for Jiang Fuli's unwillingness to sit in his position, he wouldn't know how many times he would have resigned. Monarch calmed down for a while and suddenly turned to ask the attendant, When will Jiang Fuli come back? The attendant also knelt down. Reporting to Monarch, this official is also a good-for-nothing. This official doesn't know the whereabouts of pharmacist Jiang. Alright, you can get up. Monarch waved his hand impatiently, You're not a good-for-nothing. Jiang Fuli is very difficult to follow. If you don't know, then forget it. The attendant almost cried, Thank you, Monarch. Monarch raised his eyes and said to the officials, Gu Meng is a traitor. If I wanted to kill him, I could have killed him 2 years ago. I have my reasons for keeping him alive today. Seeing that the nobles wanted to remonstrate, Monarch said impatiently, You don't have to be long-winded. Listen to me first. I know that many of your relatives and friends have unfortunately lost their lives in Gu Meng's hands. You wish you could get rid of them quickly. By doing this, although you'll get your revenge, other than revenge, your Chonghua won't get the slightest bit of growth. Therefore, I want to keep Gu Meng alive. Although the mark on his body is shallow now, Xianxia can't get any useful information about the spell. But what Xianxia can't do, Jiang Fuli may be able to do. What Jiang Fuli can't do now, he may be able to do in the future. I can wait. After a pause, he said majestically, Gu Meng's lost memory is useful. The spell on Gu Meng's body is useful. Gu Meng is much more useful alive than dead. Although Chonghua doesn't practice the devil's way and has only used the righteous way as the foundation of cultivation for 100 years, if you don't even dare to understand it and remain stagnant, I don't know what the enemy of burning country is like. He sneered, In my opinion, Chonghua won't be a match for burning country sooner or later. Monarch wanted to study the devil's way of burning country? Everyone had different expressions on their faces. How can Chonghua dabble in the dark way? Even if it's to know yourself and the enemy, it's still too dangerous. One of the nobles present was the brother of Monarch's favorite concubine. He was very stupid and couldn't help but ask, Monarch, if you want to understand the power of the dark way of burning country, can't you just capture captives in the future? Why does it have to be this? Monarch rolled his eyes, because a lot of burning country's efforts have been poured into him. He's different from others. Why haven't you died of stupidity? Everyone was silent for a moment. After a while, the Morong Lien suddenly stood up and bowed to the throne, saying, since Monarch has said it clearly to us, we naturally won't have any objections. But speak. The Morong Lien said, today, something like this happened in Fallen Plum Garden. It means that the evil energy in Gu Meng's body is very strong. It can actually break through the protective barrier outside the garden. It's no longer safe to keep him there. He paused, if Monarch trusts me, why don't you allow me to take him back to the residence and keep him in custody? I will definitely watch over him strictly. It can also be considered as atonement for today's disaster. Monarch thought for a while with a listless expression, saying, this is also a way, the Morong Lien said, thank you Monarch. Then, before he could finish, he was interrupted by another deep voice. No. Emoshi, who had been silent with his eyes closed, finally spoke from his red sandalwood chair. He raised his head and looked at the Lord Wangshu, repeating his previous rejection, no. You can't take him away. Monarch was startled at first, then he rubbed his chin with surprise and interest, looking back and forth between the Lord Wangshu and the Lord Shihi. The Morong Lien stiffened, then a cold smile appeared on his face. Lord Shihi, what brilliant idea do you have? Just now, weren't you the one who thought that Gu Meng might have retained his memories? I did say that. Emoshi stood up. His height and the expression on his face were just as oppressive, so I'll take him away. The Morong Lien narrowed his eyes, on what basis? Emoshi said concisely, on the basis that you can't beat him. You. Emoshi turned to look at the throne, saying, Monarch, although Gu Meng has lost all his strength, if he goes berserk again, his strength won't be lower than it is today. That's true, you know his fighting strength. In terms of one-on-one combat, it's hard to find anyone in Chonghua who can match him. Emoshi said coldly, Monarch, please send Gu Meng to Shihi's residence. I'll definitely control him strictly and won't let him hurt Monarch or anyone in Chonghua. The Morong Lien was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered, Lord Shihi, your words sound nice, but in my opinion, where do you think you're trying to protect Chonghua and Monarch? Emoshi said, what do you mean? What do I mean? The Morong Lien raised his pale face and narrowed his eyes, doesn't Lord Shihi know what I mean? He tilted his chin and gestured in Gu Meng's direction. Don't you want to protect him selfishly by bringing him back? What nonsense are you talking about? Emoshi's face suddenly darkened. Gu Meng almost died in my hands just now, and I want to protect him? Didn't you almost die? The Morong Lien's eyes were cold. Didn't you say he didn't die? What's more, I asked Lord Shihi outside the main hall if he really wanted to strangle Gu Meng with his own hands, but Lord Shihi didn't answer, right? Emoshi suppressed his anger, saying, why should I tell you whether I want him or not? That's right. Whether you want it or not, whether you're willing or not, why do you have to tell me? What's your relationship with him? Why should you tell outsiders about what happened between the two of you? Haha, the other colleagues here are really forgetful. Why don't I remind everyone of something? The Morong Lien paused, his eyes shining. Wasn't Lord Shihi Marshal Gu's friend in the past? When he said this, the others were not surprised, but rather speechless. Emoshi and Gu Meng used to be very close, everyone knew that. But after Gu Meng betrayed the country, he almost stabbed Emoshi to death. This matter was even more well known. The relationship between the two of them had long been irrevocable after that stab. Everyone was embarrassed, and a few of them smiled awkwardly, but didn't respond. Someone else said, Lord Wangshu, it's all in the past, what's there to talk about? The Morong Lien seemed to have expected their reaction. He just snorted lazily, the curve of his mouth becoming more and more dangerous. Okay, I won't talk about this. He met Emosia's gaze again and sneered, then let me ask you, Lord Shihi. You've always been a righteous man with few desires. You've never been involved in those brothels, dare I ask you, why did you go to the fallen plum garden alone and look for Gumeng in private? Emoshi's heart skipped a beat, thinking that the servant had indeed spread the news that he went to Luo Maybe Garden to visit Gumeng. But he didn't intend to deny it, and said with a glance. Revenge, what else can I do? Since you're here for revenge, why did you personally feed him food and water? The words soaked in the Murong Lian's mouth and spat out like a poisonous snake. Is it because you saw your brother Gumeng suffer, your heart ached? If they weren't in the Chonghua Palace and Jun Shang wasn't watching from the side, she would have already thrown 17 or 18 fireballs at the Murong Lian. Perhaps the Murong Lian's head would have been smashed off. What's wrong with you? She said angrily, you followed me? The Murong Lian sneered, Luo Maybe Garden was originally my place, what's there to follow or not to follow? Besides, are you afraid of others knowing what you've done? Seeing that they were quarreling fiercely, a relative couldn't help but persuade, forget it, Lord Shihi has always been cold on the outside but kind on the inside. He just gave a person who was dying of thirst a mouthful of water, Lord Wangshu, why do you have to be so aggressive, a mouthful of water? The Murong Lian's eyes were cold, ridiculous. It's rare that ordinary people don't hit a person when he's down, but Lord Shihi actually helped him in his hour of need. This noble character and unquestionable integrity has really opened my eyes. After saying that, he bowed to the throne, Jun Shang, I can take Gumeng away today, but Lord Shihi definitely can't bring him back to your residence. It was rare for Jun Shang to see the Murong Lian and Shi quarreling like this in court, but he actually didn't feel a headache and was watching with great interest. Now that he was suddenly asked by the Murong Lian like this, he couldn't make a decision and muttered, this, seeing that Jun Shang was hesitating, the Murong Lian continued, Lord Shihi even gave Gumeng a mouthful of water when he was in Luo Maybe Garden. If he was really brought back to the residence, who knows where Lord Shihi will control him? These words were 70% harsh and 30% ambiguous. Some of the nobles present felt that he had gone too far and winked at the Murong Lian, hinting him to stop talking. In Chonghua, it wasn't a big deal to visit a brothel or stay with a male prostitute, but it was absolutely forbidden for men to fall in love, especially for pure-blooded nobles like Shi. This kind of person's bloodline was too precious, and carrying on the family line was the right way to go. Therefore, Chonghua explicitly forbade them from having any incestuous love. Moreover, Lord Shihi was such a noble person, how could he get together with a lowly and filthy person like Gumeng? Everyone felt that it was too absurd. They only felt that the Murong Lian, as Shi's competitor, was crazy to want to splash dirty water on Shi. Only Shi himself, who had been splashed dirty water, knew that he had really been poked in his sore spot. The Murong Lian lazily said, Lord Shihi, avoid arousing suspicion. You don't have to care about this matter anymore. After a moment of silence, Shi turned sideways and stared fiercely at the Murong Lian, saying, if I don't stop, what are you going to do? The Murong Lian didn't reply immediately. Instead, he rolled his eyes slowly. Then, without turning his head, he looked at the empty space in front of him and said with a smile, then Lord Shihi can just wait to fall out with this prince. The way he addressed himself had changed. It was obvious that he was using his royal bloodline to suppress Xianxia. Shi knew this very well. His face grew colder, and his aura was intimidating. The hall was silent for a while. No one spoke. Then, Shi spoke. Remember, Gumeng has countless secrets and blood debts. But because of your own selfish desires, he died in your hands. Shi paused. His eyes darkened like ice breaking. I won't let you have this person. If the Lord Wangshu still has advice for me, I'll wait and see. You. One of them was a hereditary king, while the other was a commander-in-chief. When their eyes met, it was like a flash of lightning. The Murong Lian's face was pale and thin. His action of gnashing his teeth was particularly shocking. He gritted his teeth for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Good. You still dare to say that you won't protect him? You still dare to say that you hate him? The Murong Lian's eyes flashed like wine. His smile suddenly tightened. Shi, do you realize it yourself? What you're saying to this prince today is exactly the same as what Gumeng said to you when you were in dire straits. Shi looked down at him calmly. His face was filled with subtle emotions. It's impossible for you to hate Gumeng. If I hand him over to you today, Chonghua will definitely stir up trouble in the future. Suddenly, Emoshi smiled. His smile was so handsome that it was almost extravagant. However, his expression was very cold. When did Gumeng protect me? I only know that he left a scar on my chest that will never disappear. I only remember that he wanted my life. I hate him. Emoshi finally said calmly. His eyes were as cold as snow. You said that he once protected me. Sorry, Lord Wangshu. That's all in the past. This marshal doesn't remember clearly. He turned and half-knelt in front of the throne. He lowered his eyelashes slightly. My lord, in Chonghua, no one knows Gumeng's magic better than I do. Moreover, the Lord Wangshu made mistakes in his supervision, which led to today's disaster. My lord, please allow me to bring him back to my residence and teach him a lesson. Morong Lian abruptly turned around and said harshly, Mo Mia, why did you try so hard to protect him the moment you came back? What intentions do you have? The Morong Lian and the Morong Lian. The lord pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, an imperial guard captain suddenly rushed to the door and hurriedly said a few words to the messenger. The messenger's expression instantly changed. He hurried to the front of the hall. My lord, there's an urgent report from the city. The lord almost kicked the table. This is the second incident tonight. What's the matter? The messenger's face was pale. There was a murder case at the Hongyan brothel in the north of the city. Almost all the prostitutes and guests in the brothel died. Even Lord Yu of the Sky-bearing Terrace, what? All the officials were shocked. Even the lord suddenly stood up from the throne. His eyes widened. Who did it? I don't know. When the imperial guards found out that something was wrong at the Hongyan brothel, the culprit had already escaped. He even left a sentence on the wall. What sentence? The messenger was still shocked. He stammered, I am lonely. I am willing to take a wife. I am lonely. I am willing to take a wife? Jun Shang read it twice and said angrily, what kind of nonsense is this? Which crazy old bachelor wrote these words and killed a group of people? Did he want to kill people or women? He paused and became even more irritable. Are there any other clues? Not at the moment. The lord scolded his catchphrase again. Trash. The lord leaned on the throne for a while. His eyelashes trembled. He glanced at Mo Shi and the Morong Lian. The lord's heart suddenly moved. A plan came to his mind. Gumeng's matter will be put aside for now. The lord slowly sat up and said. Although the Hongyan brothel case didn't come at the right time, it could be used. After all, the two people who were fighting in front of the palace to get Gumeng. One was a blood relative, the other was an important official. It wouldn't be good to reject either one. Now that something like this had happened, it was a good opportunity for him to throw the matter away. Such a murder case could actually happen in the imperial capital. This is simply unbearable. I order the two of you to immediately investigate the case. Whoever catches the real culprit first can ask me for the person. The Morong Lian said, from the lord's words, you want to use Gumeng as a prize? Jun Shang glanced at him, you guys are fighting like this just for the sake of revenge. What, is he not qualified? The Morong Lian smiled. He is qualified. However, I am doing this for revenge. Lord Shihi doesn't know why. Emoshi, that's enough, Morong Lian. Lord Shihi has always been a gentleman. Don't talk nonsense because of a little personal grudge. The lord impatiently waved his hand to interrupt him. Then he pointed at Gumeng, who was sleeping in the middle of Shen Nongtai's protective array. He said, Lord Shihi, I also want to see who is more capable between you and the Morong Lian. If you have no objections, it's settled. Emoshi said, yes. Then go do it. The lord turned the string of beads in his hand and said, whoever wins will take him away. Thus, Gumeng unconsciously became the prize for the two immortals to solve the case. However, the Morong Lian wanted him to suffer. Emoshi wanted him to forget it. He also didn't know what would happen if he really took Gumeng back to his residence. This wasn't something he should be thinking about at the moment. In Hongyan Pavilion, Emoshi was dressed in the black uniform of an Imperial Guard commander. He stood with his hands behind his back and silently looked at the cursive writing on the wall that was written with blood. According to the Lord's orders, the medicine cultivators of Xianxia were dealing with the miserable corpses in the pavilion. He and the Morong Lian were arranged to find out the truth and arrest the culprit. 41 prostitutes died. 37 guests died, as well as 7 workers in the pavilion. A medicine cultivator reported to Emoshi. In addition, after checking the list, 5 prostitutes went missing. The Morong Lian was also listening at the side. Hearing this, he frowned. Missing? Yes. The culprit killed everyone in the pavilion. Even Lord Yu wasn't spared. Those 5 prostitutes definitely didn't escape on their own. Most likely, they were taken away by the culprit. The Morong Lian pondered, why did the culprit take these 5 women alone? Did he really capture them to be his concubines? Emoshi came to the blood-stained staircase. Several medicine cultivators were dealing with Elder Yu's corpse. When they saw him, they all bowed and said, Lord Shihi. How are the traces of magic on Elder Yu's body? Reporting to Lord Shihi, it seems to be the black demon art of the burning country, but it's not completely similar. Come here and look. As a medicine cultivator spoke, he lifted a corner of the cloth covering the corpse and showed it to Emoshi. Lord Yu's eyes were gouged out and his heart was dug out. The flesh around the wound is rotting very quickly. It doesn't look like it was caused by an ordinary weapon. Instead, it looks like, Emoshi frowned and continued, a malicious ghost eating a person. Yes, it does look like the traces of a malicious ghost eating a person. Emoshi's gaze swept across Elder Yu's tragic death. Black water was already flowing out of the 2 sunken eye sockets, as was the hole in his chest. However, malicious ghosts were usually delirious when they killed people. Inscribing something like this humble one is lonely, sincerely taking a wife on the wall didn't seem like a malicious ghost style. As he pondered, his gaze slowly moved down and stopped at Elder Yu's mangled chest. Are the other corpses also like this? The medicine cultivator flipped through the file and shook his head. No, only 17 people had their eyes and hearts gouged out. Let me see the list. The first person to die in such a state was Elder Yu. Emoshi wasn't familiar with all the names after that, but the 4 or 5 names that he was familiar with were indeed the names of young masters of aristocratic families. Were all the people whose hearts were gouged out cultivators? I'm not sure yet, but based on the current situation, it should be. A cultivator's heart was where the spiritual nucleus was located. The eyeballs were the second most abundant spiritual energy after the heart. For malicious ghosts, swallowing these 2 things was indeed very beneficial to their cultivation. Emoshi lowered his head and muttered to himself. At this moment, an Imperial Guard suddenly pushed the door open and came in. He ran in such a hurry that his forehead was still sweating in the winter. Lord Shihi. Wang, the Morong Lian glanced at him with his peach blossom eyes and laughed. What woof? Are you mocking our Lord Shihi for being a dog? The Imperial Guard swallowed his saliva. Lord Wang Shu. The Morong Lian's smile suddenly disappeared and he said angrily, you better King breathe properly before you speak. The Imperial Guard hurriedly replied, yes. There's new news. After Gu Mei went berserk, the howling barrier of Falling Plum Garden was destroyed. Just now, the steward counted the people in the garden and found that 1 person was missing. The Morong Lian was shocked and stepped forward to grab the Imperial Guard's collar. What happened? Didn't we check 3 times before and say that no one escaped during the chaos? Why are you saying that 1 person is missing now? Before the Imperial Guard could answer, a group of people on horseback came in the snowy night. It turned out that the steward of Falling Plum Garden, Mother Qin, had been brought here. As soon as she got off the horse, she knelt on the ground and trembled. Lord Wang Shu, this servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die. The Morong Lian was about to faint from anger. If you want to die, then die later. Tell me clearly first. Are you blind or stupid? You checked 3 times before and said that no one was missing. Why are you suddenly saying that 1 person is missing now? Hurry up and say it. Lord Wang Shu, please forgive me. Woo-woo, this servant only paid attention to the young female singers in the garden and checked them carefully a few times. They were all still there, but this servant actually forgot. You actually forgot what? Mother Qin wailed, this servant actually forgot that there was a bedridden cook in the servant's room. Cook? The Morong Lian was stunned. Mother Qin cried, yes, more than a month ago, you punished Gu Meng by confinement and deducted his meals. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, so he sneaked into the small kitchen to steal food. That cook bumped into him at that time and beat him up. As a result, he triggered the sword array and was cut all over his body. The doctor said that he had to be bedridden for at least 2 to 3 months to recuperate, so I didn't think that he would do anything strange at first. But who knew that he actually took advantage of the fact that Gu Meng broke the barrier and secretly, trash. The Morong Lian flew into a rage and kicked her in the chest, kicking her into the vast snow. He pointed at her and said angrily, do you know how much trouble you have caused? All the servants and prostitutes in the falling plum garden were captives who had a deep hatred for the Chonghua. Although their spirit nuclei would be destroyed before entering the garden, each country had its own exquisite magic. It was said that there was a black sorcerer in the burning country who was able to reassemble the shattered spirit nuclei. So outside the falling plum garden, several layers of barriers were set up. But who knew that Gu Meng would go berserk this time and actually break those barriers? Not only did he break them, but there was also a bedridden cook who could suddenly run and take the opportunity to slip away, and the steward didn't even realize it until now. What was even worse was that not long after the cook escaped, there was a bloody case of nearly 100 deaths in the capital. If the Lord wanted to investigate this matter, who was the dereliction of duty? Wasn't it him, the Morong Lian? Thinking of this, the Morong Lian's pale face couldn't help but turn red, and he almost felt a little dizzy. Gu Meng. Gu Meng. He shouted angrily, it's you again. He suddenly turned around and said, why aren't you going to check the cook's ancestral records for me? What's his background? I want to know everything about his life, including how many women he has slept with in his life. Go quickly. Yes. Yes. The maid hurriedly got up and ran away in a panic. The Morong Lian flung his sleeves and angrily returned to the Hongyan pavilion. He looked up at the words on the wall, this humble one is lonely, and is willing to take a wife and concubine. His left and right personal attendants suddenly couldn't help but come forward and say, Lord, the Morong Lian said unhappily, what? This is not right. The Morong Lian was also confused and asked, what's wrong? Gu Meng injured the cook a month ago. A month later, Gu Meng went berserk, and the cook took advantage of the chaos to escape. The attendant's voice softened, and he carefully looked at the Morong Lian. Don't you think that it's too much of a coincidence? The Morong Lian was silent for a while and narrowed his eyes. You're saying that the cook planned to use Gu Meng a long time ago? Or maybe Gu Meng wasn't used? Now that something like this has happened, Lord might as well assume the worst. Think about it, could it be that Gu Meng had already discussed with the cook? The Morong Lian's heart tightened. Which country's captive is the injured cook from? The attendant was worried because of this. He bowed his head and answered, Liao country. He was also a dog thief from Liao country? The Morong Lian's back was soaked in cold sweat. He thought, Gu Meng. Gu Meng was still in the palace, it was better to be safe than sorry. If he really had some secret plan with the cook, and the two of them cooperated to lure the tiger away from the mountain, then, the Morong Lian's face suddenly changed. He paused for a while and strode out into the wind and snow. Summon my golden-winged snow horse. I want to go back to the palace immediately to see Lord. The Morong Lian hurriedly rushed over. Jun Shang, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. He teased the two golden beasts next to the charcoal brazier, listening to them sing praises for him, saying things like Jun Shang is handsome and competent, Jun Shang is magnificent, while casually comforting the Morong Lian with a few words, telling him to focus on closing the case and not worry about anything else. Wangqing is heavily guarded. Even if Gu Meng really colluded with that chef, what can he do? Can he overturn the heavens? The Morong Lian anxiously said, Jun Shang, you must not be careless. This matter is due to this subject's negligence. If something happens to Jun Shang put down the golden chopsticks that were fiddling with the incense, that's enough. Do you think this prince doesn't know you? The person escaped from your Yuan. You're so anxious because you're afraid this prince will be angry and hold you accountable. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the Morong Lian with a smile that was not a smile. Ah Lian, you are this prince's blood-related brother. Don't worry. How can this prince punish you for something like this? After Xianxia ascended the throne, he had to call his brothers and sisters by their official titles as usual. However, in private, he would occasionally call them Morong Lian Ah Lian. Especially in times like this where he needed to comfort people's hearts, he naturally had to show the intimacy of blood-related relatives. As for Gu Meng, if you're really worried, this prince will lock him up in the Yin prison. I think he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. The Morong Lian reluctantly calmed his mind and agreed. Then, he asked, Jun Shang, if the case requires it later, can this subject go and interrogate him? Interrogate him. Why can't you interrogate him? Then this subject will use torture. Jun Shang glanced at him and smiled. Then, he snorted, people say that the iron-blooded Shihi, the cruel official Wang Shu. These words are not false. You won't be able to pry the truth out of other people's mouths without using torture, right? The Morong Lian coughed lightly, that Gu Meng, after all, is not an ordinary person. Alright, you can interrogate him however you want, but be careful. I can see that Lord Shihi is still somewhat obsessed with him. The two of you quarreled in the palace. The first time you quarreled, I found it interesting, but the second time I found it annoying. Jun Shang played with the jade bead in his hand and said faintly, be careful. Don't let us see him file a report against you because of this. With that said, he rolled his eyes, one is an important military official, and the other is a hereditary member of the royal family. In order to avenge a personal grudge, they are fighting like 3-year-old children. Do you really think I can't tell? The Morong Lian, as the sun rose from the east, the light of dawn broke through the darkness. The citizens of the city gradually woke up and went out to chat. The bloody incident at Hongyan brothel last night was quickly leaked out and quickly spread throughout the royal city. It became the hottest topic of conversation among the common people in the royal city. For a time everyone, from the elderly to the young, gathered together and began to talk about something. In just one night, almost everyone in the building died. How tragic. Aya. Oh my God. Has the murderer been caught? He ran away a long time ago. Before he ran away, he even wrote a poem on the wall. He wrote that it was easy to get priceless treasures, but hard to find a man 7 times a night. Why is the version that I heard saying that I am lonely and have a wife? Who knows? In any case, Hongyan brothel has been heavily sealed off. Apart from the investigators, no one can enter. But if you ask me, whether it is easy to get priceless treasures, but hard to find a man 7 times a night, or I am lonely and have a wife, it sounds like a case of robbery. Could it be a flower thief with a strange habit of killing people? The more it spread, the more mysterious it became. In the end, there was a storyteller who came up with such a theory. Hongyan brothel was too polluted, so it provoked a perverted ghost. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night to kill people, he ran into the building. The men, he killed them first and then raped them. The women, he raped them first and then killed them. That perverted ghost was abnormally brave and fierce. He raped and killed more than 70 people in Hongyan brothel in one night. He didn't even spare Elder Yu, who was over 50 years old. All the tea makers were dumbfounded. That's too crazy. Someone in the tea room couldn't help but burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Young Master Yu? You, what's wrong with you? Ha 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 ha. The person who was convulsing with laughter was Yu Chenqing, who had nothing better to do. He said happily, after hearing so many versions, your version is still the funniest. Raping and killing more than 70 people in one night. Big brother, I'm afraid that the flower thief was not brave and fierce, but had a premature ejaculation, ha ha ha. The originally horrifying atmosphere was destroyed by him in an instant. Everyone laughed and shook their heads. Even the girls covered their mouths and laughed secretly. The storyteller was very embarrassed. But the other party was Yu Clan's young master, so he couldn't get angry. He could only smile and say, yes, young Master Yu is right. Under Yu Qingqing's adaptation, the story of the flower thief being bold and fierce and killing 70 people in one night became the flower thief having a premature ejaculation and killing the brothel in anger. In the city, those who were not in the mood to listen to this discussion were probably the relatives and friends who had been harmed, the imperial guards, the people from Shin Tai, and the two Sir gods, Shi He and Wang Shu. In Wang Shu mansion, a servant bowed his head and said, "My lord. The servant from Luomei mansion that you wanted to bring is here." The Morong Lian had just finished smoking 2 tubes of floating like a dream and was full of energy. He said, "Okay, let him in." The servant hurriedly entered the hall and knelt in front of the Morong Lian to report, "This servant greets Sir God Wang Shu. Long live the Sir God." Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, you live in the same house as that chef who ran away, right? Yes. Come, tell me, that chef, what kind of character is he normally? The servant said, that chef was sent to the mansion when he was 5 years old. He usually doesn't like to talk and is a little wretched. He always comes and goes alone. The Morong Lian asked, "Does this person have a history of enmity with the brothel girls?" "No, he doesn't." The servant answered, "But I heard that he was quite perverted when he was in Liao country. When he saw a beautiful girl, he wanted to take her for himself. I heard that he even slept with his sworn brother's wife." The Morong Lian sighed, "He's a pervert." As he sighed, he thought that perhaps the rumors were right. That chef might be a perverted flower thief with some kind of perverted hobby. Otherwise, why would he keep those 5 women by his side? The Morong Lian asked again, "What about him and Gu Meng? Do they have any contact?" "It seems that they don't have any personal relationship at all." The Morong Lian pondered for a while and said, "I understand. You can leave." After the servant left, the Morong Lian said to the servant, "Give me the warm coat of the Morong Lian. Bring me the warmest silver fox for robe you have. I'm going to the Yin prison to interrogate Gu Meng." If Morong Lian's side focused on interrogation, then Mo's side focused entirely on investigation. He was investigating all kinds of details of the case. The Hongyan brothel case was too strange. If it was a malicious ghost, how could it inscribe? If it was a living person, why would it dig out their heart? Therefore, Mo ordered Xianxia to continue to carefully examine the wounds of the deceased. They should be able to find some clues. Sure enough, after examining them one by one, the medicine cultivators found some traces of sword wounds that had been covered up. However, those traces were really surprising and even made the whole case more complicated and confusing. "What's wrong with the wounds?" The medicine cultivator hesitated and said 3 words, "Broken water sword." Mo suddenly looked up, "Broken water sword, Li Qingqian?" "Yes." Mo murmured. "How is that possible? The sword master, Li Qingqian, was a cultivator from the Lichuan kingdom. He came from a poor family and had a kind heart. He had traveled extensively for more than 10 years and killed countless evil spirits. However, he was too naive. Many times, he was the one who risked his life to eliminate evil spirits for others, but in the end, other cultivators with ulterior motives always took the credit. Therefore, in the more than 10 years since his debut, he had been unknown and lived a very difficult life. Until that year, he fought in the Battle of Weeping Woman Mountain. Weeping Woman Mountain was located in the Liao Kingdom. Its original name was Fingyu Mountain, but later, the Liao team brought a group of women from somewhere. There were more than 100 of them, all wearing bright red wedding dresses, and they were buried alive in the midst of their cries. The Liao Kingdom's state preceptor's explanation was, to observe the sky at night, the mountain god here needs to be worshipped. After those women were buried, their resentment did not dissipate. Many individual cultivators went to suppress them, but they all died in the hands of female ghosts. Therefore, Fingyu Mountain was feared by the surrounding villagers and became known as Weeping Woman Mountain. When a woman marries into a mountain, she cries at night. First, she hates her duckweed body. Second, she hates her beauty. Third, she hates her husband for eternity. First, she laughs miserably. Second, she cries tears of blood. Third, she laughs but can't leave. It was referring to the fact that there were countless skeletons of women buried alive on this mountain. If one wanted to pass through this mountain, they had to do it during the day when the yang qi was the strongest. Moreover, there could not be children, women, sick, or old people in the group. Otherwise, hundreds of female ghosts would be attracted to the mountain. As long as they heard 3 laughs behind them, the female ghosts would appear and all who passed through would die in the mountain. After Li Qingqian heard about this, he came to Weeping Woman Mountain. At that time, although he had killed countless evil spirits, not many people knew about him because he was not good at spreading his reputation. The local government saw that he was a young cultivator with patched clothes. With one look, they knew that he was not a great person. They could not bear it and said to him, although the reward is high, there are hundreds of female ghosts on the mountain. Immortal elder, you should cherish your life. Don't take the risk. However, Li Qingqian only said that he was not looking for money. Then, he went up the mountain alone with a sword. This trip lasted for 3 days. Just when everyone was lamenting that another cultivator had lost his life on the mountain, the mournful cries of several hundred women suddenly came from Maiden Weeping Mountain. A beam of jade-colored magnificent light that could be seen from a radius of 100 miles suddenly splashed out. The water-breaking sword technique can penetrate the heaven and earth and break through the 9 heavens. These were the words that people later sighed when they talked about that sword. The person who spoke looked absent-minded, his face full of longing. Gold will always shine. After being buried for so long, Li Qingqian finally became famous in one battle. Until now, countless storytellers were still very keen to talk about his strong character. His green cloth clothes fluttered, one hand holding a sword, the other holding the soul-convening lamp, floating down the mountain path. What was even more rare was that in this battle, Li Qingqian trapped the souls of hundreds of malicious spirits. These souls could not be better used to refine weapons. If they were sold to a weapon refiner, they would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. However, Li Qingqian could not bear to do so. They are all girls from pitiful families. At such a young age, they were buried alive as sacrifices to the mountain and turned into malicious spirits to hurt people. It was really not their intention. If they were refined into magic weapons, they would never be reincarnated. It is really too cruel. Therefore, he decided to go to the enchanted island in the East Sea with abundant spiritual qi to release the souls of these 100 girls. He knew that their resentment was too deep and there were too many people. It might take more than 10 years to complete the task. Therefore, before he left, he gave his broken water sword technique to his young brother and told him to practice diligently. In the future, he would rely on this sword technique to the best of his ability. Then he disappeared from the vast world without a trace. The medicine cultivator from Xianxia said carefully, although Master Li is known for his righteousness, these corpses do have traces of the water-breaking sword. So, could it be that the rumors are false? Impossible. Emoshi closed his eyes and said, before Li Qingqian became famous, I had the honor of meeting him once. He is indeed a righteous person. He would never do such a despicable thing. Then could it be his younger brother? Emoshi shook his head. The water-breaking sword technique is very difficult to cultivate. It can't be used without 10 or 20 years of hard work. Li had only took over his brother's sword technique a few years ago. The timing doesn't match. After the medicine cultivator from Xianxia finished reporting, Emoshi sat in the courtyard with his eyes closed. He frowned and thought carefully about the connection between these events. Li Wei asked curiously, Master, now people are saying that this thief is a flower thief. Because of some strange hobby, he killed most of the people in the building but left 5 beautiful girls behind. Don't you think so? He isn't. Li Wei didn't expect Emoshi to directly deny the most popular speculation. He was stunned. Why? Emoshi opened a jade scroll with spiritual power on the table. Immediately, the names and appearances of the people who died in this incident and the 5 people who went missing appeared. Take a look at this. Li Wei leaned over and looked at it carefully for a long time. He didn't see anything wrong with it, so he answered flatteringly, I'm stupid. I can't see through the mysteries of heaven. Emoshi said, pick out the 5 most beautiful girls among all of them. Li Wei liked to rank others. He quickly picked out a few beauties from the brothel. This one. No, this one is not as beautiful as the one next to her, He was looking around happily when he suddenly heard Lord Shihi ask, "Did you notice that none of the girls you picked were taken away by the flower thief?" Ah. Li Wei was stunned. He immediately opened his eyes wide. Sure enough, he didn't want the top courtesan in the brothel. So many beautiful singing girls were beheaded, but he left these 5 alone. She looked at the portraits on the jade scroll. He crossed his arms, as if he was explaining to Li Wei, but also as if he was talking. He fell into deep thought again. He didn't do it for sex. I'm lonely. I'm afraid he didn't really want to take a wife. At this moment, a servant from Shihi's residence suddenly ran over and said hurriedly, my lord, what's wrong?" She turned around and frowned. "What happened again?" "You asked Xiaoli to keep an eye on Gu Meng. Xiaoli just sent a message saying that the Lord Wangshu suspected that Gu Meng had something to do with the murderer of the Hongyan brothel murder case, so, Moshi's expression changed immediately. So what? So he interrogated Gu Meng alone in the cold room. There were no windows in that room. Xiaoli didn't know anything and didn't dare to disturb you. He waited until the Lord Wangshu came out, then he saw. Gu Meng was all ready, he swallowed hard and mustered up his courage to continue speaking. She didn't wait for him to finish. He threw down the jade scroll and ran towards the Yin prison without looking back. The author has something to say. What will the input method show if you only fight, Emoshi? How is it obvious? Is it obvious, Gu Meng, light, suddenly oppressive? Morong Lian, no one else. Has Ah Lian become so outrageous? Yu Qingqing, if you want to go out, the child will be restless. Jiang Yeshue, there's actually something about it? Jun Shang, Jiao Shan. I'm sorry, the input method hasn't forgotten ergo. Princess Mengzhe, not qualified princess, I haven't even appeared and you're saying I'm not qualified to stay here. Baozi Bun doesn't eat meat, Japanese soldiers are calm. Your uncle? Ud, sorry, the input method is the most suitable name. I've lost. Deguzi, thank you Ice Blue False Landmine X5 Xian drinks my dong Why can't think of new ID Landmine X3 Goose and Why Landmine X7 Snow Landmine X3 Kong Songji causing trouble. Neglecting you Yun Wuxin Li Xiu Frost and Snow Landmine X3 Star Grapple Landmine X2 Irrelevant Romance Vivi 1 U Erythrococcus Landmine X2 Where Won't We Meet Swallow Huajiao Muqing Snowbay Shishir Landmine X3 Chu Wan Ning's Boyfriend Haruko AB0 Shiyu Engraving Time Mo Brothers My Love Thoroughly Today Did You Eat Meat Bun Landmine X2 Hua Iqing Xianxia Suwen Zhujian Landmine X3 Ping Luqing Jiang Dilwajo Damming Smash Meat Bun Softener Landmine X4 Heize Kong Zhongnan Xian Drink Pulse Yu Miao Yen Throwing Grenade Safflower Mo Yi Throwing Rocket Launcher X7 Thoroughly Today Did You Eat Meat Bun This Cloud Throwing Rocket Launcher Down to Bed Throwing Shallow Water Bomb Gu Guangmong Crab Meat Bun Softener Jack Chirp Mimi Huajiao Qi Xiao Xiasu Jin Sei Eternal Life I Am Still a Child Wei Air Red Algae Bailey Lee 199659994, Malu Wild Lang, This Cloud, OKI. Love Tian, Cloud Without Heart, Tracing, Nickname is Not Important, You, Plyologen Cherry Blossoms, Meditation, Medicine Seller, Chi Chen, Rolling Tea, Jing Sang, Yuanya Madman, Gusen Why Daily Thanks to friends who follow me. The cold room in the dark prison was a dark and sealed room without light. The interior was not as big as the cowshed, but the walls were a foot thick. There were 3 layers of security. If there was a major case in Chonghua that required the interrogation of heinous criminals, it would all be carried out here. There is no God, no way out. In this quiet and desolate room, 10,000 ghosts cry in the middle of the night. On the cold room's stone bed, there were countless corpses of prisoners who had died tragically. Who knew how much old blood paste had seeped into the cracks between the thick and cold bricks? Hurry up and deal with it. Stop the bleeding. Jun Shang has ordered that this person cannot die. In the dark prison, the jailer was angrily giving orders. The medicine cultivators under his command were running back and forth in the prison, busily taking out spiritual medicines and magic tools. There were also young apprentices who hurriedly poured out the dirty blood that had been wiped out. The jailer slapped his forehead and sighed, Heavens, Lord Wangshu is too ruthless. What is this? Just as he was in a terrible fix, he suddenly heard someone shout from outside, Lord Shihi has arrived. The jailer almost bit off his own tongue. Wang Shu has arrived, Wang Shu has arrived, Wang Shu has left, Shihi has arrived. The two of them were like the sun and the moon rising in the east and setting in the west, taking turns to kill Gu Meng. Originally, if a traitor was killed, then so be it. How many people could come out alive after being interrogated in the cold room? But Jun Shan had said that this person had to be left alive. So the two nobles were having fun, but the unlucky one was him. As he cursed in his heart, he put out a warm smile on his face and said, Oh, Lord Shihi, you've come. You see. This subordinate is so busy. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Lord Shihi, please forgive me. Don't be like this subordinate. Before he could say anything, She raised his hand to interrupt him. His eyes didn't even look at him as he walked into the cold room. The jailer hurriedly tried to dissuade him, Lord Shihi, you can't go. He's injured all over, and he's not awake. Even if you want to interrogate him. I want to see him. But the Lord Shihi, I said I want to see him, She said angrily. Don't you understand? Get out of my way. The jailer didn't dare to block him again. He hurriedly turned to the side to make way for She, while he followed closely behind. The cold room was extremely cold. A blue flame flickered within the skeleton lampstand. It was the only source of light here. Gu Meng was lying on the stone bed. His white prison clothes had been dyed bright red, and there was still blood dripping down the drain. His face was frighteningly pale, and his eyes were wide open. She walked to his side silently, but he did not react at all. The jailer explained cautiously, the Lord Wangshu suspected that he had something to do with the murder at Hongyan Tower, so he used the water of confession on him. He also tried to use the soul-sucking technique to dig out some memories from his head, but it was useless. She didn't say anything. He just looked at the body on the stone bed. There were a few medicine practitioners around him who were busy treating the curse wounds on Gu Meng's body. However, there were too many wounds on his body, and they were too deep. They couldn't stop all of them at once. The jailer said bitterly, Lord Shihi, see, I didn't lie to you, right? He's really dying. Even if you want to interrogate him now, he won't be able to answer you at all. Moreover, the Lord Wangshu tried all kinds of methods before, but he still left angrily in the end. I think he returned empty-handed. Why don't we do it another day? Get out. Get out. The jailer left with a bitter expression. He watched as the medicine practitioners were chased out of the cold room by Shi. He mustered up his courage and shouted at Shi's back, Lord Shihi, His Majesty wants him alive. Please be merciful. The Lord Shihi had already lowered the triple door. The jailer wanted to cry but had no tears. He instructed his disciple. Go and take out the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging dew. I think when the Lord Shihi comes out, only the life-prolonging dew will be able to save that little traitor's life. There was no one else in the room. It was a narrow and enclosed space, just like the folk song said, look up, there's no God, look down, there's no way out. The foot-thick wall separated everything in the mortal world. Only Gu Meng and Shi were left. Shi walked to the side of the stone bed. He looked down at Gu Meng's face. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly reached out and lifted him up. Gu Meng. His lips and teeth moved slightly. His face was as still as stagnant water, but his hands were trembling. Wake up. The only response he got was a pair of unfocused eyes. Regardless of whether it was the water of grievance or the soul-controlling technique, both were extremely harmful to one's mind. It would be fine if he obediently confessed, but if he resisted, he would feel as if his internal organs were burning and his liver and intestines were being torn apart. Many stubborn people were able to withstand severe torture and beatings, but in the end, they were all driven crazy by these two techniques. She also knew that in order to prevent military secrets from being leaked, the Liao country would often impose a secret technique on the soldiers. When the secret technique of the Liao country was used against the Murong Lian's soul-controlling technique, it would cause double the pain. Shi's throat moved. This was the first time he saw Gu Meng's appearance after being interrogated. It hurt. It really hurt. Gu Meng had betrayed him and killed him. His hands were stained with blood. His crimes were unforgivable. But, it was also this person who, in front of the throne room, threw away his life and military rank. He abandoned everything and shouted at the emperor in such a hot-blooded manner, just to ask for a proper burial for his soldiers. It was also this person who, by the bonfire, talked to him and barbecued meat. He laughed and wanted to tease him when he was silent. It was also this person who, on his bed, murmured that he loved him. It was that fresh and strong body of the god of war that seemed to never cool down. It was that young, brilliant, blazing youth who seemed to be burning for the rest of his life. All that was left was the scarred ruin in front of him. She suddenly realized that in the 2 years he was not in the capital, how many times had he been interrogated like this? In these 2 years, so many people had wanted to pry information out of Gu Meng's mouth and obtain the secrets of the Liao country. How many times had there been such tortures, where one could not see the world or the ground? His rationality was rapidly dissipating, and the pain was getting deeper and deeper. We will always be together. No matter how difficult it is, I will endure it. Shitty. She closed his eyes. Suddenly, he could not take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled the person into his arms. Light gathered in his hands, and he pressed it against Gu Meng's back, transferring pure and domineering spiritual energy into this blood-stained body. He knew that he should not do this. If he did this, he would be discovered. He could not explain why he had come over to personally treat Gu Meng's injuries. He knew that he should have handed Gu Meng over to the medicine cultivators in the prison. With the emperor's orders, these people would not let anything happen to Gu Meng. The Morong Lian did not kill him. But he could not control this impulse. His heart felt like it was being ripped out and torn apart. More than 10 years of love and hatred, he could not get what he wanted and could not let go. This tormented him like this. It was as if he did not hug this body in front of him, if he did not personally transfer his spiritual energy to him, he would die in this cold room. The scars on Gu Meng's body were mostly caused by the Morong Lian's divine martial skills. They healed very slowly. In the process of stopping the bleeding, Mo's Imperial Army uniform was almost completely soaked. Later, Gu Meng's limbs began to slowly recover. He unconsciously convulsed, his bloody hands trembling. After a long time, Gu Meng began to mumble. I don't know anything. She was very silent. He did not say a word, and just hugged him like this. He did not dare to be too intimate. It was as if being too intimate would be committing a great sin. But he was also unwilling to let go. It was as if letting go would cause his heart to stop. He closed his eyes and slowly transferred his spiritual energy into Gu Meng's body. Other than Gu Meng's unconscious mumbling, there was no other movement in the cold room. In the end, in this silence, she suddenly heard him mumbling. I think there's a. She was startled. What? Gu Meng's voice became softer and softer. It was almost like a mosquito's buzz. He was choking, trembling, and trembling. Hong, the last word was as light as a feather, but it exploded in Mo's ears like thunder. She suddenly lowered his head to look at Gu Meng's face. He saw that Gu Meng's eyes were tightly shut. His long black eyelashes covered the youth in his eyes. His eyelashes were moist. Gu Meng had choked out those words in his dream. Many years ago, when he was deeply in love, he had kissed Gu Meng's fingers and said earnestly, I have already been conferred the title of Lord Shihi by the Emperor. In the future, I don't need to look at Uncle's face. No one can control me anymore, and no one can stop me anymore. I will keep my promise to you in the future. Wait for me. I'm serious. In the past, he had never dared to say serious to Gu Meng. He had never dared to say future to Gu Meng. Because Gu Meng always looked indifferent and did not believe him. But on that day, he had become Lord Shihi. He was no longer the little young Master Mo who was controlled by Uncle. He finally had the courage to make a promise about the future in front of his sweetheart. It was as if he had saved up for a long time and was finally able to buy a valuable treasure. Therefore, he carefully presented it to his sweetheart, full of joy, hoping that he would accept it. He hated that he could not take out all his sincerity. He hated that he could not swear all the vows in the world just to get Gu Meng's approval. So that day, he said a lot to Gu Meng on the bed. Gu Meng smiled and stroked his hair, letting him do it endlessly. It was as if he had listened to everything. It was as if he just felt that his little junior was very cute, like a fool. No matter how powerful he was now, whether he was Lord Shihi or not, his older brother Gu Meng would pamper him and tolerate him for a lifetime. What do you like? What do you want? Gu Meng did not say anything. He did not ask him for anything. But in the end, after he had vented on Gu Meng for the umpteenth time, Gu Meng was forced to tears by him. He was absent-minded. It was unknown whether it was because his mind was distracted or because he could not bear it anymore. Gu Meng looked up at the black curtains and murmured. I want to have a home. Emoshi was startled. He thought that he would never forget Gu Meng's expression when he said those words. The person who had always been smiling and indifferent actually did not dare to look him in the eyes when he said those words. The person who was so confident was only left with fear and trepidation at that moment. It was as if he was yearning for something too expensive, yearning for some fantasy that he could never get. After he said those words, he closed his eyes. Tears slid down the corners of his red eyes. Xianxia wasn't sure if those were tears from the past because of the things that happened in bed. But at that moment, she suddenly realized that the invincible Gu Meng was just a slave without parents. He had been beaten and scolded for more than 20 years. He had never had a home that truly belonged to him. He had never had a real family. She only felt that his heart was stuffy and painful. He leaned over and kissed Gu Meng's moist and trembling lips. In between breaths, he touched Gu Meng's hair and said in a low voice, "Okay. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give you a home. This is the first time you've asked me for something. Whether it's a joke or nonsense, I'll take it seriously. I know that you've had a hard time. Many people have bullied you and played tricks on you. So you don't dare to take what others give you. You don't dare to believe the promises that others make. But I won't lie to you. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll work hard. I'll bathe in blood on the battlefield. I'll be successful and famous. I'll use all my military achievements to be with you. Wait for me. I'll give you a home." At that time, he had promised in his heart so passionately and naively. "It won't take too many years. It won't be too long. I'll give you a home. I'll always be with you." The young she caressed his older brother Gu Meng's face tenderly. He begged with such longing. "Gu Meng, wait for me, okay?" When she came out of the cold room, the jailer's soul was about to leave his body. Previously, when the ruthless official Lord Wangshu came to interrogate Gu Meng, he came out wearing a silk sapphire blue robe. It was so clean that even the moonstone pendant on his chest was not crooked at all. However, when he went in to take a look, good lord, Gu Meng was completely covered in blood. Lord Wangshu himself did not spill any blood, but he had already tortured Gu Meng to such a state. Now, Lord Shihi's royal army uniform was almost completely soaked in blood. Then, wouldn't Gu Meng, thinking of this, his legs almost gave way and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, his little disciple beside him supported him in time. Only then did he manage to stand up straight, trembling. He saluted Emoshi and said, "Lord Shihi, take care." Emoshi's face was pale. He pursed his lips and silently walked out of the cold and gloomy corridor without looking back. The iron-plated military boots stepped on the cold bricks, producing a crisp sound. Heavenly fragrance, life-prolonging open-air fragrance, life-prolonging dew. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The jailer's hands trembled as he held the elixir that could regenerate muscles and remove rot. He led a group of medical practitioners into the cold room. Before he could even stand still, he was stunned. He saw Gu Meng lying on the stone bed, wrapped in a black and gold winter coat. Half of his thin face was exposed under the fur, but it was clean. The little disciple was stunned. "Master, what's going on?" The jailer's eyes swept around and fell on the complicated golden snake totem on the sleeves of the coat. His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the emblem of the Northern Frontier Army? Then he thought again. When Emoshi came in, he was clearly wearing a winter coat, but when he went out, he was wearing a fitting black robe. These clothes, could it be? He swallowed his saliva and walked a few steps forward. He gently lifted a corner of the fur coat. Sure enough, he saw Gumeng sleeping inside, breathing evenly. The wounds on his body had all stopped bleeding. The jailer couldn't help but stare blankly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but when he thought of Moxi's usual cold and arrogant demeanor, and how Gumeng had mercilessly stabbed Moxi in the past, this daring thought was quickly extinguished. The young disciple also stuck his head over to take a look. After looking for a while, he finally reacted, "Aya. Isn't this Lord Shihi's outer robe?" "Master, master. Isn't it said that Lord Shihi is obsessed with cleanliness and never lets anyone touch his things?" The jailer was speechless. "Do you think he'll ask for it back?" "Oh." The little disciple scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's true." He paused for a moment, and then his curiosity killed the cat. "But isn't the Lord Shihi here for interrogation? Why are you so nice to the prisoners? He's not a cruel official." Although the jailer still had some doubts in his heart, he was still very clear about what should and shouldn't be guessed. Thus, he patted his little disciple's shoulder and said earnestly, "Not everyone likes to see blood as much as the Lord Wangshu. Oh, pay attention to what happened today. Don't speak of it to anyone else." The jailer turned around and instructed the others. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the shining golden snake on the fur robe and whispered, "Remember, don't talk too much." Moxi walked on the official road in the rain and snow. The west wind blew on his face, but he didn't feel cold even though he didn't have winter clothes. His eyes were burning and his heart was beating like a drum. Gumeng's murmur kept echoing in his ears. "I want to have a home." His heart was like a piece of messy grass that was set on fire, burning all the way from his chest to the point that even his eyes were slightly red. He increasingly felt that perhaps Gumeng's mind wasn't damaged. Otherwise, why would he unconsciously murmur this sentence when he was unconscious? The fire in his chest was both a kind of torture and a kind of hope. He kept thinking about it like this, not even noticing that his shirt was covered in blood and had attracted the attention of passers-by. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and Moxi's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He thought that no matter what, after this case was over, he must get Gumeng from the Murong Lian. Only in this way could he spend time with Gumeng and have a chance to find out whether Gumeng was pretending to be stupid or really crazy. While he was lost in thought, a shrill scream suddenly came from afar. "Ah!" Moxi stopped in his tracks and looked up to follow the sound. Now that the situation in the capital was in a state of high alert, he immediately rushed in the direction of the scream. It was a wine shop. The tables and chairs were all smashed, and a few wine jars piled up in the corner were also broken. Aged pear blossoms flowed all over the floor, and the room was filled with the strong fragrance of wine. The customers rushed out, and only a few cultivators who happened to be drinking wine gathered outside the private room on the second floor, including Yu Chinqing. Yu Chinqing covered the wound on her arm that was bleeding incessantly. She was so angry that she let loose a torrent of abuse. This was really strange. He had such a good temper and would not get angry easily, but at this moment, he looked like he was fuming with anger. He muttered, "Coward. Little turtle. You're not a good friend at all." His mind was simple and cheerful, and he rarely scolded people. Thus, he only used a few words, and even little tortoise was considered a swear word. "It hurts." Moxi quickly went upstairs and bumped into Yu Chinqing, who was shouting angrily, "Big bad dog." As soon as he looked up, he happened to be cursing Moxi. Moxi, Yu Chinqing was stunned, and his round eyes widened. "Lord Shihi? Why are you here?" I'm not talking about you." "What happened?" Moxi glanced at Yu Chinqing. "Are you hurt?" Yes. Just now, a skilled man in black suddenly jumped in through the window and wanted to take Sister Xiaoqui away from the wine shop. Yu Chinqing was angry and anxious. Sister Xiaoqui is usually very cute. Every time she drinks wine, she gives us brothers more. Sometimes she even gives us peanuts and kidney bean cakes. Although the kidney bean cakes aren't very delicious, but get to the point. Oh, the point. Yu Chinqing thought for a while and said angrily, "The point is, when I saw that the situation was not right, I rushed up with a few friends to stop the man in black. But that guy used some strange witchcraft. I didn't even touch the corner of his sleeve before he cut me with his sword. But those friends of mine, when they saw that I was injured, they all ran away in fear. They're all little turtles. The more he said, the angrier he got. He looked like he was about to vomit blood. Our Chonghua's 100 Herbs gathering is actually a bunch of playthings. That's too mean. The Chonghua's 100 Herbs gathering was a small group formed by Yu Qingqing and a group of young people. A group of young masters who liked to climb up the social ladder swaggered around the city every day. They even secretly gave themselves honorific titles in the pugilistic world, such as Proud Dragon or Embroidered Tiger. Emoshi already thought that they were retarded. When he heard what Yu Qingqing said, he naturally scolded them sternly. I told you not to hang out with those people, but you didn't listen. Are you hurt badly? I'm fine, I'm fine. Yu Qingqing looked like she had nothing left to live for. I was just betrayed by my brother. My heart is cold and sad. Now I can finally understand how you feel, Lord Shihi. Back then, you. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly felt that what she said was wrong. She quickly shut her mouth and looked at Emoshi with her round eyes. Emoshi was silent for a while, then asked, "Where did the man in black go?" "I don't know. His movements were too fast. He didn't seem like a living person." With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. My poor sister Xiaochui. Lord Shihi, do you think he's the early prostitute? Emoshi frowned. What is it? Yu Qingqing realized that Emoshi had been so busy recently that he definitely didn't hear about Mr. Shu's exaggerated brothel murder case. She said, "He's the murderer from the Hongyan brothel." "Let me see your wound." Yu Qingqing showed it to him with an aggrieved expression. Emoshi scrutinized Yu Qingqing's wound, frowning deeper. "It's the broken water sword," Yu Qingqing was shocked. She asked in shock, "The broken water sword's Grandmaster Li Qingqian?" Emoshi shook his head and didn't deny it. He only said, "Go home first. The capital has been very chaotic recently. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. My father went to the lava mountain to cultivate in seclusion. My fourth uncle is very cold. He doesn't even care about me. I can't stay at home alone. Then go to your brother's place." Yu Qingqing hesitated and muttered, "He's not my brother." Because she had been influenced by the Yu clan since she was young, Yu Qingqing didn't have a good impression of Jiang Yeshue. She only thought that he was a good-for-nothing and a disgrace to the Yu clan. However, she couldn't say much in front of Emoshi. She changed the topic. "By the way, Lord Shihi, where did you come from? Why are your clothes covered in blood?" Emoshi looked down. After a while, he said, "I took care of someone." Took care of someone? Looking at the blood on his clothes, she wondered if that person had been beaten to death by Lord Shihi. "Don't ask," Emoshi said. "Can you draw a portrait of the kidnapped Miss Xiaochui?" "Sure, I'll try," Yu Qingqing said. She asked the lady boss for a pen and paper. Soon, the face of a young girl appeared on the paper. Emoshi watched from the side. However, even after Yu Qingqing finished the last stroke, he still couldn't see anything special about this girl. Just as he was about to ask the lady boss about her background, Yu Qingqing suddenly picked up the pen he had put down. "Wait. There's still something missing." After saying that, she hurriedly drew a mole beside Xiaochui's eye. Only then did she say with satisfaction, "Yes, that's right." Emoshi's eyes widened slightly. "She also has a mole?" "Ah? What do you mean by also? Who else has it?" Emoshi said. Among the 5 prostitutes who were taken away from Hongyan Lu, one of them also had a mole at the corner of her eye. As he explained to Yu Qingqing, he thought to himself, could it be that this mole is a very important feature in front of that flower thief? Could it even be the prostitute's escape from death? Just as he was deep in thought, Yu Qingqing said hesitantly, "Lord Shihi, actually, there's one more thing I want to tell you." "Go ahead." That's right. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but when I was fighting with that man in black just now, although I didn't see his face, I felt that there was a smell on him that I was very familiar with." Emoshi asked, "What smell? Where have you smelled it before?" "It's not that I smelled it. It's just a kind of, I can't describe it. It's a kind of aura. I think I've felt it before. But at that time, we were fighting in a hurry and he left quickly. I didn't have time to examine it carefully before he disappeared. Yu Qingqing sighed. Lord Shihe, do you think he's the murderer of Hong Yanlu? I'm not sure. She finished speaking and thought for a while, then said, how about this? Yu Qingqing, go to Shenongtai to treat your injuries first. Also, go to the security agency and tell them something. What is it? She looked at Xiao Chui's portrait and said, if I'm not wrong, that flower thief is looking for women with certain characteristics. The mole should be one of those characteristics. Tell the security agency to announce to the whole city that all the girls who meet the requirements should go to the security agency for temporary shelter. Oh, okay. Yu Qingqing responded and was about to go out when she suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly turned back and said, by the way, Lord Shihe, I heard that Big Brother Murong has received an order from the Emperor to interrogate Gu Meng at any time. Do you know about this? Yes. Gu Meng seems to still be useful to you, Lord Shihe. If Big Brother Murong interrogates him, I'm afraid he will be half dead. Do you want to first? It's fine. She shook his head and subconsciously rubbed the mysterious silver ring on his thumb. His eyes slowly darkened. When he was treating Gu Meng's injuries, he had already put a tracking talisman unique to the Mo family into Gu Meng's body. During the duration of the talisman, as long as Gu Meng acted strangely, the ring on his finger would heat up and help him sense Gu Meng's location and condition. He really didn't want to see Gu Meng's appearance after being tortured by others. She said, I'm already prepared. No matter what the Murong Lian does, I will know. You don't have to worry. After bidding farewell to Yu Qingqing, She returned to his residence and took out the jade scrolls of the 5 prostitutes. He put Xiao Chui's portrait together with the singer with the mole of tears, and then stared at the other 4 faces. The other 4 women didn't have any obvious characteristics. Just by looking at the portrait, he couldn't find any more details. However, this situation didn't last long. As more and more women went missing in the city, Shihe's residents also got more and more portraits. After categorizing them, they found that the shapes of their lips were very similar, and their noses were very similar. Therefore, according to these characteristics, She asked the imperial guards to invite the girls who met the requirements to the Peace Bureau for protection. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the disappearance of women to stop for the time being. Occasionally, a few girls who weren't taken over by the Peace Bureau in time would be taken away by the flower thief. Now, it was the cultivators who were very worried. Elder Yu of the sky-bearing platform is no match for that guy. If he takes our hearts, what should we do? Sigh, I don't dare to go out to the wild to practice alone recently. Seeing that the end of the year was approaching, the originally bustling Chonghua city quieted down. People always went out in groups of 3 to 5 and hurried back home before the sky turned dark. The Yu family's enchantment talisman was selling at an unprecedented high. Many people didn't buy it, and they didn't even dare to leave their weapons when they slept at night. As for those who couldn't afford it, they cried and begged the Yu family to be merciful and let them pay for it later. Yu Qingqing couldn't make the decision on this matter. Her father wasn't here, so her uncle went out and angrily drove all the poor and pedantic cultivators away. He scolded, "What are you making a fuss about? Do you think you have the right to behave atrociously in front of a first-class cultivator's residence? The Yu family's talisman is indestructible, it's worth this price. Can't afford it? Borrow money from your brothers and friends." The storytellers didn't dare to tell stories anymore. Moreover, the situation was getting worse and worse. Who would dare to listen to stories happily, in front of Yu Lai Tea House? The small red pasted paper of the brothel guests killed 70 men in fury slowly became tattered in the wind and snow. The rainwater soaked the brush and ink, making it difficult to read the words on it. That night, the snow stopped. The capital was filled with bright moonlight. She sat in Shihe's courtyard, flipping through the files he had accumulated over the past few days. At the same time, he subconsciously rubbed the flying snake silver ring on his thumb. He had been doing this a lot recently. This tracking ring was like a link between him and Gu Meng to avoid being noticed by others. Only when it was safe could he feel at ease. However, on this quiet night, when he was about to close the book and rest, the ring suddenly became hot, She suddenly turned his gaze and saw the snake pattern on the ring start to twist and turn. It slowly turned into the shape of a pointer, pointing to the southwest of the capital. The silver snake's body also started to change color. After a few flashes of light, the scales finally all shone with a green brilliance. When the snake scales turned green, it meant that the person being tracked had been drugged. This wasn't strange. When the Morong Lian interrogated prisoners, they would often give them all kinds of hallucinogenic drugs. The problem was the direction. The southwest of the capital wasn't where the Yin prison was, but where the heroes of the Chonghua were buried. War Spirit Mountain. Why did Gu Meng suddenly leave the Yin prison and be transferred to War Spirit Mountain? She had just thought of this when he heard all the defensive barriers in the city emit bursts of golden light. The martial law bell in Wanqing rang. One after another, a total of 13 rings. A prisoner escaped from prison. Gu Meng escaped from prison. Due to the urgency of the matter, She didn't have time to inform Jun Shang. He ordered the transmission butterfly to go to the palace and rushed to the foot of Warsoul Mountain. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw that the 2 cultivators guarding the mountain were dead, their eyeballs were gouged out and their hearts were taken away. They died in the same way as Elder Yu. The ring on his hand became hotter and hotter, pointing at the blood-stained mountain path. She stared at the ring for a moment and gritted his teeth. Gu Meng, is it really you? His heart grew colder and he rushed up the mountain. The terrain of Warsoul Mountain was extremely complicated. On its misty peak, the heroes of the Chonghua dynasty were buried. It was said that in the dead of night, the neighing of war horses could be heard from time to time in the mountains. It seemed to confirm the rumor that the flames of war in Jiuzhou will not be extinguished and the souls of the Chonghua will not be reborn. Here, many guiding magic tools would be disturbed by the spiritual current and couldn't guide the way correctly. Even Moshi's silver ring was slightly affected and it had to adjust several times before it could move again. Moshi came to the foot of Warsoul Mountain. Here, he stopped and looked at the faint cold fog in the dense forest, murmuring, "The dreamer." Yes, this fog was not ordinary mountain fog, but the dreamer that only some high-level warlocks of the burning country could use. This was a kind of illusion that could change the real scene around and create a new world. If one was aroused by it and indulged in it, one's mind would be easily destroyed. However, Moshi had fought with warlocks of the burning country who used the dreamer many times on the battlefield, so it wasn't difficult for him to resist this. The tip of the ring was pointing here, which meant that Gu Meng was in the fog of the dreamer at this moment. He had to go in. Moshi thought for a moment and raised his hand, saying, "Illusion butterfly." A sound transmission butterfly answered and flew out. Moshi said, "Tell Jun Shang the location and the situation. I'll go check and ask him to send reinforcements." The butterfly flapped its wings and disappeared into the depths of the forest in a short while. Mochime stepped into the thick fog that could not be dispersed. The surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness, and it was difficult to distinguish one's 5 fingers. "Gu Meng." He raised his voice. "Gu Meng, come out." His voice echoed in the fog. After a while, a person's soft laughter came from the cold fog. "Lord Shihi?" The person who spoke was not Gu Meng. That person sighed and said, "Sigh, I was too careless. I always felt that this beast on the divine altar seemed to carry some unfamiliar spiritual energy. So it was you who placed a tracking talisman in his body." "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "Lord Shihi has been investigating the brothel case for so long. Doesn't he have a guess in his heart?" That indistinct figure seemed so faint in the fog, appearing for a moment before disappearing again. However, in that brief moment, Moshi had already struck out viciously, sending a blazing fireball smashing towards him. "Ouch!" A snort came from the fog. After a moment of silence, that voice sighed, "The iron-blooded god of war, Lord Shihi, indeed lives up to his reputation." Suddenly, he smiled eerily and dangerously, "Your temper is really bad." Moshi gritted his teeth and said, "Where is Gu Meng? What's your relationship with him?" "I have nothing to do with him. As for who I am, aren't there many theories in Chonghua City?" That person spoke sweetly, as if he was talking about something that he found very interesting. Something about a flower thief in a brothel, something about a chef who ran away from Plum Blossom Garden. He sneered, and his laughter lingered in the fog that was getting thicker and thicker. It's really very interesting. I've heard a lot of stories, and I even told one myself. He even told one himself? As if he could see Mia's slightly widened eyes, that person said slowly with a smile, that's right. When I was bored, I once pretended to be a storyteller and ran to the tea house to tell stories. I said that I had 70 men at night, but your friend, young Master Yu, was not satisfied. He said something about the brothel letting out its guests early. He was really naughty. You actually, the real storyteller, of course I killed them. That person said indifferently, after I killed them, I think I threw them into a dry well? I think I threw them into a mass grave? Sorry, I've killed too many people, I can't remember clearly. Finally, he laughed and said, but speaking of which, you're more reliable than that Lord Wangshu. He was just letting his imagination run wild, and as soon as he came up with an answer, he was anxious to get testimony from the prisoners. You, on the other hand, knew how to properly examine the few sword marks on those corpses. That person paused, and asked almost joyfully, so, did you find anything? Emoshi's voice was deep and burning. Are you really Li Qingqian? The other person was silent for a moment in the fog, and then suddenly laughed. The laughter became louder and louder, more and more sinister, constantly lingering in the surroundings, and no one could tell where it came from. Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian, ha 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 ha. This name seemed to have touched some kind of sore spot in that person's heart, and the laughter that came out of his throat was like a vulture circling around, not dissipating for a long time. I'm not. He suddenly tightened his voice, and as the laughter echoed, he said sternly, the first chapter of the Broken Water Sword Manual, the benevolent sword breaks water, the righteous sword cuts sorrows, the poor yet still helps the world, does not shirk even 10,000 hardships. It's simply laughable, lamentable, pitiful. What Master Li, he's just a pauper, a useless good-for-nothing, pedantic to the extreme. He scolded and raged for a while, and then gradually calmed down after a while. In the silence of the cold fog, he suddenly said, I just look down on hypocrites like you. You clearly have greed, anger, and stupidity in your hearts, but you still want fame, wealth, and innocence. You can't pick it up, nor can you let it go. His words were full of danger. Emoshi couldn't be more sensitive to murderous intent, and immediately his gaze turned cold, and he shouted in a low voice, Shui Ran. Summon. A red light flashed, and the snake whip hissed in his hand. Oh, Shui Ran. The person snorted, you're very impressive. You have earth-shattering power, but unfortunately, I think you probably won't be able to use it here. I can't beat you, so I won't fight you head-on. But I was lucky enough to eavesdrop on some of your secrets, and there are many other ways to trap you. For example. He paused, and then suddenly asked with interest, when Gu Mei was imprisoned in Fallen Plum Garden, did you tell him that the lotus tattoo on his neck was branded by you? Emoshi's heart turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. What exactly are you? Don't be in a hurry to ask me what I am. Why don't I ask you instead? The person said with interest, let me ask you, the first marshal of Chonghua, the cold and pure Lord Shihi, who keeps men and women away from each other, who has maintained self-restraint for 30 years, and who is the fickle lover that Princess Mengzhe couldn't melt even with her heart. His voice was near and far, and now it was almost behind Emoshi's ear, and his tone was wet. You and that Marshal Gu, what's your relationship? He lashed out with the whip, and his anger made the body of the whip burst into sparks. The ghost seemed to have expected this, and this time it didn't get whipped, and he disappeared again. Master Jun, you're so fierce, so it seems that I guessed correctly? Emoshi didn't answer, and said sternly, hand over Gu Meng. Hand him over? I'm not stupid. He used to be the first marshal of Burning Country. Although his spiritual nucleus was destroyed, I have my ways to control him and call back his combat power. The ghost was still smiling. Why should I hand over such a capable guard? He paused, and then his smile became brighter. In Chonghua, the only one who can fight him alone is you, Lord Shihi. As long as he guards for me, others can't beat him even if they come. As for you, Lord Shihi, if you come. The intimacy in his words was even more intense. I have other ways too. As he spoke, his voice gradually faded away, as if he was going to disappear. Tonight, since you have the courage to step into this illusion for him, I naturally have to be a good host and let him treat you well. The person chuckled. Lord Shihi, the night is short, please enjoy it while you can. You. As if responding to his words, a cluster of red lights suddenly lit up in front of him, accompanied by a babbling voice. Someone was singing, Yu Ming Nu Pond Rain. Jing Yu Xiao Gaching. There's a love song and wine. Looking at the heartless insects and ants, it's also about love. Emoshi knew that once the dreamer stepped into the illusion, he couldn't break it from the inside. He could only wait for Jun Shang's reinforcements to arrive. Before that, he couldn't hide from these illusions. But as long as he stayed awake, it wouldn't be difficult to hold on. However, at this moment, the ghost's voice sounded again in the depths of the illusion. Lord Shihi, I know what you're thinking. You want to hold on, don't you? He chuckled. What a pity. You might be able to hold on, but Gu Meng might not be able to. Emoshi shivered. What do you mean? Everyone says that Lord Shihi has amazing self-discipline, and it's hard for him to mess with his thoughts. Naturally, I won't be so stupid as to pick a tough bone. And Gu Meng now lacks a soul, so he's just a pitiful worm with an incomplete mind. Naturally, it's easier for me to make a move on him. He said slowly, when your thumb ring showed you the way, did it tell you that he was drugged? Emoshi's blood turned cold. He said angrily, you. What about me? Am I despicable? The ghost laughed. I just gave him some medicine to awaken his strength, so that he can be my guard. Elegant gentleman Lord Shihi, what are you thinking? After a pause, the ghost said happily, but you're right, I'm indeed shameless. Because what I'm going to give him next is another kind of medicine. You're not the only one I threw into this illusion. He's also in it. The ghost's voice was smooth. You're noble and self-disciplined, but you can't bear to see him. Ha ha ha, I won't say it, I won't say it. Emoshi was so angry that he wanted to curse. But who was the real identity of this flower thief? Li Qingqian? A chef from Liao country? Or was it some crazy wild ghost? People are just flesh and blood formed by desire. Some people indulge in sensual pleasures, some pursue fame. However, the desire for love is a desire. Isn't the desire for fame also a desire? The ghost laughed softly. What's the difference? Go ahead. Your brother Gu Meng, he's waiting for you in front. His voice disappeared completely, but the music grew louder and louder. The performer's colorful voice almost reached the clouds, wriggling over like a poisonous snake. The land rises from the darkness. The wind flowers form from the corners of the eyes. The contract still has the incomplete scriptures. To ask the east wind blowing in the dream, when will you wake up? With the last word, wake up. The surrounding fog dissipated. Emoshi found himself standing in a field of bright lights. It was night, and people came and went, shuttling back and forth. It was the starry river's brilliant nightless sky. 2 guards stood in front of the splendid door with white walls and black tiles. They wore blue magician robes with thunder cloud patterns on the edges. 8 bright lights were burning on the path to the mansion. On the lintel of the door, there was a blue bat-shaped totem flowing with spiritual power. It was the emblem of the Lian family. How could it be? Wangshu Mansion, the illusion created by people in dreams, was often related to some memories that were difficult to part with. At this time, he was not the only one trapped in the same illusion. Gu Meng was also trapped in the same illusion. Then this scene should not be caused by his inner demons, but by someone else who was also in the same illusion and was drugged, Gu Meng. Although Gu Meng's memory was incomplete, the obsession in his heart could be extracted. But why Wangshu Mansion, Wangshu Mansion? Drugged. Desire. Past. These words floated in his mind one by one. After thinking carefully, Emoshi suddenly thought of something. His beautiful face changed instantly. Could it be that Gu Meng's past had been extracted? He cursed silently. His figure flashed up the roof of the Lian family and rushed towards a corner of Wangshu Mansion. That's right, this direction. The silver needle on the ring became brighter and brighter as Emoshi walked. She stopped in front of a small servant's room and slowed his slightly rapid breathing. He raised his pale and slender finger. The needle had returned to the pattern of a flying snake. Gu Meng was inside. Gu Meng was drugged, so the strongest emotion in his heart was definitely lust. And this room, She's Adam's apple bobbed. This room was the place where he and Gu Meng had met secretly the most. Back then, the Morong Lian was despicable and shameless. After the First War, he took away all of Gu Meng's achievements on the battlefield. The emperor rewarded him generously, but Gu Meng was still a nameless little slave in Wangshu Mansion. After returning from the battlefield, the emperor could not see him in the mansion. So She could only restrain himself. 1 month, 2 months. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. It seemed that Gu Meng could not come to find him, so young Master Mo could only lower himself and pay a visit to Wangshu Mansion with a straight face. He originally only wanted to take a look at Gu Meng under the pretext of discussing military affairs with the Morong Lian. But the housekeeper said that the Morong Lian was cultivating behind closed doors in the training field and would not come out for a while. If young Master Mo did not mind, why not take a walk in the backyard and let the servants serve him, she said very calmly. Then let Gu Meng come, since they were old acquaintances. This was not a rude request. Coincidentally, Gu Meng was also idle, so the housekeeper asked someone to find him. Gu Meng walked into the hall. When he suddenly saw he was somewhat stunned. Young Master Mo and young Master Morong were like fire and water. She's visit to Wangshu Mansion was even more surprising than the emperor's personal visit. The housekeeper instructed him, young master will come out in 2 hours. Accompany young Master Mo around the mansion. Gu Meng said. Okay. Mochime glanced at him, then turned his gaze away indifferently. Out of the 7 mansions in Wangshu Manor, the first 5 were mostly occupied, while the last 2 were mainly used as courtyards to plant spiritual herbs and fragrant herbs. Usually, there weren't many servants who came here. She walked in front with Gu Meng following behind him. They walked from the front yard to the back. Along the way, Gu Meng introduced the scenery and layout of Wangshu Manor to Shi. The 2 of them were so distant and polite that the guards and servants who walked past them did not notice anything strange. Only Shi knew how anxious he was at that time. He clearly wanted to talk to Gu Meng alone, he wanted to look into his eyes, he wanted to tear this man who had once belonged to Morong Lian and swallow him whole, leaving no bones or blood behind. But he had to endure it. On the left is the zither room. Young master would go there to play the zither in his free time. There is a 5-stringed wooden zither in the room. It was left behind by the old prince. As they walked deeper into the courtyard, there were fewer and fewer people around them. His heart was getting hotter and hotter, as if his blood was burning. Finally, when they walked into a medicinal garden, there was no one around. Gu Meng said, there are 765 famous medicines in the garden. Among them, he did not finish his sentence because young Master Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Gu Meng did not notice and was still walking forward. He was caught off guard and bumped into young Master Mo's broad back. She turned back and looked at him silently. What are you doing? You. Shi's face was stiff. He clearly longed and yearned for Gu Meng, but when he stood in front of Gu Meng and looked at Gu Meng's indifferent expression, he felt that he was too cheap and could not bring himself to do it. Thus, he said stiffly, you have nothing to say to me. Gu Meng muttered to himself for a while, then rubbed his nose and said with a smile, young master, long time no see? Oh, don't stare at me. You know that I'm busy. I have to wipe the table, chop firewood, and catch insects for the cauliflower. These are all very important. Shi's expression became worse and worse. He looked as if poison had attacked his heart. But at that time, Gu Meng did not confirm any real relationship with him. When Gu Meng was in the army, he shamelessly said that this kind of thing was normal. Young people should not take it too seriously in bed. The young man's heart was about to be broken by this old hooligan. But this hooligan was still talking about his important matters in Wangshu Mansion. It was as if he, the dignified young Master Mo, was not as important as a broken table in the Morong young master's house. It made Shi want to immediately throw a fireball and smash the Morong Lian's desk. Let's see what else Gu Meng can wipe. Gu Mei was still talking nonstop about how high young Master Murong's requirements for the desk were. Something like the red sandalwood tabletop should be able to be used as a mirror. Halfway through his speech, there was a whirl in front of his eyes. By the time he reacted, he was already pressed against the wall by Emoshi. You what? He did not finish speaking. The man's tall figure pressed down on him. His cold face turned sideways. He held Gu Meng's waist with one hand and propped up the wall beside Gu Meng's face with the other. He lowered his head and sealed Gu Meng's whispers with his lips. Emoshi's kiss was too forceful. It was as if he wanted to pour all his desire onto the person in his arms. It was also as if he wanted to devour Gu Meng completely. All of his actions were shockingly forceful and controlling. His breathing was so rapid, and his lips and tongue were so passionate. It was as if young Master Mo, who was cold and indifferent in front of others, was just another person who had nothing to do with him. You're crazy. This is Xianxia residence. Gu Meng regained his senses as their lips and teeth intertwined. He viciously tore apart Emoshi's lock. His wet lips opened and closed. Someone will see. Gu Meng was too forceful. Emoshi did not intend to resist. With a muffled groan, his arm was dislocated by the other party. *ck Gu Meng did not expect that he would succeed when Emoshi did not put up any defenses. He was instantly embarrassed. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Then he said, Fine. You're crazy. I admit my mistake. Okay. I'll help you fix it. He reached out to fix Emoshi's bone, but the young master actually avoided him and did not let him touch it. He could only stare at him hatefully. Big brother, I'll kneel to you. Please let me fix it. Otherwise, when young master comes out and sees that the guest is injured, he will ask me how he got injured. What should I say then? Gu Meng whined. This invincible fellow in the smoke of war actually made people angry wherever he went. You can't say that I hit him, right? Emoshi did not utter a word. His face was still cold. But if one looked closely, there was an extremely dangerous emotion in his eyes. It was just that he was restraining it at this moment. After being stiff for a long time, he suddenly asked stiffly again, Don't you have anything to say to me? Yes. Speak. Are you under the curse of repetition? Seeing Emoshi's expression, he hurriedly laughed and said, Hey. I was wrong. Emoshi said angrily, Don't touch me. I can fix it myself. You can't. Your healing spells and techniques are too lousy. Emoshi was even angrier. But he was stopped by Gu Meng. Gu Meng laughed, as if he had succeeded in a prank. Then he suddenly leaned over and kissed Emoshi on the cheek. Why is my princess not responding? Gu Meng muttered, rubbing his chin. Then kiss her again. He paid for his naughtiness with a few more kisses. Finally, Emoshi reluctantly allowed him to fix his bone. When the bone was fixed, Emoshi's eyes were a little moist, even though it was not very painful. You. Gu Meng wanted to take a closer look, but young Master Mo slapped him on the face, pushing his thick face away. He turned the wooden tube around, not letting him see it clearly. I haven't seen you for 2 months. No. There are still 12 days left. Emoshi suddenly turned around and glared at him. Gu Meng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall calmly. He looked at him with a smile, slightly raising his chin. Find a place where no one can see us. Young Master finally said with a straight face. In fact, after not seeing each other for so long, Emoshi was not the only one who could not control himself. It was just that Emoshi used aloofness and arrogance as a cover, while Gu Meng's cover was just shamelessness and indifference. But when they hugged and rubbed together, the two young people were burning with passion. In the end, Gu Meng led him to an inconspicuous little house. The hint was too obvious. Almost as soon as they entered the house, Gu Meng was pushed against the door. In the dark, windowless house, only the man's deep breathing and the sound of kissing and rubbing could be heard. Gu Meng's eyes were open. His neck was being kissed, and he did not forget to gasp for breath. Don't kiss me like that. Young Master will see. At this time, mentioning the Murong Lian's name was obviously not a wise thing to do. Emoshi paused for a moment, as if he was restraining the terrible desire in his eyes. Gu Meng panted for a while under him. After a few moments of silence, he was suddenly violently turned over on his back. The waist belt was pulled open, and Gu Meng was pushed against the door. Emoshi looked as if he had suffered a great grievance. He silently kissed Gu Meng's cheek, neck, and finally landed on the slave-locking ring that the Murong Lian had branded him with. This cold black ring seemed to stab Emoshi, telling him that no matter how much he longed for it, to the point where his heart was almost torn apart, the person in his arms was still a Murong Lian. The Murong Lian could summon him whenever he wanted. He could torture him in any way he wanted. He could even live in Gu Meng's life and death, honor and disgrace, a knife chain that would strangle his soul and control his life. He was hugging a Murong Lian. This kind of jealousy burned Emoshi's eyes. It made him pull Gu Meng's cheek even more forcefully. He made Gu Meng lean against the door and kiss him strenuously. The darkness made the wildfire in his heart burn fiercely. Their lips and tongues tangled together intensely, and their saliva was sticky and intertwined. Gu Meng's clothes were quickly removed, but his own clothes were not that messy. Probably because he felt the situation of the person behind him, Gu Meng was a little angry and a little amused. Every time you come to me dressed properly, but he did not say anything, and it turned into a muffled groan. Young master will come out in 2 hours. You have to do it quickly. Emoshi pulled out his wet fingers and held Gu Meng's waist. He rubbed his hot and thick sex organ between his buttocks and suddenly thrust inside. Ah! Gu Meng suddenly cried out. His waist was suddenly penetrated until it went soft. He could only hold on to the door to support himself. He could clearly feel Emoshi's hot sex organ pulsing inside his body. It was so hot and thick, as if it was going to burn his organs. Emoshi panted softly and held Gu Meng's waist. They began to have intercourse in this position in front of the door. Although the courtyard Gu Meng lived in was remote, it did not mean that no one would pass by. The door was thin, so she bit her lips tightly and did not dare to make a sound. Emoshi thrust for a while, and then turned his face to the side to kiss her moist lips. His thrusting movements became more and more rapid, and his buttocks hit with a paw-paw sound. Every time Emoshi thrust, it was as if she wanted to push into the deepest part of Gu Meng's body. It was as if she was going to push his sack in. Gu Meng could not help but gasp under this kind of brutal thrusting. Ah! Ah! He struggled to stop Emoshi, and tried his best to turn over and say something to Emoshi. However, Emoshi only moved slightly to turn over, and before Gu Meng could speak, she pressed on Gu Meng's legs again. She did not want to wait any longer, and rubbed her hot and huge sex organ against Gu Meng's unclosed acupuncture point a few times, and then suddenly thrust inside. Ah! Ah! Too deep, too deep. Emoshi! Emoshi! Ah 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 ah! Gu Meng's legs were being penetrated, and he was being fucked in a dull but fierce way. At first, he was moaning and gasping for breath, but in the end, he could not say anything. He only felt that his stomach was about to be pierced through by this man who usually seemed to have no desire. Even his legs that were hanging in the air unconsciously tightened. Emoshi did not like to talk too much when making love, but that kind of primitive burning wildness, and that kind of deep gaze that seemed to want to tear Gu Meng apart and eat him, were enough to make people's hearts tremble. Not to mention that he was thrusting so fiercely and fiercely. Every thrust was fiercely pushed into the depths of the moist tunnel, hurried and burning. Perhaps the violent shaking of the door finally brought Gu Meng back to his senses. He finally said in a low and hurried voice, Don't do it here. Go inside, there's a bed inside. What bed? It was simply his doghouse. In the world, only he had the ability to coax young Master Mo, who was seriously obsessed with cleanliness, to sleep on his shabby little wooden bed. Why don't we do it here? There will be people, Gu Meng was never a person with a sense of shame, and he did not read many books. When his emotions were in a mess, his words were always so rough that it made people blush. He raised his head and panted violently. There will be people who will hear you *CKme. Are you afraid of people hearing you? Of course. Teacher still relies on young master to give me money to support me. What are you doing? Don't be so fast, too fast, Mo she only said hatefully, "It's best if he chases you out. I'll support you." But even so, he knew that once this kind of thing was discovered, Gu Meng would not be simply chased out by the Murong Lian. It was possible that he would be torn apart alive. Thus, he picked up Gu Meng and pushed his genitals even deeper inside, pushing Gu Meng so hard that he almost cried out. Then, he held Gu Meng in this position and walked into the room. His arms were firm and strong, and Gu Meng was not a weak person. His legs were wrapped tightly around Emoshi's waist. As the two walked, their genitals did not slip out, only rubbing against the wall of his intestines. It was neither too fast nor too slow, but it was very hard to grind. So when Gu Meng was brought to the bed by Mo extinguishing, that hot body pressed down on him, and he lifted his leg and began to F***k it again, Gu Meng could no longer hold it in. He groaned and panted, "Ah. Ah. Ah, junior brother. Junior brother. F***k here. Ugh. Right here. Harder. Ah." Gu Meng was always like this. He never hid anything, or perhaps it was because he wanted to hide something that he always put on a thick-skinned appearance, saying things like forget it, you're still young. I'll respect the old and love the young and let you be on top. But Gu Meng's body could not bear this kind of stimulation. He was unintentionally very resistant to pain. The pain on the battlefield was nothing to him, but he could not stand the pleasure of being penetrated. In the end, he would always cry. Although he cried, he still wanted to be entangled with Emoshi. When the two of them made love, it was often like this. Emoshi did not like to talk much, but Gu Meng would shamelessly say things that stimulated his nerves too much. "You're so big. I can't take it anymore. If you come in a little bit more, I'll be broken. Why are you so hot? Why aren't you going to come in, you? When are you going to?" Emoshi was stimulated, angry, and flirted with him, but he could not do anything about it. Gu Meng was a scoundrel who loved to spout nonsense the moment he opened his mouth. Gu Meng was also a lowly slave, so perhaps he could sleep with young Master Mo, even if it was the lower part, he could let it go. He would even allow it, even. Emoshi did not know if it was an illusion, but he would even like Emoshi to come in. Mo Chime had once asked him about this rather implicitly. Gu Meng laughed. He confessed. He said yes, it was very satisfying. Those few times were very satisfying. Do you want to experience it? Then next time it's my turn. Emoshi did not let him finish. He kissed Gu Meng's mouth again. His buttocks were buried between Gu Meng's open legs, jerking up and down rapidly and fiercely, turning Gu Meng's teasing words into intermittent moans. Emoshi was a person who followed the rules. But unexpectedly, he liked to hear Gu Meng's almost chaotic and almost lewd moans. It was just that he did not say it. In the end, they both vented. Gu Meng was almost exhausted. He lay under Emoshi, covered in sweat. His back acupoint was still trembling as it swallowed Emoshi's sex organ. Emoshi's semen was blocked and could not come out. Gu Meng's tight abdomen heaved. Who knew that such a strong man with tight lines was now filled with another man's semen? Gu Meng was in a daze for a while. He was kissed tenderly by Emoshi. He suddenly laughed and asked, "Why did you come to find young master?" Emoshi was silent for a while. It was rare that he was not proud. He said in a muffled voice, "I missed you." Gu Meng laughed even harder. He looked at the young man lying on his wet body and said, "What a gentleman. Why didn't you climb over the wall to find me?" Emoshi was stunned. He really did not think of that. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what Gu Meng said made sense. Why didn't he think of it before? In a flash, the slave-locking bracelet on Gu Meng's neck lit up. "Young master is looking for me. You should go out too. I'm here to accompany you, not to have fun with you." After this private meeting, and for some time afterwards, until they were once again ordered to go to war, Mo Chime would often come to see him. Although there was a forbidden spell in Wangshu Mansion, it was not a big deal to Emoshi. During the time they were entangled together, occasionally, Emoshi would be King Gu Meng until he was absent-minded. On the other side, the Murong Lian would be looking for this servant for some reason. Hence, the slave-locking bracelet would strangle Gu Meng's neck. Gu Meng was almost unable to breathe due to the two types of torture. He would sob and ejaculate, making the bedsheets wet. The Morong Lian was very hot-tempered. She did not want to wait too long for the person she wanted to summon. Hence, Gu Meng often did not have time to clean himself up. He would dress up and rush over. When he knelt in front of the Morong Lian, there was still some semen left in his body. Those days were really a bit ridiculous. Now that he thought about it, Emoshi even felt his heart palpitate with fear for his youthful recklessness. There were clearly no promises and no prospects for a future. But it was as if he could continue to be entangled like this for the rest of his life. His heart would never calm down. They had nothing. They could only turn their love, control, and possession into such a vigorous and thirsty entanglement. One was a noble and pure young master, the other was a lowly servant of Wangshu Mansion. It was the most shocking scandal. But it was wrapped in the most tender love. That was the prime of their youth. Emoshi's heart raced and there was a buzzing sound in his head. He wanted to restrain him, but before he could touch Gu Meng, he was hugged by the back of his neck. In the darkness, Gu Meng almost collapsed and trembled. Between the kisses, he murmured hoarsely, "You hug me." In the past, when Gu Meng was in battle, people said that he had the bestial nature of a wolf. He was fierce, quick-witted, brave, and very capable of commanding. He was a general on the altar that the Chonghua Empire could only look up to. Thus, he was given the name Beast of the Altar. But other people did not know about his wild nature. Only Emoshi knew what Gu Meng was like in bed. He had strong and tight muscles, a sharp waist, and a strong neck. When the two of them were entangled, Emoshi had been kissed by him countless times. Then, he fell deeply in love with him and could not extricate himself. But not now. Now, they had been separated for so long. They had been separated by betrayal and life and death, national enmity and personal hatred. Suddenly, he was forced to kiss again. Emoshi's heart burned with desire and there was a buzzing sound in his ears. But he still did his best to restrain himself. He flipped Gu Meng's hand and, without any explanation, buried his fingers in the other's hair. The scent of blood filled his mouth. Emoshi gritted his teeth and said, "Don't provoke me." A fireball suddenly lit up in his palm, illuminating the bedroom. It was still the same as Mochime remembered. There was no window in the slave house, and everything was in a mess. There was a small jar beside the bed, which served as a bedside table. On top of it, there was a small flask with a wild flower in it. Gu Meng's mind seemed to have completely collapsed. He looked at Emoshi blankly and longingly for a while, as if he did not understand a word Emoshi said. After a while, he leaned over and wanted to kiss his thin lips. "Don't touch me," Emoshi said angrily, annoyed and burning inside. But that ghost shadow gave Gu Meng some strange medicine, and his body recovered very well. If he relaxed a little, he would not be able to control him. The fight between the two was so intense that Gu Meng accidentally tripped and fell onto the bed together with Emoshi. The small wooden bed creaked dangerously. Emoshi pressed heavily on Gu Meng's body. Gu Meng let out a hoarse groan almost at the same time. The action of rubbing against another man made his eyes even more confused. His body was burning hot after taking the aphrodisiac, and his blue eyes were burning with a moist luster. It was as if a fire had ignited on the surface of the river and wanted to devour Emoshi's soul. Emoshi lowered his head to look at the man lying under him. His blood was burning hot. He had been abstinent for so many years, and he had a strong desire for Gu Meng. He had to suppress his desire to not overstep his boundaries. However, he could control his actions, but he could not control his reactions. Emoshi's breathing became heavy, hot, and full of masculine tension. He ordered Gu Meng to stay still in a low voice, but the air brushed past Gu Meng's ears and made him shudder. Gu Meng's throat moved. He looked at him with moist eyes for a while and said hoarsely, "Uncomfortable, very, hot." Emoshi breathed deeply. He saw his own reflection in his blue eyes, shrouded in blurred desire. "I'm very hot, you're not the only one who's very hot." However, Emoshi would never say this out loud. He used his arms to forcefully suppress Gu Meng, but Gu Meng kept struggling and moving under him. After a while, how could Emoshi not have any reaction? As their limbs intertwined, Emoshi shouted angrily in a low voice, "Stop moving." However, Gu Meng felt it. Emoshi was pressing hard on him. Even though they were separated by a robe, the hardness of Emoshi's body seemed to evoke some kind of memory that was buried deep in his brain. His whole body trembled, and a low moan escaped from his throat. Lord Shihi, who was not attracted to any beauty, felt so hard that it hurt and swelled crazily. It was too unbearable. Moreover, Gu Meng was lying on the bed at this time. His clothes were messy, his eyes were empty, and his chest was moving up and down. He looked very sad, as if he was blaming Emoshi for not being willing to touch him, or as if he was just feeling pain and emptiness. "I'm uncomfortable," Emoshi gritted his teeth and said, "Bear with it." "You." Gu Meng's mind was not clear. "You touch me again." This kind of naked and straightforward, simple but shameful sentence was said by Gu Meng, and it made Emoshi's chest burn with anger. He suddenly closed his eyes and cursed silently, unwilling to look at Gu Meng's face. However, this kind of thing could not be avoided just because the eye did not see it. Gu Meng raised his hand to touch his face, trembling, and wanted to kiss his lips. Emoshi suddenly opened his eyes. His black eyes were dark and deep. He had already accumulated such a burning desire, but when Gu Meng was about to kiss him, he raised his hand to cover Gu Meng's face. Emoshi said angrily, "I will never touch you again." Gu Meng obviously understood. He widened his eyes slightly, as if he was wronged and in pain. The tears in his blue eyes became deeper and deeper. Emoshi could not give him any response. Otherwise, it would cause Gu Meng to resonate, and this illusion would become more and more difficult to break. However, he could not remove the poison in Gu Meng's body at this moment. Gu Meng's forehead was sweating. In the chaos, he seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. He struggled under Emoshi's body. Uncomfortable, his pupils contracted under the stimulation of the drug. Gu Meng could not bear it anymore. He choked and said, Don't do this." Emoshi held him down. The person in his arms trembled more and more violently. In the end, he was almost convulsing. So, uncomfortable, towards the end, Gu Meng was on the verge of collapse. He was like a fish on the verge of death, gasping for air. His face was strangely flushed as he struggled and choked with sobs. It was a chaotic and violent scene. "You. Why don't you kill me?" Emoshi's heart stopped. "Gu Meng, just kill me. Be straightforward. Kill me." Emoshi knew that it was impossible to continue like this. He gritted his teeth. While suppressing Gu Meng's struggling, he was thinking of a way out. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. If he temporarily made Gu Meng lose consciousness, could he delay it for a while? Although he did not know if it would work, he could only give it a try. With this thought, he took a breath and suddenly got up. He struck the back of Gu Meng's neck with his blade, hitting the unconscious acupuncture point. Gu Meng fainted. After the strike, Emoshi shouted in a low voice, "Come. Summon him." The soft whip was summoned. Emoshi ordered Shenwu to tie Gu Meng up, to prevent him from doing anything unexpected after he regained consciousness. But at this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Who? There were only 3 people in the illusion. He himself. Gu Meng. There was also that ghostly flower thief. Emoshi's eyes suddenly darkened. He stood in front of Gu Meng and condensed the plum blossom spirit dart at his fingertips. He was very angry. He was waiting for that person to come in and tear him into pieces. Stop. The door opened. Under the moonlight, a person stood at the door with a bayonet in his hand. The bright light illuminated his face. Long and slender eyes, deep blue pupils, and a straight nose bridge that was tall and gentle. His hair was tied neatly into a braid. His prison clothes were slightly open, revealing a small piece of his well-muscled chest. On his shoulders was the black and gold cloak that Emoshi had left for him. There was no expression on his face. Emoshi's expression changed. Gu Meng? Then, the person on the bed was. He turned his head, as if in response to his shock. Suddenly, a burst of black smoke rolled up. The person on the bed suddenly turned into ashes. A burst of sharp and crazy laughter suddenly surged from the walls. It was everywhere. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. It was the ghostly shadow talking again. The ghostly shadow laughed sinisterly and said, Lord Shihi, the person on your bed just now was an illusion of the person in your dream. Do you know how he was born? Phantom said proudly, you were the one who listened to me. From the very beginning, you were led by me to think that Gu Meng had been drugged by the aphrodisiac. You thought that you weren't resonating with the illusion, but when you deduced, you had already unknowingly sent your thoughts to it. The more the ghostly shadow spoke, the more arrogant he became. Do you think it's over just by keeping your thoughts still? Do you think it's flawless just because you don't believe it? In the past, you've only been in contact with people in your dreams created by ordinary warlocks in Liao country. How can it be compared to my creation? In my illusion, unless you don't think at all and abandon all thoughts. Otherwise, even if you have a thought or a guess, I can still make use of it. Ha 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 ha. The laughter reverberated, cold and gloomy. Come on, look at this Gu Meng in front of you. He's going to kill you soon. Is he an illusion or is he real? Can you tell? The laughter was full of the joy of teasing people. Do you want to believe that he's an illusion and smash him? Or do you not believe that he's an illusion and show mercy? Emoshi looked sideways at Gu Meng standing at the door. That Gu Meng stood against the light. The Northern Frontier Army emblem on his black clothes was flowing with golden light under the moonlight. A real warlock in your dreams will make it difficult for you to distinguish between reality and illusion. You have to guess. If you guess right, you'll live. If you guess wrong, you'll die. Do you dare to make a move? While speaking, Gu Meng had already taken off the black robe draped over his shoulders and threw it away. Holding a bayonet, he floated over. The bayonet and the bayonet collided, instantly stirring up several clusters of golden red sparks. As the ghostly shadow's words lingered in his ears, Emoshi's subordinates had already fiercely and swiftly exchanged more than 10 moves with Gu Meng. Gu Meng's face was expressionless and cold, just like when he appeared in front of the Chonghua army as the general of Liao country after betraying his country. There was no trace of old feelings. The bayonet wrapped around the bayonet's black blade, but the tip of the bayonet flicked it, cutting off the spiritual flow and attacking Emoshi with a backhand. The light of the bayonet reflected on Gu Meng's face, just like a silk ribbon, brushing right past his eyes. Emoshi cursed in his heart, flipped his hand back and rushed back, shouting, "Turn into a blade." The bayonet swam back to his palm. In a flash of red light, it turned into a blood-red long sword, clashing with the bayonet again. Emoshi gritted his teeth. Separated by a sword and a knife, he looked at the cold face in front of him. Was it a virtual image of the person in his dream, or was it the real Gu Meng who was sent here? Gu Ying laughed wantonly and indulgently. Come, with your ability, if you really want to kill him, it's not impossible. Aim at his chest, you stab. Ha 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 ha, stab. If he's real, he'll die. If he's dead, won't it be exactly what you want? A traitor, a traitor. Come on, Lord Shihi, what are you hesitating for? Kill him. Ha ha ha. Kill him, he's a traitor. He killed so many people, so many soldiers, and made those who once believed in him fall to the bottom of the valley. He betrayed his motherland and surrendered to the Liao kingdom. But wasn't the Chonghua's first imperial army led by him? He used his own blood, tears, and even his life, to bring those people out of the smoky hell. It was Gu Meng who brought his brothers out and brought back the corpses of those who died in battle. He saw hope and a future, so he shouted and insisted, "Come on, it's all right. Call me Marshal Gu, and I'll definitely bring you home. I'll bring you home." A group of dirty cultivators and some fatherless and motherless slaves wanted to exchange their dead brothers for a proper tombstone with their iron blood and loyalty so that they could be buried in a proper manner. But the Chonghua didn't give it to them. The old aristocrats didn't give it to them. They went to hell for the Chonghua and dragged their broken bodies out. Then the attitude of the person on the throne seemed to be saying, "Eh? Shouldn't all of you die in hell? Why did you come back? What should I do? I can't lead an army formed by slaves and led by slaves. Those who died will be buried in the War Spirit Mountain and those who are alive will be rewarded as nobles, right? Hell should be the home of bastards. There's no need for tombstones. Therefore, Emoshi could understand and forgive Gu Meng's betrayal and Gu Meng's departure. But why the Liao Kingdom? Almost everyone in the Liao Kingdom was crazy. Every time they conquered a country, they would massacre, eat people, and drink blood. They were obsessed with hegemony and didn't hesitate to destroy the mountains and rivers. Why did they choose the Liao Kingdom? The Liao Kingdom that killed his father. The Liao Kingdom that ate people and relied on bloody techniques to kill and bring disaster everywhere. Why? For revenge? Because of hatred, or was it because the Liao Kingdom was one of the few big countries that could rival the Chonghua? Only by entering the Devil's Den, losing all their kindness and sacrificing their loyalty could they one day reach the city gates and snatch the heart of the ruler. They could trample on these relatives and nobles who had once humiliated them until their brains and blood were all over the ground. As this thought flashed through his mind, the Shuiran sword in his hand was knocked down by Gu Meng. With a whoosh, the bayonet was already pointed at Emoshi's chest. Gu Meng didn't say anything and didn't move. He just looked at him calmly and said, "You lost." Emoshi didn't say anything, but Ghost Shadow laughed and sighed, "Lord Shihi, I reminded you, but you still didn't have the heart to fight seriously with him. Since you're so infatuated, I'll tell you," he paused and said with interest, "the Gu Meng in front of you is real. Fortunately, you weren't willing to hurt him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be your opponent." "But..." He laughed, "You have feelings, but he has no loyalty. Gu Meng is now driven by evil energy and only listens to me. If I want him to kill you, he won't hesitate." His voice lingered, "It's hard to make a choice between the real and the false. This is the true way to use people in dreams. Have you learned it? Unfortunately, even if you have, it's already too late." Ghost Shadow laughed and gave his last order, "Go, kill him." Gu Meng's blue eyes darkened. He immediately raised his hand and waved his sword. But in this split second, the red lotus mark on Emoshi's neck suddenly glowed and dozens of red sword energy broke out of his body. Gu Meng was slightly shocked and immediately turned around to dodge. He raised his hand and scattered several flying swords that were attacking him. While he was concentrating on repelling the sword formation, his feet were bound by the rope formed by the Schwerin whip. His lower body was unstable, and he staggered to his knees. With one hand on the ground, he raised his eyes and glared fiercely at Xianxia. "You pretend to lose." He opened his mouth. Emoshi waved his hand and scattered the sword array. His expression was extremely complicated. He walked in front of Gu Meng. Spiritual energy surged in his palm and made the Shuiran whip bind Gu Meng even tighter. Then, he lifted his chin with 2 fingers and removed the magic sword from his trembling hand. Emoshi stared at his pair of clear blue eyes. His expression was hazy and he said coldly, "Yes. If I surrender so easily, wouldn't I be letting down senior brother's hard work in teaching me in the past?" Gu Meng didn't have any expression. It was as if he didn't understand him at all. Emoshi looked up and said, "What other moves do you have? Why don't you use them again?" The ghost laughed coldly and said, "Of course But before he could finish, the illusion around them suddenly shook. The ghost was obviously shocked. Emoshi heard the low curses lingering around the illusion and continuously retreating. He said darkly, "Emoshi, victory and defeat hasn't been decided yet. You can't catch me at all. Don't be happy too early." Emoshi's expression was not worried. It seemed that the reinforcements sent by Jun Shang had finally arrived. But the bricks and tiles here began to rustle and fall, but they didn't fall on them. Someone began to attack from the outside. The person in the dream could no longer maintain the illusion. The scene in front of them was twisting and turning. Suddenly, with a bang, Wangshu Manor shattered into millions of fine powder. Everything disappeared without a trace. "Lord Shihi! Lord Shihi!" The reinforcements who broke the barrier from the outside were 2 people. One was Yu Qinqing. He hurriedly rushed over. When he saw Emoshi, he sighed in relief. When he saw Gu Meng, he was shocked again. Are you all okay?" Emoshi returned to the foot of War Spirit Mountain. He was still holding Gu Meng's hair bun in his hand, restraining this person who was currently restless. The red lotus mark on his neck disappeared slowly, disappearing without a trace. Before Emoshi could say anything, The other reinforcement spoke. Jun Shang had actually sent a Morong Lian. The Morong Lian leaned against a tree lazily, as if it didn't matter to him whether they lived or died. If they lived, he would report to his superiors. If they died, he would set off firecrackers to collect their corpses. He even held a hookah in his hand, casually taking a puff of floating like a dream and exhaling thin smoke. What can happen to them? Aren't they just standing here? Yu Chenqing still wanted to say something, but the Morong Lian interrupted him again. He glanced at Gu Meng and sneered, "This traitor is really capable. Previously, he was tortured by me until he was on his last breath. Suddenly, he was full of energy and could even escape from prison. Lord Shihi, I can't help but suspect that he recovered so quickly." "Did you secretly take care of him?" the Morong Lian said sarcastically. She didn't want to pay attention to this pervert. He turned to look at Yu Chenqing. "Why are you here too?" "Jun Shang said that I have been your deputy commander for 2 years and have experience in the art of burning the country. He forced me to come." Yu Chenqing's eyes widened. "Lord Shihi, have you found the flower thief?" She glanced in front of them. There was a cave in front of them. The person in the dream needed a lot of spiritual energy to set it up and couldn't be too far away from the caster. He said, "He's inside." There was no time to lose, so the three of them went into the cave together. Yu Chenqing looked back and forth at Gu Meng curiously. She suddenly said, "Lord Shihi, if you tie him up with Shuiran, what will you use to fight the flower thief later?" "I have more than one weapon with Shuiran. But you like to use Shuiran the most. How about this, I'll find something else for you to use to suppress him." Yu Chenqing scratched her head. She rummaged through her Qianquan bag and took out a golden immobilization talisman. "Use this. My family made this. It can take back your father's item." She said, "The spiritual energy is too violent. It's not easy to use. It wasn't made by my father. It was made by my fourth uncle." Seeing that she didn't say anything else, Yu Chenqing held the immobilization talisman like it was a treasure and excitedly rushed in front of Gu Meng. Gu Meng stared at him. "I'm a little scared. Your eyes are as blue as a wolf's." Yu Chenqing scratched her neck. She didn't dare to look into Gu Meng's eyes. She bowed twice. "Brother Wolf, I'm sorry to offend you." Gu Meng glared at her fiercely. His eyes moved restlessly, as if to say, "You dare?" Yu Chenqing was less skilled but more daring. With a podgy sound, he directly stuck his fourth uncle's talisman on Gu Meng's forehead. Gu Meng stopped moving. "Ha ha ha." Yu Chenqing laughed. "Fourth uncle, you're amazing. It's really useful." The Morong Lian said impatiently, "What's the use? He can't move now. Are we going to leave him here? Or are you going to carry him in?" "It's okay. We'll leave him here." Yu Chenqing said, "This body-securing talisman has the thunder-breaking curse on it. No matter how powerful someone is, they won't be able to break it in a short time. They won't be able to touch him." She said, "We can't leave him here alone. But the thunder-breaking curse is very powerful. Other people won't be able to, it's hard to be safe." She said, "Do you have any other magic tools that can take him with you?" Yu Chenqing thought for a while. He said, yes. Wait." As he spoke, he began to rummage through his Qianquan bag. After a while, he took out a small bamboo figurine. Morong Lian said, "Isn't this a broken toy that kids on the streets play with?" "It's the same. It's just that this one is enchanted." As Yu Chenqing spoke, he put the palm-sized bamboo figurine on the ground and muttered a string of incantations. There was no reaction. I seem to have remembered wrongly. Let me try again." "Big brother Morong, Lord Shihi, don't be anxious." Yu Chenqing scratched his ears and cheeks. He repeated the incantations many times. Just as the Morong Lian was about to interrupt him, a golden light suddenly flashed. The bamboo figurine rose from the ground. From a palm-sized doll, it turned into a tall bamboo warrior. Yu Chenqing laughed. "That's it." As he spoke, he helped the immobile Gu Meng up. He looked at She and the Morong Lian with his round eyes. "Do you want to give me a hand?" The Morong Lian put on a fake smile and said, I won't touch him. It's too dirty. Mo Shi, who had been standing at the side with his arms crossed, walked up and asked expressionlessly, what are you doing? Fix his 4 limbs to the bamboo warrior's 4 limbs. There are brackets on the bamboo warrior's body. Do you see them? Mo Shi did so. Although Gu Mei was immobilized by the body-securing talisman and could not move or speak on his own, he was aware of what was happening around him. He glared at the 2 people who were messing with him, then at Mo Shi and then at Yu Qingqing. The 2 of them tied Gu Mei to the bamboo warrior. Yu Qingqing used the bamboo warrior's waist rope to wrap around Gu Mei's waist 4 or 5 times. Then he whistled and said, all right, let's take 2 steps and see what happens. The bamboo warrior began to walk hand to hand and foot to foot. Because Gu Mei was tied to it, he also walked hand to hand and foot to foot. This was a very exquisite and interesting magic tool. Anyone else would have praised it. However, Yu Qingqing was surrounded by Lord Shihe, who was bored to death, and Lord Wangshu, who was picky to death. Lord Shihe crossed his arms and did not speak. He only watched. Lord Wangshu snorted. It's just a small trick from the Yu family. He took 2 puffs of floating like a dream and exhaled. He pointed his pipe at Gu Mei and said, what else can it do besides walking? Fighting and dodging. It can do anything. Yu Qingqing was not angry. He was still very proud. It can also dance. The Morong Lian bit his pipe. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then he said, why don't you let it dance? Yu Qingqing blew the whistle again. The bamboo warrior began to move stiffly to the left and right. Gu Mei was also forced to follow the bamboo warrior and began to move left and right. Although his movements were charmingly naive, his pair of snowy wolf-like blue eyes stared fiercely. It seemed that if he could move, he would definitely bite them all to death. It can also dance the Hu Xian dance, as long as, all right. Mo Shi interrupted him. Let's go. After a pause, he added, give the bamboo warrior an order. Let it follow at the back. The cave where the ghost shadow was hiding was dark and very deep. There were many forks in the large cave, separating it into several small caves. The 3 of them, and the bamboo warrior carrying Gu Mei. The 4 of them slowly walked inside. The empty cave was filled with the sound of metal plates embedded in Mo Shi's military boots, Yu Qingqing's footsteps, and the creaking of the bamboo warrior's joints. Only the Morong Lian walked without making any sound. His steps were always light and floaty. He wore the best silk shoes, so there was no sound at all. The Morong Lian was very proud of this. The sound of your footsteps can wake up even a 3-year-old sleeping child, let alone a flower thief. Yu Qingqing was very honest. Then I'll walk more gently. Mo Shi said coldly, do you think he doesn't know that we've entered the cave? There's no other way out of this path. This cave is his base. He's just hiding somewhere to recover his spiritual power and waiting for us to come over. Yu Qingqing was a fence-sitter. Then I'll walk more loudly. The bamboo warrior, creak. Creak. Mo Shi was right. It required a lot of spiritual power to cast the man in dreams. The ghost was hiding in a cave and gathering spiritual power. As they walked deeper into the cave, they found more and more traces of this person's temporary residence. There were dried blood clots on the main path. Some of the stalagmites that had pierced out had torn pieces of clothing hanging on them. These were obviously left behind by the cultivators who had been killed, or by the girls who had been tied up. Yu Qingqing even saw an embroidered shoe hidden in a corner of a rock. In order to delay time, the flower thief had set up a lot of spells in the cave. However, the 3 people sent by the emperor, Mo Shi was strong in fighting and had the ability to command. Yu Qingqing came from a family of weapon refiners and had many magical things that were unexpected, and the Morong Lian was good at illusions and healing. Therefore, the spells that the flower thief had set up in the cave were not a problem for them. Soon, they arrived at a long stone bridge in the karst cave. It should be in front. Mo Shi looked at the end of the stone bridge. The far end of the stone bridge seemed to be a relatively spacious cave. There was a faint green light shining from spells. However, Because this stone bridge was naturally formed by cold stones in the karst cave, although it connected the two ends, it was actually made of spirit stones from the deep lake in the cave. Their sizes and distances were different, and they were very slippery. She looked at the bottom of the bridge. The towering stone pillars were about 100 meters tall, and at the bottom was a gurgling undercurrent. This kind of broken bridge was not difficult for them to cross, but, he turned back and asked Yu Qingqing, is the bamboo warrior good at lightness skills? Yu Qingqing shook her head. She frowned and looked at Gu Meng, who was tied to the bamboo warrior and had a murderous look on his face. But it seems that we can order the zombie to jump. The broken parts of the stone bridge should be able to jump over. This was a big contradiction between Yu Qingqing and Shi when they were stationed in the army for 2 years. Deputy Commander Yu Qingqing liked to use maybe, probably, and should when speaking, but Commander Shi usually only accepted definitely, definitely, and definitely. Thus, extinguishing glanced at him and didn't agree to his zombie jump. He only said, come with me yourselves. Then, he suddenly grabbed Gu Meng's collar with one hand and leapt into the air. He was very strong and had a good foundation in lightness skills. Before his voice died away, he was already 10 feet away like a black kite. Yu Qingqing was stunned. Wow, good skill, the Morong Lian sneered, what's so great about that? The 4 of them crossed the stone bridge that was hundreds of meters long. When they looked back, they could only see a distant shadow. She put the bamboo warrior on the ground. He did not look at Gu Meng and said to the others, let's go. This was indeed the last cave in this huge cave. The stone forest and stalagmites gradually intertwined. The green light of the magic came from a cluster of stone forest in the heart of the cave. The group was about to walk in when Yu Qingqing, who liked to look around, suddenly exclaimed, look. There are words there. Shi lit up a fireball in his palm. He waved his hand and let the fireball hover above the towering stone slope that Yu Qingqing pointed at. Under the light of the fireball, they saw that there were a few lines of crooked black and red words on the stone wall. They looked like they were written with blood. Marrying a mountain maiden, crying at night. First, I hate my duckweed body. Second, I hate my beauty. Third, I hate my husband and I are forever wrong. Red mules, golden crowns. First, I laugh with a sad face. Second, I laugh with tears of blood. Third, I laugh with a passerby who can't leave. Yu Qingqing murmured the words one by one. After he finished, before he could say anything, he suddenly heard a soft chuckle behind him. He turned around abruptly, and without any warning, his nose bumped into a deathly pale face. Ah! Yu Qingqing immediately screamed. He jumped 3 feet high and rolled back to dodge. He saw clearly that at some point, more than 10 female corpses wearing red mules and golden crowns had quietly walked out from the shadows of the stalagmite forest. He was standing in front of a stalagmite pillar, so when he turned around, he saw the face of one of them. Handsome. Help me Although Yu Qingqing was a cultivator, he was abnormally afraid of ghosts because he had heard a lot of supernatural stories. He was so scared that he cried like a ghost and howled like a wolf for a long time. He wanted to move his legs and run away, but because he was so scared, he fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes were wide open and his cheeks were flat. He looked like a screaming groundhog. The female corpse looked at him without moving. Her robe embroidered with golden butterflies fluttered with the cold wind in the cave. Yu Qingqing's throat rolled a few times. Suddenly, a light flashed in his numb head. He said involuntarily, you, aren't you? Sister Chui from the tea house? Miss Chui was expressionless. Her dead face had a kind of numb peacefulness. After a while, she suddenly chuckled. Then, 2 streams of blood flowed down from her widened eyes. The first laugh made her look miserable. The second laugh made her bleed. The third laugh, Yu Qingqing thought of the words on the cliff and his mind buzzed. He hurriedly screamed at Shi, who was fighting with the other female corpses, Lord Shihi. Don't let her laugh a third time. Otherwise, she won't let me go. The Morong Lian's response was a hit on his head with his opium pipe. It turned out that Morong Lian was not far from him. Because Yu Qingqing's screams had almost pierced her eardrums, she was extremely angry. She raised the cigarette holder and fiercely knocked it a few times, knocking a tube of ash onto Xianxia's head. He said angrily, "You piece of trash, don't you know how to hit yourself? Isn't it just a zombie?" "But I'm afraid of ghosts." Xianxia shouted while hugging the Morong Lian's leg without caring about his image. The Morong Lian was speechless. At this moment, Miss Chui opened her scarlet mouth and laughed for the third time. He, your head. Before the female ghost could finish laughing, the Morong Lian unceremoniously stuck his opium pipe into her mouth. Then, he lowered his head and said angrily to Xianxia, who was holding onto his trousers, "Why are you hugging me? Let go of me." Xianxia's soul was about to dissipate. He was kicked several times by the Morong Lian before he let go pitifully. Just like the rumor of Li Qingqian's woman weeping mountain, a group of women dressed in dark red robes and wearing shoes embroidered with golden threads emerged from the darkness. They laughed bitterly as tears of blood flowed down their faces. More and more female corpses gathered in the cave. They appeared from the dark, behind the stone pillars, and even from the pool. Mo Shi and the Morong Lian each dealt with one side. Xianxia watched as they fought further and further away. He could not help but want to cry. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Shihi, Brother Morong, what should I do?" Although there were no new corpses emerging from the place where he was standing, the surrounding terrain was complicated. Who knew if there was a pair of strange eyes with evil intentions staring at him in the dark? However, things were often like this. What you did not want to happen the most often happened. Who knows? Usually, it would become reality. Just as Xianxia had this terrifying thought, he suddenly felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He slowly turned his head to take a look, only to see half of a deathly pale face hidden behind a pile of rocks. 2 streams of blood flowed down his face. A woman was lying behind the rock and staring at him. Xianxia felt as if his head was about to explode as he trembled uncontrollably. When a person was at their most fearful, they would usually call out the person they trusted the most. Thus, the words that came out of his trembling lips were, fourth uncle. His fourth uncle was not here. Of course, he would not save him. Xianxia only remembered this after he finished trembling. Even if he repeatedly shouted, "Fourth uncle, save me!" there were only the inhumane Morong Lian and Mo Shi in the cave. He had to choose one of the two. He looked to his left and right and happened to see Mok on his left kick a row of female corpses. Mok felt as if a god had descended and hurriedly ran towards him. But at this moment, the woman hiding behind the cave curved her lips exaggeratedly, revealing her white teeth. The first laugh was a tragic one, and the second laugh was a bloody one. She slowly crawled out from the depths of the rock and laughed for the third time. "Hee, the 3 laughers cannot leave." The female corpse's resentment surged after the third laugh. Her eyes rolled and became bloodshot. Then, her fingernails grew several times longer than before. She raised her head to the sky and let out a shriek before charging towards Xianxia. Ah! Xianxia didn't even know how to resist. He was most afraid of the female ghost wearing red clothes and embroidered shoes. When he saw her pouncing on him, he couldn't help but scream miserably. He was practically in tears. "Fourth uncle." At this critical moment, a thunderous boom was heard, and a bolt of lightning fell in front of Xianxia. Suddenly, a string of golden red streamers exploded on the ground, and a raging fire was ignited. Then, a figure leaped into the air and descended from the sky. Amidst the hissing light, he landed steadily in front of Xianxia. The person tilted his head. Under the crackling flames, half of his face was heroic and eye-catching. His pupils were overflowing with a cold blue light. "Gumang?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. After a while, he reacted. "No, it's not him. It's the bamboo warrior. It's his uncle's bamboo warrior that came to save him. Gumang is only trapped on the bamboo warrior and can't move." Before he could think further, the bamboo warrior raised his hand. A black iron saber suddenly appeared from his weapon compartment. Then, as fast as lightning, it charged towards the female corpse who was grimacing in pain. The two sides were like dragons and tigers fighting fiercely. Xianxia finally felt less afraid and could move. He hurriedly shouted, "Fourth uncle, you can do it." He thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He shouted again, "Bamboo warrior, you can do it." But after a while, he saw the female corpse's dirty blood spurting onto Gu Meng's face. Gu Meng's face was full of murderous intent. It seemed that even if he wasn't tied up, he would still fight to the death with the female corpse. He shouted again, Gu Meng, you can do it." The bamboo warrior was unusually brave. After a fierce confrontation with the female corpse, it suddenly leaped back. Then, it held its saber horizontally and leaped into the air. With a whoosh, a gust of wind flashed past. It had already rushed towards the female corpse. Dirty blood spurted out several feet, the female corpse stiffened. Then, with a plop, it broke into two and fell to the ground. Yu Qianqing. Wow, that's disgusting. After the bamboo warrior finished cutting the female corpse, it seemed that it wasn't satisfied. It held the long saber dripping with blood and walked towards Yu Qianqing. With a whoosh, it pointed at the tip of Yu Qianqing's throat. Yu Qianqing. Big brother. Oh, that's not right. Fourth uncle, or Gu Meng? After changing a few names, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he decided not to call him that. He carefully waved his hand, "This saber is pointing at the wrong person. I'm not a female ghost. Don't hit me." Gu Meng's pair of blue eyes looked down at him. After a while, the saber turned. The body of the saber, which was still dripping with the corpse's blood, patted Yu Qianqing's face as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly swept down from above. The red clothes flashed in front of Yu Qianqing's eyes. He was shocked. Before he could say anything, he was pushed away by the bamboo warrior. With a pu sound, Yu Qianqing dodged. However, Gu Meng, who was tied to the bamboo warrior, had his face scratched by the female ghost. Gu Meng couldn't move or speak. But from his eyes, it was obvious that he was angry. The snow wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Scarlet blood flowed down the side of his face. As for the female corpse, who had succeeded in her sneak attack, she was still grinning in her original position. She seemed to be very happy that she had succeeded. But not long after she was happy, she seemed to feel something. Suddenly, she looked down at her right hand that was stained with blood and was stunned. Not long after, her features began to contort into extreme fear and panic. Then she began to scream, holding her hands as she let out muffled ah at Gu Meng. It seemed that she was begging Gu Meng for something. Yu Qianqing didn't have time to be surprised by this scene. What happened next was even more shocking. When the female corpse saw that Gu Meng didn't respond, she suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. She stretched out the sharp claws on her other hand and actually broke her right hand. My God! Yu Qianqing didn't know if he should be disgusted or shocked. The strong smell of the corpse and the smell of blood almost made him vomit. But the female corpse was even more ruthless. She actually used her trembling hand to grab the broken arm on the ground and handed it to Gu Meng. She looked like she was punishing herself and asking for mercy. He kept whimpering. Gu Meng's blue eyes turned and stared at the bloody broken arm for a while. Yu Qianqing didn't know if it was an illusion, but the color of his eyes suddenly became lighter. Eh? Why is there wind? Yu Qianqing was stunned for a moment. The wind is blowing? The wind rose from the bottom of the bamboo warrior's feet, which was Gu Meng's feet, and spread out like ripples. Although Gu Meng's eyes were fierce, his murderous aura wasn't very strong. The wind wasn't strong either, but wherever it passed, the female corpses were all stunned. When they finally reacted, they screamed and trembled. They swayed and gradually knelt on the ground, bowing their heads and motionless. In the blink of an eye, the corpses were all kneeling down in front of Gu Meng. Yu Qianqing didn't react to such a turn of events, and the Morong Lian was even more shocked. Mo Shi's expression was also not good, but he wasn't looking at the female corpses. Instead, he was looking at Gu Meng's face. Things like corpses were very hierarchical. The only things that could make them afraid were usually corpses, malicious spirits, or resentful spirits that were of a higher level than them. But now, these women who had died tragically were all kneeling down in front of Gu Meng. They were even screaming and begging him for mercy. Why was that? Was it simply because Gu Meng had a large amount of evil energy in his body? Gu Meng seemed to be very irritated. His blue eyes were moving around. Although he didn't say anything, the direction of the wind changed. The female corpses were screaming unsteadily. Black gas rushed out of their bodies and gathered towards Gu Meng's heart. He was actually absorbing their demonic energy. As more and more evil energy was plundered by Gu Meng, the female corpses twitched like fish on the verge of death. Then, they collapsed one after another, the evil energy leaving their bodies and turning them into ordinary corpses. Among them, some had been dead for a long time. After the evil energy left their bodies, they quickly rotted and withered, turning into black and stinking rotting corpses. Some of them were just killed not long ago. One could still see the remnants of their beauty when they were alive. Xianxia held back her disgust and looked at the corpse closest to her. It seemed to be Yunyang who had gone missing in the brothel. Seeing this, the Morong Lian suddenly strode forward and grabbed Gu Meng's neck. He gritted his teeth and said, "I knew it. You are a liar. You were in cahoots with that burning countryman who escaped. What are you doing?" But Gu Meng had absorbed the evil energy of so many female corpses. At this moment, he was like a satisfied beast. His head tilted to one side and he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the bamboo warrior. He didn't realize what he was angry about. You. The Morong Lian was even angrier. He wanted to increase the strength of his hand but was stopped. He suddenly turned his head and saw Emoshi's face in the dark cave. Emoshi held the Morong Lian's hand and didn't say anything. He slowly put down the Morong Lian's hand. He looked very polite and didn't say anything that shouldn't be said, but only Morong Lian knew how much strength he used. It was almost as if he was going to crush her bones through her flesh. The Morong Lian said maliciously, "What are you doing? Let him go." The Morong Lian wrinkled his nose and said in a low voice, "He is an accomplice." Emoshi said, "He is not." "He is not? How is he not? Didn't you see that he could make the female corpses break their own arms with just a drop of blood? Didn't you see that he could make them all kneel down with just one look? Didn't you see that he could take all their corpse energy for himself by just moving his muscles?" Emoshi said angrily, "If he really knew how to control them, he would be in cahoots with burning country. And you're in cahoots with that scorching man. How can you still be standing here in one piece?" Morong Lian was stumped by his words and couldn't say anything for a moment. But he wanted to say something, so he held back until his pale and bewitching face slowly turned red. After a while, he said, "Okay. Haha, you are right. You defend him. I think you don't remember what he has done before. You don't remember how cunning he is, how. He spat out the last two words, liar. What kind of person he is." Emoshi said, "I don't need you to remind me." "You don't need me to remind you?" Morong Lian laughed out loud. In the end, the expression on her face could be said to be twisted. "Even if I remind you, you won't be able to hear it. You still dare to say that you have no selfish motives. What a good Lord Shihi. You are just protecting him. I think you have forgotten how your father died." Emoshi's beautiful white face instantly lost all color. He glared fiercely at the Morong Lian. The Morong Lian felt very happy. No one dared to touch Emoshi's sore spot. No one dared to mention the specific cause of his father's death to Emoshi. But he dared to mention it. He knew that although Emoshi was usually hot-tempered, he was more clear-headed than anyone else when it came to important matters. So he laughed and glanced at Gu Meng with his snowy fox-like eyes, then back to Emoshi's handsome face. He raised his chin and said softly, "Lord Shihi is righteous and affectionate. I hope you will follow in your father's footsteps soon." Emoshi's anger seemed to have reached its peak in an instant. But as the Morong Lian expected, he was not the kind of person who would lose his mind easily. He stared at the Morong Lian's eyes for a while, then raised his hand and pushed him away. He walked into the depths of the cave without looking back. "Morong brother, sigh." Xianxia was speechless when he saw this scene. He did not want to talk to the Morong Lian anymore. He led the bamboo warriors and chased after Emoshi. "Lord Shihi, wait for me. It's dangerous for you to be alone." The sound of footsteps echoed in the cave. The Morong Lian stood in the same place. He raised his head and looked at the endless darkness in the cave. He closed his eyes and a cruel and mocking smile appeared on his lips. Then, he slowly followed behind. They came to the place where the green light appeared and stopped there. This was the last big cave in the cave, hidden behind a stone forest. The green light flickered. It turned out to be a protective enchantment in front of the cave entrance. Emoshi took a glance and said, God-repelling array. The countries in the Jiuzhou continent all cultivated the right path of immortality. Their names were usually repelling demons, repelling ghosts, and repelling evil. Needless to say, the country that called the defensive enchantment repelling gods was most likely Liao country. Is it difficult to break? Not difficult. Emoshi said, but it needs time. The method to break the god-repelling array was indeed very long and complicated. Emoshi raised his left hand, which was bound with a wrist guard, and closed his eyes. He silently chanted in his heart. It took a long time for the green light to weaken bit by bit under his palm. The light array was slowly fading away. As the remaining light disappeared, a soft laugh came from the cave. The voice of the ghost came from the deepest part of the cave. Since the last barrier has been broken, after a pause, he said coldly, then the three immortals, please come in. The cave was extremely cold, and it was filled with the strange fragrance of cosmetics and the stench of corpse water, which were mixed together. The ground was littered with human bones, pieces of cloth, and even some human hearts that had not been taken. They were placed in a white porcelain plate in the corner. However, in contrast to this eerie scene, there was a pile of red cushions in the depths of the cave and a golden tent with colorful butterflies. In the depths of the tent, a woman who was not fully clothed was curled up and crying. Her mind was not clear. She did not even react when other people entered the cave. Yu Qingqing was shocked. Why is this flower thief a woman? Just as Yu Qingqing finished speaking, a hand suddenly stretched out from the pile of fluffy red pillows and fiercely strangled the girl. Before she could scream, she was pulled into the red waves by the hand. Then, a pale-skinned man got up from the cushions and pressed her down. He bit the girl's lips hard in front of her. In the blink of an eye, the girl's soul seemed to be sucked away. Her hands fell limply and her eyes were wide open. She was dead. The man sucked her soul and then raised his head. This man had a thin face and beautiful eyes. His cheekbones were slightly sunken. A few strands of black hair hung down beside his face. He looked very thin. He was the real flower thief. There was a moment of silence. Emoshi said, "It's you." The man licked his wet lips and smiled. Lord Shihi has seen me before? Yes. They had seen each other before. Many years ago, on the battlefield in the northern region, Emoshi was alone in a dangerous situation. He was surrounded by the demon wolves domesticated by the burning country and couldn't get away. At that time, a young cultivator in green came with a sword. With an ethereal sword art, he and Emoshi, who had never met before, fought off thousands of demon wolves together. Before the cultivator in green left, Emoshi wanted to ask him to stay and thank him. However, the cultivator just turned around and smiled. His eyes were gentle and the green ribbon that bound his hair fluttered in the wind. I just happened to pass by and helped you. A faint smile appeared on his face. Why do you have to worry about it? Bright new snow, Sword Master Qingxing. That was the Li Qingqian that Emoshi had seen with his own eyes. Therefore, Emoshi couldn't be sure until he saw the real person, even though there were many traces of the water-breaking sword on the corpse after the bloody incident at the Hongyan brothel. The Moron Lian had seen Li Qingqian's portrait in the hero's chronicles. Obviously, he recognized him at this time. He was shocked and said sternly, "Why are you here? Who else do you think it is?" Li Qingqian stood up and casually kicked Miss Lan's limp corpse to the side. He said rather mockingly, "Could it be that chef who ran away?" He sneered, "That trash is just a chess piece in my hand. If he was half as capable as me, would he have been locked up by you for so many years?" When it came to sarcasm, the Moron Lian would never admit defeat. After the Moron Lian recovered from his shock, the corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. He said, "Haha, that's strange. The water-breaking sword Li Qingqian is a martial arts master whose name is known throughout the world. Today, I see that he's just a flower thief who likes to suck people's essence blood, eat their flesh, and dig out their hearts. You've really opened this prince's eyes. Amazing, amazing. Unexpectedly, before Li Qingqian could say anything, Yu Qingqing suddenly froze and said, "That's not right?" "What's not right?" Yu Qingqing said, "He's not Li Qingqian. He's clearly a..." He hesitated for a moment, as if he wasn't so sure about his judgment, but finally said, "He's not a living person. He's just a sword spirit." As soon as he said this, the faint smile on Li Qingqian's face suddenly froze. He slowly turned his eyes, and his gaze fell on Yu Qingqing. At this moment, the smile on his face hadn't completely faded, but the viciousness in his eyes had already reached a state of mutual hostility. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, and moved to hide behind Mo Shi. Li Qingqian, however, opened his mouth and laughed sinisterly. "This little brother doesn't show his true colors. May I ask for your name?" My name is Yu. Why are you answering him?" Mo Shi raised his long leg and kicked him fiercely. He said angrily, "Do you think you're still a disciple of the academy, answering every question?" Yu Qingqing shook his head like a rattledrum and hurriedly said, "My name isn't Yu." Li Qingqian raised his head, his bright red robes unbuttoned, and laughed loudly, interrupting him. "Enough. I only know that your surname is Yu. Chonghua's Yu family is one of the top blacksmithing families in the 9 prefectures' 28 countries. No wonder Wang Shu and Shi He, the 2 monarchs, couldn't tell, but a little brat like you saw through it." Yu Qingqing liked to hide in the back on the battlefield. At this moment, there were only 3 people and a bamboo warrior in the cave. He couldn't help but feel very nervous when he was suddenly focused on. He curled up like a quail. Mo Shi kicked Yu Qingqing, but after that, he still pulled him back and shielded him behind him. He turned to the side and asked, "The one who fought with you in the tavern was him?" Yes. Why didn't you recognize that he was a sword spirit at that time?" "At that time, I just felt that there was a familiar smell on him," Yu Qingqing murmured. "Do you still remember Lord Shi He?" "I told you before. Now that I think about it, it was the aura of a sword spirit, but it's just that I deliberately suppressed it at that time." Li Qingqian continued his words, sneering. "Plus, this young master Yu and I only exchanged a few moves. He's also young, so he probably hasn't fully grasped the methods of the Yu family's blacksmithing and appraisal. That's why I couldn't think of an answer." He paused, licked his lips, and said, "But young master Yu, I think that what your family's elders need to teach you the most is not blacksmithing. It's something else." Yu Qingqing was stunned. "Ah? That is, even if you know something, it's best to pretend." Before he finished speaking, he had already soared into the air, summoned an iron sword, and stabbed towards Yu Qingqing. He bit out the last 3 words, "I don't know." Seeing the tip of the sword approaching, Yu Qingqing screamed, "Lord Shi He, save me." Mo Shi pushed Yu Qingqing to the Murong Lian, and rushed forward. A red light flashed, and suddenly it transformed into a long blade, colliding with Li Qingqian. Sword spirit. Sword spirit, so that's how it is. No wonder the wounds on the corpses were caused by evil energy, and also by ordinary weapons. Malicious spirits generally wouldn't use weapons to hurt people, and also wouldn't maintain a clear consciousness, so it was impossible for them to inscribe on the wall. But if it was a sword spirit, then everything made sense. In the world of the 9 continents, some blacksmiths, in order to make their weapons more powerful and flexible, would use living people as sacrifices to their swords in addition to the usual spiritual attachment. However, this method was too cruel, and the 20 countries led by Chonghua had long ago abolished this method of tempering their swords. Only the Liao country still used this method the most. The soul entered the weapon, or fell into eternal sleep in the long river of time, never to wake up again. Or the obsession couldn't be dispersed, and the soul could slowly reform into a human form. And the sword spirit that reformed into a human form could almost be said to have the same appearance and behavior as a living person, but the evil energy in its body was very strong. Due to the large amount of spiritual energy required to maintain the transformation, if one's cultivation was insufficient, they would end up like Li Qingqian, who could only rely on eating the hearts and flesh of cultivators and absorbing the souls of the weak to achieve their goals. This kind of transformed sword spirit was often very powerful, and each of its moves was better than before. But they also had a very fatal weakness. This was also the reason why Li Qingqian was so angry after being pointed out by Yu Qingqing, and wanted to kill Yu Qingqing. Their bodies couldn't fall into the enemy's hands. In other words, as long as the sword spirit's body was obtained, sealed, or destroyed, then no matter how powerful the sword spirit was, it could only wait to be captured. The Morong Lian obviously also thought of this. While Mo Shi and the sword spirit were fighting, he pulled Yu Qingqing aside and asked him, "You said that Li Qingqian is a sword spirit, then do you have a way to find his body?" "I'll try," Yu Qingqing said and closed his eyes, forming a seal with his hands. After a while, he opened his eyes and turned to look at the Morong Lian in a daze. The Morong Lian asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu Qingqing said in disbelief, "Brother Morong, his body is in your body. What nonsense are you talking about?" The opium pipe hit Yu Qingqing's head, and the Morong Lian said angrily, "You dare to say that I'm in cahoots with the Liao country's lackeys?" I'm not. I'm just saying that his body it's not in my body." "Okay." The Morong Lian pressed his head angrily, "Try again." Yu Qingqing could only try again, but after 3 or 4 tries, he finally opened his eyes and didn't even dare to say a word. He just stared at the Morong Lian with an aggrieved expression. The Morong Lian's face was a little pale, and his lips were trembling. He wanted to smoke floating like dreams to calm himself down, but when he thought of how he had stabbed the female corpse's mouth with his opium pipe, he felt disgusted, so he wiped the opium pipe on Yu Qingqing's clothes many times. As he wiped, he suddenly thought of something. His expression froze, and his hands gradually slowed down. "Wait," he muttered. "Indeed. It's possible that it's in my body." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Qingqian and Mo Shi, whose sword chi pierced through the clouds. Seeing that Li Qingqian couldn't get past Mo Shi to reach them, he hurriedly pulled Yu Qingqing to a hidden place behind a rock. Li Qingqian wasn't stupid. He saw their movements from the corner of his eye, and snorted, trying to chase after them. But he had only moved a few feet when he heard Mo Shi's cold voice behind him, "Shui Ran, turn into a spirit." Li Qingqian was shocked. He heard the sound of an explosion behind him, and a red light illuminated the whole cave like a sea of fire. A spirit snake as tall as 3 people darted out of the red light, and rushed towards Li Qingqian, blocking his way. Li Qingqian turned around and said angrily, "Mo Shi, don't go too far. Others don't know about the scandal between you and that Gu guy, but I know it very well. I also know what you said and did with him at Luomei Resort after you came back. If you try to stop me again, I will destroy your reputation." Unexpectedly, Mo Shi just looked at him coldly, and held the whip in his hand that resonated with the spirit of Shui Ran. He flicked it in the air, and spat out a word, "Go." Shui Ran pounced towards Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian shouted, "Mo guy. You really don't care what I say?" "I care what you say." Mo Shi narrowed his eyes, his face full of disdain. "Will anyone believe you?" "You." But Li Qingqian knew that Mo Shi was not lying. Since he was young, Mo Shi had been upright and had never done anything rash. He had no interest in good-looking men or gentle women. In this world, only Gu Meng could be this man's only stain and scandal. He was an evil spirit. Even if everything he said was reasonable, who would believe him? So what if they believed him? He gritted his teeth and turned around to fight with Shui Ran. The bamboo warrior ran around, wanting to help. Mo Shi glanced at Gu Meng, who was still tied up and sleeping. He waved his hand, and a protective barrier fell down, trapping him in it. The bamboo warrior said, "Da-da-da. Da-da." Mo Shi said, "Stay inside and don't move." The bamboo warrior seemed to be depressed that it could not help. Its head drooped down, and Gu Meng's head also drooped down. After a while, it opened its hands, stood up listlessly, and began to make a scarecrow. Behind the stone forest, Yu Qingqing squatted on the ground, staring dumbfoundedly at a pile of miniature weapons in front of him. There were fingernail-sized knives, swords, rods, whips, and everything else. They all came out of the Morong Lian's Chankuan bag. These were taken from the captives in the Fallen Plum Garden. The Morong Lian said, although their owner's spiritual nuclei were destroyed, these weapons are not willing to change owners. They have a lot of resentment. Yu Chenqing said in shock, Brother Morong, it's very dangerous for you to carry so many ownerless weapons with you. If they turn into spirits, it'll be bad. The Morong Lian rolled his eyes at him, treating his good intentions as ill intent. I'm not a fool. This Chankuan bag was made by your father when he was alive. It has his seal. Let alone hundreds of weapons, even thousands of weapons will be able to withstand it. What's more, I've already asked your father to extract the spirits of all these weapons and suppress them in the clear spring pool in the fallen plum garden. He also raised 49 spirit-suppressing golden carps in the pool. Not to mention that the fallen plum garden itself has a barrier to prevent evil spirits from escaping. Generally. When he said this, he suddenly paused. Then he seemed to have thought of something. His face slowly turned pale, and he muttered, I understand, Brother Morong, what do you understand? The Morong Lian said, I understand how the sword spirit Li Qingqian escaped from the fallen plum garden. The Morong Lian gritted his teeth and said, do you still remember that time when I punished Gumeng and grounded him for a month? I remember, but what does that have to do with anything? If a person is weak and gets close to the clear spring pool, there is a possibility that he will be possessed by an evil spirit. The Morong Lian said, Gumeng was hungry, so he squatted by the pool and even used his hands to catch the fish. Eh? How did Big Brother Morong know about this? There is nothing in Fallen Plum Garden that I do not know. The Morong Lian coughed and continued, Gumeng's action of catching the fish attracted the attention of the Li Qingqian sword spirit suppressed in the pool, so the Li Qingqian temporarily possessed his body. Yu Chenqing exclaimed, then Li Qingqian activated the evil spirit in Gumeng's heart and made him go berserk? No. The Morong Lian said, at that time, he did not have the ability to do so. He was also very weak and could not possess Gumeng for too long. He could only possess the weakest and dying body for a long time, and Gumeng was only hungry. He paused and narrowed his eyes, so Li Qingqian used his last bit of time to do something. What is it? The Morong Lian said, he seriously injured someone. Ah, that chef. That's right. The Morong Lian said gloomily, Li Qingqian controlled Gumeng to use a sword array to injure the chef from Liao country. He was injured but did not die, so he had a target to possess for a long time. Then he found the right time to activate the evil spirit in Gumeng's heart, causing him to go berserk and break the barrier. He then used the chef's body to escape in the chaos. Yu Chenqing said, then he knows Gumeng so well and can activate Gumeng's evil spirit, so he must be from Liao country. Li Qingqian himself is not from Liao country, but now he has become a sword spirit for some reason, so he must be a Liao country cultivator's weapon. The Morong Lian paused for a moment and added, and it should be a high-level cultivator's weapon. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and casually flicked the shrunken weapons with his pipe twice, and asked Yu Chenqing, can you tell which one his real body is? This wasn't difficult, it could be considered as the Yu clan's basic skill. Yu Chenqing only closed her eyes to sense for a while before she suddenly opened her eyes. She stretched out her hand and picked up one of the small swords. It's this one. Okay. The Morong Lian then took the bean-sized sword and placed it in his palm, silently chanting an incantation. A bright light appeared in his palm, and the bean-sized sword instantly turned into a thin light sword with a beast's face and a jade-like flowing light. The two words Red Peony were engraved on the sword in Xiaoxuan. Eh? It is obviously a jade-colored sword, why is it named Red Peony? Yu Chenqing asked curiously, what's more, it's obvious that these two words were formed by the sword spirit after someone died for the sword. Li Qingqian died for the sword, but it's not called Qingqian sword or broken water sword. Why is it called Hongxiao sword? The Morong Lian said, don't ask why, just destroy this sword for me first. Destroy the sword? Yu Chenqing was shocked, and hurriedly shook his head, no, this is too difficult. Disintegrating spiritual weapons is a high-level spell of the Yu clan, I can't use it well. The Morong Lian cursed and asked, then how long will it take for you to go back to the Yu clan and find someone who can destroy the sword? There is no such person. Yu Chenqing said, this spell is too dangerous, my father will not easily pass it on, and he is not in the capital now. Then what about your uncle? He doesn't know how to do it. What about your fourth uncle? Yu Chenqing felt wronged. It's not like you don't know him, he never talks to me, even if he is in the capital, I don't know where he would go, the Morong Lian said angrily, so long-winded and so evasive, after talking for so long, you are the only one left. Then you do it. In this situation, Li Qingqian's identity as the sword spirit had already been exposed, it was a problem whether they would let them go or not, even if they really escaped, if they could not destroy the redwood sword immediately, it would be a waste of time. Yu Chenqing could only bitterly say. Okay, then I will try. But if I fail, can you? The Morong Lian said darkly, don't worry, if you fail, I will definitely dig out your intestines. Yu Chenqing, just as Yu Chenqing had said, destroying an ordinary weapon wasn't a difficult task. Just find a man who could crush boulders with his chest and twist it forcefully. The difficult part was destroying a weapon with a spirit attached to it. Yu Chenqing bit his finger and put the redwood sword on the ground, then began to draw talismans around the sword. The talismans were too complicated, and he could not remember them clearly, so he had to repeat them a few times. This made the Morong Lian very impatient. Are you done yet? Don't rush me, the more you rush me, the more mistakes I will make. Hurry up, I want to go back and smoke. Morong Lian's face became more and more unsightly as her eyes started to heat up. Her pale face also started to flush with a sickly red. He looked down at his opium pipe and saw the zombie's dirty blood that had not been wiped clean. He could not help but feel disgusted, closed his eyes and leaned to the side. Okay. I'm done. Yu Chenqing shouted, and quickly sat cross-legged in front of the blood array, closed his eyes and made a hand seal. The Morong Lian suppressed the irritation in his chest and narrowed his eyes as he watched the young man begin to chant. As he chanted, the light array on the ground emitted a soft white light, as if there were strands of immortal qi wrapping around the redwood sword. The sovereign's blood into the cauldron, the sovereign's bones into the sword. The light gradually became brighter, and the redwood sword began to make a sharp sound in the array, trembling slightly. 3 feet of water in the box, once the person in the dream. In the cave, Li Qingqian obviously also felt the strange situation here. He suddenly turned his head, his eyebrows raised in anger, and gritted his teeth, that you clan brat. He ruined my plan. He wanted to fly over there to attack, but was blocked by a Maoshi sword. Li Qingqian became more and more furious, get out of my way. The water-breaking sword in his hand had already become a blur, but he could not get away. Only the clanging of metal could be heard, and sparks flew in all directions in the dark cave. Li Qingqian was anxious, and suddenly raised his head and screamed. A large mass of black miasma burst out from his chest. The black miasma condensed into a hissing talisman in his palm, and quickly shot towards Gumeng. That talisman was the highest-level demon summoning talisman in Burning Country. There were less than 10 people in the whole Burning Country who knew how to use it, but the talisman scattered into hundreds of flying arrows in the air, all shooting towards Gumeng. Seeing that they were about to pierce through the barrier, Emoshi flew in front of Gumeng, the Shuran sword standing upright, the tip of the sword turned, illuminating his face. Emoshi shouted sternly, Lotus Snake Array, open! In a split second, the Shuran sword in his hand split into thousands of red shadows, like a lotus flower blooming suddenly. Every shadow of the Shuran sword turned into a snake with shining scales, pouncing into the air, instantly tearing apart the talisman shot by Li Qingqian, but who knew that at this moment, Li Qingqian himself would rush behind Gumeng, condense all the sword energy in his body, and suddenly cut a hole in the protective barrier. Gumeng immediately turned around and kicked Li Qingqian in the chest. Li Qingqian spat out a mouthful of blood, but at the last moment, she used the demon summoning talisman in her hand to strike Gumeng's chest. The person who was called suddenly opened his blue eyes, the evil energy in his body suddenly surged. Emoshi was shocked. Gumeng, the sovereign's blood into the cauldron, the sovereign's bones into the sword body. 3 feet of water in the box, once for the person in the dream. On the other side, Yu Qingqing's incantation was like a magic spell, surrounding Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian panted, his face became more and more pale, but he still clutched his chest, stood up unsteadily, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, even if you use more powerful methods to suppress him, Li Qingqian panted, you can't resist the control of the demon summoning talisman of the Nation of Flames. He swallowed blood, and shouted with bloodshot eyes, Gumeng, come out. With a loud bang, the veins on Gu Meng's arms bulged, and he broke free of the bamboo warrior's immortal binding ropes. Immediately after, a ball of black gas rose from his forehead, burning the suppression talisman that Yu Qingqing had pasted on him to ashes. Gu Meng raised his dark blue wolf eyes, raised his hand, and abruptly snapped the last and thickest rope that was wrapped around his waist. He strode towards Li Qingqian, and knelt in front of Li Qingqian. "As you command." Li Qingqian gritted his teeth, and pointed at Emoshi, "Kill him for me." "Yes." The demon summoning talisman was extremely taxing on the caster, so Li Qingqian had only used the normal demon summoning talisman to control Gu Meng. But at this critical moment, Li Qingqian could only place his last bet on Gu Meng, no matter how high the cost. Gu Meng's entire body was covered by the demon summoning talisman, and the blue in his eyes was so bright that it was almost white. A 10-man-tall wolf head totem flame suddenly rose behind him. The bamboo warriors shouted, "Ada!" Gu Meng only raised his hand, and without even moving his fingertips, the bamboo warriors who tried to attack him were sent flying, and slammed into the stone wall. Gu Meng's blue eyes reflected Emoshi's shadow. He paused, and then repeated his command, "Kill you." He suddenly attacked Emoshi. Li Qingqian took advantage of the fact that Emoshi was being held back by Gu Meng, and rushed to the back of the stone forest. Because of his anger, his face became extremely distorted, and it looked like he was going to snap Yu Qingqing's neck, and blood would splatter 3 feet. The Morong Lian naturally noticed this. Although he was not Li Qingqian's match, Li Qingqian had already expended too much energy, and was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to fight. The Morong Lian said to Yu Qingqing, "Hurry up, I'll hold him back." Then he flashed from behind the stone forest, and a water ghost talisman was sent out, and water ghosts emerged from the ground, and began to fight with Li Qingqian. "Monarch Soulberry's cold iron, I want to be the netherworld lamp." Yu Qingqing's incantation was coming to an end, and a large amount of black water began to flow out of the red peony sword, scattering around the blood array. On the other hand, Li Qingqian's sword swept away the surging group of small ghosts, and went straight for the Morong Lian. The power of the sword was originally astonishing, but at this moment, it suddenly trembled, and was hit on the wrist, and the sword fell to the ground with a clang. No matter how strong a sword spirit was, if the original body was destroyed, it would immediately be annihilated. Li Qingqian naturally knew the pros and cons of this. Previously, he relied on the cultivator's heart to increase his cultivation, and returned to the Chonghua several times, because he wanted to find an opportunity to take back his original body from the Morong Lian. However, the security around the Morong Lian was too high, and he could not get close. In addition, the red peony sword was sealed, so no matter how many people he ate, how many souls he absorbed, he would not be able to be one with the sword, and use his true mana. Therefore, he used a magic incantation to lure Gu Meng out of the prison, in order to let Gu Meng use it for himself, and take back the red peony sword. But who knew, of all his calculations, he did not expect that Lord Shihi would be able to chase after Gu Meng so quickly. Li Qingqian's eyes were red, and his chest heaved up and down violently. He roared, "I can't die, no one can stop me. No one can." After roaring back and forth for 3 to 5 times, the spirit could no longer support himself, and knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. Damn it, why did one of the 3 people who came here have to be the descendant of a refining family? This is really, Li Qingqian thought, and suddenly laughed crazily. His laughter was indescribably twisted and angry. Thinking about it, no matter whether he was good or evil, upholding the right path, or falling into the devil's den, the heavens had never treated him well. What did he mean by "my life is in my own hands, not the heavens"? He struggled so much, but what did he achieve? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Seeing the red peony sword in the distance trembling painfully under Yu Qingqing's hand, he couldn't help but think about the years of struggle, the years of being bathed in blood. He suddenly felt a strong sense of unwillingness, and shouted, "Gu Meng, come and take the sword." Outside, Gu Meng, who was fighting fiercely with Emoshi, heard the shout that resounded through the entire cave. His blue eyes moved, and he wanted to rush towards Li Qingqian. But Emoshi grabbed his shoulder and held him down. "I'll take the sword." Gu Meng suddenly turned around, and said coldly, "I don't want you." What he meant was that his mission had changed. It was to take the sword, and not to kill Mo. Seeing that Mo still didn't let go, his eyes became fiercer, and his tone hardened. I don't want you. That pair of blue eyes, coupled with the way she bit her lip after saying those words due to her impatience, said the words I don't want you, which sounded ambiguous and willful. Even though he knew that Gu Meng didn't mean anything else, he couldn't help but feel angry. She didn't want to look at his face, and slapped him angrily. Is it up to you to say whether I want you or not? Let go. You don't want me to take the sword, right? Gu Meng said, yes. His determined manner made Mo even angrier. Mo said angrily, wasn't the order to kill me? I can only take the sword after you kill me. The blue eyes were confused. It seemed to be true. Although people who were controlled by the devil summoning spell listened to orders, it was difficult for them to distinguish between orders. Therefore, those who were good at using this spell in Liao were very clear on how to express orders, and usually there would be a clear order to start and end. However, Li Qingqian obviously learned it secretly, and he didn't know the most correct way to control it. Therefore, although Gu Meng was strong, Gu Meng was dizzy. His pair of snow wolf eyes stared at Mo several times, as if judging whether Mo was right, and whether this person in front of him was enough for him to chew on. Then he came to a conclusion, okay. I want you first. Then I want the sword. Brother wants you, why wouldn't he want you? The former black eyes smiled and looked at Mo lazily in the night. His strong and powerful arms pulled over his junior brother and comrade, his lover and his son. Gu Meng took the initiative to lean over, and kissed Mo in the forest by the battlefield, from gentle to passionate. At that time I want you had brought him a moment of greed and pleasure. Now, what followed after the I want you was not tenderness. Instead, the demonic blade was unsheathed and fiercely attacked Mo extinguish. The pair of long legs that used to hang by Mo extinguished waist to the point of spasming due to the stimulation were now ruthless and accurate. They were raised high and kicked fiercely at Mo extinguish. No matter how much evil energy Gu Meng recovered, his spirit core was still broken. Therefore, although he was strong, he was no match for the pure-blooded divine descendant Mo. Moreover, Mo was so familiar with his physical skills, therefore, Gu Meng turned sideways and kicked. Before he could kick, Mo turned sideways and raised his hand to grab Gu Meng's ankle. His black eyes glanced over, and as expected, he caught the flying knife thrown by Gu Meng. The spiritual power in his hand burned, and the thin knife instantly turned into fragments. What a coincidence. Mo paused for a while and said coldly, I want you too. Before Gu Meng could react, he felt his vision spin, and his whole body was thrown to the ground by Mo. The man's tall figure pressed down on him, and in an almost aggressive and tyrannical posture, he pressed Gu Meng to the ground. His knees pressed against Gu Meng's legs, one hand locked Gu Meng's arms, and the other pinched his chin. Mo was the person in Xianxia who understood the burning country the most. He was probably the only person besides pharmacist Jiang who knew how to break the devil summoning curse. He suppressed Gu Meng, who was desperately struggling to resist, and leaned over to look at his restless blue eyes. I want you. Gu Meng's face was red from being pinched, but he still gritted his teeth and forced out his persistence. It was an order, yes. But these words were too. Mo's heart was burning. He looked at Gu Meng, who was struggling under his body and staring at him fiercely and helplessly. Like a pile of firewood on fire, Mo only felt an impulse to tear him apart in his mind. He wanted to use the most intimate method to make him feel pain, make him regret, and make him beg for mercy. At that moment, Mo suddenly doubted his previous simple and crude way of communicating with Gu Meng. Did he choose this way to make it easier for Gu Meng to understand him, or did he want to vent the desire that had been pent up in his heart for so many years? This kind of self-doubt made Mo secretly apprehensive, but Gu Meng felt uncomfortable being pressed down by him. His blue eyes were covered with a layer of instinctive moisture. He panted, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. In order to prevent himself from having more terrible thoughts, Mo covered his mouth, gritted his teeth and said, be honest, I'll break the curse for you. Gu Meng angrily and violently whimpered under his body, and even tried to bite Mo's fingers. It will hurt. Mo suppressed his hot breath and stared at his eyes closely. He spat out 2 words. Bear with it. It will hurt. She suppressed his burning breath and stared into his eyes closely. He spat out 2 words. Bear with it. Just as she said, the lifting of the demon summoning curse was extremely painful, as if thousands of thorns and thorns had to be pulled out from the other party's flesh. At first, Gu Meng's head was stiff and he didn't utter a word. However, when she was in the middle of the chanting, he gradually couldn't bear it anymore. His tense body softened under she and he began to tremble and spasm. In the end, big drops of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes and flowed into his hair. His eyes were red from crying, but his mouth was still covered by she's hand so he couldn't make a sound. Soon, his clothes were drenched in sweat. His eyes were unfocused and chaotic, reflecting she's face. In the blink of an eye, the reflection shattered and turned into tears at the corners of his red eyes. She almost had to use all his strength to hold him down and not let him go crazy. It hurt. It really hurt. It penetrated his bones and entered his marrow. When she saw the way his eyelashes trembled, he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't help but slightly loosen the strength in his hand. At this moment, Gu Meng suddenly broke free from she's hand and turned his head away. He panted and cried crazily. His voice was hoarse and pitiful. Unlike his sturdy physique, when this man cried, his voice was as weak as a spring leaf. In fact, Gu Meng had cried like this before. However, no one else knew about it. Only Xia had seen it on the bed. She whispered. Bite me. Gu Meng couldn't listen. He couldn't hear what she was saying at all. She took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He leaned over. From this angle, based on Gu Meng's habit, he would bite his shoulder. He knew that. Gu Meng's canine teeth were too sharp. He had bitten him so many times that the scars left behind did not disappear even after so many years. Perhaps they would never fade away in his lifetime. She said inwardly, go ahead and take the old spot. Then, he hardened his heart and chanted the incantation. Gu Meng's body jerked and tightened as he let out a hoarse ah. While he was on the verge of breaking down, he instinctively opened his mouth and bit she's shoulder. Drenched in sweat, he couldn't stop convulsing and trembling in she's arms. The closer it was to the end, the more painful it would be. At this point, Gu Meng couldn't even bear to bite his shoulder anymore. He suddenly let go of his mouth and raised his head to gasp for breath. His face was covered in sweat, and his eyes were as wet as the deep sea in the storm. It hurts, he finally made a sound. This was the first time since she returned to the country that Gu Meng couldn't control his emotions and expressed himself in such a way. It hurts, Mok's heart tightened. That heart that had once been stabbed, that heart that was no longer the same as it used to be, throbbed violently behind his chest, stabbing with pain. He looked into Gu Meng's eyes. Gu Meng was on the verge of breaking down and dissipating. He suddenly had an uncontrollable urge to press against Gu Meng's cold and wet forehead, just like in the past, before anything irreversible had happened. To rub against his sweaty forehead and tell him, it's okay, just undo the incantation. I'll be with you. I'll be with you. But when he lowered his face and was only inches away from Gu Meng's, he suddenly remembered that there was no turning back. He remembered that the Morong Lian and the others were just a stone wall away. If he didn't undo Gu Meng's incantation as soon as possible, everything would become more and more difficult to deal with. He suddenly became alert. He turned his face away, closed his eyes, and continued to chant the incantation. The last point, only the last point, suddenly, he felt a pain in his neck. Gu Meng was so weak that he couldn't bite she's shoulder anymore. He opened his mouth and longed to bite something softer. He bit she's neck. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he was not biting. He did not have much strength left. He was practically holding it in. Under his moist lips, only the sharpest of his canine teeth could still cause Mok some pain. The rest of his teeth were only left with the lightest touch. The last siege in his heart collapsed. She closed his eyes and thought, just this once, just this once. He didn't want to care if he was seen or what other people would think if they saw him. He didn't even want to care about what had happened between them in the past and what kind of deep hatred they had now. He raised his hand and held the back of Gu Meng's head, letting Gu Meng bite him. He touched Gu Meng's hair and softly coaxed, okay, it's all over, it's all over, the pain was gone. If the past few years of enmity could be written off, and the gap between them could be passed like the pain, how good would that be? He touched and comforted the trembling man in his arms. No one saw it, not even himself. He closed his eyes and gently kissed Gu Meng's hair. If all the pain in the world could be passed, how good would that be? Gu Meng, who had broken the curse, fell into a deep sleep. Emoshi got up and called the bamboo warrior over, letting it look after him. Then he turned Shui ran into a spiritual snake and stayed behind to guard. He went behind the stone wall to help the Murong Lian and Yu Qingqing end this fierce battle. However, it seemed that they were almost done here and didn't need his help anymore. Yu Qingqing's magic power was not strong. Every sentence of the sword destruction curse needed to be recited 30 times. Every time it was recited, Li Qingqian's magic power would weaken. At this time, Yu Qingqing was about to finish reciting the last line of the curse. Li Qingqian was getting weaker and weaker against the Murong Lian. The sovereign's blood into the cauldron, the sovereign's bones into the sword body. All of the incantations he chanted turned into white clouds that swirled around Li Qingsu. 3 feet of water in the box, once the person in the dream. Li Qingqian was quite a character. He had already been broken into pieces, but he was still pale and swaying as he fought against the Murong Lian. The Murong Lian became more and more relaxed as he fought. He knocked Li Qingqian to the ground again and again, then watched him climb up again and again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and his clothes in a mess. The Murong Lian sneered, "Why are you struggling like this? You've already lost, yet you're still so cheap. Do you want me to kick you?" Li Qingqian didn't answer. He only laughed wildly. His lips opened and bright red blood flowed out. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable persistence and madness. It was as if he had to live for something. If he didn't achieve that goal, he couldn't disappear. He also couldn't watch as the red peony sword was destroyed by Yu Qingqing. The light in his eyes wasn't saying, "My fate is up to me," not the heavens. Instead, it was saying, "I can't fight against the heavens, but I must do what I have to do. Even if I lose, die, or turn into ashes, I won't accept my fate. I won't accept it." He laughed wildly. Once again, his cheeks were crushed by the Murong Lian's silk shoes. He struggled to climb up again and tried to approach Yu Qingqing. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Master Li Moshi's greeting made Li Qingqian, who was laughing wildly, suddenly tremble. He turned his red eyes and stared fiercely at Moshi. There was a strange and dazed expression on his face. After the Battle of Maiden Weeping Mountain, you went into seclusion. What happened after that? Moshi was originally taking a gamble. But after asking this question, he was sure that he had hit Li Qingqian's weak point. Li Qingqian's eyes narrowed slightly. That crazy smile was also slowly twisting. The red peony sword, the inscriptions on the wall, the similar appearance of those kidnapped girls, and the ghost women in the cave wearing phoenix coronets and robes. First, he hated the duckweed body. Second, he hated the lack of beauty. Third, he hated the fact that he and his husband were forever wrong. All of this seemed to be related to a girl they didn't know about. Why, what happened at Maiden Weeping Mountain? It turned the Master Li, who used to kill evil with a flick of his sleeves, into an unrecognizable evil spirit with resentment in his sword. Moshi looked at him. Who refined you into a sword? You came to Chonghua. Who are you looking for? Li Qingqian wanted to laugh, but his Adam's apple moved. He let out a hoarse and funny voice. Who is Master Li? I'm not. Li Qingqian, that idiot, died long ago. He should have died long ago. He lived for too long and didn't understand life. He fished for fame too much. That's why he hurt others and himself, and ended up in that state. He only has himself to blame. He spat it out fiercely. He deserves it. He shouted incoherently and ferociously. Who am I looking for? I'm looking for those women. Ha ha ha. I'm here for revenge. I'm here to kill. I'm here to kill. He shouted more and more fiercely, but his body began to emit fragmented light. As long as Yu Qingqing chanted the last sentence, he would be annihilated along with his secret. Yu Qingqing chanted, heavenly weapons are like traveling backwards. Why not return to the mortal world? The red peony sword suddenly trembled. The sword emitted a weak green light. Yu Qingqing suddenly opened his eyes. The Morong Lian leaned against the stone pillar. At this moment, he also felt that something was wrong. What's going on? What's wrong with this broken sword? Yu Qingqing had never encountered such a situation before. In his panic, he hurriedly repeated, heavenly weapons are like traveling backwards. Why not return to the red, The red peony sword suddenly stopped trembling. Then, the black water that flowed out of it returned to the sword at an astonishing speed. Yu Qingqing hurriedly said, not good. It's going to break free. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. His vision turned black. His body was thrown a few meters away by the explosion. He hit the stone wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Qingqing hurriedly looked up. In the center of the blood array, the red peony sword flew up. It emitted a dazzling green light amidst the rolling black smoke. It illuminated the pale faces of Yu Qingqing and the Morong Lian. The Morong Lian stood up with the help of the stone pillar. He gritted his teeth and said, this is, Yu Qingqing cried out, the sword destruction curse has backfired. Its seal has been broken. Big brother Morong, hurry up and take it back. Did Yu Qingqing still need to say it? The Morong Lian had already flown over and tried to take the sword back into his Qianquan bag. However, because of Yu Qingqing's mistake in the last sentence of the curse, the red peony sword had already broken free. At this moment, its power and resentment were both sharp and unstoppable. It suddenly exploded with a burst of sharp sword qi. The Morong Lian was heavily hit to the ground and then flew towards Li Qingqian. The Morong Lian cursed loudly, Yu Qingqing. You're a piece of trash. Yu Qingqing felt wronged and said, didn't I already say that I'm a piece of trash? You're the one who forced me to do it. What's wrong with your last sentence? The Morong Lian was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. It's not wrong. Yu Qingqing said, heavenly weapons are like traveling backwards. Why not return to the red dust? How could I remember it wrong? There must be something I don't understand. Or maybe the blood formation was drawn incorrectly from the beginning. It was useless to say anything more. Li Qingqian held the red peony sword in his hand. The sword spirit and the sword body had already merged into one. A powerful beam of light erupted as Emochi roared, devouring heaven barrier. A golden light shot out from his palm and suddenly transformed into a giant whale that could devour the heavens. It whistled through the air and swept away all the rocks, enveloping everyone on his side in the golden light of the giant whale. Outside the barrier created by the giant whale, Emoshi, who had obtained the unsealing sword, was bursting with an astonishing amount of evil energy. He floated in the air, surrounded by green demonic sword qi. His sword qi smashed into the devouring heaven barrier, creating a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Li Qingqian lowered his head and looked at his palms. The scars on his arms were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He brushed down his sleeves, and a somewhat sinister smile appeared on his pale face. After a while, he turned his face. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at the Yu Qingqing below. Young Master Yu's skills are not good enough. His face was still very ugly. The pain of his soul dissipating could not be reduced so easily. But whether it was comfortable or not was one thing. His strength had increased explosively. Thank you for your unintentional help. The Morong Lian saw that the situation was getting out of hand, and that it was closely related to his fallen plum. He could not help but be flustered and exasperated. He turned to Emoshi and said, why don't you fight? Can't you defeat this sword spirit? Emoshi said angrily, I'll fight him, and you'll open the barrier? The Morong Lian choked, and then said, don't you still have LV Ran? Let LV Ran turn into a snake and take him down. LV Ran is guarding Gumeng. The Morong Lian seemed to have grasped a great weakness. He did not forget to cause internal strife. Good, you really, Emoshi almost angrily interrupted, if he goes berserk again, will you stop him? You. Big brother Morong, it's useless. At this time, Yu Qingqing spoke. His small face was pale as he explained, after the sword spirit and the sword spirit of this grade become one, he will be invincible within 100 moves. Only a master craftsman can subdue him. He was almost crying. I'm the one who caused this trouble. After this dangerous situation, Xianxia did not intend to continue entangling with them. He seemed to have decided that at this moment, he had to get rid of them as soon as possible and finish what he wanted to do. So he raised his hand, and a powerful sword spirit barrier fell down, separating Mo Shi and the others from him. Then he took the Hongxiao sword and flew out of the cave. The Morong Lian said, "Go after him." Yu Qingqing cried, "It's useless to go after him. I just said that he is almost invincible now. Only the best craftsman can," but he did not finish his sentence. Suddenly, a dazzling white light attacked Xianxia's back. It was the bamboo warrior who soared into the air, ignoring Xianxia's barrier. With a somersault, he landed in front of Xianxia. With a swoosh, he unsheathed his long sword and placed it horizontally in front of Xianxia. This time, not only was Xianxia shocked, even Yu Qingqing was stunned. He just said that after the sword spirit fused, he would be invincible within 100 moves. The only person who could break this invincible state could only be a master craftsman whose strength was comparable to his father's. Who was the master craftsman? The bamboo warrior. This was too ridiculous. Just as his mind was in a mess, he suddenly heard the buzzing sound of a sword behind him. Yu Qingqing turned around and saw a man in a fluttering white robe coming from the entrance of the cave. The man was wearing a white robe that was light and graceful. The sleeves were inlaid with silver edges that were faintly shining. His long hair was tied up with a jade crown that reached the sky. The crown hairpin was decorated with a snow-white silk ribbon that was fluttering in the wind together with his robe sleeves. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind and his celestial aura was astonishing. He was originally an extremely handsome man, but he could not hide the majesty between his eyebrows. There was even a kind of apathetic coldness in his eyes. This made his simple elegance not gentle, but a kind of bone-piercing coldness and indifference. The white immortal monarch controlled his sword and landed on the ground. He raised his beautiful face expressionlessly. A pair of sharp eyebrows and majestic phoenix eyes. He coldly glanced at the situation in front of him and his gaze fell on the battered and exhausted Yu Qingqing. He coldly snorted. Then he waved his sleeves and a horsetail whisk appeared on his arm. It was the qi in the Chonghua's greed, anger, and qi. The master of the bamboo warrior, Morong Chui. Unable to distinguish between good and evil, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, this was the definition of a fool. Moreover, this person was also known as a weapon refining fanatic. It was said that he did not have any relatives or friends in his eyes and was always immersed in the art of weapon refining. In order to forge a peerless heavenly weapon, he dared to try anything and was willing to pay any price. He gave people the impression that he was above the common populace. Whether it was his personality, appearance, or his fluttering clothes, they all revealed a clear sense of alienation. In the entire capital of the Chonghua kingdom, almost no one was willing to talk to him. Of course, he did not want to talk nonsense with others either. The only one who persistently stuck to him was, fourth uncle. Yu Qingqing was pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly ran towards him, wanting to hug him. Infatuated immortal Morong Chui calmly took a step back, avoiding his little nephew who was rushing towards him. He pulled out the horsetail whisk from his arm and swept it. A strong wind blew in all directions, and a circle of white smoke appeared around Xianxia, easily trapping him within. Fourth uncle, fourth uncle. You're finally here. So you're in the capital. That's great. Great. Mo Shi and Morong Lian felt that Yu Qingqing was really pitiful. Like a happy puppy, he expressed his excitement, joy, and dependence towards Morong Chui. However, Morong Chui acted as if he could not hear or see anything. He turned his gaze towards the sword spirit. That pair of glassy eyes swept across Xianxia and said, "That's right. It's a good sword." It turned out that he did not care about Xianxia at all. He only cared about the sword, Hongxiao. What a pity. With a wave of the horsetail whisk, the blood curse that Yu Qingqing had spent a lot of effort to draw appeared out of thin air under Xianxia's feet. Morong Chui's words were clear as he read aloud, "The sovereign's blood enters the cauldron, and the sovereign's skeleton builds the sword." 3 feet of water in the box was once the person in the dream. Monarch soul burial frost iron, I want to be the lamp. Yu Chenqing was used to his fourth uncle's indifference. He leaned over and said, that's what I said just now. It's useless. Morong Chuyi's eyelashes didn't even twitch as he continued to read, the demonic blade is like a journey in reverse. Why not return to the mortal world? Exclamation point. Yu Chenqing was shocked. Isn't it a godly weapon? However, Li Qingsu had already revealed a pained expression. The red peony sword in her arms was overflowing with black gas. After a few moments of stagnation, the sword suddenly shattered. Shattered into thousands of fragments, Yu Chenqing had to recite the sword-destroying mantra 30 times for every sentence, but Morong Chuyi only needed to recite it once. Yu Chenqing finally reacted. Ah, yes, this is Burning Nation's weapon, not God martial arts, but MCMAU, so the last sentence should be, Morong Chuyi's light brown eyes looked down at Li Qingsu's sword spirit's body. After a while, he suddenly frowned. How strange. After the weapon was destroyed, the sword spirit should have dispersed immediately. However, Li Qingsu's sword spirit didn't disperse. Instead, it turned from a physical entity to an illusory form. Then, before he could finish his thought, a cloud of black gas suddenly shot up into the sky. It caught everyone off guard and pierced through a hole. Yu Chenqing was shocked. Fourth uncle. He escaped. I'm not blind. I saw it. Go after him. Morong Chuyi glanced at the cloud of black gas that had disappeared and said, we can't catch up. Yu Chenqing was shocked by his fourth uncle's simple, straightforward, and honest manner. Morong Chuyi raised his hand to cast a spell, causing the remaining hilt of the red peony sword to float. Then, he pinched it with 2 fingers and looked at it carefully. Yu Chenqing mumbled, what's going on? Why is there a bit of the hilt left? Shouldn't it have completely disappeared? Why didn't the sword spirit disappear immediately? Morong Chuyi looked at the broken sword and said, his obsession is too deep. He has become a sword demon. If he doesn't understand, he won't disappear. Yu Chenqing shouted, oh no. Fourth uncle. He said he wants to go out and kill people. Doesn't that mean he won't disappear until he kills the people he wants to kill? She also asked, is there another way to solve this? There is. Morong Chuyi threw the broken piece of the red peony sword back into his white satin qiankuan bag and answered, we have to find a way to make him feel that this is no longer his obsession. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the cave. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said, if you want to stop him, please follow me back to the Yu mansion. Yu Chenqing hurriedly followed him. Fourth uncle, you don't have to invite me. I'll go home with fourth uncle. Morong Chuyi's white robe fluttered in the wind and the silk ribbon on his crown swayed. He looked like a celestial being riding the waves. However, it was as if he was selectively deaf. He didn't even glance at Yu Chenqing. She looked at the situation in front of him and sighed in his heart. Friendship in the world is indeed the most unreasonable thing. Jiang Yeshua treated his half-brother, Yu Chenqing, so well. He was gentle and kind. He always thought of Yu Chenqing and considered Yu Chenqing's interests. However, Yu Chenqing had always looked down on him and disliked him even more. As for Morong Chuyi, his attitude towards Yu Chenqing was always so bad. To other people, he could only be described as cold, but to Yu Chenqing, he could be described as nasty. However, Yu Chenqing worshipped him and loved to circle around him and talk to him. After so many years, it had never changed. He couldn't help but think about how disappointed he was with Gu Meng and how he had already given up. However, deep in his heart, he couldn't say for sure whether or not he still had those feelings from the past. The Yu residence was one of the most mysterious residences in Chonghua. In this mysterious Yu residence, the most mysterious places were all Morong Chuyi's territories. If these territories were ranked according to how difficult it was to enter, they would probably be ranked as follows: Morong Chuyi's courtyard, Morong Chuyi's study room, Morong Chuyi's bedroom, Morong Chuyi's weapon refining room. The last one was simply impregnable. Other than Qi Xian himself, no one else had ever taken a step inside. There was a saying in the streets because of this: there were 2 places in Chonghua that even the current ruler couldn't enter. One was Jiang Yaoshi's pill refining room and the other was Murong Chuyi's weapon refining room. The pill refining room was poisonous. As for the weapon refining room, even if the ruler was given a few hundred years, he still wouldn't be able to unlock it. Murong Chuyi's skill in weapon refining was extremely high. Even the Yujun Tian himself had not been able to test his true strength. The Yujun Tian wanted to try, but Murong Chuyi kept giving him the cold shoulder. After a few times, the Yujun Tian couldn't hold himself back anymore. In front of outsiders, he said, Chuyi is still young after all. He doesn't dare to spar with an older master. That's pardonable, ha ha ha. Murong Chuyi let him say whatever he wanted. In any case, he didn't care what other people thought. His title of Qi Xian wasn't just for show. Murong Chuyi only loved his weapon diagrams. It was to the point where he was almost crazy. As for his reputation, friends, and relatives, they could scram as far away as possible. When they arrived at the residence, they coincidentally bumped into Yu Qingqing's uncle who was about to leave. His eyesight wasn't very good. From afar, he could only recognize Yu Qingqing. He couldn't help but raise his voice and reprimand him, little bastard. You're too unreasonable. Where did you run off to? I was just about to go look for you. Yu Qingqing hurriedly said, Uncle, I received orders from the ruler. You little brat, your hair hasn't even grown out yet. What orders? Before he could finish, he saw Murong Chuyi under the frosty moonlight. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. You? It was no wonder that he was shocked. Although Murong Chuyi lived in the Yu residence, he almost never met anyone. If it wasn't for the fact that someone had deliberately waited for him, he probably wouldn't even be seen for 2 to 3 months. But now, not only did he appear, Yu Qingqing and a few other people followed behind him. This was even more inconceivable. Thus, Yu Qingqing's uncle was tongue-tied for a long time before he said in shock, You, why did you go outside? Murong Chuyi ignored him, but it wasn't anything good. He only coldly asked, Am I being grounded? Yu Qingqing's uncle was a straightforward person. His face immediately fell. How can you say that? You're just a distant relative. I gave you some face, and you really opened a dye shop? Yu Qingqing hurriedly said, Uncle, don't be angry. Luckily, fourth uncle came in time today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that flower thief would have killed me. Only then did Yu Qingqing's uncle snort like a cow's nose. He glanced at Murong Chuyi, whose robes were as white as snow, and smacked his lips twice to suppress his anger. After a while, he squinted his blurry eyes and tried to look at the shadows behind him. These people are, Murong Chuyi sneered, You lower, don't mess around with those little traps of yours. You can't even see people's faces from a few meters away. You're not far from being blind. Yu Qingqing heard the voice and was shocked, Lord Wanshu? Murong Chuyi laughed maliciously, yes, and Lord Shihi. Yu Qingqing's uncle was also a high-ranking noble, but compared to Shihi's Wangshu, who was at the peak of his power, he was still a level lower. He hurriedly walked down the steps to greet them. Oh, I'm so sorry. Look at my eyes, I'm not far from being blind. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. When he got closer, he realized that the person standing at the back was a tall bamboo warrior. Gu Mei was tied up on top of his head. The country's most wanted criminal appeared in such a strange position in front of him. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but be stunned. He opened his mouth wide and looked up at the beasts on the altar. Murong Chuyi hooked his opium pipe around Yu Qingqing's neck and woke him up. He grinned at him and said, You lower, remember to go see pharmacist Jiang. If you're sick, get it treated early. Yes, yes, yes. Later, I'll ask Dr. Jiang to give me a glass eyepiece. Murong Chuyi let go of him and laughed, That's a good boy. By the way, my addiction is acting up. Can you go back to the mansion and bring me a new opium pipe and some transient lifelike dreams? Yu Lauer hurriedly nodded his head twice. Then he heard Murong Chuyi say lightly, Open fire is forbidden in my courtyard. Murong Chuyi asked curiously, Why? It will explode. In the end, Murong Chuyi couldn't resist his curiosity. He thought to himself, transient lifelike dream can be fiercely pulled out if he wants to go back, but this addicted immortal's residence is something that even Jun Sheng can't easily enter. Thus, he suppressed the irritation in his chest and followed Murong Chuyi through a long winding corridor. They walked to the deepest part of the Yu residence's northwest corner. They stopped in front of a red sandalwood arch that was tightly shut. Morong Chui used his horsetail whisk to touch the 7 stars Big Dipper array embedded in the door 4 times in the order of Alioth, Dubhe, Alcade, and Migres. 4 spirit stones emitted a crisp cracking sound and slowly caved in. Then, in their original positions, 4 palm-sized wooden figurines appeared. They opened their tiny mouths and asked in unison, "Who's coming?" Morong Chui simply said, "It's me." A carved key appeared in each of the 4 wooden figurines' palms. They asked again, "How do you choose?" Morong Chui casually picked up one of the keys and the wooden figurines disappeared. Yu Qingqing's eyes widened like copper bells. Her mouth muttered something, as if she was trying to remember something. Morong Chui absent-mindedly twirled the opium pipe in his hand and snorted, "It's useless even if you remember. Next time, it may not be this step. Addicted immortal, am I right?" Morong Chui didn't answer. He put the key into the keyhole. With a few muffled sounds, the thick red sandalwood door opened with a rumble. "Come in," he said lightly. When Emoshi walked in and saw the courtyard, he immediately understood why the Morong Chui said that it was forbidden to use fire here, or else it would explode. Although the Morong Chui was well dressed, the courtyard was really messy. The ground was covered with wood shavings, sulfur, and charcoal. Half-finished large armors were strewn all over the courtyard. Just under the veranda alone, there were more than 10 bamboo warriors lying on the ground. The elegant and otherworldly Qi Xian did not care about this at all. He led the group to a pool in the depths of the courtyard. The pool was so clear that the bottom could be seen. There were small items such as rings and white jade hairpins in the pool. Yu Qingqing asked curiously, "What is this? Is this the merit pool?" The Morong Lian narrowed his eyes. "Does your 4th uncle look like someone who would do merit?" Yu Qingqing actually took the blame for the Lord Wangshu. He put his hands on his hips and said unhappily, "Why can't my 4th uncle do merit? You're too funny. Don't you know what kind of reputation he has?" Yu Qingqing said angrily, "My 4th uncle is very powerful." The Morong Lian liked to step on people's tails. Yu Qingqing did not retaliate, but once he did, the Morong Lian became even more enthusiastic. Even his addiction to smoking faded a little. He teased him, being powerful and having a good reputation are 2 different things. As he said this, he pointed at Gu Meng, who was tied up on the bamboo warrior. "Isn't this person powerful? Isn't he just as smelly?" You. Yu Qingqing was so angry that his cheeks were puffed up. He was indeed the most good-tempered young master in the Chonghua. However, there was one thing that he could never touch, and that was his 4th uncle. Yu Qingqing had worshipped his youngest 4th uncle since he was young. Therefore, after holding back for a long time, he shouted at the Morong Lian, "You still have the nerve to say that others are smelly. Big brother Morong, you're smelly yourself." The Morong Lian, "How strange, did the sun rise from the west? Young master, you knew how to scold people, and the person he was scolding was him?" The Morong Lian didn't say anything for a long time, probably due to his shock. At this time, Morong Chui turned around and said, "This is the dream transformation pool. If you throw some objects with spiritual energy into it, the water will turn golden." Emoshi asked, "And then?" "Then, take a jade cup from the side of the pool and drink a cup each. After drinking, you will fall asleep and dream about some past events related to this object." After Morong Chui finished speaking, her slender and fair fingers gripped the hilt of the red peony sword. He probably felt that the Lord Wangshu and Yu Qingqing were too noisy, so he didn't even ask them. He just looked at Emoshi and said, "I'll throw it away." The immortal originally thought that Emoshi didn't like to be long-winded, and that it was just a polite gesture. Before Emoshi even nodded, she wanted to throw the sword hilt into the pool. But unexpectedly, Emoshi stopped her. Emoshi nodded at Gume with his chin, "If we sleep, what about him?" "Easy." Morong Chui flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "Black tortoise formation, rise." As his voice fell, the grass and trees in the courtyard suddenly rustled. One by one, the bamboo warriors crawled out from the bamboo forest and the flowers. Those that had fallen on the ground also moved their joints. One by one, they jumped out and surrounded Gu Meng. There were more than 50 of them, and the number was still increasing. Morong Chui said, even a deity can't take him away in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Morong Chui and Mo Shi both liked to use the words definitely, definitely, and definitely when speaking to others. Since he said that he couldn't take him away, then he must be 100% sure. Mo Shi glanced at the bamboo warriors, then turned to look at the dream transformation pool and said, let's begin. The red peony sword entered the pool, and the water instantly turned golden. Morong Chui took out 3 lotus petal-shaped jade cups and gave them to himself, the Morong Lian, and Mo Shi. Yu Chenqing was stunned. What about me? Don't I have one? Morong Lian laughed maliciously, hee, your 4th uncle doesn't think highly of you, so he won't take you to play. Yu Chenqing turned his head like a silly dog, blinked, and looked at his uncle. His uncle didn't pay any attention to him. He had already finished the contents of his cup in one gulp. The effects of the dream transformation pond were extremely strong. Just as he swallowed the last mouthful, he lowered his head and fell asleep by the side of the pond. 4th uncle? Mo Shi saw that Yu Chenqing was unwilling to give up, so he filled the jade cup that Morong Chui had left behind and handed it to Yu Chenqing. Yu Chenqing was finally led to play. He hurriedly took the cup, thanked Lord Shihi, and gulped down the golden water in the cup. Then he sprawled out on his back and fell asleep. Mo Shi and the Morong Lian didn't wait any longer. As soon as the dream transformation pool entered their throats, their vision suddenly darkened. At first, everything was dark, as if they were trapped in a thick darkness. Suddenly, the clear sound of a sword whistling faintly sounded in their ears. That sword whistling had the power of wind and thunder, shaking the heavens and earth and changing the color of the world. Mo Shi could recognize this sword whistling sound even without looking at it. This was the sound of Li Qingqian's sword when they fought side by side in the 1,000-headed demon wolf pack. At that time, the broken water sword wasn't as complete as it was later, but every move was mighty, clear, and full of spiritual energy. Following the sound of the broken water sword, light gradually began to appear in front of their eyes, and the surrounding scenery slowly became transparent and bright. It was originally a small village house. It was late spring, and apricot flowers floated all over the garden. Li Qingqian, who looked to be in his early 20s, was practicing his sword in the courtyard. His green, patched clothes fluttered with his movements. However, he wasn't alone. There was a petite little girl dressed in coarse scarlet clothes sparring with him. Her movements were graceful and light, and her face couldn't be seen clearly as she spun and dodged. It wasn't until Li Qingqian pointed his sword at her that she stopped with a smile and said coquettishly, "Big brother, today I can spar with you for 12 more moves. Aren't you going to praise me?" Li Qingqian smiled and said, "Hong Xiao is very good." It turned out that Hong Xiao was a girl's name. Hong Xiao didn't give up and said, "I already praised you last time. Can you change it?" Li Qingqian smiled helplessly and said, "Then, you're the smartest?" "I said the same thing last time. Think about it again." After saying that, she turned her face to the side in a fit of pique. Only then did Mo Shi see her face clearly. He saw that this girl was about 17 or 18 years old. Her skin was like a lotus flower, and her eyebrows were thin like willow leaves. There was a mole at the corner of her eye. Mo Shi wasn't very good at distinguishing women's appearances. He only thought that she looked familiar. After a while, he realized that this girl looked somewhat similar to those missing women. Or perhaps it should be said that those missing women looked a bit like her fragments. Some had similar noses, some had similar lips, and some had similar mole at the corner of her eye. Li Qingqian put away his sword and flicked her forehead. "I can't figure it out. Don't think about it anymore." After saying that, he turned around and went back into the house. You. You're not attentive." Hong Xiao chased after him, jumping and shouting. She was very noisy and shouted, "Ah! Big brother Li is so fickle. You don't love me more and more." She was so frightened that all the chickens ran away. In the courtyard, a small yellow dog barked along. It wasn't clear whether it was cheering for her or competing with her for voice. Mo Shi had never been able to stand women. Meng Zhe was calm and quiet, but a girl like Hong Xiao was simply one of the top 10 nightmares of his life. However, it seemed that Li Qingqian thought that she was very good. He didn't sound annoyed at all. Looking further down, Mo Chime had a rough idea of their relationship. It turned out that this Hong Xiao was a little girl that Li Qingqian picked up when he was traveling to Fui. When they met, he was 18 and she was 15. They had traveled extensively together for 3.5 years. Now, they were a pair that couldn't be separated. However, Li Qingqian and Hong Xiao had never been in a relationship before. Li Qingqian was needless to say. Although Hong Xiao looked noisy, she was actually a very pure girl. She never dared to confess to him. Therefore, although their feelings for each other were obvious, the two of them were always silly and didn't know how to break it to each other. The most amazing thing was that there was one time when Hong Xiao drank a little too much. Lying on the table, she looked up and stared blankly at Li Qingqian, who was reading under the candlelight. Looking at Li Qingqian's hand that was resting on the side of the book, she suddenly couldn't help but quietly move closer. Then, she moved closer again and again. Suddenly, blood rushed to her head and she mustered up the courage to hold his hand. Li Qingqian was shocked and couldn't say anything for a moment. He just stared at her with his eyes wide open. Hong Xiao's cheeks were flushed red. She giggled foolishly and looked at him with eyes full of stars. Big brother, logically speaking, if one of them mustered up the courage to break the paper window, then they should be able to understand each other. However, when Hong Xiao looked at Li Qingqian's handsome and elegant face, she suddenly became timid. She thought, was she really good enough for him? As early as 3 years ago, when he walked in front of her, who was freezing and starving, and reached out his hand to a dirty little girl with scabies all over her body, he became her brother, her god, and her lover. In her eyes, Big Brother Li was good at everything. He was handsome, kind, good at magic, and had a beautiful voice. Other than being poor, he was the best in the world. She lowered her head and looked at herself. Although her appearance was passable, she was still an illiterate silly girl. She was stupid, and she ate a lot. She could eat twice as much as her big brother Li. Her voice was also loud, like a gong that was being beaten randomly. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful she felt. She finally mustered up the courage, but at this critical moment, it was deflated again. Her courage was gone, but she still held his hand. Then she should find a suitable excuse, right? She couldn't say, "Big brother, I thought your hand was a teacup and took the wrong one." Thus, Hong Xiao really made up a terrible excuse, one that even Mo she couldn't deceive. She smiled and said, "Let's compete in strength. Li Qingqian, let's play. Let's compete to see who's stronger." Li Qingqian probably also felt that he had misunderstood her meaning. His ears turned slightly red. He pulled his hand out of her palm, lowered his eyelashes, and said helplessly, "Didn't we just compete to see who's smarter yesterday?" "Yes, so let's compete to see who's stronger today." Li Qingqian forced a smile. "What strange idea did you suddenly come up with? Compete every day? Then what do you want to compete in tomorrow? Let's see who's more handsome tomorrow." As Hong Xiao spoke, she suddenly jumped up and snatched the pen beside Li Qingqian's book. She added 2 strokes of mustache to her lips. "Big brother, look, like this." Li Qingqian looked at her bright eyes and pretended to twirl her mustache. He couldn't help but feel amused and warm at the same time. He also liked her, but just like how she disliked him for being stupid and eating too much, Li Qingqian disliked him for being boring and dull and earning too little. He always felt that a smart and pretty girl like Hong Xiao shouldn't always suffer with him. In fact, when Hong Xiao had insisted on following him, he had said to her helplessly, "Miss, I saved you because I happened to see you lying on the side of the road and you were very sick. I don't want you to repay me." Hong Xiao's voice was as loud as a gong, but she was petite. When Li Qingqian walked quickly, she had to run after him in her broken shoes. As she ran, she hurriedly explained, Big brother, I know. You don't want me to repay you, but I want to repay you. You can stay in the clinic. Didn't I tell the doctor already? She's willing to take you in as her disciple. If you really want to repay me, then learn from her. You can also cure illnesses and save people in the future. Isn't that great? That's not good. Hong Xiao was so anxious that she stomped her feet. I sold myself to bury my father. You buried my godfather and saved me. You even treated me. I don't care. I want to follow you. 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 In the end, she was shouting like a little lunatic. Li Qingqian saw that this little sick cat was actually so difficult to deal with after she recovered her strength. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on and walked faster. Hong Xiao saw this and became anxious. Her broken shoes kept dragging and tripping her and hindering her from chasing after him, so she simply took them off and threw them at Li Qingqian, one in each hand. She squatted barefoot on the ground and cried loudly, "You, don't go. Then I won't repay you, okay?" Li Qingqian was speechless. Tears rolled down from her dirty little face. "I won't repay you. I'll freeload your food and drink, I'll cling to you. Big brother, don't leave me alone." As she spoke, she wiped her tears and sobbed. "If you leave me in the clinic, I'll be clumsy and don't know anything. In a few days, what if the doctor sells me again? I've already been transferred to 3 families. I've been a child bride, a little maid, and a goddaughter. I don't even know what I am anymore." The more she cried, the louder she became. Her voice was hoarse as she wailed. Her tears rolled in the mud, and her dirty feet rubbed in the mud. "Don't leave me alone. I don't want to be transferred to a 4th family." Woo. What could Li Qingqian do when she said this? He was born in Lichun country, which was one of the weakest countries in Jiuzhou. His country was sandwiched between several unreasonable countries and was often implicated in the flames of war. Furthermore, once demons and devils appeared, no great cultivators would come to help them suppress them. Li Qingqian saw with his own eyes that his mother was raped and killed, and his father stabbed to death. At that time, there was only him, who was less than 10 years old, in the dilapidated house. He hugged his little brother, who had just been weaned off milk, and shrank in the depths of the cupboard. His tears kept flowing, but he tightly covered his little brother's mouth, not letting him cry out. However, those cultivators had strong spiritual power. How could they not know that there were 2 children hiding in the house? The cupboard door was violently kicked open. Wood chips splashed everywhere, and he and his little brother were carried out by 2 big, strong hands. He hugged his little brother tightly and refused to let go. He was beaten and cursed by a hideous grin. "Can we take these 2 boys back to refine medicine? They don't seem to have inherited their mother's butterfly bone beauty banquet bloodline. The color of their tears is not right, then just kill them. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots, don't leave any trouble." At that time, Li Qingqian didn't understand what they were talking about. He didn't know what the butterfly bone beauty banquet was. He only saw his mother's naked body being wrapped in satin by several cultivators. He didn't know where they were going to take it. He cried and shouted. He wanted to chase after his mother's body, but he couldn't let go of his little brother in his arms. Hot smoke, stinking blood, and the hideous grins of the cultivators. Everything was dancing in front of his eyes. In the midst of the chaos, he suddenly heard a loud bang. A green sword light killed several cultivators in one strike. Blood splattered several feet, then, a man in green clothes wearing a golden mask appeared in front of the door. Against the light, he stepped over the corpses that had suddenly died under his sword and walked into the house. The author has something to say. Endless cycle. Fourth uncle, come, let's drink this cup of dream water. I'll drink first as a toast, little you, I support fourth uncle without thinking. I'll drink too, Emoshi, I. When I saw the Murong Lian, I suddenly suspected that Ah Lian would do something bad while they were all asleep. Lord Wangshu, please. Ah Lian, hee, Lord Shihi, please. Big dog, Lord Wangshu, please. Ah Lian, Lord Shihi, please. Big dog, you first. Ah Lian, you first. Big dog, you drink for me. Ah Lian, you, big dog, F*CKU, are you going to drink or not? Drink hard. JPG de Guzzi. Thank you. Life is not easy. Medicine. Autistic. Landmine X for you. Sui is not Sophie. Violent beating agent. Landmine X9. Xian drinks pulse. Gusan Hui Mo Hui is about to drown in beauty. Huajio. Landmine X2 fan. Okay, I love Tian. Landmine X2 Gongzi Mo. Love meat bun. Landmine X2 neglect you. Little red flower. You meow. Nian Chi. Landmine X2 pickled fish. Nickname is not important. Yan Yan also loves meat bun today. Landmine x5 mu. Chuanli Muyu Jia Wan Miao Yu Zishu Cool Brother wants to get rich. Landmine x2 Chai Chai Grumpy Mao Inging Dust. Landmine x6 Chow Goody Little Friend Pear Blossom Umbrella Zhou Zhou wants to eat meat bun today. Landmine x2 Yuya Madman Complete Eating Meat Bun today. Landmine x2 Shimada Naruto Scroll. Landmine x2 Zhongnan Linko Frost and Snow Hua Isiasu Good I Love Tian Tian Safflower Ink Leaf De Lu Yaxing. Landmine x2 Shimada Naruto Scroll Landmine X2Z She Landmine X2 Love Meat Bun Iron Pillar Chow Goody Little Friend Landmine X2 Yen Yen also loves meat bun today. Landmine X2 Chow Goody Little Friend Rocket Launcher X2 Gu Mang Mang Crab Crab Grouper Grass A Knife Spirit Eternal Night Chase Qian Sun Chow Goody Little Friend Back Time Shuli Slag Lord Don't Drink Chinese Medicine Chow Goody Little Friend Yen Red Bean Meow Meow Ping Lu Qingjiang Air Lindsay Jinghuajun Pickled Fish Yu Meow, Past Deeds, Naughty Nanty, By Medicine, Tao Shaozi Cici, Second Master, Pliolican Cherry Blossoms, Moli Su, Cacti Don't Grow Balls, Lin Chan, Chi Ji, Safflower Moyi, Xiao Ji, Chi Chen, Yor, Wazhou, Did Meat Bun Give Sugar today? Daily thanks to friends who chase story source of the remaining filth, Li Qingsu could only remember that the man had a pair of slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes, as hazy as a river of misty rain. His gaze swept around the shabby house. After confirming that there were no other survivors, his gaze fell on Li Qingqian and his younger brother. Li Qingqian looked up at the green-robed cultivator in a daze. His younger brother was soft and small. He had a fever and was crying loudly in his arms. The child was so young, but he seemed to know that he had suffered the misfortune of losing his country and family. He knew that he no longer had a father who would make bamboo dragonflies for him, and a mother who loved to pinch his little nose. The green-robed cultivator looked at them for a while and walked over. His gaze fell from behind the golden mask. After a moment of silence, he took out a medicine bottle and some broken silver. This medicine can cure all mortal diseases. Keep it for your brother. Then he turned and left without saying anything. Li Qingsu was stunned for a long time before he suddenly reacted. He grabbed the medicine bottle and the silver and rushed out. He saw that the village was full of black-robed cultivators' corpses. The green-robed man seemed to be checking every house to see if there were any survivors. Li Qingsu knelt down in front of him and cried, "Big brother." The green-robed man glanced at him from behind the golden mask. "Big brother, please take us away." The man didn't say anything. Li Qingqian's eyes were red. He choked and said, "We've been running away, but mother and father still. He cried until his voice was incoherent. "Big brother, please," but in the end, the green-robed man didn't take them away. He only gave him a sword manual, saying that it was too weak and useless to him. However, if Li Qingqian studied it carefully, he might be able to comprehend some of his own swordsmanship. It would be enough for him to protect himself. But now, Li Qingqian looked at Hongxiao kneeling in the mud and crying and begging him not to leave. For a moment, he was in a trance. He remembered his helpless and desperate state of mind. He finally sighed and walked back to Hongxiao. "Get up." Seeing him return, Hongxiao sobbed and looked at him with tears in her eyes. "But let's make it clear that I'm only bringing you along. If we pass by a good place and can find a good place to stay, I won't keep you." Hongxiao didn't care. She wiped away the tears on her face, smiled through her tears, and agreed. She was used to seeing people's faces and knew that Li Qingqian had a good heart. Since he didn't abandon her at this time, he definitely wouldn't abandon her in the future. Thus, she nodded vigorously like she was pecking rice. "I'll listen to Big Brother." What the hell is she listening to? She followed him. On the first day, she was obedient. On the third day, she began to jump, climb trees, and roll on the ground. By the third year, she was already out of control. She would do whatever Li Qingqian did. Unlike what they had agreed, she had a huge appetite and ate a lot. Every time Li Qingqian saw that there was no more rice in the vat and turned to look at Hongxiao, who was chasing the dog in the yard, he would sigh and shake his head. Fortunately, her younger brother was taken in as a disciple by a kind-hearted old scholar. Otherwise, if he had another mouth to feed, Li Qingqian would really be worried. Hongxiao asked him before, "Big brother, you're so powerful. Why don't you take more money from others after killing evil spirits?" Li Qingqian said, "Because those people don't have money, then you can go catch ghosts for the rich." Li Qingqian hadn't comprehended his own water-breaking sword at that time, so he could only copy the nameless sword manual left by the green-robed cultivator. Thus, he smiled and said, "First of all, I'm not good enough. Second of all, there are so many," he made an exaggerated gesture to Hongxiao. "So many people are anxious to catch ghosts for the rich. But not many people are willing to go to a small country like Li Chen." Hongxiao nibbled on a steamed bun and nodded. "That's true. You're a good person. The person who saved me was also a good person." Li Qingqian smiled shyly. "I don't know who he is, but I've always wanted to be a cultivator like him. But I'm sure I'm not as good as him. And I guess I'll always be poor." Hongxiao wasn't happy. She held the steamed bun in her mouth and made a big circle with her hands. She said vaguely, "No, Big Brother is the best. Big Brother is, so. She tried to stretch her arms to make the circle bigger. "So good." Li Qingqian laughed and touched her head. "If you keep talking, the steamed bun will fall off." Hongxiao chewed and chewed on the white steamed bun again with a smile. She swung her feet happily. The pair of yellow embroidered shoes on her feet were very clean and beautiful. Li Qingqian bought them for her with his pitiful shell money. She wore them carefully. After so many years, they were only old, but they were rarely dirty. Li Qingqian and Hongxiao walked like this, doing the good deeds they wanted to do and practicing swordsmanship together. In the dreamland, Hongxiao was sitting on a tree and shaking the fruits madly. Li Qingqian was standing under the tree, looking at Hongxiao dotingly with a headache. However, such peaceful days did not last long. She already knew the ending of these two people, so when he looked back, he only felt that those bright smiles were like the moon in the water. This girl would leave Li Qingqian, and then Li Qingqian would become famous, die, and finally become a resentful sword spirit. And all of this, what exactly happened? As the illusion kept changing, the layers of mystery gradually disappeared like the wind and sand, revealing the pale and naked truth under the sand and mud. The turning point began one day at the end of spring when Hongxiao fell ill. At that time, they happened to pass by a village near Liao country. Liao country was located in an area with heavy demonic aura. During the transition between spring and summer, the demonic miasma in the village was the thickest. Hongxiao was accidentally infected with the demonic miasma and became seriously ill. She quickly became thin and haggard. Li Qingqian went everywhere to seek medical treatment, but the medicine to cure this kind of demonic miasma was extremely expensive. Even ordinary people couldn't afford it, let alone a poor scholar like Li Qingqian. He was rejected time and time again. Medical practitioners shouted at him angrily, "If you want to cure the disease, you have to pay first. How many people get this disease every day? If everyone is like you and wants to help, how can there be enough herbs?" She knew that although the medical practitioner's attitude was bad, their words were not empty. The medicine to cure this kind of demonic miasma was indeed very scarce. Every country had its own way to reduce the supply. For example, in Chonghua, only the nobles could buy it. Back then, Gu Meng had disguised himself as a Murong Lian to buy medicine from the imperial pharmacy for the poor people in a village. Liao country was slightly more generous. They didn't care about bloodline, but they cared about money. Li Qingqian didn't have money. He sat by Hongxiao's sickbed. Hongxiao was like a withered flower. She didn't have the energy to jump around like usual. She only squinted at him with her red and swollen eyes, her lips moving slightly. Li Qingqian asked in a low voice, "What do you want to say?" Hongxiao moved her lips again. Li Qingqian then leaned over. After a while, he heard her words clearly. She smiled and said, Hey, now that I eat less, I can save some money for you." Li Qingqian waited for her to fall asleep that day. He walked out of the hut and squatted on the steps for a while. Suddenly, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He curled up and cried. He didn't dare to cry too loudly. First, he didn't want to be a man. Second, he was afraid that he would wake up Hongxiao, who had finally fallen asleep. He thought, what should I do, he was not as powerful as Xianxia made him out to be. He did not become the green-robed cultivator from back then. He could not even protect the little girl who accompanied him. After so many years, he had nothing but empty talk and ambition. She couldn't bear to see him like this. However, he also knew that this was the truth and couldn't be changed. The scene in the illusion was still changing. The young Xianxia walked helplessly in the bustling market of the burning country. He had pawned the last thing he could pawn. He had exchanged 7 sets of medicine for Xianxia in order to stall for time. Now, there was only one prescription left. What would happen after today? Come, come. Look carefully. The requirements are very strict. Don't think about getting away with it. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums came from a corner of the market. In the past, Xianxia loved to watch such bustling scenes. Everywhere she went, she would drag him over to take a look. Probably because he was in a trance, he habitually walked over. It seemed that Xianxia was still pulling his sleeve and jumping up and down, anxiously shouting that she couldn't see because it was blocked. Xianxia was stunned for a while. When he came back to his senses, he was about to leave when he heard the noise in the crowd. He's really giving so much money. The state preceptor is so generous. God, I'm so envious. The word money used to be nothing to Xianxia. However, when he heard it now, he felt like he was pricked by a needle. He suddenly turned around and looked with shining eyes. On the high platform, a high-level cultivator of Liao country was walking back and forth, beating gongs and drums to attract people's attention. Behind him, there was a silk portrait that was as tall as 3 people. It was a beautiful woman with a mole at the end of her eye. Looking at it now, she looked 70% similar to Xianxia. Xianxia was slightly surprised. At this moment, he heard the cultivator of Liao country repeat, "The state preceptor observed the sky at night. Any woman with this face is likely to prosper the country this year. Anyone who meets the requirements can be sent to the palace." Clang! Clang! He knocked 2 more times and continued to shout. "If the girl is selected, she will be the saintess of the palace. Her family will reward her with 1,000 gold shell coins. This matter is voluntary. If you are interested, please check her appearance later." Xianxia was stunned for a while under the platform. Suddenly, he realized something. He hurried to the cultivators of Liao country who were responsible for the inspection and asked in a trembling voice, "Will the state preceptor accept all girls like this? If they look similar enough, we'll accept them." "What for? Are you deaf?" The cultivator said angrily, "Take her as a saintess. She will learn astrology, divination, and sacrifice from the state preceptor. She will be very lucky." "You said it so clearly. Don't you understand human language?" Xianxia's palms were sweaty. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes widened. He seemed to be in pain and holding on to hope. Regardless of the other party's bad attitude, he continued to ask, "Then, if the girl has the demonic miasma, you will also. Didn't you say that we'll accept her if she looks similar enough?" "What's the demonic miasma? Won't she be full of energy again after a few doses of medicine? What kind of bullshit question is this? If she looks similar, then bring her here. If she doesn't look like her, then get lost. The saintess is very strict." The cultivator cursed, "Poor man, you're so long-winded." Xianxia was stunned. Yes, what kind of question was this? The demonic miasma was never an incurable disease. Just as the cultivator said, all that was needed was a few doses of Qingling medicine. But for the state preceptor, these few doses of medicine were nothing. He couldn't get them even if he dug his heart out. That was right. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even save the life of the girl he liked. He was a poor man. Xianxia shouldn't have followed him from the beginning. He was the one who made her suffer. Xianxia slowly walked back to the thatched hut where they were curled up. Along the way, he seemed to be thinking about a lot of things, but also seemed to be thinking about nothing. At the side of the street, a stall owner was trying his best to sell his wares. Pearls, jade, hair scratching, flowers, golden jade, and all kinds of rouge and face powder. "Customer, take a look." He stopped by the stall and wanted to take a closer look, but he didn't dare to go forward because he didn't have enough money. The peddler glanced at him and smiled. "Young man, what are you buying for your sweetheart?" The words sweetheart were like a needle that pierced his soul. Li Qingqian was in a daze when the peddler enthusiastically pulled him over. "Look, this is the best emerald hairpin. It's made from Suiya City. It's very transparent." I don't have that much money." "You don't have that much money?" The peddler was stunned for a moment. He pursed his lips and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Let's look at the cheap ones. This rouge is delicate and fragrant. It's my great-grandmother's ancestral craft. The price is also very fair. It's only 20 white shell coins." Li Qingqian only had 3 white shell coins in his wallet. The peddler saw his embarrassed look and stopped talking. He looked back and forth at him. When he saw the patches on his clothes, the smile on his face slowly faded. But he still lazily picked out an old and ugly small silk flower from the stall. The workmanship and silk cloth were very poor. He casually threw it in front of Li Qingqian. "How about this? 5 white shell coins." Then he raised his swollen eyes and looked at him. "To please a girl, you're not even willing to pay such a small amount of money, right?" Li Qingqian was embarrassed. He bowed his head and walked away silently. The peddler was shocked. He thought that he had wasted so much time talking, but this person didn't even pay 5 white shell coins? He suddenly became angry. Ignoring the eyes of the people around him, he shouted at Li Qingqian's thin back, "Damn it, are you kidding me? You want to pick up a girl without spending a single coin? Do you deserve it? If you don't have money, don't come out. You're interfering with my business." "Bah." Li Qingqian only felt that his face was burning. Facing the strange eyes, he lowered his head and walked quickly. When he walked out of the city, no one was looking at him anymore. But his head seemed to have been broken, and he no longer had the strength to lift it up. He staggered forward and walked to the farewell pavilion in the suburbs of the city. He sat down and buried his face deep in his palms. He sat like this for several hours. When he returned to the small shabby thatched cottage, it was already dusk. Xianxia was lying on the sickbed on her side, facing the direction of the door. She didn't sleep well, and her cheeks were red. When she heard Li Qingqian's voice, she suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at him with her round cat-like eyes and tried to say loudly, "Brother." Li Qingqian entered the room. His body was slightly cold, and in his hand was a crimson peony he picked along the roadside. When Xianxia saw the flower, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Is it for me?" Li Qingqian nodded and didn't dare to look at her. Xianxia was very happy. Even her illness didn't change her nature of wanting to see the world in chaos. She struggled to get up from the bed, took the flower, smelled it, and grinned. "It's a pity that my hair is so messy. Otherwise, I could put it on my head. Let me do it for you." In the past, she always pestered him to braid her hair, so she didn't think much about it. She sat down and let Li Qingqian put down her long hair, then combed it into her usual bun. A delicate and bright peony flower was gently pinned in between her jet-black hair. Xianxia touched the petals, smiled and coughed twice, and shouted, "Brother, get me a mirror. I want to see if I look good." Li Qingqian said. "Get off the bed and go to the table." As he spoke, he took her only pair of embroidered shoes and placed it in front of the bed. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at her eyes. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt that something was wrong. She slowly turned her face and looked back at Li Qingqian. The little gongs and drums that clanged all day long were so quiet at this moment, like a timid kitten. She looked at him questioningly. "Brother? Brother, do you have something on your mind?" Li Qingqian clenched his fists, and his palms were sweaty. In the end, he told her about the state preceptor choosing the holy maiden. When he spoke, his head was very low. He probably thought that this way, he wouldn't see the expression on Xianxia's face and wouldn't blame himself more and more. He really didn't see Xianxia's face, but he saw a few drops of tears falling, rustling, and falling on the shabby bed. I. The little gongs and drums' voice was as soft as a cat's. "I don't want to go." Hong Xiao burst into tears. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I was sold here and there the moment I was born. Big brother, do you not want me anymore? You also want to abandon me. Turn me into a fourth hand. Cats and dogs, even if you give it 4 different owners, it still won't be able to take it. Hong Xiao hugged her knees and sobbed. I'm a human. Although I'm stupid and silly. I have feelings too. I can feel sad too. I can't bear to leave you. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Let me die of illness, I just want to be with Big Brother every day. No matter what Li Qingqian said, she refused to listen. How could Li Qingqian watch her die of illness? Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Li Qingqian made up his mind. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and said, You go to the state preceptor. Your illness can be cured, and I can also get 1,000 gold coins. If you can keep your life and I can get the money, it will be good for both of us. Please help me. Hong Xiao was stunned. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him blankly. Li Qingqian flicked his sleeves and said, Let's go. Hong Xiao was stunned, but she still said, You won't, why won't I? Li Qingqian suddenly turned around, her eyes red. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm begging you. I've been taking care of you for the past 3 years, and I've been exhausted. If I sell you, I'll at least have a good meal. Why do you have to follow me? If you keep following me like this, what will happen to us in the end? Hong Xiao's eyes were wide open, and the color on her thin cheeks faded little by little. What can we do in the end? Can we get married, or can we become a swordsman and live in the world with a sword? It was a long and difficult thing for a person to be engaged to another person and live together for a lifetime. It was not enough for a bunch of passion and true sincerity. It needed money, trust, a way out, and hope. But they lacked everything. For 3 years, they could roam the world and live in the world as companions. But what reason did he have to let her accompany him for a lifetime? That peddler was right. He couldn't even buy the ugliest silk flower for her. Their relationship was like the peony in Hong Xiao's hair. When it was first plucked, it was delicate and beautiful. It was as if tomorrow would be infinitely beautiful. But it would die. Together, there would not be an eternal silk flower. There would only be one night of Hong Xiao's brilliance. In this world, there were many couples who lost to money, lost to status, lost to Kongjian, and even lost to love itself. Li Qingqian didn't know what he had lost to. To put it simply, he had lost to poverty. To put it simply, he had lost to poverty. To put it simply, he loved her. So no matter what, he wouldn't sit and watch her wither by his side. That should be because he had lost to love. But no matter what, he was already a person who had lost completely. Other than sending her away, he had no other choice. A poor man with a poor woman, and in the end it's a poor old man with a poor old woman? Do you think I want to live like this? Have you ever thought about me? Hong Xiao stared blankly at him. Ever since she had known him, this was the first time her big brother had been so angry at her. She raised her head. The flowers on her temples were mottled with tear stains. She said in her heart, I do think about it. I've never dared to be greedy. I don't dare to think about riches and honor. The best ending I can think of in this life is 2 poor old beggars, walking together in the evening light. The old woman's voice is like gongs and drums, and the old man's good temper is smiling. Apart from their white hair and wrinkles, they are exactly the same as when they were young. So this ending was because she had thought too beautifully. She had been too greedy and couldn't get it. She was just a little slave who had sold her body to bury her adoptive father. 3 years ago, Li Qingqian had fulfilled her wish and bought her. Today, he wanted to sell her off, so what else could she say? Hong Xiao wasn't a girl. Hong Xiao was just a little thing that was destined to wander and wander for the rest of her life because of her cheap life. She had been a child bride of other families, a maid of a big family, and a daughter bought by a farmer. She thought that she could call Li Qingqian big brother for the rest of her life, and that everything would be settled. But it turned out that it was just a gust of wind, and she had nothing to rely on. In the end, she still went to the state preceptor. In the evening twilight and the afterglow of the clouds, Hong Xiao followed the servant and walked step by step to the high platform. She walked to the unreachable top of the long stairs to pay her respects to her fifth master. The wind chimes on the eaves were tinkling. At the corner of the high platform, she turned sideways and glanced down the tower. Li Qingqian was receiving a heavy bag full of money and silk. He thanked the servant and slowly walked away. She gazed at his back from afar. She thought, turn around. Can't you say goodbye to me properly? Can you at least wave to me and let me be willing to part with this dream that has lasted for 3 years? But then she thought, forget it, forget it. Her throat was choked with so much bitterness and attachment. She was afraid that if he looked at her, the dike would burst. She was afraid that she would be as anxious and panicky as when they first met. She would cry and shout recklessly and pester him, forcing him to take her with him. The wind blew, blowing the fragrance of the peony flowers on her temples and making her clothes flutter. Her eyes were misty, but she couldn't help but smile slowly. 1,000 gold coins could buy a lot of steamed buns. Big Brother wouldn't be hungry in the future, right? In fact, it was good that he didn't look back and didn't take her with him. 3 years ago, she just wanted to live well, so she could shout at his back without thinking. But now, she was afraid. She was afraid that her shouting wouldn't make him stop, and then she would be in so much pain that she wouldn't be able to walk even one step. She still had to go forward. She still had to go forward. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze before the tears came out of her eyes. She lowered her head and continued to walk through the corridor of silk and copper bells. Embroidered shoes on her feet and peony flowers in her hair. The two of them were so poor that they could only leave a little bit of memory after 3 years. On the noble high platform, under the curtain, there was a vague sound of strings and strings. There were singers playing and singing. The evening jackdaws are sad, but the willow pond is green but gentle. If there is no hatred in the eyes, I don't believe that there will be white hair in the world. The golden light of twilight shone on the eaves, and the fairy tower was glorious. Hongxiao carried this remnant memory with her. Step by step, she walked farther and farther. My intestines are broken, my tears are hard to stop, and I miss the little red house again. I know that I have been blocked by the mountain, and I am not free to lean on the railing. The bloody setting sun swallowed her beautiful figure, and the surrounding scene sank like the afterglow of the end of the world. It was a long separation. Since then, Li Qingqian had been alone, and he didn't take in anyone to accompany him. His 1,000 gold coins were almost all spent by poor people, and he didn't spend any of them. Many years later, when he was in the courtyard, he finally understood his own water-breaking sword skill. The sound was like a morning or a gong. The wind and lightning roared, and the water broke through the sky. Everything was like fireworks in a long night, extinguishing in front of Moshi's eyes. When this high-speed carousel stopped, they had already arrived at the quiet barren mountain, and there were piles of bones. That was the Battle of New Weeping Mountain that everyone knew. In fact, when Moshi saw Hongxiao walking to the tower and becoming the chosen saintess of Liao country, he felt a little uneasy. Moshi was not as simple as Li Qingqian. He was too familiar with these crazy people of Liao country, especially the national preceptor who rarely showed up. He was even crazy like a wild dog. Others might believe in teaching astrology and praying for the fate of the country, but Moshi didn't think so. Liao country ate people and drank blood, and they were crazy. He thought that Hongxiao would be in danger this time. Then he thought about the rumor of New Weeping Mountain. It was said that Liao country caught hundreds of girls and dressed them as brides to worship the mountain god. When these two things were connected, Moshi had a guess. In fact, his guesses about Liao country's actions were often right. There were many malicious ghosts on New Weeping Mountain, and Li Qingqian was also there. But he was kind-hearted. After receiving the souls of these girls, he didn't want anyone to hurt them. Instead, he decided to give his broken water swordsmanship to his younger brother for safekeeping and cultivation. He took the hundreds of souls to the distant island, and wanted to release them slowly. Naturally, he had to release the malicious ghosts one by one, so that they could be released one by one, and their souls could be reincarnated. Every time Li Qingqian released a person, he would see the soul go to the west from the sea. Those girls who had died on Crying Woman Mountain were all dressed in mottled red. They were unconscious when they were filled with malice, and after the malice dissipated, they lost their memories. Every day, he would see a dead soul float out of the lamp resentfully, and then leave in a daze. Just like that, day after day. Li Qingqian released more and more souls, but the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper, because he found that these girls all looked too much like a person. Just like the person who chased after him and was left behind by him on the city gate tower. Before the female ghost's resentment was released, they would unconsciously repeat the words that they thought before they died. Li Qingqian heard a lot. Some cried out in pain, some called for their parents, and some murmured, "Don't bury me, don't lie to me. I don't want to die, don't bury me. Don't lie to me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Whether it was these words or the similar appearances of the female ghosts, it made Li Qingqian feel more and more uneasy. Where did Liao Country find these girls? Why did they all look so similar? There was an answer, but he didn't dare to believe it. He didn't dare to think about it. The number of ghosts in the soul lantern decreased day by day. She could see that Li Qingqian's hands were trembling every time he released a ghost. And when he saw that the female ghost's appearance wasn't the Hongxiao he abandoned, his trembling stopped. He heaved a sigh of relief. Until he reached the last ghost. That morning, Li Qingqian carried the soul lantern as usual. She could see that his steps were much lighter than before. There was only one ghost left in the Crying Woman Mountain. Li Qingqian felt that he might have thought too much in the past. His Hongxiao should still be in the state preceptor's palace, studying the stars and being the saintess of the state preceptor. It wouldn't be like what he thought. The last soul, like a wisp of smoke, weakly floated out of the lantern and floated into a human form. The female ghost was petite, wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, but Li Qingqian felt as if he was struck by lightning. His bones and blood were cold. He almost blurted out, "Hongxiao?" That thin reflection was like a nightmare that had finally descended upon him. Hongxiao's vengeful spirit hung in front of him blankly. Her face was still the same face that he had seen countless times in his dreams. There was even the shadow of a peony flower on her temples and the yellow embroidered shoes on her feet. But she didn't laugh, jump, or yell at him like a little gong or drum. She was just like all the evil ghosts that had been executed. Her mind and memory had disappeared, leaving only a wisp of her soul floating in front of him. Even the most simple-minded person should know that the state preceptor was lying to them. Those women who were offered didn't become saintesses in the end. They were sacrificed to the mountain and their bones were buried in a mess. The scam of the rich and powerful had cheated the lives of those who had no way out. Hongxiao floated in the air and murmured her last words before she died. Her eyes were empty. She said, "Turn back. Big brother. I want to say goodbye to you, turn back, I don't expect to grow old with you. I don't expect you to give me your hand again and take me on a long journey. I was thinking, I was always the one chasing after you, I was always the one looking at your back. When we parted, could it be that you saw me off as I walked up the city gate tower? Could it be that you took a good look at me? I don't want to die like this, big brother. I haven't said goodbye to you in my whole life." From Moshi's point of view, he couldn't see Li Qingqian's face at that time. In the dead silence, there was no sound. After a long time, as if the flood had finally broken the dam, Li Qingqian's throat suddenly burst out with cries that were almost like the wail of a beast. Her voice was hoarse and out of tune, and every word she said was inaudible. Her cries of blood and tears echoed in the dream. Every cry seemed to be dug out from her throat with blood. He said, "I shouldn't have sent you away. I shouldn't have sent you away. If I didn't send you away, I wouldn't be able to cure you. But I can accompany you well. I'm the one in pain. But I'm so selfish and weak. I pushed you to someone else and ran away. I left all the pain to you." He knelt in front of Hongxiao's soul. Just like when they first met, Hongxiao was kneeling in the mud, trembling, and crying sorrowfully. "I didn't even have the courage to say goodbye to you. I didn't use my heart to say goodbye to you." That whole day, from dawn to sunset, the sky was filled with crimson clouds. It was the last time a person and a soul depended on each other. The sky finally darkened. The vengeful ghost who released the soul lamp couldn't stay any longer. She would either fall into eternal calamity or be expiated by him. So Li Qingqian could only muster up all his strength. With a hoarse voice and tears, he chanted the rebirth mantra over and over again. He sent her away. He ferried her away. She floated in the vast sea. he murmured in Sanskrit. This time, he watched her leave. Namal umat bayi tathagata yi, over and over again. Kami Kagana, Xianxia repeated unconsciously in the rebirth mantra. Big brother, look back, look at me again, I want to say goodbye to you properly, big brother. Suddenly, the black gas dissipated. The clouds in the sky were thick and beautiful. Endless golden light entered the tide. Li Qingqian's lips trembled. He chanted the last word and slowly raised his head. Xiao's soul was released. Her eyes became empty and blank. She didn't speak anymore. She seemed to be confused about why she was in this vast mortal world. Then she turned to look at the last touch of twilight at the end of the sea. Without any reluctance, she turned and floated away. I want to say goodbye to you properly. Li Qingqian finally choked with sobs. He looked at her back. He chased after her and called her name in a hoarse voice. He waded into the sea. The sea water was above his knees and waist. The waves hit. He staggered and knelt down, but he didn't lower his head. He watched her disappear in the golden brilliance of heaven and earth. That year when we parted, I didn't look back. This time, it's my turn to look at you, it's my turn to send you away. We won't be able to say goodbye properly in this lifetime. But I'll send you off. I'll send you back. I'll send you far away. Xiao. Xiao. If that's the case, can you forgive me? Forgive me for my poverty and weakness. Have you forgiven me? Can you forgive me? The sky and earth were empty. The setting sun wept blood. The twilight deepened. The last bit of light was swallowed by the sea. Darkness fell on the island. The long night rolled in with his cries. She didn't move. He didn't go over to look at Li Qingqian's appearance. He had seen that kind of broken face countless times in his military life. That was the scene he didn't want to see the most. Not long after, Li Qingsu went to Liao country. He wanted to find the state preceptor and ask, what saints were saintesses used to fill mountains and offer sacrifices to gods? That was a sacrifice. A sacrifice. His water-breaking sword had been cultivated to the peak. He was full of hatred and resentment. The secret guards of Liao country were no match for him. He dashed across the roof ridges and beams. Finally, he landed lightly in front of the state preceptor's palace. Within 3 moves, he killed the 2 guards guarding the side door. Then, he kicked open the door. The door of the hall opened. What came into view was a large area of golden light. Inside the hall of the state preceptor, the carved beams and painted rafters were decorated with fine gold powder, the cloth curtain was hanging low, the floor was covered with thatched mats, and the soft cushions were all embroidered with golden silk. It was magnificent and luxurious. In this golden floating light, there was a man in a wide robe with wide sleeves sitting by the window with his back to him. He was playing the zither with his head down. The zither had human skin as the surface and hair as the strings. There were 9 human eyes on the body of the zither. When the strings were plucked, those eyeballs would roll along with his hand gestures. Hearing the sound of the door being kicked, the man played the last 3 notes at a moderate speed, suppressed the trembling strings, and calmly said, "The night is quiet, what can I do for you?" Li Qingqian's voice was full of hatred. He held the bloody sword and said, "I'm here to seek revenge." Oh. The state preceptor smiled lightly. In the 9 regions, whether it is a living person or a resentful ghost, there are many who want to seek revenge on me. However, there are those who have the ability to break into the palace alone and come to my hall. He slowly turned around and said indifferently, "There really aren't many." As he raised his head, the lights in the hall lit up. The state preceptor of the burning country was also wearing a golden mask, and the black eyes behind the mask were surging with undercurrents. He chuckled, "Immortal, what kind of revenge are you looking for?" Li Qingqian said bitterly, "Blood revenge." Oh? The state preceptor got up with interest and asked, "Which one did I kill?" Li Qingqian knew that it was useless to tell him the name of Xiao, so he gritted his teeth and said, "The girl who sacrificed to the mountain. You know what you have done. You, liar." The state preceptor was silent for a moment, and then he sneered, "It turns out that the immortal is angry for a beauty." Li Qingqian was so angry that he almost trembled. and his eyes were red, "You said that you looked for those women who looked similar to you to be the saintess and teach astrology, but the fact is that you buried them alive in Phoenix Feather Mountain and sacrificed them to the mountain god. Is that right?" The state preceptor said, "No." Li Qingqian had always been a reasonable person. As soon as he heard him flatly deny it, he suppressed his overflowing hatred and stared at him with his eyes wide open and his chest heaving up and down. The imperial preceptor sighed, "Immortal monarch, you have made such an inference. You've wronged me." I. Li Qingsu looked like he wanted to ask, "How did I wrongly accuse you?" However, he was too agitated and the imperial tutor's words were too unexpected. He didn't know how to ask. The imperial preceptor said, "It's true that I took in those women, but you said that I buried them alive as sacrifices to the mountain god. That's completely wrong. Little immortal monarch, let me ask you, what kind of mountain deity is there in Phoenix Feather Mountain? Even the mountain gods of the 5 great evil mountains may not be able to obtain 100 maidens as living sacrifices. What is the ranking of the Phoenix Feather Mountain? But, it doesn't have any spirituality. At most, it's just a feng shui death trap. You listened to the rumors on the street and insisted that I wanted to sacrifice the mountain god. Therefore, for no reason, I pushed those hundreds of women into the burial pit and let them die." The state preceptor paused and said, "I'm not that bored." Li Qingqian obviously didn't want to believe the state preceptor's words. However, the other party's words were reasonable and didn't have any sophistry. Therefore, his expression seemed to be particularly blank. This blank expression made him look very tired and extremely pitiful. It was as if the heavens wanted to take away the fire of revenge from his body, leaving him only a cold and empty skeleton. The state preceptor's pair of deep eyes looked at him like this. He watched him lower his head, watch him stare blankly, watch him lack willpower. After a long while, the state preceptor raised his slender fingers and covered his mask. Suddenly, he laughed softly. Li Qingqian suddenly raised his head and looked at this strange man with a pale face. In his blank eyes, the state preceptor was like a player teasing birds. He laughed even harder. His laughter was almost like cold water flowing, forcing Li Qingqian to have goosebumps all over his body. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at?" "Pfft, I'm laughing at you for being interesting. You're really too interesting. Master Li, the breaking water sword, I've heard a lot about you. It turns out that the masters in today's world are as innocent as you?" Li Qingqian was stunned. "You knew it was me. If I couldn't recognize the clanging of swords outside, wouldn't I be deaf?" Li Qingqian was stunned. "So, you were lying just now?" The state preceptor sat back on the zither stool, one hand on the body of the zither and the other on his knees. His eyes were dim and his smile was sweet. Why would I lie to you? What I just said to you is true. I didn't sacrifice those 100 women to the mountain, but I did bury them. Not for the fate of the country, just for..." He paused and laughed. "Just for fun." Li Qingqian was stunned. Do you know why I chose these women?" The state preceptor casually plucked the strings, making intermittent and meaningless sounds. Then he lowered his eyes and smiled. "In fact, they can't be blamed for anything except for being like a bitch." He sighed. "That bitch taught me so much." His black eyes were shining. "I'm not happy." You're crazy, that's right, I'm crazy." The state preceptor laughed. "But, if I told you that I'm actually a love-struck person, would you believe me? Aren't you curious about who those women look like?" Li Qingqian didn't answer, but the state preceptor didn't care. He leisurely continued. "They all look like a saintess I once raised, a bitch. I treated her generously, but she didn't show me filial piety. Instead, she betrayed me and did something against my will. Then she ran away. I've always been asking about her whereabouts, but I couldn't find her. It wasn't until many years later that I heard that in Xianxia, there was a woman with peerless beauty who got married. That was her." The state preceptor used the most casual tone to express the monstrous resentment in his heart. TSK, how touching. Everyone said that this woman, who was so young and beautiful, had married such a cold and unfeeling man. She must have gone crazy and taken things too hard. She obviously had the beauty of a hibiscus, but she was obsessed with an unromantic ice block. She really failed to live up to the beauty. The hair-tempered strings made a hair-raising sound under his hands. The state preceptor grinned. I think so too. He pointed to the side of his head. I think that she married that person because he was sick here. You see, she's so naughty. She didn't want to be the state preceptor or saintess, but she wanted to be someone's wife. Aya, she made me so angry. When the state preceptor said this, he kept smiling, as if he was talking about something trivial. But what can I do? I'm so high up, and my status is so high. I can't steal the bride, right? So. His lips split open like a beast's, revealing 2 rows of teeth. I thought of a wonderful idea. To relieve my unhappiness. He looked at Xianxia, whose face was as white as a sheet, and said lightly with a smile, I'm also married. Isn't she a peerless beauty, rare in the world, and knows how to seduce people? I'm going to marry a few thousand or even a few hundred girls who look exactly like her. That slut raised her own status, so I'm going to trample her down into the mud. What devastatingly beautiful. Ha 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 ha, I can find as many as I want. What's so great about marrying her? This time, not to mention Xianxia, even Mo, she thought that this person must have some illness to be so crazy. Look at me. I summoned hundreds of saintesses, and all of them looked exactly like her. Who does she think she is? The state preceptor said excitedly, his eyes shining. If I want to marry them, I can make them wear a golden crown and put on a phoenix robe. I can make them kneel in front of me one by one. Xianxia originally didn't answer, but when he heard this, he suddenly shouted, Xianxia won't kneel in front of you. Unexpectedly, the state preceptor glanced at him and didn't deny it. He laughed and said, someone won't kneel. He licked his white and sharp canine teeth, narrowed his eyes, and said sweetly and eerily, but, all those who dare to resist, those who are unwilling, those bitches. He sneered twice, as long as they are killed, they will all be obedient. You are simply. Xianxia was angry and sad at the same time. His entire body was trembling. He had never scolded anyone, but at this moment, he was filled with hatred. However, he did not know what to say. Thus, his face turned red and his lips trembled slightly. The state preceptor just smiled, his eyes flashing with satisfaction and cruelty. Don't they have to be proud and unyielding? All right, then I'll bury them all in Phoenix Feather Mountain and turn them into vengeful spirits. Don't say any more, there are many unsatisfactory things in this world, and it's impossible for everyone to do as I wish. Although I can't do as I wish, I can let the world know what it means to live if you obey me and die if you oppose me. You are crazy. You are crazy. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out his long sword, and with a flash of green light, he went straight for the state preceptor's head. Mo Mia had seen countless enemies. At this moment, he could tell that this move was Xianxia's lifelong ability. It was truly a move that could shake the heavens and shake the earth. Sweeping snow and breaking rocks. There were no more than 3 swordsmen in the world who could match this move. But the state preceptor didn't move, he just sat high up, and with a slight flick of his fingertips, the human skin zither made a clanging sound, and the light of the broken water sword was dimmed. A moment later, it exploded and turned into nothingness. How? Xianxia was stunned. Even Mo, she couldn't imagine that such a shocking move could be so easily broken. The state preceptor dispersed the light of the sword, got up, and raised 2 fingers. His figure was as fast as a ghost. When Xianxia came back to his senses, the state preceptor had taken away his long sword and held it between 2 fingers. With a little force, it broke into 1,000 pieces. You. Xianxia took a step back and shook his head in horror. How did you? The state preceptor smiled. How can I break your sword move so easily? The pair of eyes under the golden mask flashed with a faint luster. The Grand Tutor casually threw away the sword hilt and slowly walked towards Xianxia. Suddenly, he struck out fiercely and raised his hand to support himself on the pillar behind Xianxia. He closed in like a cheetah that was about to pounce on meat. It's the broken water sword. The state preceptor's voice was low and sweet. What can't I do? Xianxia's face lost the last bit of color. He couldn't retreat and leaned against the thick cedar pillar. His pupils contracted rapidly, and he stared at the pair of eyes behind the golden mask. He was suddenly surprised. Are these the eyes in his memory, the almond-shaped eyes that saved him and his younger brother from the smoke of war, as if it was raining in Jiangnan? He didn't dare to be sure, nor could he be sure. He felt cold, every drop of blood, every inch of flesh and bone was freezing. His broken water sword was derived from the sword manual left behind by that green-robed cultivator. Other than that person, who else in the world could so easily break his sword technique? But how could this crazy, twisted, and dark state preceptor be the man who saved him? How could it be? The only similarity between them was this golden veil. There were many cultivators in the world who liked to cover their faces with masks and not let others see their true faces. How could this lunatic be his benefactor? How could it be? He didn't have Xianxia anymore, and he had lost his future. Now that the world was cruel, was it going to destroy his past as well? Li Xianxia trembled. No. No. You're not. The state preceptor's eyes were like a knife, cutting down from between his eyebrows, tearing his flesh and peeling off his bones and blood bit by bit, easily seeing through his trembling heart. Haha, although this breaking water sword is not perfect, but when I was young, I really loved it. The state preceptor chuckled. Listen, 5 years to change the spring and autumn, 10 years to go against the vicissitudes of life. Just these 2 sentences of the sword spell, you can see how young and frivolous you were. Li Xianxia slowly shook his head, and suddenly said crazily, No. You're definitely not him. You can't be him. The state preceptor didn't answer. He only lowered his eyelashes and smiled coldly. Li Xianxia. Since you've learned this sword manual, you can be considered half of my disciple. Good disciple, I know you hate me, but I haven't played enough in this world, so I can't die so easily. I can only send you on your way first. Li Xianxia's face turned pale. The state preceptor chuckled. Alas, I originally planned to use the ghosts of New Weeping Mountain to refine the sword, but it was all ruined by you, little rascal. You just walked right into the trap, so I can play with you. Don't worry, after you die, I'll definitely refine you into a divine weapon. You have to be obedient, and don't cry. Li Xianxia wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of the person in front of him. Could it really be the person who saved him that year, the green-cloaked swordsman he had been chasing all this time? Is the broken water sword yours? Did you pass it to me? That person that year. Was it you? His voice was broken. The state preceptor didn't answer directly, but only smiled. Actually, I didn't want to pass it to others at all. But forget it, there's nothing to say now. After he finished speaking, he straightened up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Come, I'll let you experience what the real broken water sword looks like. Master. Father. Teach. You. Mo Shi. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light suddenly flashed in front of him, as fast as flying swan, and as ruthless as thunder breaking through the ninth heaven. In an instant, blood spurted out, the light in front of him shook violently, and Mo Shi saw Li Xianxia lying in a pool of blood, and the state preceptor used the blade to tear open Li Xianxia's chest, and actually pulled out the still-beating heart, liver, intestines, and lungs with his bare hands. The state preceptor kept laughing crazily, and his laughter didn't dissipate. In the scarlet red, the state preceptor licked the blood that splashed on the corner of his lips, and chuckled. Li Xianxia, the girl you like shouldn't be like her. You, on the other hand, shouldn't have learned this sword technique. He stared at Li Xianxia's corpse, and said lightly, It's you who don't know how to behave. You can't blame me even if you die. The last scene was the state preceptor getting up, and using his bloody hand to grab Li Xianxia's neck, and dragging him out of the golden state preceptor hall, into the starry night. There was a line of fresh blood on the golden bricks, and Li Xianxia's corpse was gradually dragged away by the state preceptor. When they disappeared around the corner of the hall, the state preceptor's unbridled and hoarse laughter suddenly rang out, and he sighed with joy and madness. 5 years with a sword to change spring and autumn, 10 years with a sword to go against the vicissitudes of life. This sword is so sharp that it can cut through water. After a pause, he shouted with extreme joy and pain, breaking through the long night, My heart that can't be broken in my life, to the king. The wild song was like a whirlpool in the dream, and everything returned to silence. She suddenly fell into a dark abyss. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing that came into his eyes was the clear night sky, and the stars were dazzling. A few sparse branches reached high into the sky, and the withered leaves on the branches were slightly curled. The memory had ended, and he returned to Murong Chuyi's courtyard. She lay on the ground, and the words, "This sword is so sharp that it can cut through water, but my heart that can't be broken in my life," still lingered in his ears. The scenes in the dream were still in front of him. From the sword dance in front of the hut to the bloodstains in the state preceptor hall. He looked at the night sky, and his Adam's apple moved. He didn't know what to feel. But after a long time, he suddenly had a thought in his mind. He thought, what if Xianxia wasn't sick back then? If she was blessed by the heavens and healthy, would they always be together? The world would have one less sword demon, and one more pair of lovers. Xiao Gonggu turned into an old woman, and she had always been noisy around Li Qingqian. Was there such a possibility? She wasn't sure. When he was young, he knew very little about love. At that time, he thought that as long as he did his best, lovers would be able to get married. Later, he found out that it wasn't true. It turned out that in this world, there was something called destiny. When love was deep, destiny would turn into poverty, old hatred, illness, and so on. Everything that one couldn't imagine or guess would be hammered on their interlocked hands. Some people stopped when they were in pain. And those who were in pain but didn't give up, would probably end up like Li Qingqian, being hammered into a bloody mess, with their tendons and bones exposed. Their bones were smashed, and their tendons and blood were cracked. In the end, they were still stubborn. And they also asked for an unrecognizable ending. He got up. The others hadn't recovered from the effects of the drug, and were still in a deep sleep. His gaze swept over them one by one, and finally fell on Gu Meng's side. Gu Meng was still unconscious. Moshi's heart was very depressed. He couldn't help but think that the relationship between him and Gu Meng was actually the same. There was a class gap, and the hatred for their country overcame them. Gu Meng couldn't bear the pain, so he left him. In the end, he was still the one who was cut off. But maybe, in fact, the feelings between them couldn't even be compared to Li Qingqian and Hongxiao. Perhaps from the very beginning, their fingers had not been intertwined. Perhaps it was his own wishful thinking as he held Gu Meng's fingers, forcing Gu Meng, refusing to let Gu Meng leave. All those years, when Gu Meng said "I love you," he didn't know how much of it was true. She closed his eyes, holding his throbbing temples, and slowly pulled himself away from the aftertaste of the illusion and heartache. At this time, the others also began to move, waking up from the illusion one after another. Yu Qingqing didn't experience the hardships of the world, nor did he experience the helplessness of love. Therefore, although he felt that Li Qingqian was pitiful, he didn't feel anything. He was only disgusted by the last scene, and as soon as he got up, he lay on the ground and retched. That national master of the burning country. He must be a pervert. Yu Qingqing vomited a few times, gasped for breath, and said weakly, "Why did he dig out people's stomachs for no reason? Is he a wolf reincarnated?" The two Murong were relatively calm. Murong Chuyi was expressionless, and his eyes were closed. The Murong Lian leaned his head against the rockery and said, "Sword. Spirits, you know that the more miserable the death, the more powerful they are. In the past, there were some refiners who liked to cover people with sticky glue, peel off their skin, smear it with sugar water, and throw it into a beehive." Yu Qingqing waved his hand, motioning him to stop talking. He covered his stomach and began to vomit again. Wretch, the Murong Lian probably found Yu Qingqing's vomiting disgusting, so he stopped talking. He stood up with the help of the rockery, stretched his body, and sneered. "But now I know that Li Qingqian's broken water sword is not his own, but from the sword manual given to him by the national master of the burning country." Murong Chuyi said, "They are not the same. Why aren't they together anymore?" The broken water sword is a new move that Li Qingqian created after he was reborn. The principle of the sword is that the sword of benevolence cuts water, the sword of justice cuts sorrow, the sword of poverty helps the world, and the sword of hardship does not shy away. However, the core of the sword of the man of the burning country is that this sword can cut water, but it can't cut the heart of the ruler. One wields the sword for righteousness, the other wields the sword for love. They are not on the same path. The Morong Lian was startled, and then sneered, Xian, you are really a lunatic. Yu Chenqing was really eager to protect her uncle. The nausea from vomiting had not subsided yet. When she heard Lord Wangshu talk about Murong Chui like this, she could not help but be angry. You are not allowed to scold my fourth uncle. The Morong Lian squinted and said, why can't I scold him? In the whole Chonghua, other than the ruler, is there anyone that I, the Morong Lian, cannot scold? Brother Morong, you are unreasonable. I am going to tell the ruler. The Morong Lian said unhappily, little darling, why don't you tell your mother? Yu Chenqing's face paled, and she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw a flash of white clothes, and a crisp paw sound. Morong Chui actually raised his hand and gave the Morong Lian a solid slap on the face. This time, everyone was stunned. The Morong Lian was slapped until he could not recover for a long time. He covered his face in anger and shock. You actually dare, Morong Chui's wide sleeves fluttered, and his silk belt fluttered. Under his sharp eyebrows, his eyes were as cold as a knife. Why wouldn't I dare? The Morong Lian was about to explode, and his peach blossom eyes were red with anger. You bastard! This prince is, Morong Chui gave him another slap. Who do you think you are? The Morong Lian had never been humiliated by someone of the same generation in his life. He was so angry that he saw stars, and the hand holding the tobacco pipe was trembling. You, how dare you? I am going to report this to the ruler. You offended your superiors. Morong Chui slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes, and his thin blue lips opened and closed. He coldly returned the Morong Lian's words to him. Why should I report this to the ruler? Why don't you go and tell your mother? With these words, the Morong Lian's face instantly turned red. The veins on the side of his neck bulged, and he immediately wanted to rush up and fight Morong Chui. Morong Chui moved sideways to avoid him, and with a wave of his wide sleeves, he said coldly, tell him to scram. Yu Chenqing did not expect that his fourth uncle would order him to do something. His eyes suddenly widened, and he nodded in a daze. Oh, okay, unexpectedly, Morong Chui said, I am not talking to you. Ah? The wooden mecha creaked, and the bamboo warriors surrounding Gu Meng suddenly moved their limbs, and all of them moved towards the Morong Lian. Morong Chui stood with his hands behind his back, and stood behind the wooden mecha. He looked coldly at the Morong Lian and said, send the guest away. The Lord Wangshu had a high status, and wherever he went, he would be worshipped. But at this time, Morong Chui sent a group of wooden men to chase him away. Moreover, looking at their posture, if the Morong Lian did not leave, they were going to put him down and carry him away. The Morong Lian was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Morong Chui and said angrily, you dare. Morong Chui's white robe was like snow, and he said coldly, throw him out. The bamboo warriors shouted Ada as they followed the order and threw Morong Lian out like a swarm of bees. After throwing the Morong Lian out, Morong Chui came back with an indifferent look on his face. He sat at the stone table in the courtyard and said to Emoshi as if nothing had happened, Lord Shihi, sit. Emoshi, Qi Xian was indeed a lunatic. Yu Chenqing seemed to be used to his uncle's personality, and he asked earnestly, fourth uncle, can I sit too? Morong Chui did not even look at him, you stand. Yu Chenqing said dejectedly. Oh, Morong Chui raised his finger, and two bamboo warriors immediately came out from the veranda, holding a teapot and a plate in their hands, and placed them on the table. 2 cups of tea were poured, and Morong Chui said lightly, let's get down to business. Now that Li Qingqian's past is clear, what does Lord Shihi think about the sword demon who ran away? Emoshi looked at Gu Meng a few more times, and then he looked away, saying, he should be in the Chonghua, and he won't leave. He will also go to find the peerless beauty that the state preceptor mentioned. Yu Chenqing interrupted, but, that sword spirit is so strange. The Grand Master Li we saw in our memories was such a good-tempered person. Why is he now? Emoshi said, Li Qingqian is a sword demon, not a sword spirit. He died tragically and was refined into the red peony sword. At first, his consciousness could still be preserved, but the red peony has been with the state preceptor for a long time, and it must have absorbed a lot of resentful spirit's blood. Under such circumstances, his mind and behavior will become more and more similar to his master's. Yu Chenqing was shocked. So the Li Qingqian we met, his temperament is closer to the state preceptor's? Morong Chui said, yes. Yu Chenqing thought for a while. I see, then the red peony sword should have been given to someone else by the state preceptor, right? If it still belonged to the state preceptor, then it shouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Morong Lian. Emoshi shook his head, saying, it doesn't matter who the red peony sword belongs to. The important thing is who he will find next. Morong Chui said, that's right. After Li Qingqian transformed, he deliberately imitated the actions of the state preceptor. His obsession is so deep that he has gone crazy, and he can't be judged by ordinary people's actions. However, his obsession isn't hard to guess. He wants to find the peerless beauty that the state preceptor mentioned. Emoshi agreed with Morong Chui's words. Li Qingqian didn't want to kill those girls immediately after capturing them. Instead, he wanted them to tell him where other similar girls were. Then, he would capture them one by one and humiliate them to death based on the information they revealed. Li Qingqian probably thought that if the state preceptor didn't hate this girl for marrying someone else, Red Peony wouldn't have died. Li Qingqian had already gone crazy. Emoshi thought of this and asked, Yu Chenqing, about 10 years ago, do you know who the most beautiful girl in Chonghua was? End of chapter 40. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.